guy so looks like Doc Brown. And it's not necessarily the actual face or the hair. It's just the expression.
Can you do that again?
1.21 gigawatts.
1.21 gigabucks. We got to get the mics up.
Where we're going, we don't need any roads.
We don't need any sound because none of our sound's going on.
The name of the morning roast. Where we're going, we don't need any roads. My favorite is we'll get these emails from I'm going to take people behind the show. We'll get these emails from the boss about planning and this and that. And then yesterday I hear Roxy Bernstein talk about Bill Walton and how Bill Walton, no, don't talk to me. And it's funny because you and I kind of have that same thing. Like, we know where we want to go. We talk a lot about where, but I don't want to hear your particular opinions.
And I don't want to hear yours.
No, because you know why? We're going to argue about them for 3 hours on a cell phone call, and we're going to waste all the good material.
Well, I'll take you behind the show call yesterday with Sam Lutman. First of all, Sam Lutman calls me at 6:45. Right?
I'm handing out jerseys. He's like, what are you doing right now? I'm like, I'm handing out jerseys to a bunch of 12-year-olds.
He calls me at 6:45. I'm like, Lutman, first pitch just started. I got T-Wolves and Mavericks in the second half.
And it's a close game.
Why didn't you call me at 6 o'clock? Why would you call me during the top of the first inning? I'm trying to settle in for the game. And then he's asking me about what we talked about yesterday. Yeah, what's your angle with this one? What to take? I said, Lutman, I will talk to you tomorrow. We have plenty. We'll be fine. Enjoy the game.
You know who he is? He's like Aaron Rowan. Aaron Rowan would go, the game would start, and he'd be like, hey, I need 3 of you coaches, and we got to go hit some BP underneath the tunnel right now. Like,
you can pick anybody, but you have to go for Aaron Rowan. That cuts deep right there.
Well, it's just, it's like,
I feel sad now. I just got comped to Aaron Rowan.
Sam, this is not the show to be like, so what's our hook today?
What's the hook going to be?
No, we're going to throw something against the wall, something will ride, and we'll be fine. We planned an organized chaos show. Don't give me the stress. That's what school is for. You got to follow the protocol. We're not in school anymore. This is sports radio. We know that we're going to talk Giants. We're going to touch a little on Kyrie and Dallas and blow an opportunity to go to the NBA Finals and show some love to Cat and Netman and show some pride yesterday. Even Rudy Gobert. We'll talk about that a little bit. You got some Niners stuff. You got all that. We're fine. We're fine. But call me at 6:45 first. I'm like, love it. Do you understand the Giants are all right? Bryce Harper's about to come up.
Oh my God. Hey, do you lean forward when he comes up? Because every time he comes up, I'm like leaning forward. I'm hearing from my boy neighbor Dave, and he's texting me on and on and on. Trey Turner's been out forever, and it feels like he's going to be out for at least another couple of weeks, if not a month.
The hamstring.
And they've got a shortstop right now who's hitting really well over 19 games. And they're like, should we move Trey Turner to the outfield? That's what Philly's talking about. Now, they have a monster year that they've had thus far, and I'm looking at, think about where the Giants were when they faced them the first time, and think about where they are right now. And to me, it's not so much about the Phillies. It's about how far the Giants have come.
Right, and how they're playing, and how they're looking. And yesterday, they win 1-0 in the 10th inning, and they do it with the opener, Miller. I'm not mad at Miller. He came in there first inning. I like how the kid looks. Taylor Rogers comes in for 2. And then Spencer Howard. And when Spencer Howard, started towing the rubber yesterday, I'm thinking, okay, who the hell is this guy? So he makes his Giants debut, right?
Yeah.
And look, this guy with the Cal Poly, I should say, Cal Poly, down there in San Luis Obispo. And I'm looking at his career. I started looking at his career numbers yesterday.
It's an unreal campus.
I mean, it is beautiful. It is beautiful.
Kieran Manning, he was going to go there, and they took a couple
Kieran Manning?
Kieran is my nephew, and he was going to go. He went to Cal.
Okay.
He's really smart.
All right. You gotta let people know who this is.
I had never like really taken a look at that campus. That campus is wild.
What's his name?
Kieran Manning.
All right, Kieran Manning, your nephew. All right. Make sure you clarify
Sorry.
that. We're
just dropping names.
So no, you're dropping names. I'm just trying to drop some nuggets. I'm trying to drop nuggets about Spencer Howard, who in 2020 with the Philadelphia Phillies as a 23-year-old had a 5.92 ERA. All right, 2021 5.72 ERA. Gets traded to Texas, 9.70 ERA. The next year in Texas, 7.41 ERA. 2023 with the Texas Rangers, 10.8 ERA. So you want to talk about an unlikely hero yesterday? Spencer Howard, who couldn't get anybody out from 2020 until yesterday, goes 4 innings, gives up to 5 hits, strikes out 4, gives the Giants 49 pitches.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, Spencer Howard keeping you in the game, going pitch for pitch with Zach Wheeler on the other side. You get the others, Rothersbrother, and you get Sean Jelly, who I want to get to in just a second, because that's another guy we left for dead. Earlier this season, I know you and we didn't want to see Sean Jelly whatsoever.
Yeah.
But the young man's been pitching his ass off. But Sean Jelly, Spencer Howard, shutting out the Phillies 1-0. What is going on down there at Third and King?
Sean Jelly, look, I'll raise my hand. Dude, I'm sorry. Like I'm really sorry. I thought you were like the cigar sitting on the bench, the red Auerbach for another team and waving the white flag for our team. And no, that cannot be farther from the truth. He hasn't been good. He's been awesome, really, since the first 2 outings of the year for himself. Now he's had a couple touch-ups. It's going to happen, but he's been incredible for this Giants team right now. I thought yesterday was just a gutsy win for this team. And I thought that the manager made a couple of shrewd moves. And in the postgame, they kind of brought it up, bringing Tyler Fitzgerald into that game, who'd been tearing the cover off the ball in AAA, giving him a couple at-bats. He ends up being the ghost runner in the 10th inning, as opposed to someone like Wisely. Now, who knows? Maybe Wisely gets a hit prior to that where Tyler Fitzgerald struck out. I don't know. Right. But having that extra speed out on that, on the bases, that was everything. And then you contrast that with what the Giants did in the top of the 10th inning defensively, where Wilmer catches a really nice ground ball, looks the runner back. That's textbook baseball. Small ball is an element I didn't see this Giants team employing this year.
Well, you know what? With this ballpark, we've been jonesing. Look at Deshaun Jelly, because his last 28 days, his last month, he's thrown 15 in the third. 2.35 ERA. He's given up 14 hits. Wow. He struck out 18 batters in those 15 innings, and you see the emotion from him.
Yeah,
he's getting better by the appearance. I thought this guy was a 4A player. He couldn't do it. He couldn't. I see Sean Jelly on my Beagle car right now going into June. He's one of my more trusted arms right now in the bullpen. I can't believe I'm saying that.
No, you're right.
But to see the Giants play that defense there, and to walk Schwarber, to say, what, at the top of the 10th, we're not going to let Schwarber beat us.
Yeah.
We'll go to JT Realmuto, we'll face him righty on righty, and we'll try to get him to ground out. And that's what they did. They get Schwarber to get the force at second base. Schwarber, you walk him, you don't let him beat him and let him swing the bat. You get Bohm to ground out the first. Like you said, they're playing all the small ball. In this yard, what I was going to get to here, we've been jonesing for mashers, guys who can hit 30 or 40 home runs. I don't mind having a couple power guys, but in this yard, and I've scratched my head for many years, and finally it feels like the Giants are addressing it, and maybe Farhan's addressing it. Having speed in this yard, when you have the gaps that you have at Oracle Park, Triples Alley, 421, you got all that green grass. What's more exciting at a ballpark? The most exciting play is a double and a triple.
Yes.
When you get guys running around the bases, sliding in head first, sliding in feet first, helmets are flying off. Get me some speed in this team, and they're getting a little more speed, they're getting a little more athletic, because these guys could run for days. You get Wisey hit one to the gap. You get Matos hit one to the gap. You get Ramos hit one to the gap. Estrada hit one to the gap. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Build me a team that has nothing but speed and athletes surrounded by a couple power hitters, some anchors, and now you're cooking with hot grease with this offense.
It's interesting you bring up the gap hitting, because I completely agree. I feel like a broken record. How many times do I need to tell people one of the great seasons, and it was only half a year, that I've seen at Oracle Park, it's not Bonds. It's Melky Cabrera.
Yeah.
He had 1,000 doubles in 2 or 3 months and was just hitting the ball down the line, into the gaps, running into second, and you could be extremely potent. I had always oozed wanting this team to go get Ichiro. I thought Ichiro was the type of player, as great as his numbers were in Seattle, imagine what his numbers would have been in this yard. Imagine how his defense would have played in this yard, where he could showcase more of his athleticism in a more spacious right field. So I'm 100% with you. And that's why, as I'm looking at how I field my team, having an elite defensive rangy right fielder is mandatory. It's not a suggestion. It is mandatory for this team. So as I'm looking at Matos right now, I don't know what's going to happen with Jung-Hoo Lee, but when you give a guy $100 million or whatever they ended up giving him,
play him, right?
You're going to be probably playing him in center field. But if Matos can play center, I know he can play right then.
Right.
At least in this field. Yeah. So if you had 2 elite, top end, rangy outfielders, that plays in this yard.
It does play in this yard defensively, and then you get the speed on the base pass offensively. That's why I want Jung-Hoo Lee. Get Jung-Hoo Lee going here. We'll get to him next season. He's got to send it out. But I'm seeing Wisely play. For who's he?
You're so excited with that, aren't you?
I'm telling you, this kid, I'm feeling this kid.
He's a vacuum over there.
Throwing the guy out the heads-up play. Yeah. I don't know if Luciano makes that play. No. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't think he does.
Who do you throw out there at third base there?
Yeah, it's the backdoor play.
It's just unbelievable play right there. Backdoors him. And I'm like, look at Wisely going after it. That's if you want playing time, you know, on this team, as this team is trying to win and stack wins because stakes are high, and playoffs are the bar. You got to make plays like that if you're Wisely. If you want to stick with the big league club, that's the play I'm saying. I don't know if Luciano makes that play.
No.
I just don't know. Now, I hear Eric Burns yesterday on Willard and Dibs. I saw some of his cuts.
What did he say?
We basically said, look, man, why not move Luciano to the outfield? He's got elite arm. He's groomed as a shortstop. If he's groomed as a shortstop, and we know he's not playing elite level shortstop, but if he's been groomed as a shortstop, he should be able to play anywhere in the field.
Which is what
you've been saying. So maybe at some point, you give him a shot at left field.
Well, I just think that right now the logjam for this organization is in the outfield. Grant McCrary, like I'm going like down the pipeline. Grant McCrary and who's the kid that came up last year? Meckler.
Meckler. Yeah.
You
Wade
got
Meckler.
Hunter Bishop. And again, these are the lower level prospects. Right. Like if you just look at shortstop, it's this 22-year-old that they have in Richmond who's not highly touted, but seems to be doing well. They've got Alverson and Luciano. They don't have a lot of shortstop prospects, so I understand why they would want to keep him at shortstop. And then the league views shortstop as a more of a premium position, and so any prospect that's a shortstop is going to get elevated.
Right.
See, outfield is interesting. I think second base is something I would explore. Right. And I'm open to whatever. Right. I'm open to whatever with Luciano, but I think that the time, if they're going to make this move, the time is probably now to start experimenting with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you got to see what type of trade value. Maybe he's not in your long-term plans. Maybe he's not.
I just want to see a little more before I make that determination.
Yeah. And you know what? You got plenty of time.
Yeah, I agree.
We got the entire month of June. Yeah. We got the entire month of July. And the great thing is this kid's going to play. Yeah. Hopefully he sticks to the big league club because after watching last night, I don't want to see Slater no more. Conforto, I think Conforto platooning with Soler at the DH, I think is a real thing.
100% agree with you.
You face right-handed pitching. Soler, you face left-handed pitching. And Soler, if you don't hit left-handed pitching, then we got another conversation. You just may not play.
I'm with you. And the thing about Conforto is you do have to manage his body.
Yep.
And when he's out in left field, he's gotten hurt out in left field on a hamstring injury last year. Obliques, hamstrings, anything I can do to limit his workload, I think is extremely important.
No, that is. And I think he'll be fine as a DH. So I'm platooning DH as of right now. Luciano, we got to figure out a way to get him at bats because if he's not going to get at bats at a big league club, I do need him to get reps at AAA.
I'm with you.
And it's not the worst thing in the world to go back to Sacramento because right now I have to play Brett Wisely.
Yes,
I have to play Brett. He's a better defender right now. He's seeing it into play.
He's just doing a lot of little things.
A lot of little things.
I agree with you.
I like where he's at right now. Now I will say this, and I know it's just yesterday, and Bo Bell's got to do what Bo Bell's got to do. I do want to see a little more consistency with the lineup now.
Good. You're here.
Yaz in the 2-hole. I like what Yaz has been doing. When he's batting 7th and 8th, no pressure. Do what you do at the bottom of the lineup. Wisely. Let him bat 9th. Let him turn over the lineup there. He could be maybe he's your leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and then you go Montos 2nd there in the 3rd inning. But I don't like all the tinkering with the lineup. I want to get guys some consistent playing time in a lot. So Yaz in the 2-hole, I had a little bit of an issue with that. I get why. Zach Wheeler's a righty. You got the lefty there in the box. You want to replace Lamont Wade Jr. as a lefty bat there in the 2-hole. I guess you got to do that.
I know.
But I had a little small issue with that, Shasky.
Well, no, I don't think you're wrong. And then like Estrada in the 3-hole, that's not prototypical. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just being honest. Like, that doesn't strike fear into any of the real playoff teams. Look at the lineups, and I like Thairo Estrada, but Thairo Estrada is not batting in the 3-hole for any of those teams. I mean, it's just reality of what it is. I do like the Chapman-Bailey combo, 4-5. That I would stick with. Continue with that. Right. Bailey's getting good pitches to hit, but you need to protect Chapman on the front end. Yep. He's not a traditional 4. He's just not. But I need to get someone in there. And this is where Soler not being good right now really hurts you. Soler ideally would be your 3 or 4 hitter, but he's been so on a milk carton.
Oh my God.
You can't trust him right now. And I like Ramos low in the lineup. See, I like Ramos late. He works counts. That's the one thing about Matos and Ramos. Just watching the at-bats, And I think we don't give enough credit to Pat Burrell and just the players themselves. Because once you step in the box, it's on you. But whatever their approach is, they truly do know how to work the accounts. Yeah. And the 2-strike fouling off has been something that they both didn't have last year in the bag. And I think they've done a great job really working at being 2-strike hitters. And I really like their approach. And again, like we always want to fire the hitting manager when no one's doing well. No. Let's give Pat Burrell some credit. You know, they have really busted out with these young guys. And to me, it just looks like the approach at the plate is excellent.
Professional at bats, professional at bats you're seeing day in and day out right now with the San Francisco Giants. You're not seeing it from Jorge Soler, bottom of the 9th inning. The infield pop up to second base. You had a chance here to end the game right there at the bottom of the 9th. First and second, no outs. Bailey gets a fly out to center. You hate that. But then you see Soler, and he just pops out in the infield. He's got to get going. That's been right now the biggest disappointment on offense for the Giants.
I think by far.
It's Jorge Soler. It's not even close.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I've watched every game. You've watched every game. He's got like 5 or 6 line drive hits. Just off my memory.
I've seen some terrible at-bats.
That's what I'm saying.
Terrible.
I mean, we're 2 months in, you know, and like it's not good right now.
No,
and so, like, then the other thing is, like, I watched Schwarber go yard the other day. I mean, Schwarber's got unbelievable power.
He went 2 for 4 yesterday.
Right? And then I watched Soler, you know, fly out to center field, and it looked like he got all of it. And I'm like, where's the power? I don't know what's going on. He can say that he's healthy. I'm not saying it's an injury. I just think he's underperforming.
Well, not only that, or maybe this is just who he is. You know, you always hear Steiny say, this is just who Wiggins is.
Yeah.
This is who Wiggins is. Soler, again, he's had 2 seasons in which he's hit more than 14 home runs. Right? He had the 2019 season with Kansas City where he had 48 and went 117.
48
home runs.
That is an incredible
He played in 1 of 62.
It's an incredible amount of
And then last year, 2023, basically 1, 2, 3, 4 seasons later, he hits 36 homers and 75 RBIs in a contract season. But other than that, Shasky, rookie season, 5 homers, 24 games. Second season, 101, 10 homers. Third season with the Cubs, 86 games, 12 homers. Now I get it. They win the championship or whatnot, and they're loaded. He doesn't play much. But 35 games in 2017, 61 games in 2018. The outliers, 162 in 2019. But then 2020, he gets hurt, 43 games. 2021, 94 games. He has the big run with the Braves when they win the World Series. But he only hits 14 home runs with them. Or combined, he hits 27 home runs. So 3 seasons in which he's hit more than 14 home runs. It's just... I don't know if you can count on the guy. I just don't know if you can count on him.
Well,
he's a guy at the deadline. Sorry to cut you off, Chesky.
Keep going.
He has to be in trade talks.
I don't think I have an argument with you.
Yeah, I would be looking to flip off that contract.
I would too, but I don't know how. I don't know how many other teams are valuing him. You might have to eat some of that money. You might have to attach a prospect. I don't know. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to move off it, but. If I'm looking at, like, he can't really play defense, and all he can do right now is DH. Right now, I think I'd rather have Michael Conforto, if healthy, DHing than him because I want to keep Ramos in the lineup. Like right now, the last thing I'm doing is upsetting this outfield. I like as Yaz is going to be up and down, fine, but he gives me really good defense for the most part.
And at the 7-8 hole,
he's fine.
He's fine. He's going to be Brandon Crawford production at the bottom of the lineup.
I told you, like at the beginning of the year, give me 2 young outfielders. I'll go with the veteran. That's fine. I'm totally fine with that. But to me, managing Conforto's health and getting that left-handed bat back in this lineup when you're missing Lamont Wade Jr., a little bit of left-handed, not pop, but gap hitting. Like, they need Conforto now more than ever.
They do. They definitely do here.
I wonder if, I know he's never played it, but Conforto's a guy I might give a look at first base. He's small. It's not his position. It's just to get that left-handed bat in the lineup.
Would you give Luciano a shot at first base?
I don't know, man. I think I was thinking about this, and my buddy Rocco was actually texting me about it right now. Like, there's a reason they went after Carlos Correa a couple years ago.
They don't think he's ready, Luciano.
I mean, you've been hearing whispers about him not being a shortstop for like 2-3 years.
Right.
And if you're whispering it, that means you feel it. You know? So I just, I don't know. Like, but this is where, like, I'd say.
No, you're spot on with the Correa thing. You're spot on with the whole Crawford saga. You bring in Nick Ahmed when all we heard was Luciano's going to be your opening day shortstop. They're going to groom him, and he hasn't been there yet.
If Crawford was still here, I don't think you see Wisely. I don't think you see Tyler Fitzgerald. And that's not a knock on Crawford. You revert back to the veterans.
And right now, I'd rather see Wisely.
I mean, you don't win that game without Tyler Fitzgerald's speed last night.
Exactly. So I don't know what you do with Luciano here. I do agree that it's too early to start talking trade with him, but he's a guy I'm monitoring saying, is he really in my long-term plans? Well, he doesn't feel like he's in Farhan's plans. And he's only up because of injuries.
No,
let's be real.
Undeniable.
He's not up because he forced somebody's head. He's up because of injuries.
Well, and it's the most important position defensively outside of catcher on the diamond. Yes, center field is extremely important, but if you just look at how many putouts a player will get throughout the year, shortstops are going to be at the top of the list, right? And you look at just all around the game right now, whether it's Bobby Witt Jr., Gunnar Henderson, Mookie Betts playing shortstop now. Just look at the position.
It's loaded.
Both the Cruzes.
Bobby Witt Jr.
That is the premium defensive position in baseball. And now, if you're not also a premium offensive player, well, you're behind the times.
Yep.
It's like being a combo guard in the NBA.
God, Soler's 32 years old. He's owed $16 million in each of the next 2 seasons.
That's 32. Not the worst.
It's not the worst deal in the world.
You don't owe him anything.
You gave Jock $20 million. I get it. You know, it's that's the going rate.
Well, but here's the other thing I don't know, and I can never quantify. What's Soler's impact on some of the young guys?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
That's a good point. I look at Estrada like that.
Yeah. I know Lamont Wade Jr. and Wilmer Flores, not Lamont Wade. Wilmer Flores was very influential the last couple of years with some of those young guys. Hearing them talk. So I don't know. Like,
he may be a veteran for that.
Yeah, you never know. A guy might be a great dugout guy that we just don't know about. It's important to have those guys.
And if he can get going, he can get going. That's a bonus for the Giants.
Play him every day.
No, I'm platooning him with Conforto. There's no doubt about that. All right, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. I see your text. Giants win 1-0. They're rolling right now. Let's continue to roll on them. We'll get them some McCaffrey stuff, some Ayuk stuff. A lot going on here. We got a fun little game. We'll introduce it a little bit here. It's all brought to you by Express Employment Professionals.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, you know Big Pun's feeling good. You know YouTube's feeling good. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got Flynn. Dave Fleming is going to join us today at 8:30. 8:30 today. Dave Fleming, he'll join us. We won't make him work on an off day on Thursdays. He's had a hell of a road trip. Obviously, the Giants are back in town for a big-time homestand against the Phillies and the Yankees. Call of the year, which one?
On the Chapman play.
Oh, yeah. No,
I mean, that feels like the call of the year.
Him and Javi showing the raw emotion. That was great stuff there. But the Giants, look, they've won 3 straight series. They've won the series against the Phillies already. Check. And now you can get greedy today with Kyle Harrison. And it's a big start for Kyle Harrison. It's a good litmus test for him. You know, I think he's been scuffling a little bit. And I like his resiliency. He's tough on the mound. He's battling. But let's take a look at a deeper dive at what he's done over the last couple weeks here. He's got tagged. He's walked some guys. He's lost some control. The whip is growing, 1.30. The ERA is at 3.90. I'm not going to go crazy over this. But you look at his last few starts here, Shasky, I want to see him really step up his game. Gave up 6 hits and 5 runs against the New York Mets last Friday night. Against Colorado, gave up the 5 hits and the 3 runs, but he kept the Giants in the game. Ended up outscoring them 14-4, despite some early scuffles. Kyle Harrison, he's got 5.55 the last 3 starts. If I could just get 6 out of him today, and if you could limit the Phillies to 2 runs or less, that would be huge for him mentally moving forward against the big boys.
To me, for him, everything works off that fastball. Mm-hmm. And for him to locate that fastball into the strike zone, because he actually keeps it up a little more than I love, but it has felt like he hasn't had his quote-unquote best stuff in about a month. Right? Like, we just haven't seen some good control.
Just surviving.
No doubt. That's what it does feel like right now. But this is a big one for him. I think this is a big one for the team as a whole. But I'm kind of with you on Harrison. I wanted to ask you about a comp from a guy last night, because last night's win, it was against a guy who was a former Giants prospect.
Are Giants fans still pissed at the Giants?
Get over it, Giants fans.
It's 2011. Can you believe that? 2011. Feels like how can you not think about it, though? Carlos Beltran for Zach Wheeler. And I saw a tweet.
But it took Wheeler years to be good.
I know. And I almost tweeted at somebody that said, you know what? In my head, I'm thinking, I was at Beltran's first game when he was a member of the San Francisco Giants. I realized how he rejuvenated that team after they lost Buster Posey.
Yeah.
That would have worked.
Yeah.
And then he got hurt. And he was out for like a month and a half in the pitching. The pitching was lights out. 2011 may have been their best year as pitchers. Remember
totally agree.
They were losing all these games 3-1, 2-1, 1-0 because they had no offense there. I would have done that deal no matter what. Wheeler come up? 2016?
Yeah, but he wasn't good right away. Right. It took a long time. So anyway, I'm watching Zach Wheeler last night, and I get a text from Evan Giddings. Now, I am a big believer in comps, and I don't mean comp like that's who you're going to be. Right. Like, you are going to be that player. You're going to win the same amount of games. You're as good as a guy. No. But like stylistically, when I see sports athletes, and I even like younger players, like I'll like jokingly like, hey, that guy's swing reminds me of Jim Leyritz. You know, that guy picks it like he's, Shawan Dunston.
Jim Leyritz featured in the Bronx Zoo.
Exactly.
On Peacock.
But like that, I love the comps, because when I see someone, it's like almost I can't unsee it.
Right.
Watching Zach Wheeler last night, I get a text from Evan Giddings, and Evan says, "What do you give me for a Kevin Brown, Zach Wheeler comp?" And I go, wow.
Kevin Brown, wow.
I said, let me chew on that. And then I watched him pitch, just literally the aesthetics of how he delivers it, the mannerisms.
I can see Kevin Brown.
I see it a lot. Quirky and filthy.
Yeah, I can see Kevin Brown.
Big, lanky arms, the way he slings it. And now I can't unsee it.
Did he throw a no-hitter against the Giants?
Yeah.
He owned the Giants.
I went to a game where it was a rain delay, and he came out and shoved for like 7 straight innings.
He owned
was
the Giants.
Filthy.
He should have never got to the Yankees to sign a big money deal because, the pressure there. But Kevin Brown was filthy, and his windup was a little funky, too. You couldn't read the ball, kind of like Zach Wheeler. I see it now. While I'm watching Zach Wheeler, Kevin Brown's a hell of a comp.
It's a great comp from Evan Giddings. I love that.
Was Evan Giddings alive when Kevin Brown was pitching?
That's what I asked. I'm like, yeah. Well, and Kevin Brown was out there. There were a lot of stories of him being out there.
Yeah.
How many wins career, Kevin Brown?
I don't think did he get 200?
211 wins.
I see. I didn't think he had 200 because he was always hurt.
I know he tantalizes you with talent, and he had a lot of issues. Listen to this. This is his career, just real quick, because I looked it up. 6-time All-Star, World Series champ with the Marlins in '97, most wins in Major League Baseball in '92, 2-time NL ERA leader, and pitched the no-hitter in 1997 against the Giants.
You know. And that was a year the Giants won the NL West, and they ended up getting swept by the Marlins in the first round of the playoffs. Remember that? 3-0.
Yeah.
And then Marlins go on to win the World Series, and that's Kevin Brown's little World Series. I'm looking here. 5 of his All-Star appearances happened when he turned 30.
That's crazy.
31,
That's
32,
crazy.
33, 35, 38. Made the All-Star game as a 38-year-old.
Was that with the Dodgers or Yankees?
With the Dodgers.
Wow.
Are you serious?
With the Dodgers. He 2.39 ERA as a 38-year-old.
Come on, dog.
As a 38-year-old.
Guys just taking care of themselves back then. Damn.
I guess so.
Do you remember Kevin Brown, or is that a name that just doesn't?
Oh no,
hit?
I remember Kevin Brown, especially when he was on the Dodgers. Like,
Yeah.
he had the weird windup as we mentioned already, and signed the big deal. Yeah.
Like, and it's funny, like, there's certain players, like, for example, I brought up,
Yeah, that year with the
I call him
Padres.
Sean, even though it's Sean Dunston,
Yeah, why
because
do
of
you
the
call
way
him
it was
Sean?
spelled, you know?
Don't do
Sean
that.
Figgins. There are certain
Yeah.
names, when someone says the name, you just start going, oh my God. I don't know. And Kevin Brown's one of those names I couldn't unsee.
He just owned the Giants. That's why. I remember him just
shoved.
he owned the Giants. He owned them. Wow, he made this World Series with the Padres.
Yeah, that was with the Bochy, I
it
believe.
was with Bochy. Yeah, wow. First round against Houston, he had an 0.61 ERA, 14 innings pitched, gave up 1 run, 2.61 ERA against the Braves in the NLCS. Then, of course, he lost to the Yankees twice, or he lost once, but they got swept by the Yankees in '98. Won the World Series, though, with the Marlins, obviously.
But of all the things for Giants fans to get outraged over, the Zach Wheeler Beltran trade after you won your first World Series in 54 years is not the one.
You won 2 championships after the trade.
That's what I'm saying.
So, I mean, what's Zach Wheeler done?
I am the system of
I mean,
this
come
show.
on, man.
Well, they went to the World Series one year. You know,
I mean, I get it.
Was he a Met that year?
He was on the Mets
he was
in
a Met.
15 when they went to the World Series.
When they lost to the Royals?
Yeah. But was he on that Philly team was he a Philly when they went to the World Series a couple years back?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
Because Wheeler
So 2.
joined, I think, in 2020 was his first year there.
Yeah, he was a
But
Met.
that's a huge win for the Giants yesterday.
It's huge. I mean, to do it with Spencer Howard and Sean Jelly.
I know.
Sean Jelly and Spencer Howard. So I want to know if Giants fans, they just won another series, and they won a series against a team over 500. It's one thing to beat the Phillies and the Mets. I mean, excuse me, the Mets and the Pirates. But to beat the Phillies in the series already, they're going for a sweep today. A sweep. And the Dodgers are still scuffling, and the Giants are starting to get hot here. Is this fool's gold, Giants fans? 888-957-9570. Or is this legit? Do they have some legit staying power now in the NL West and the National League?
It does feel like to me, when you win in a variety of ways, with a variety of different arms and in a variety of producing runs, that does feel sustainable. Now, it's a small sample. I'm not here to say that, like, oh, they've been on fire for a month. Like, it's been about, 10, 11 days, 12 days? But I'll say this. You can see the growth.
Yep.
You can see the growth. They've won coming from behind multiple times late in games. They've won pitching duels. They've won with bullpenning now multiple times during that stretch. And quite honestly, I don't think they've gotten, A stuff from Harrison. I don't think they've had A stuff from clearly Blake Snell.
No.
And so, I like what they're doing. And to me, I'm seeing some growth in Bob Melvin and how he's handled both the bullpen and the staff. Yes, they've stubbed their toe.
Yeah.
You're not going to be perfect, but I'm seeing growth across the board, whether it's the players or how they're using the players from the dugout.
I mean, he milked the hell out of Spencer Howard yesterday. I mean, Spencer Howard shutting down the Phillies for 4 innings. I know we gave up the 5 hits, and you're thinking, all right, there's base runners.
Yeah.
Here we go. Spencer Howard, all right. The Cinderella slipper's going to break here.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy has a track record of just giving up run after run after run. And Spencer Howard gives you 4 shutout innings. 4 shutout innings after going to the opener last night. And then you go to Sean Jelly to say, you know what? I need you to give me the extra innings. I need you to shut this down. And Sean Jelly has become a trusted agent for Bob Melvin. He worked the bullpen very well yesterday. I'm just looking at Zach Wheeler's postseason for a second.
Yeah, give it to me.
He did not pitch in that 2015 season.
So he wasn't. He
didn't pitch. The only time he's pitched in the postseason was 2022 when the Phillies advanced to the World Series, and 2023.
Last year when they lost to the
Diamondbacks. Yeah. So
interesting. Back to the Giants. One thing that they do a great job of, that the older I get, the more I appreciate. I don't think I appreciated it until the last couple of years. When they fly in the family of somebody who's making their major league debut, I get kind of like the chills. In a good way. Like I feel for those parents. The amount of and you do this with your daughter. You're taking her to all these different activities. Yeah. Imagine how many trips to the field and to practice that family carted that guy or whoever it is that's making their major league debut to and from practice. How much emotional invested stock that they've got into playing ball that they've been doing since they were 6-7 years old. Mm-hmm. And when you fly those family members out, and I'm sure every team does it, I'm just more aware of it with the Giants, and they do a great job of kind of like showing them on the broadcast. Man, that's just...
All these teams,
they do a great job of that.
Yeah,
and I just want to highlight that.
The Warriors do a great job of that when they bring these kids out for the draft and they get drafted. They bring the families out, and the families are always there. I remember seeing the Pajimskis a lot last season. TJD, his family comes out there. So the Warriors do a good job. The Niners do a good job at that.
You're right with Brock Purdy's dad. You're right.
These Bay Area franchises are first class. They're all first class.
But does that hit you the way it hits me?
Maybe not as much because I'm accustomed to it, but it is cool. I mean, they show love to the family.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They make it a family affair. So it doesn't surprise me anymore.
I would be insane if my kid made it to the bigs or to whatever professional setting and the camera was on me. I don't even know how I would control myself.
By the way, Coach from Los Altos. What up, Coach?
What's up, Coach?
Texted earlier on the Xfinity mobile text line.
What did he say?
650. Kevin Brown was an unbelievable pitcher. His no-no was ridiculous. However, the Giants right now, it's fool's gold. So 888-957-9570. Is this fool's gold? Or is there something special brewing with this bunch?
Say night special brew?
It's not say night special brew. Hopefully it's not say night. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Pay Full Service Banking, no compromises. You might as well drink 211 Still Reserve, man. Jeez. Fool's gold. Or is this legit? Giants legit right now, folks. 888-957-9570 is the number and the text line. We'll be back.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
For 3 generations, when you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Do want to ask you this question after I read this text on the Xfinity Mobile text line 347. Guys, what about trading for Ryan Mountcastle? He could be half or an arm independent of prospect. What do you think? Are the Orioles really trading Ryan Mountcastle, their first baseman? He's one of their anchors.
Yeah,
that's cleanup.
I don't see why they would move him.
I don't see that either. He's feeling it right now. He's playing some good baseball.
Knowing the Orioles, they've got 17 highly touted first baseman prospects.
They've got a lot of guys, but I wouldn't trade Mountcastle. No. He's got a track record here. 408, this is funny. Spadone's out. Hey, Bonte, ask Shasky if Babe Ruth could play right now with pitching where it is today. I'm very interested in his answer. Thanks. Love the show. Do you believe Babe Ruth could play today's game?
I believe that the all-time greats, if they were given the nutrition and all of the stuff that the current, I believe the all-time greats would find a way to make it work in any era.
We're in lockstep.
And the other thing is, like, he used a bat that was significantly heavier than anything people use today, but his uppercut swing and the way he went about it, it like revolutionized how people swing.
So I'm glad you said that, because Spadoni and I are having a little debate a couple weeks ago.
About what?
That he said, Babe Ruth, you really think Babe Ruth could thrive in today's game? And I almost went crazy.
Well, I think it was more of like the comparison was Willie Mays and Babe Ruth, who would have an easier time adjusting to today's game.
Was that the question?
I believe that was the question. His argument was for Willie Mays. Your argument was for Babe Ruth, and then that defaulted into...
No. I think I said that they both would adjust.
Can I just say I love you?
They both would adjust.
You're right. That might.
I was like, wait a minute. We're like, you don't think Babe Ruth could adjust? Is what I was.
That's
correct.
It's just like, it was kind of silly to me.
Pretty naive and also disrespectful to think that athletes of yesteryear, given the proper training and nutrition and everything we know about weightlifting, all that stuff, like they wouldn't be still really good.
Yeah, no, I that's what it was about. I was like Willie Mays and Babe Ruth.
I think that's really unfair.
Yeah, it's very. I
think that's really unfair.
I almost lost my mind.
I think it's honestly.
I almost lost my mind.
That's like why I really am turned off by JJ Redick.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just the disrespect of those
Bob
who came before you.
And everything. Knowing damn well JJ Redick couldn't play in that era.
Yeah, I mean,
he disrespected Jordan and disrespect it's just. Well, it's going to be your Laker coach, though. So good luck to the LA Lakers.
Like, I want to do something fun, Bonte, and I know we're going to get back into the.
I thought we were doing this fun.
Well, everything we're always doing is fun.
See, whenever you do that,
what's that?
Because we're going to have some fun. We're going to basically go outside of sports, I think. But whenever you do that, you're like, I just want to have some fun. It makes me feel like, damn, do we ever have fun?
Oh, we have fun every day.
We want to have some more fun.
More fun.
More fun. Yeah, I'm like, this job is fun.
Yeah, but you know,
like every time I come in and crack the mic, I'm like, I'm having fun.
We're going to do something, and it's a new game, and this will evolve, all right? It's a new game. And yes, there's a lot of sports in there. I've sprinkled in some non-sports stuff.
Okay.
But, Bonte, the young kids these days, they come up with different things. Now, we're late to the party on this. Big cap. What does big cap mean to those that are uninitiated?
It means a lie. You're lying.
Okay.
We saw Draymond Green use it the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing Greenberg use it now on the ESPN. That's cap. And it doesn't sound right. Now you're kind of ruining the word. But, cap. It means lie. Back in our day, it means you would clown on somebody.
Yes.
But now the definition has changed. The youngsters have changed it to oh, that's cap. And I found that out. You know, when I first found out what cap meant was Kevin Durant tweeted out cap. Remember that?
Yeah, but
and I was just like, what's cap?
To
and
Chris
all the youngsters. Yeah, it was it to Bruce Broussard. Cap. And I was like, what does cap mean? And all the youngsters said, oh, it means a lie.
Yeah.
So it means that you're lying.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, cap.
It's so fun. So, like, you got to understand, like, when I'm standing there in front of a bunch of 12-year-olds, like, if I go, big cap or something like that, they all like, whoa, he knows what that means.
Right.
It's like, yeah, I know, I'm a big dork. But the other one that the kids like to use is facts. Big facts, meaning they like agree with something or what you're saying is 100% truthful. So we're going to play a game, all right? I'm going to say a bunch of statements. Some I agree with, some I don't. But these are just bold statements. And Bonta Hill is going to tell me whether he thinks that's big cap or big facts. And to make this more of a visual fun for the YouTube audience, those that are out there, go to YouTube. I'm going to give you time to do it. We're bringing in a giant, ugly Sam Lubman hat, and we're giving him a sign that says big facts. Now, we don't have a lot of money in the budget right now, so I want to get like firefighter hats. I want to get you like Viking hats. I want to get the biggest, like a samurai hat. I want all the biggest hats we can so we can have the visual.
Well, it's not invested hats because it will not be expensive. It's a company. I want you to keep money in your pocket. We're already paying for a lot. Just coming to work, if you know what I mean. Save your money. I think this will be fine.
But here's what we're going to do, all right? So I'm going to say a statement. I'm going to say a statement. We got 10 statements. Bonte's going to say big cap or big facts. Big cap means he doesn't agree with the statement, and he'll say why. Big facts means he does agree with the statement, and I want the audience to chime in. Sam Lubman, after Bonta Hill gives his answer, Sam Lubman will be reading your texts and your YouTube chats, one for each comment. So here we go. Give me some music, Carter. We're going to start at number 10. Oh.
I do like this music.
Nope, I don't hear you.
Number 10.
All right.
There you go, Carter.
In the playoffs, Jimmy G is 5-2, 61 completion percentage, under 1,000 yards passing, 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, a 74% quarterback rating. Brock Purdy in the playoffs, 4-2, 63% completion, 1,300 yards passing, 100 yards rushing, 6 touchdowns, only 1 interception, a 96 rating. And in the playoffs, Colin Kaepernick, 4-2, 58% completion, 1,300 yards passing, 500 yards rushing, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 83 rating as a quarterback. Here's the statement. Colin Kaepernick is still the best big game quarterback since Steve Young. Big cap or big facts? He's big holding facts. Up the big fact sign.
Big facts. Now Brock Purdy has a great opportunity this next season to catapult above Colin Kaepernick, but Colin Kaepernick coming back from 17-0 against Atlanta, one of the greatest playoff games quarterbacked against the Green Bay Packers the previous week, where it was 181 rushing yards, over 300 passing. I mean, it was unbelievable. And then in the Super Bowl, he probably would have won Super Bowl MVP had they just given the ball to Frank Gore. He was dynamic in that football game. He's the reason why you didn't get blown out in Seattle when Seattle won the NFC Championship. Big facts. Kaepernick is more of a big game quarterback than Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo right now. Big facts. He's the biggest big game quarterback the Niners have had since Steve Young.
Sam Lubman, anybody on the YouTube or the text line that you want to bring up?
Yeah, so we got A Boogie is going cap. Conrad Arenas is going cap. Shink Shadow is saying big caps, 6 TDs. There's a lot of caps popping up in the YouTube chat.
The audience doesn't agree with Bonta. Let's go.
Conrad Arenas says he cost us a Super Bowl.
No, he didn't cost you the Super Bowl. He's the reason why you're in the game.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Alex Smith would have had you in the game. Alex Smith would have got you to the game. We saw what Alex Smith did in the NFC Championship game, going 1 for 13. Brock Purdy, look, Colin Kaepernick carried the 49ers to victories. Have you seen that yet from Jimmy G or Brock Purdy?
No.
No, we haven't.
All right. Statement number 9. Statement number 9. We're playing big cap or big facts. Kyle Harrison is promising. He's 22 years old. He's a lefty. In Giants history, Kirk Reeder has 105 wins. That's all time for lefties. Gary Lavelle is second with 73. I don't think anyone would put that on their list. When it's all said and done, Kyle Harrison will be the winningest left-handed pitcher in San Francisco Giants history. Big cap or big facts, Bonte? Oh, he's putting on the sun hat.
Big cap. Big cap. And I'm going to tell you why. Today's game doesn't value wins. It's a 5 and dive guy. Bullpenning is a thing. And I just don't know how healthy he'll be over the course of his career. A lot of promise from Kyle Harrison, but you need good lineups to back you up. You're playing in a division with the Dodgers, the Padres. 105 wins. 105 wins is a lot. It's a lot in today's game. Big cap. He will not catch Kirk Reeder.
I like that. All right, Sam Lubman, anybody from YouTube or text line, the Xfinity mobile text line?
A Boogie is again going big cap, and he's got some sun hat cap emojis in there. Oh, I like that, A Boogie. I know you could throw that in there.
All right.
Oreo cookie. Xfinity mobile text line.
Give it to me.
Big cap. He'll get traded.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't know where I stand on these.
Another 408 cap. He's going to get dealt.
Wow. I don't think he'll get dealt.
Bumgarner have over 100 wins?
No. I'm telling you, the winningest lefty in Giants history is 105 wins for
How many
Kirk
wins
Reeder.
did Bumgarner have? Oh, that's
65, 68.
That's it with the Giants, 65?
I mean, I think the most he ever won in a season was 16.
Let me see. Madison Bumgarner. Madison Bumgarner, real quick.
We got to fly through these.
We got to fly through these. Yeah, we do have to
You pull that up. I'm going to ask this one.
Ask the next one.
Carter, we're at number 8.
Number 8.
All right. Between Matos, Ramos, Bailey, and Luciano.
Giants history. 14, 15. Bumgarner with the Giants, 119 wins.
What? Sam Lubman, you said Kirk Reeder, bud.
I did. That's my bad.
Throw him under the bus. Bumgarner, 119 wins.
No, that's my boo-boo. My bad.
Yeah, it's 119.
My boo-boo, my bad.
Hey, Kyle Harrison definitely capped with Bumgarner.
Okay, there you go.
He ain't getting 119.
God, Lubman, way to be back, bro. All right, number 8. Between Matos, Ramos, Bailey, and Luciano, the 4 youngsters, one of them will be a multi-time All-Star for the Giants. Big cap or big facts?
Matos, Ramos, Bailey, or
Luciano.
Yeah, I'm going Bailey. He's going to be the All-Star. So, big facts. I'm going big facts.
Multi-time All-Star.
Two-time. All he needs to do is make it twice as a catcher in the National League. Patrick Bailey. I'm counting on you to be an All-Star for 2 years. Bailey, he will be a 2-time All-Star. Big facts.
All right.
No cap.
Number 7.
First off, really quick, RMQ in the YouTube chat is calling that facts on Bailey.
All right.
See, there you go. He agrees with me.
Bonte, you know you love your hoops. The Wolves won last night. This, because of the salary structures, because of some of the things that they have, and they're probably going to deal some guys, Gobert and Cat, this is the best chance for the Timberwolves to win a title. Big cap or big facts?
Oh, boy. Is this their best chance to win the championship? I'm going big facts. Big facts, because I believe the NBA is turning into the NBA in terms of a year-to-year league. Dynasties are going bye-bye. We haven't seen a back-to-back champion since the Warriors in 17 and 18. I'm not sure we're going to see back-to-back anytime soon. Boston's only going to get better. Philadelphia is going to make moves. They have $65 million in cap space. Orlando, you know how I feel about my Orlando Magic. Then we look at the West. OKC's around. Dallas ain't going nowhere. Denver's not going anywhere. The Lakers and the Clippers are going to be active. Our Golden State Warriors are going to be active. Wemby's coming. This may be his best shot to win a championship in Minnesota. I'm going big facts here. Big facts.
Number 6. This will be the last time we see the Celtics in the East Finals for a long time.
Oh, that's cap. That's big cap.
You think they're going to be back?
Hey, Tatum or Brown going anywhere? They going anywhere? Drew Holiday going anywhere? He got new money. Derek White's only getting better.
If the Celtics don't win this year, you don't think they break it up at all?
No, absolutely not.
How long can they keep this together, honestly?
They're going to keep it together as long as they can. Brad Stevens is not going anywhere. Joe Mazzulla's not going anywhere. They will be back in the Eastern Conference Final within the next 3 years.
Put a bookmark in it. The Celtics and the Niners, very close.
Very similar.
Put a bookmark in it.
Celtics won championships since 1986.
Number 5.
Bonte, we're going outside of sports here.
All right.
Big cap, big facts. Okay? You either agree or disagree. Drake has more hits than the Beatles. Drake has more hits than the Beatles. The Beatles have 18 number 1 hits, 5 that were there for 11 weeks or more.
You know, I'm not going to be disrespectful to the Beatles. I can't name you one Beatles song.
Oh my God!
But I'm going to say, I'm going to say Cap.
Jude.
Yeah, I'm going to say Cap. Drake doesn't have more hits than the Beatles, man. Come on, man.
That's a correct statement.
Yeah, those microwave.
The Beatles have far more hits.
Yeah, you can't have hits when your songs are 2 minutes and 50 seconds long. Come on, man.
Does Taylor Swift though?
I mean, I was going to ask him the Taylor Swift Beyonce question, but that's next week.
Well, Taylor, I'm going Bay High all day long.
All right.
you got your freaking dress on? 7-Eleven.
We're playing
YouTube is in agreement here, by the way. They're taking
Sugar
Beatles
Mama,
over Drake.
Sugar Mama, Lemonade. What? Are you crazy? Are you crazy right now with Beyonce? All right, Beatles got more hits than Drake.
All right, we're playing a fun game. If you're just tuning in, it's called Big Cap, Big Facts. We're going to get into the Giants in a little bit. I asked some Giants questions. I make a statement. Bonte Hill tells us whether that's Big Cap or Big Facts.
Number 4.
Brandon Ayuk will ink an extension before Christian McCaffrey.
That's Cap. That's Cap. They're going to make Ayuk wait. You already see the writing on the wall. They're going to give McCaffrey that new money. They can ill afford to have McCaffrey hold out. They're going to give that money to McCaffrey. And I do want to get into McCaffrey in this deal because he had a lot of touches last year. How will 49er fans feel if he holds out? I know how you felt when Bosa held out. I know how you felt when Deebo was pulling his shenanigans a couple years ago. And we see what Ayuk is doing. What's going to happen with McCaffrey?
But I'm going Cap.
I'm going Cap.
All right.
McCaffrey will get his money before Ayuk.
Number 3.
Your life is on the line, Bonte. There's a minute to go. And you're taking Patrick Mahomes to drive you down the field and win the game over Tom Brady. Big Cap, Big Facts.
I'm taking Brady or Mahomes.
The statement was, I'm taking Mahomes over Brady. So you either agree or disagree.
Big Facts. I'm taking Mahomes.
We're watching the greatest quarterback of all time, right?
I'm taking Mahomes. And that's tough to see because Brady in the 2-minute drill with the screen passes, the tight end. But Mahomes. I'm taking Mahomes all day long. All right. The guy's got 3. He may catch Brady before it's all said and done. He may catch Brady before we get to 2030. I mean, this guy's good. I'm taking Big Facts.
This guy's good.
I'm taking
the most understated sentence of all time.
This guy's so good.
This guy's
good. Big Facts, man.
You sound like Townie when he
to do the legal.
Townie used to do the Warrior postgame. I mean, this team's so good.
Yeah. Oh, well,
I mean, I don't know if you know this, but Durant is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, every show, Townie. Every show. He literally took, hey, yesterday's in the past. Today's a new show. So I'm going to run the same material. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. By the way, this is not Big Cap. When I hear this jingle, I do think of the Giants.
I do too.
When I'm watching them play in the 9th inning and they're running out of dugout, I think of this beat all the time. I don't know why. They're the modern-day Major League team. Maybe there's other teams that feels like that. You see the Guardians, what they're doing? Wow.
Which brings us back to baseball.
Number 2.
Farhan Zaidi will be running the Giants next year and beyond.
Oh, my gosh.
Big Cap or Big Facts?
Oh, my gosh. Farhan Zaidi will run this team next year and the year after? Farhan ain't going nowhere, y'all. He's not going anywhere.
He's holding up the Big Facts.
He survived last season. Look. This Soler can't hit the backside of a bar right now. He's owed $16 million each of the next 2 seasons. That's $32 million if my math serves me correctly. Chapman is balling. All right. Patrick Bailey, his draft pick, is balling. The youngsters, even though he didn't draft them, are balling. I do believe he has a big move, an ace up his sleeve at the deadline. I believe in you right now, Farhan. I believe in you.
I love how you're addressing the camera like that.
Farhan Zaidi, I believe in you.
I love this
And
game.
I believe you will be back next season with Bob Melvin. He will save your ass, and you will have a job in San Francisco because his team will be in the playoffs. That's right. The stakes are high, Farhan. I believe when you said that. Big facts. Farhan will be here next season and beyond. Hell, he may even win Executive of the Year this season. Listen to all Farhan.
Oh, wow. That's cold. Marbeans in YouTube's going Big Facts there. But AZTC Pride, some of these names.
Aztec Prize.
Aztec Pride, there we go. He's
like
calling Big Time Cap, Never Ready 11. He is saying facts, unfortunately.
All right. The most important question to finish everything up. The number one question.
Zucci made two. Big facts. Who else is out there?
That's a good point.
The OFC ain't coming.
We have a 95.7 The Game get-together at an undisclosed location where we're all going to have our families. We're going to throw the baseball around, the softball around. I'm probably going to pitch. Guys are going to hit. It's not that big of a deal. But Guru's hyping it up. So here we go with the final one. Give it to me.
Number 1.
What? B. Guru showing up on Friday is more likely than Lucas hitting 80 on a radar gun. Big cap or big facts?
Big facts. Guru will be there. He's hyping it up. He loves show meetings. And I truly believe he loves show meetings. He loves team meetings. It makes him feel like he's part of a team, like he's still in the locker room playing at Union City for Logan High School. Like he still believes in that stuff. So he believes that the softball game will bring camaraderie to the station. He's going to play Boo Boo the Fool role. Hey, Earth the Guru, the softball game will be friends that night. And then Monday we'll be taking shots at each other again. Trust me on that one. Big facts. Because Lucas, let's be real. Lucas touching 80.
I told Lucas, I put $1,000 on the table. I said, I'll give you the rest of your life. The rest of your life, you will not throw 80.
Did Lucas play high school baseball?
I don't know. He is a good ball player, but there's no way.
Baseball player or basketball?
Both. He's
not a good basketball player.
Well, come on, he can hit some shots.
Well, he's got the ACL injury. That's slowing him up.
He's not. I watched him before the ACL injury at the World Tour tournament. Okay, I did not see good basketball player. I mean, Tommy Call hit more shots than him in that tournament.
Tommy Call plays like Nurkic.
Oh my gosh.
He like a Brad Miller.
Oh my gosh.
He'll set some screens.
Don't tell that to Draymond.
Was that fun?
I always have fun. It's always fun.
Big cap, big facts.
What's the biggest?
Big cap, big facts. That was a fun segment.
But we need more hats. So people out there, send us. No, I'm just teasing. Send us hats.
Yeah.
No, actually, send us hats. I'm kind of curious what hats we would get.
Well, actually, we did get somebody from the fire department. Let me see. Where's it at? 650 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Go to Station 13 on Sansom McClay. We got you guys on some hats. San Francisco Fire Department.
Let's go. We want to support. I want to see Bonte wear one of those old school like British police hats.
Oh, I would love
I want to see him wear like a Viking hat.
Now listen.
I want to see it all. Like maybe like like a beret. Like it's like the Prince song.
Now, how do we move this forward and continue the quote unquote fun? Well, I think one of the statements I made just kind of flew over everybody's head. The Giants are playing so well right now that I don't think Farhan's going anywhere. Farhan might be back.
I kind of feel you.
Farhan, survival mode. He went out there, and I'm going to give the man some credit. He told Susan Slow-Starter Chronicle a month ago, the stakes are high, and we need to play better. The stakes are high.
Was he wearing all black like Mark Jackson?
I think he was wearing all
for
black.
His life.
And he was talking to himself, Susan, I mean, the stakes are high. Like,
Giants rally for him like a Blazers did for
stakes are high. And then you get Flip doubling down saying, yes, it's got to be the playoffs this year. And you know what? I think this Joker's going to survive. Yes. Chapman, these guys are saving his job.
They are.
Bo Mills managing his ass off.
Well, Jordan Hicks might be the best free agent signing. I mean, he's been amazing.
Farhan, folks, do you believe that? Is that big cap or big facts? Farhan's going to be back next year.
I want to react to that on the other side.
All right, that's coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
Yee! See Carter with the March Madness. Little future. Little Larry June. Speaking of the future, be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game starting Monday, June 3rd for a chance to win a great gift for your dad this Father's Day. Or you can say to hell with Father's Day, I'm going to keep it for myself. That's what I would do. An autographed Steph Curry jersey. We're giving one of those bad boys away. The contest starts Monday, June 3rd. You want to be tuned in because you will have 3 chances to win. You have 3 chances to qualify, I should say, to win this jersey. And that's once per show. 7:30 on the Morning Roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with Willard and Dib. So write those times down right now. Start listening June 3rd. Hell, listen right now, but June 3rd is when this contest begins, and you can qualify each day. You have 3 chances to qualify each day starting on Monday, June 3rd. We're giving away a Steph Curry autographed jersey for Father's Day. Look, there's a lot of McCaffrey stuff because I saw Brendan Ayuk Instagramming yesterday, and you know what happens if McCaffrey does hold out? How are fans going to react to that as opposed to Nick Bosa or Deebo Samuel or what we can expect to be a holdout from Brendan Ayuk? What happens if McCaffrey does decide to say, hey, I need some new money here? What does that even look like? You turn his base salary into guarantees. How much guaranteed money do you give him? Do you worry about him? And all the wear and tear he had last season? Had no idea. No idea whatsoever. But the Farhan Zaidi stuff. Are the Giants out there saving his job right now? Has anybody had a have they turned the page on Farhan, maybe turned over a new leaf, said, you know what, maybe he is cooking. Farhan Zaidi cooking. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Here's what I would say. I don't know if he's cooking.
He's not.
But I'll give them this. In the same way that the Niners, everyone gets credit when you find Brock Purdy, but the reality is that it was random how they found Brock Purdy. Right? And a lot of things had to break in a weird way, but they get credit once they realized what they had and then pivoted off the other stuff. It's not the Giants' fault that a bunch of injuries happened and the young guys came up, because I'm hearing a lot of people be like, well, the only reason they're up is because injuries. Yeah, that is the only reason they're up. But look what they've done since those guys have come up. They haven't yo-yoed them around. Ramos has played pretty much every day. Matos has played pretty much every day. You get credit for that. To me, you get credit for that. They're trying to figure out the shortstop thing with Wisely and Fitzgerald, and I'm sure Luciano will get another crack at it one more time, or he'll go down before Ahmed comes back. But this is a statement that I feel in my soul, and I want to know if you agree with me or not. I've had more fun this last 2 weeks, and I'll tell you why, than for the majority of the 2021 season. And I know a lot of people are going to point to the 2021 season and be like, all year they were prolific and it was so much fun. There were moments that were fun down the stretch, when it started to crystallize that it was real. This just feels different. And the reason why it feels different for me is because it feels like they're actually building something fresh and new. Brandon Crawford having a monster year was amazing. Buster Posey reaching back and having a vintage season when he had been so bad for so long and so hurt. That was awesome. You've seen the legends have that one last ride. But the whole time I felt like a hater because I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Whereas with this team, I don't know if they're going to be even as close to as good when it's all said and done as that 2021 team. But it feels like to me they're taking these steps forward as an organization where it's we've got a little runway here. Maybe we're building something a little special. Maybe not just for this year, but for the next couple of years, and seeing the Ramoses and the Matoses and Luciano, even though he's making mistakes, and Harrison and the Jordan Hicks signing and Chapman being the one veteran that feels like he wants to be a Giant. Everything is kind of coming to form here, and it feels different, and I've had more fun the last 2 weeks than the majority of 2021, and I don't feel ashamed to admit that out loud.
So thinking back to 2021, when we all started to believe in the Giants. Well, when I started to believe, I'll speak for myself here. So they went down to Dodger Stadium and had those crazy comebacks, right? Mike Tauchman with the catch to Rob Albert Pujols.
Crazy.
Didn't something happen with Posey during that series too?
Well, he finally hit a home run off Jansen. He hit a home run
off Jansen. That's right. That happened in that same series. Then Tauchman had the grand slam against Texas. Yeah. And then he wasn't on the team. Then he was gone. Well, he wasn't even part of the team in September. He was gone. And some of the biggest moments of the season came from Mike Tauchman. Remember that?
Yeah. The Bellinger throw.
The Bellinger throw. I mean,
so high.
Right. It was so high. Yeah, Mike Tauchman was making plays left and right. Bellinger throwing it into the bleachers. Dave Flavin was like, what is he doing? Throw it to the 10th row. But I am having more fun because it's something new. It's just like, you kind of knew that Derek Ruff, there's going to be a shelf life. Knew that, okay, Mike Krzyzewski, can he keep this going? Chris Bryant's just a rental, and he didn't play all that well with the Giants.
No.
He was with the Giants.
I was excited, though, to have him.
So I was very excited to have him, and he actually was the one guy who hit the playoff series against the Dodgers. Posey had a bounce-back season, no doubt. Crawford was doing his thing platooning. Brendan Belt was playing well, but you kind of already saw those guys. The reason why we're having more fun with this team, because we haven't seen these guys before. And it's something fresh and new.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Kuminga. When he started popping, we're like, all excited. Jordan Poole a couple years ago, we got all excited about him because it was something new. With Ramos Matos and, Bailey, we saw Bailey a little bit last season, but Wisely, even Luciano to that point. It's something new. Hicks is something new. We didn't know who Hicks was before the season. Kyle Harrison, we didn't know what type of pitcher he would be, but it's fresh and new. Logan Webb is taking another step, right? We're still freaking out over Blake Snell and some of the bullpen arms, but it's all fresh and new. And you have the new manager in Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
And so 2021, I think we never really truly believed that they were going to be a World Series team. Despite winning 107 games, we felt like they're going to be underdogs in every single series that they play in the playoffs. And so we kind of knew what they were, and they had all the rallies, but it's just fresh and new with some young energy. That's all.
I feel like a hater, but I think there's a portion of the fan base, and I think I felt this way for a long period of time. I was excited. It was a lot of fun, but it did feel, not that it was fool's gold, but almost like a mirage that whole year.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas this year, look, this 2 weeks might be a mirage. It might end up looking foolish weeks from now. But seeing the young guys who I've read so much about and have seen so little of, seeing them make big winning plays over and over and over again. Seeing a random guy like Brett Wisely, who I thought was nothing, come through over and over and over again. Seeing Tyler Fitzgerald, be the ghost runner in extra innings after getting pinch hitting for Wisely and making the most of his opportunity, and Matos driving him in with a sac fly. I don't know, man. It feels fun. It feels unique, and it feels like we're at the precipice of something that's going to be. Again, I don't know what it turns into, but it feels like they've got a little runway here. They've got some juice. In the words of Steiny, I think they've got a little action.
Oh, boy.
I think they got a little action.
Steiny can see. Oh, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I was going to say something. They could get us on all trouble. 650 Xfinity the mobile text line. Hey, Bonte, lovely daily, but are the stakes high for Farhan? I've never been hungrier for a New York in my life over the last week listening to this show. Well, I'm going to tell you again, the stakes are high, and I'm not talking S-T-E-A-K. I'm talking S-T-A-K-E-S.
Oh.
Stakes, high stakes. And when you talk about all those things happening with the Giants, I think about Farhan Zaidi and where we're at with Farhan now. I know where we're at with Farhan 2 weeks ago, and I thought the timing was off. I really did. But when does the conversation pivot to, no, what Farhan's not doing a bad job? Now, Solaire's not hitting. That's been a whiff. It's been a whiff. Blake Snell so far, it's been a whiff. Matt Chapman hasn't been a whiff. Jordan Hicks hasn't been a whiff. He finds pitchers. I mean, Jordan Hicks, I didn't know what the hell we were going to get out of him. Jung-Hoo Lee, gave him $100 million. I'm going to say right now, that's been a whiff so far. He's out for the year. It's not because of the lack of play.
It's hard to argue.
But you're not available.
Yeah, it's hard to
Best
argue.
ability is availability, and Jung-Hoo Lee hasn't been available. And he's out for the year. So right now, that $100 million contract, it's a whiff. It's a whiff. So far, Farhan's whiffed a little more than he's hit with his all-season moves.
What if I said to you, I'm not making any decisions on the future and all that until I kind of see more from everyone, see more from the youngsters, see what happens when Conforto gets healthy, see what happens when Nick Ahmed gets healthy. I want to see them get through the June swoon. I want to see them get through the trade deadline. What if I said I wanted to see more before I have any?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's very fair.
Hard lines.
That's very fair. This is a great question. How do you factor the hiring of Bob Melvin into this new view of Farhad Zaidi? Was it the no-brainer hire? Was it Farhad Zaidi who hired Bob Melvin, or was it the Giants brass saying we just need a big boy in here? We need a pro.
That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, his name is on it, right, Farhan? But it does feel like Bob Melvin specifically sniffed the vulnerability in the Giants organization and was like, "Oh, they're going to go old school, or they're going to try to go old school."
Right.
And that guy's on a 1-year deal, Farhan, and I could slide in there. He just lost the war with the GM down in San Diego.
Right, AJ Preller.
If I had to guess, Farhan was on board with Giants ownership wanting someone more old school that the fan base would, with ties to the Giants.
Even though Farhan was the guy who hired Gabe Kapler in the first place. And he put his neck out on the line for him.
Yeah, I don't think that aged well.
No, it didn't. And then Kapler obviously took the heat, and he was the scapegoat for everything that happened. So Farhan survives, and with the way the Giants are playing right now, who knows? He may survive. Do you believe that if they make the playoffs, it's a no-brainer that Farhan's back? Because that's what everybody wants right now. We're thinking one playoff appearance since 2016 with this young team. And if the youngsters are contributing to the winning and the youngsters help you get to the playoffs, is that enough for him to keep his job?
But if I watch this team right now and they navigate the whole June, July, August stretch and they miss out on the playoffs by, let's say, 2 games, right? I'm just going to go 2 games. Forget 1 game, 2 games.
Okay.
But all the young guys show promise, and he makes a couple of moves at the deadline to either free up spots for the young guys or, he cashes in on some sort of a big-time player, but you still miss out on the playoffs. To me, that doesn't determine his employment status. Now, overall, I've been underwhelmed. But this year, the results have been awesome. And I tell you, I'm having more fun the last 2 weeks in particular than I had in years. So he does get credit for that. He does. And I think sticking with these guys, look, he could have easily gone different routes in terms of they just had Drew Pomerantz that they acquired. He didn't have to be DFA'd right away.
No, he didn't.
I could easily see a scenario where Ryan McKenna, 2 years ago, Ryan McKenna is getting more starts now, and Ramos is the one that gets sent back.
No doubt.
I think he's changed some of his
That's fair.
normal behavior.
That's fair. And he's had to, right? He's had to adjust.
Absolutely.
He's had to adjust.
And the results for Ramos have helped him stay.
But with that said, you miss out on the playoffs by 2 games, and this hypothetical.
Yeah.
You make moves. What if Blake Snell never materializes? Now, I threw out the numbers yesterday where his lifetime numbers post All-Star break, I had no idea. They're all sub-3 ERAs in the month of July, August, September. So he pitches his best ball when it matters the most. But what if he doesn't pan out? What if Soler never pans out? And what if, and knowing that Jung-Hoo Lee was a $100 million contract, and hell, we didn't know who Jung-Hoo Lee was before he got the $100 million. It was like, wait, we thought we were all talking Yamamoto and what's the guy in Chicago?
Imaga. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that properly.
Imaga.
Save that for mispronunciation.
No, save his.
Both of ours.
What is it, Lubbock?
I think it's Shota Imanaga.
Imanaga. See, I said that.
Save this entire segment.
Well, now I'm going to look up how it's actually said and see how bad all 3 of us were on it.
So we thought those are the guys he was after.
But
and he signed some guy named Jung-Hoo Lee. We're like, who? KBO, wait, he's coming off an ankle injury? What's going on here? Now, we've been cool because we're trying to love anybody.
Yeah.
Well, let's be real. Jung-Hoo Lee was okay. Wasn't great. How many times you see him run into a wall?
Yeah, but sports is different, right? So, for example, the Niners, they went into the season thinking Tevin Coleman, this is 2019, was going to be their dude, They went into it thinking that, Debo and Kendrick Bourne was going to be enough. And then as the season progressed, they pivoted, and they made different moves, right? Matt Breida was a big factor. Right. And then out of nowhere, here comes Mostert, right, in the playoffs. And who would have had Mostert being your, leading rusher in the playoffs and Kendrick Bourne being your leading receiver, but you acquired Emmanuel Sanders and Jimmy Garoppolo and the team. I don't know. Things happen. When I look at the Giants in 2010, they had signed Edgar Renneria to be their starting shortstop. He missed a lot of the year, and it was Juan Uribe at short. And then in the playoffs, Pablo, get out of here, put Juan Uribe at third, Reneria's back, Aubrey Huff's at first base, and oh my God, we got Cody Ross in right field, and Zito, your high-priced free agent, and Aaron Rowan, your high-priced free agent, are on the bench, right? So things happen, and you get credit for pivoting.
You do get credit for pivoting. You do. What will the pivot be this year? 888-957-9570. Is this fool's gold with the Giants, or is this a real thing? They just won a series against Phillies yesterday. They have a chance to sweep today, and they've got Kyle Harrison on the mound. They're rolling. They're playing their best baseball right now. We're going to talk to Dave Fleming about it in an hour here on the Morning Roast. Is this fool's gold with the Giants, or do they have staying power? 888-957-9570. Here's Bob Melvin on the bullpen shutting down the Philadelphia Phillies last night.
Probably take a couple of runs at the beginning of the day, and that would be, a good day against that lineup. So, it starts with the first two guys, but then Spencer came in and gave us 4 innings, which was huge. No Duvall today, no Walker today, and then Jelly gives us 2 innings at the end that, he's been pretty much doing all year, but maybe not in that role. So, we've been talking here about players in different roles. Pitchers had to pitch in different roles. This was a huge step for Sean Jelly as well.
Sean Jelly, last 28 days, and I left this guy for dead. Because last year, Sean Jelly's just not good. Couldn't get outs. Earlier this year, he got rocked. We thought it was the Red Auerbach victory cigar whenever he came into a game. The last year, 6.52 ERA in 15 games. Year before, 5.76 ERA. Was just not good. Right now, he has a 2.95 ERA, and he's pitching his best ball over the last 28 days. It really has been a godsend. And yesterday, 2 innings, he gets the final outs there. In the last 2 innings there, gets the win. Sean Jelly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but where would the Giants be without Sean Jelly? And they're think about it. He gives up the grand slam last week, or he gives up the 1 pitch. Blake Snell got a credit in with the 5 runs, but he stabilizes the game, and the Giants come back. He stabilized games here. He's finished games late in the game. You're thinking, wait, what's going on? Why is Sean Jelly in the game? Well, now he's dealing. Give credit to Sean Jelly, man.
Sean Jelly's been excellent. He's another guy they stayed the course with. I think the fans didn't love him, and he wasn't producing early on the first couple of times out. But since then, he's been really good this year. He's developed. They've found a way to find pitching. Why do I believe this team is sustainable, though? Right? It feels this way this morning. You've won a lot of games, and you haven't had a Logan Webb decision throughout that time.
Wow.
You've won a lot of games, and Blake Snell's been pretty close to awful. You've won a lot of games, and you've employed the opener multiple times. You've won a lot of games, and the young guys are all getting unbelievable reps, and they don't look overwhelmed. You're winning games, and Chapman is a veteran presence who has a track record as a player at this level. You're winning games with a bullpen that we all thought was better than the numbers a month ago. A month ago, they were like bottom 5 in every stat. You look up now, hey, you found Randy Rodriguez. Duvall is legit, right? Tyler Rogers, we could argue about how people feel about him. The results are the results, and he is one of the better relievers in the game. When it comes to 8th inning setup men's, guys with holds, things like that, he's been excellent. Things are rounding into form, and they're fighting through adversity, and they're making it work. Right now,
you believe this is staying power then?
It feels that way. And when you do it against the Phillies, when I look like a month ago when you played the Phillies, whatever
you got swept.
You looked completely outclassed.
Yep,
and the growth of this team has been closing the gap with the young players.
And closing the gap with the top teams in the National League.
Yes.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about right now is you're 5.5 back of the Dodgers. Pardon me. You're at the top of the wild card. You're 2 games over 500 now. You're winning games at home, which is very, very important. You're 17-10 at home, so you're protecting your home turf. You're pitching with your yard here. The pitching staff has been great at Oracle Park now. They're starting to get better and better and better and better and better. You're 8-2 in your last 10. Are they legit? I need to see a little more. I need a couple weeks to see if they're legit, Shasky.
If they back this up and they beat the Yankees this weekend,
2 out of 3.
I feel like that would be a strong 2-week period that you could point to and say, wow. You went on the road and won in a variety of ways. You came home against juggernaut-type teams in the league, and you held your own. I think that would send a big message to the entire National League.
I want to wait until July 1st. I'm going to wait until July 1st. And I know I asked the question whether or not they have staying power or is it fool's gold? But I want to wait until July 1st. Because then the league will have a book. They will have the book about the youngsters here. They'll have the book with Matos and Ramos, and they'll learn how to pitch to them. And how will they adjust to the adjustment the league makes towards them? Look, it all looks good right now with Matos, Ramos, and even Patrick Bailey and Brett Wisely, and even Luciano for that matter, and Randy Rodriguez. But where's the league at on them in a month after they see them? And when I look at this next month, obviously the Yankees, right? You got the Yankees this weekend. You go to Arizona Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You go play the defending champion, the Texas Rangers, who are trying to find themselves. Yeah. They have a World Series hangover. You come back home, you play the Astros, and I'm not taking them lightly, even though they're struggling right now. They're the Astros. Play the Angels, you're able to knock them around. I'm expecting 2 out of 3, even a sweep. Then you go to Chicago and play the Cubs. You go to St. Louis, and you come back home and you play the Cubs and the Dodgers. So I think by the end of July, I'll have a better feel for what Matos is, or what Ramos is. Maybe Brett Wisely's not even with this team. But I want another month to see what the youngsters do, because how they counter to the counterpunch this league is about to give them, Shasky. Well, how are they going to counter to it?
Well, here's what I would say is that how you face adversity matters, right? And so you lose the game on Sunday, and then you have to fly all the way back home and play a day game on the West Coast.
Yep.
That's difficult.
That is very tough.
Against a really good Phillies team.
Yep.
All right? Even though they've been out Trey Turner, that's a really good Phillies team. I think it's one of the...
You see Castellanos' numbers? He is struggling.
Philly fans want him out.
He got off to a great start. Boy, his batting average under 200 now.
But you got to go all the way out, and then you win that game. After blowing the game the day before, right? You win that game against Philly. And then yesterday, you're going up against one of the top pitchers in baseball, clearly one of the class of the NL, and you have a bullpen game, and you go out there and grind it out, all while losing LaMonte Wade Jr., who has basically been an all-star through 2 months. Right? If ever there was a day for this team to get down on themselves, it was yesterday, and they grinded out a victory in a fashion that was very unique to the other wins that they've had over the last 2 weeks. So you're asking me why I feel encouraged, and this feels like it has staying power. It's one game, right? They play 162, blah, blah, blah. It's the variety of ways that they've overcome some of the issues that they've had internally, overcome the Snell starts, overcome the injuries, overcome the young players not being ready. They've overcome so much, and I like how they're gelling. And then I see that team after, Fitzgerald slides into home, and the way that they're celebrating. Camaraderie is something I can't measure, but when I watch them on television, I could feel it through the TV.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe right now. It's definitely a good vibe. And the vibes hopefully will remain. Do they have staying power? 888-957-9570. Do the Giants have enough staying power? Or is this fool's gold, Giants fans? Where are you at right now when it comes to the belief of this team? They're playing well. They just won their 3rd straight series. And they beat the Phillies now. They've won the series against the Phillies. We circled this homestand 2 weeks ago. What's going to happen when they play the Phillies and the Yankees?
Yeah.
Well, they've already beat the Phillies twice. What happens to the Yankees on the road? And you look at the pitching setup for the Yankees. You get Hicks, Webb, and Snell. You're set up to win that series. Your 3 big boys, your 3 best pitchers on paper are pitching in that series against the Yankees. So I want to see what the next month looks like. I'm going to give this team another month to see what it looks like. Will they be around 500? Will they be 5 games over 500? Will they be 10 games over 500? Will they be under 500 5 games? I don't know whether it's fool's gold or not. I'm enjoying the ride right now.
Yeah.
But I do know the counter's coming to the youngsters. How will they react to the counter? Will they just keep tearing the cover off the ball?
I look at first base right now, and I think it's very vulnerable. You're looking at the 3-hitter, and LaMonte Wade Jr.'s played in the leadoff spot. He's been in the 2-hole. He's been in the 3-hole. The lefty swinger. He was awesome this year. Defensively, he was awesome as well. Wilmer Flores was really good the last couple of years. He's not good right now. He's got 1 home run. He's 133 at-bats. He's batting .211. He's just not driving the ball. And then defensively, you're going to take a hit. What?
Still reserve. He said .211.
I like that.
.211 still reserve.
I like that.
He's batting still reserve.
But
he's drunk.
It's not good, B. It's not good. And so I think they're very vulnerable right now at first base. And if I'm looking for... I need to know about this LaMonte Wade Jr. injury. Is this going to be a 60-day thing? Is this going to be because they're saying 4 weeks minimum. 4-week minimum does not make me feel good.
Does not feel good.
I mean, that to me is
what it makes me do? Pick up the phone call for Vlad or Pete.
And if you just look at their form, you saw the rookie last night, it's a great story, and I'm sure that they'll, do the best they can to kind of go through it. But Farhan has shown you he's not going to stick long with that. No. You saw with Blake Sable and the different catchers that they had, Reeks and whatnot, and or Skeets, excuse me, they couldn't wait to go make a move for Kirk Casale. So I anticipate them finding some sort of a short-term solution at first base if Flores and the other guy can't get it done.
I want to hear from Bob Melvin, or actually Sean Jelly. Let's hear from Sean Jelly. We haven't given him love. He's been pitching well. Here's what Sean Jelly said about his confidence.
Mentioned earlier in the year, just the confidence that clubhouse and the coach staff has been putting in me, and just how much that's meant to me. Going off for multiple innings and getting leverage at innings, and then something like tonight, going out for the 9th and then going back out for the 10th. I mean, that's just the confidence that Bull Mel's putting in me and the rest of the staff and the guys to rally behind me. That's all I need, really. I mean, it's incredible, and guys are playing awesome right now, and it's contagious, and it's really fun to be out there and share the field with those guys right now.
Sean Jelly, did you hear that in the middle of it? He just kind of, it's like the weight of the world was on his shoulders or something like that. Like he was really pressing. And you see the last 28 games, he's got a 2.35 ERA, 1.1 WHIP. This guy sounds relieved. Doesn't it feel like him and Harrison and Bailey and Matos and Ramos, like all these guys that came up together, there does seem to, like, there's a chemistry. There's a connective. There's a vibe. They want to do this. They feel like they're guys after we keep talking about Farhan in the Favre system, flipping the Favre system. This has started. Is Jelly a Farhan pick?
I don't care. He's been in
the system.
He's been in the system for the last 5 years.
Exactly. So he's been part of Farhan's system.
Yeah. I believe he is.
I mean, for this guy, just hearing how relieved he's like, wow, I'm having some staying power. Yeah. I'm not going back down anytime soon. He feels relieved. Now, Brett Wisely, his play at shortstop. We highlighted this because I do want to fast forward to Luciano.
So good at short.
Here's Bo Mel on Wisely.
It's been pretty solid all year. Anything hit over on the left side typically has been good for us. But I think more than anything, really the guy that has stood out here recently has been Wisely in playing a position that he doesn't normally play. And he looks like a shortstop at this point in time. Obviously, he came out of the game and Fitzy came in. But his play at shortstop's been key for us here recently.
100% agree. And I feel like he's done a really good job getting in front of the ball. I think his arm is underrated. He made a play on just a simple force play at second base that was just a solid play. You got to get outs, and keep the force from first to second, getting the lead runner. He's done a really good job. And what I like about him is I actually think his arm is underrated.
Yeah, he's got a good arm.
I didn't think his arm was that good.
Yeah, no, he's playing well real quick.
And that's something that people have said about Luciano. I know you're going to get into something else here. I haven't been as impressed with Luciano's arm as others. That's just me. I thought it was better. I don't think it's been that good.
Well, here's Eric Burns yesterday with Willard Dibs on Luciano with the options the Giants have with Luciano.
Moving to the outfield. I mean, eventually that's where I think he's going to end up. And he's got great actions and certain times and situations, but I'm just not sure that he's going to be able to play shortstop at the big league level for an entire career. Now, you could go back and say, well, Derek Jeter made all these errors when he was in the minor leagues, and he ended up being fine there. A lot of young kids will make errors. The thing that's a bit disconcerting, at least I could just tell you from an outfielder's perspective, because I was an infielder turned catcher turned outfielder, there's just certain actions that I've seen that I'm like, man, he'd probably be better served just to be in the outfield, and I'm sure it'd be a lot less stress for him.
Here's Herder Pitts.
I agree with him there.
Here's Herder Pitts on the situation. Yeah. Enjoy Willard or Dibs.
Well, let's be honest. Like, where else is he going to play right now in the big leagues? I mean, Lamont obviously with the hamstring, but first base would be the closest thing. And is he a first baseman? He does have the athleticism where you could see, are the hands where Brandon Crawford's were? Probably not just yet, but like these tools can be developed. And I think he does have the speed and he has the arm strength. He has a bigger body, but like we're seeing a lot more of those guys do it. I think it just takes kind of reps and like I said, I really believe in being forged through the fire, but Chapman's going to be holding down third base, this season, especially. Second base is Tyro Estrada. This is our guy. So as of right now, like maybe third base, but probably not, or first base, and it would take an injury or a couple injuries to make that possible. So I think keep him at shortstop as long as you can. The other positions, I think personally, are easier to learn on the fly, but shortstop is the most difficult and most challenging.
I don't see him as a third baseman, and going back to the Eric Burns thing about the mannerisms, to me, it's like the footwork and how you approach a ball, and he just doesn't look like he's ever done it before. It's kind of wild. Like I reference all the other guys, whether it's Volpe or whether it's Bobby Witt Jr., even O'Neal Cruz and Ellie De La Cruz. Their athleticism is so off the charts, right? That I can give up some of the arm slot stuff, which I hate when they drop their arm and try to throw across their body. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't have the same kind of bounce in the feet, and I don't see him getting in front of the ball the way the more fundamental shortstops do it.
Yeah, I don't see it at all, Shasky. The routine plays, the fundamentals. Talking to FP Santangelo about it, and because he was out there as spring training, and we had him on when he was out there as spring training. He kind of warned us of some of these habits that Luciano had as a shortstop, and they weren't good. And he was concerned about Luciano's play at shortstop because we got to pump the brakes here. He needs a lot of work in the field. And now we're starting to see it happen. And if it starts to cost you games, then you can't play. Because, again, I go back to, as our friend, he wants a New York steak right now. The stakes are high, buddy. Farhad said it. The stakes are too high for you to be experimenting as shortstop, botching routine grounders. So we don't have the time for that. We don't. This is the big leagues. You're not making that play right now at the big league level. Needs a lot of work. Are you good enough to be a DH? I don't know. Are you good enough to be an outfielder? I don't know. But right now, he's an Ahmed out. Because I'm going Brett Wisely, and then I'm going Nick Ahmed when he comes back.
And this is going to, people are going to, misconstrue this, but your power at shortstop, like to be a power first baseman, you got to have over-the-top power. Like, again, we talk about Pete Alonso and Vladdy. Right. These guys have 40, 50 home run power, right? So you can live with some of the other things that maybe they don't do. Like, that they're not getting on base. Like Pete Alonso's batting average like 220 or whatever. Right. You live with it because the power is tremendous. I don't know. I don't know about first base for him. I just don't know. But I do believe he loses a lot of his value as a trade piece and just as a player in your system if he's not your shortstop, which is, it feels like it's coming to a head here.
Right. Maybe you just give him some at-bats for Soler. I don't know what you do here, but Luciano, very, very underwhelming. We've been hearing about this kid for so many years. So real quick, go to Verducci and El Dorado Hills. I want to ask you something. MLB records officially incorporating Negro League stats into all their statistics. I want to get into that with you at some point today. Verducci, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. You're on 95.7 The Game.
What's going on, brothers? Good morning. And you guys hit it with Luciano. I mean, at this point, seeing yesterday's game, Soler's just a dud in the lineup at this point. And it sucks that we paid the man, what was it, $13-14 million. And, that might be a good position because Luciano's bat does play, and at least he can kind of keep the line moving. So I like him there. I think, ultimately, maybe you put him in the corner outfield. If Forrest doesn't produce, maybe you can try him at first base. But I do think his bat plays, and it needs to be in there. And the reason why it's not fool's gold is you got Conforto coming back, so I think he replaces Yaz in the outfield because at this point, Yaz is just a backup outfielder in my mind that you can replace Conforto in the late innings. I have Ahmed coming back. I think, again, he's a defensive replacement maybe for Wisely in the late innings. But I think once you stabilize the bullpen roles and, you might go get a bullpen arm and then you have some of the guys coming back in the rotation, I think we're butter, baby, because like you said, these guys have come up. A lot of these youngsters, they've played together. There's a chemistry. There's a vibe. Hell, I don't even care if we don't win or make the playoffs. At least they're fun to watch, and there's a joy around that where it was just stale for so many years. And I'm excited. I'm really juiced for this. I see the fans coming back to see 30,000 plus fans last night. I think we're in a good position. So let's keep the good vibes rolling. Let's go, Giants fans. Start showing up. Start supporting this team. It's something special. I'm telling you this.
Totally agree.
Are we sure, though? It's a good call, DJ Ducci. But are we sure we're going to be okay with just having fun and not making the playoffs? Like, let's stop doing that. Let's stop. We're not going to have fun not making the playoffs around here.
Well, that's I agree with, but along the way, I think we'll have a lot of fun.
That's big cap. All right? That's big cap around here. Let's stop lying. The vibe is good right now. We're all having fun. But we won't have fun if they miss out on the playoffs this season with the pay run that they have.
Yeah, losing sucks.
Let's stop the cap. All right.
But at the same time, you can see the progress. You can see the development. And I do believe that there is a freshness and a resurgence to the fan base right now. Like everyone feels galvanized. You're tuning in to like, what are they going to do tonight? How are they going to find a way to create some magic?
No doubt. But it
just feels very different.
You fall out of this race. And we get to August, and you're out of this race.
That I agree with.
And how much fun are we going to have? No, you know what the fun will be? Talk about training camp and the way Brock Purdy's throwing to Brandon Ayuk. Or Brandon Ayuk holding out the training camp, or Christian McCaffrey getting his new money, or Deebo Samuel, how he looks at number one. That's the type of fun we'll be having.
But people want to have their cake and eat it too.
Right.
They want to have cupcakes for breakfast.
Right. No doubt.
I mean, you know that.
Well, that's
and keep the six-pack.
So let's stop the cap. We're not going to have fun if this team misses out on the playoffs. Because you know what the conversation will be? We need to run Farhan out. Get him out of here. We didn't make the playoffs. You waited too long to call the kids up. Oh, you signed so Larry didn't do anything. Blake Snell, you got pipped by Scott Boras. Like, that's what we'll be yelling if they don't make the playoffs.
Can you do me a favor as you're wearing that Australian hat of some sort? Can you do, that's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
What?
And with this knife, I'll injure you.
What? British?
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
If you're on YouTube watching us, Bonte just put on some sort of a hat. It's like a scarecrow type of a hat. And it's a Sam Loveman hat. And then he just went British on me.
Hi, I have this knife with this hat, and I'm calling cap on anybody saying they want to have fun watching Giants baseball and not going to the playoffs. That will not be fun. That is cop. Cop.
I think mine's better. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
I don't know who that... Yeah, you sound like Bane.
This is not a knife. Science offered updates on 3 injured players earlier this week. Shortstop Nick Ahmed is expected to begin taking batting practice this week as he works his way back from a wrist sprain. Martin Conforto is set to begin a rehab assignment this week as he works his way back from a hamstring strain. And Austin Slater began a rehab assignment this week as well after he cleared any concussion symptoms.
That went from British to robot.
I don't even know who he is.
The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Are the Giants legit? Or is it fool's gold, mate?
I have a lot of thoughts on the other side.
Big cap.
On the Giants
facts.
or on the accent?
Everything.
McCaffrey, Dave Fleming at 8:30.
I feel like I need Bonte to be like, the Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are coming.
The Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are coming.
He's like the town crier.
The Princes are coming. The Princes are coming. Break, Carter.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness.
Oh, baby. Kype on the call. Everything's funny this morning. ABC Sports Bay Area. It is a Wednesday.
Life is good when the Giants win.
Life is good. I do think of Jack Harlow and Drewski in that beat. Dude, what was it? Carter, you know what I'm talking about. Come on, do it.
Life sure is sweet, huh?
Life sure is sweet like this, huh?
The way you did the bebop.
Life sure is sweet like this, huh? I think about that sometimes in the morning. It's like, boy, life sure is sweet.
Can I ask this might be a dumb question. How did Drewski get famous?
I guess he's a comedian.
On what?
I don't know, on everything.
Social media.
Just social media. Okay. Was it on Twitter? Was it on Instagram?
Instagram, I guess.
Was it on TikTok?
He's now dating one of those famous porn stars, right? Ruby Ray or something like that, or Rosie Ray or something. I don't know. He's living life. Life sure is great for Drewski right now.
I don't know if she's a porn star, but
I mean, she's like
he's in T-Mobile commercials for crying out loud.
I mean, he does it all. Mountain Dew does everything. I mean, Drewski, he's got the fake Cash Money records where he has people audition for music and stuff, and he just clowns them. Let me see, Drewski. What's Drewski at? Drewski. I don't even know.
Well, you made this big deal about Olivia Dunn last week about not knowing and like, how is she famous? She's internet famous. I mean, Drewski's like a great example of like, dude, the internet makes people famous now. Minimal talent. Are you talented in 1 minute windows?
I have no idea who Drewski is.
What?
I don't know. I have no idea who Drewski is. Like, you're just saying a name, and I'm assuming he's a real person.
Are you?
No. Can you catch me up here? I'm legitimately I do not know who this is.
Are you, Sam?
Can we explain who it is on the radio?
Why is Carter laughing like that?
Is this homework I need to do tonight?
It just explains so much. You don't know who Drewski is?
I mean, seriously, Sam?
That's worse than me not knowing.
I told this isn't helping. I don't know who he is. I'm lost.
So Drewski is a comedian. He has 7.4 million followers on Instagram.
7.4
on Instagram. 7.4 million followers. And he's made a lot of money. He's done a lot of commercials. He has a thing called Cash Money Could Have Been Records.
That's good.
And it's pretty funny.
That's good.
It's pretty funny when he does his Instagram lives. Although I've seen that he is taking down the photos of the lady that he was messing around with. Where are the photos at? What's her name? Anyway, yeah, he got famous. And he was dating a famous girl who was
Ruby Rose, I believe. Is
Ruby Rose. There you go. And what did she do? Ruby Rose?
Only Lord knows.
She's a model, isn't she?
Thank you, Tupac. Lord knows.
Only the Lord knows what he's doing. No, I'm not following the lady. I don't know. I'm not doing that.
She might be internet famous too.
She might be. She's a rapper from New York, but a former stripper. Yeah, that's right. By the way, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, and good morning to all the overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a great night. Memorial Day weekend usually brings out the ballers, brings out the dollars. So hopefully you had a good weekend. All the cops, Highway Patrol, hopefully you had to pull over too many people.
Oh, you know what? I was walking around the pool at the Russian River, and somebody goes, Bonte references everybody, but he never gives love to the nurses. Can you give love to the nurses?
Are you kidding me? These nurses, you get a lot of love from me, nurses. Don't do that. Don't do that, nurses. I give you love. National Nurse Week, National Monthly, National Nurse Month, doctors, nurses. I give love to everybody. I just can't give love to everybody every day. I got a long laundry list. Now I got the post office. Hey, Bonte, how come you don't give us shout-outs? I got security. Hey, how come you don't give us shout-outs? I got the homeless dude across the street from Chipotle telling me, hey, Bonte, shout out to homeless people.
What?
Damn, I mean, seriously.
Is he watching us on YouTube?
Huh?
Is he watching us on YouTube?
I don't know how the hell
Does he have a transistor radio?
I don't know how he's watching this.
Does he have a meter?
I'm trying to see him. Hopefully, but even the homeless people are asking me for shout-outs, for crying out loud. Pretty soon we're going to give all the crackheads shout-outs. We can't do that. You don't get shout-outs for that. Don't do crack, kids. Don't do drugs.
Thanks, Lawrence Taylor.
All right. Why you got to tell LT?
Because you don't remember Little Giants when he said that?
I do remember.
He's this long soliloquy, and then at the end, he's like, don't do crack, kids.
Don't do crack. And it was like, what? So, no, don't do crack. I'm saying. Listen. It's okay. I'm shouting out everybody. The nurses get shout outs. You tell those nurses to run. What, by the way, what are the nurses doing at Russian River? There's no hospitals up there.
What?
There's a hospital up there at Russian River?
Well, nurses also don't work at times, and they're enjoying their time.
Yeah, they usually
they're not always. It's like you're not always on air as a radio host.
No, I'm not.
Where's your
heavily subsort?
Wait a minute, Bonte.
Hospital up there.
Where's your microphone? How are you not on air right now?
The nurses said, which nurse said that? Come on, Snitcher Shasky, give me her name. So now I'm ticked off. No, I'm kidding. Shout out to the nurses and the doctors. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
The Kalanikos. Skip Kalanikos' wife.
Skip Kalanikos' wife?
Yes.
I can always give Skip Kalanikos. I give you guys first winner account credit union.
You're rattled.
Even the nurses.
You look like Blake Snell in the third inning of a game right now.
Even the strippers who dance. The strippers who call out stage like nurses. And then they. Shout out to Twitter brought to you a first account credit union. Upgrades your savings dividend. Open a first account, first class money market. By the way, Shask, I think it was the wrong movie. They said that was the Water Boy when he said don't do crack.
Oh, was that it? Oh, I thought it was Little Giants.
At Floyd, that would have been cold. Come on. Shout out to way to whip on that movie, Shask.
Totally, completely different movies.
For being such a movie buff, it's so shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Matter of fact, dump the entire monologue that we just went off. The crack, the fake accents,
all right, enough
the movies, all that stuff. No, I'm not 6'5". I'm not shutting them out. I'm not doing that anymore. All right? We're going to be in trouble now. We're going to get in trouble unless we get back to the Giants and how they're playing. They're playing some damn good baseball. But I want to hear about Blake Snell real quick. Here's Hunter Pitts on what he thought about Blake Snell's comments about needing spring training.
You want to sign that deal earlier. And I think it's a realization because a lot of players are like, oh, spring training is too long. And I was always like, man, I want every bit of opportunity to get prepared. Like, I love all of this. You need it. And especially like pitchers, right? Like getting that time and getting that rhythm. And there's nothing in the world that you can do. And I had crazy off-season training. Like I would do crazy psychotic workouts. And you come in the first week of spring training, even the first 2 days, you can barely sit down when you get home because there's nothing that can replicate the adrenaline that goes through doing that stuff in the big league uniform and metal spikes in spring training. There's just a different level of energy, of adrenaline. And so I think it's a realization to the players too. Like, hey, I need to get to spring training. Like no matter whether you're Cy Young or All-Star, practice matters. And I think he's just like, it's an excuse, but it's like true. Like, what did you realize? I realized that I'm really behind and I have to catch up.
It's crazy. I think we think of baseball as one of those you play every day and they're not in shape and all that whatnot. And yes, there is a different kind of fitness when it comes to baseball. Like there just is. Like you normally see guys with broader arms than normal humans that are out there, but they're not necessarily chiseled. Not every single baseball player is chiseled. But there's a daily repetition of arm work that you do, of fielding ground balls, of getting ready. And you hear this so much about baseball players is that you got to play every day, right? Mm-hmm. There's the daily grind. I always talk about Matt Chapman or Brandon Crawford's practice routine. They get there hours before the game happens. Barry Bonds was notorious for this, for his hitting. And there's a whole 2-hour warm-up every day of how they get ready to play for an hour and a half, 2.5 hours at night. Right. And so for a pitcher, I can't imagine what it would be like not throwing to live batters in live batter situations and then just all of a sudden, boom, getting ready and just being ready to roll. Like you do need those ramp up periods.
Where are you at with Blake Snell, though? I know we talked a lot about Blake Snell yesterday. We'll talk to Fleming about him at 8:30 here. When I cited off those numbers yesterday about his career numbers, a lot of people just weren't hearing it, right? And I get it. You are what you are up to this point, right? This 5 starts, he just has not been good. I mean, giving up 27 hits in 19 innings. Just hasn't been good. But he does have a track record of turning it around. Are we willing to give a 2-time Cy Young Award winner the benefit of the doubt, knowing that, hey, he did his pitch in spring training, which is his own undoing? It's his fault. He's just pointing the finger at himself, and he said, I'm taking accountability. It's an excuse, but it is what it is. He turns around. He has a good start against the Yankees, and he starts to turn this thing around. Is there a hope on the Blake Snell? Because a lot of people I talked to yesterday, a lot of people I saw on the social, get rid of Blake Snell. We're not giving him, we're not being patient towards a Cy Young Award winner, for crying out loud.
I mean, a 7-year horrific mega deal was salvaged by a couple of postseason starts for Barry Zito. Now, totally different circumstances, but it doesn't take a lot. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. You contribute down the stretch. You beat the Dodgers in a game, 2-1 or something that matters. That people will come around quickly. I'm not here to say that he's unprofessional. That's not what I'm here to say. But when I look at the best athletes in any sport, there is a dedication to their craft and being ready. And I think you've seen this with Bosa. You've seen this with Klay Thompson. And you've seen this now with Blake Snell. When whatever happens in the offseason bleeds into the start of the regular season, typically you have a horrible start to the year.
No doubt.
And you can cite psychological, you can cite contracts, you can cite circumstance, you can cite all the things you want. But the reality is that you're depreciating your own production, right? And so the teams all bear responsibility in almost all these situations. The players themselves bear some of the responsibility. And then some of it you just can't control. If you get hurt, even though you were in shape leading into it or whatever, that could have happened if you didn't have spring training. You know what I mean? I think of Yaz a couple years ago. Monster spring training, gets hit by a pitch the second day before the season starts. That just sucks, right? It's unfortunate. But what did everyone think was going to happen? The Giants, the agent, the player. What did everyone think was going to happen? And this is a guy who already is more of a second-half pitcher than he is a first-half pitcher. It sucks. And we're in the middle of it, and they need to revert. He needs a good start in the worst way. And that's what I think he needs, just to kind of change the narrative.
Just go 5 innings if you can. Don't forget Deebo Samuel, the offseason he had where he was posturing with the 49ers.
Yeah.
And he was, first of all, we forgot 2020 he had the Jones fracture in the offseason, which, basically hindered him that season. He was out. He played half the year, was out. And then, of course, the next year where he goes out, he goes crazy. One of the best offensive seasons in 49ers history. And he wants his money, and he's posturing all offseason. He admits that he's not in the best shape of his career, and he starts off slow. There is some truth to that. I wonder what Blake Snell was doing when he was working out. There's one thing to throw on the side, to keep your arm fresh. But there's I just have a hard time to think, boy, he was just sitting around, and then finally he got his money, and it was go time.
Well, I mean,
it's just kind of sad how that happened, knowing that he is a slow starter, knowing that this is the situation, knowing that he's watched the league and watched these players sign so damn late, but you're not a batter. It's easy for a batter to, all right, I'm signing the week out. Let me go face some pitching here over the next week. And you can do that. It's so much easier to transition as a hitter when you get to camp late.
Yeah, but you can, I'm imagining him working in some warehouse or whatever, or even on a diamond somewhere, and he's got a catcher, and maybe he's got some junior college or college pitcher or some 18-year-old that's in the ground. That is one thing, okay? But you can't simulate, hey, I've thrown 72 pitches. Mm-hmm. There's a guy at second. It's the 5th inning. We're on the road. It's, 85 degrees and I don't have a good feel for my curveball today. I got to get this guy out because I want a decision here. Right. You just can't simulate those things. I agree. You need those game reps. I see all these, people send me these Trevor Bauer videos. Oh, Trevor Bauer's working out. Look who he's throwing to, and look at this. It's okay, that's all great and fine and dandy. Very few guys can go from, whatever training facility and step right into a game and not miss a beat. Very few guys can. I just think, and then the other thing is, this is what worries me about pitching. Pitching is weird. Guys can lose it, and they can gain it back like that. Yep. We see it all the time.
So can he gain it back?
Alex Manoah, I want to just real quick make this point.
Oh, he's lost it.
But he was a guy and he was younger, so it's very different. He came up, he was dominant. Went to the All-Star game. He was everybody's favorite character. 3-9 2 years ago, 1-2 right now. Has been up and down, ball out of the minors.
Can't get it out. He can't get it out.
That's not where Blake Snell is. But the point that I'm trying to make is that pitching is different, and guys do have lost years.
But
and I worry that
this could
be a lost year.
Well, I'm looking. He hasn't had too many lost years, right?
He's been a great player.
He had the All-Star season, 2018 Cy Young Award, 21-5, 1.89 WHIP, ERA. The next year, he struggles. He has a 4.29 ERA in 23 games started. Did not have it. Walked a lot of guys. Did he bounce back? He bounced back. The track record tells you that he will bounce back. Like 10.42 ERA is not him. I do believe that it could start this week against the Yankees, against Aaron Judge, against guys who are going to be aggressive, who's going to be hacking at his offerings. My problem with Blake Snell right now, he just doesn't have the consistent command of that curveball and that slider. Once he gets command of those two pitches, I think all of a sudden the fastball looks livelier, the fastball looks more explosive. But when batters know, and Philadelphia knew the other day, he lost the curveball.
Yeah.
He lost command of the slider. Let's just sit on these pitches. He's going to bounce him in front of the plate. We'll just sit on the fastball. We'll wait on the fastball. And they started waiting on the fastball. And they started tagging him. Once he gets command, I'm looking, because that curveball, the first 2 innings, I was with who was Carter yesterday, and who had a caller yesterday said Blake Snell looked great in the first 2 innings, and he did.
He did.
I was like, wow, this is the Blake Snell I'm waiting for. This is the Cy Young Award winning. That curveball was snapping. It was breaking. Then the slider was sliding. Then he lost the command. So when can he get that command? What is that feel with the command?
He's got to sustain it throughout an entire start.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think part of baked in who he is he's a guy that doesn't want to miss over the zone, and he's going to throw a lot of what I call wasted pitches that aren't even close and scud missiles. He just does. Like, watching him drives me kind of crazy because he does have unbelievable stuff, but he's so erratic. I don't know, man. The more and more I think about this, like as we talk about, you're referencing Brandon Ayuk maybe holding out. Like, I'm just asking as I zoom out a little, just in sports in general, how many times does it work out for these people who hold out or wait till the last minute to sign?
Le'Veon Bell, but you got to understand it's a case by case basis.
No, I
some
do.
Of these guys
but I'm just saying in general,
it usually doesn't.
That's all.
I can't recall it working out.
Like very few guys have held. Like Emmitt Smith, I remember held out and had a monster year, or whatever.
Jerry Rice held out
30 years ago.
Jerry Rice held out, had monster seasons. Guys do hold out, and they get.
But in recent memory.
I mean, I'm kind of just lost in the sauce. Who's held out recently? Like Aaron Donald held out, but he had a monster season, right?
That's true.
I mean, he had a monster year. It just feels
like a Bosa, it waited till the last second, and he was good, but not his usual great. I'm talking outstanding. He was a tick below what we're accustomed to, and I don't know, man. We always say, well, we'll get the bag, and I get it. Like, their shelf life is not big. You have to maximize. I do get that.
You have to do that.
But you're also, like, if let's say I have, like, and I listen to Hunter Pence, I hate a 14-year career at the bigs. I'm sacrificing one of those years. On one end, like.
Well, you don't think so, though. But
it's a tough compromise.
But you have to get that contract.
No, I know.
If you do come back and you get hurt in practice, well, guess what? You're not going to get that money. All of a sudden, you get football
yes,
for sure.
In football, yes.
Basketball, you don't see many holdouts. You see that at all.
No,
it's very rare. Baseball, and it's more so baseball nowadays, is because guys are signing late.
Yeah.
That's what it is. These teams don't want to give out the big money deals, and they're waiting. And some of these agents, like Scott Boras, is like, hey, I want you to wait a little bit. Jordan Montgomery fired him. It's like, get the hell out of my face. I'm not working like this anymore. It was more so on the agent. Baseball's got to fix that. Bryce Harper signed late, but he had a monster season, right?
Well, he was only batted 260 that year, that first year.
But he was good. He was really good.
Really quick, he had 10 home runs and hit 248 in those first 2 months of the season after holding out. So, I mean, he still got to a pretty solid start, even though he missed a big chunk of that spring training.
Who's that?
Bryce Harper.
Bryce Harper. Yeah. JD Martinez, didn't he hold out? Did he sign late with the Dodgers last year?
Yeah, yes, he did.
What did he hit? 36 home runs?
Yeah.
He had a monster season.
And then he sat there again. And,
but he's starting to pick it up with the Mets. He's still a quality batter. I don't know why he's, so it all depends. Like, in football, I get it, though. Like, I get if Brandon
I would
Ayuk
agree with you.
And Christian McCaffrey's going to hold out.
I mean, and also because of the game being so violent.
Yeah. But how are 49er fans going to react if McCaffrey does hold out? Because we reacted differently to Debo.
I want to talk about
We reacted differently to Nick Bosa.
Let's talk about this in the 9 o'clock hour, because I really want to get into that.
Because what if McCaffrey does hold out? What type of money are we talking? Are we going to be okay with it? He is a running back, and I know there was a lot of concerns last year with all the touches he amassed.
Yeah.
We give him that big money now, and I love McCaffrey as much as anybody. You know that.
Oh, I'm well aware.
I love McCaffrey.
Well aware.
But it does make me raise an eyebrow, and we kind of jokingly said this a couple months ago. I don't know if you remember this. It's like, we're talking about Ayuk. I think we're in the height of the Ayuk talks. It was like, I just kind of, flippantly, oh man, McCaffrey's only making 14. We better hope he doesn't hold out. Just laughing about it. And he doesn't show up to OTAs, which is voluntary. Doesn't have to go. But now there's a lot of smoke saying McCaffrey may be seeking more money, which is, and I wonder how the fan base will react to it.
See, why do you have to tease me like this? Now I got to hold back my thoughts for a while. But if you want the Niner talk, we will get to that in the 9 o'clock hour. Yeah. We got Dave Fleming in 8 minutes.
8 minutes, yeah. Look at you. It's so easy to get.
I know, it's so hard.
It's so hard.
I want to take a bite of the apple. No, I want to take a bite of the apple. But here's one thing. I know you brought up the Negro Leagues.
Yeah. How you feel about
their statistics. For those that aren't paying attention, why don't you illuminate the audience?
Let me pull this up because I saw this yesterday and I was like, wow, this is kind of. It came out of nowhere.
I have a random theory on this.
Negro League stats will officially be integrated into the MLB database on Wednesday, which is today. Negro Leagues legend Josh Gibson will become the Major League Baseball record holder in multiple categories. And Yahoo wrote a story about it. It's a monumental day in baseball history. I don't know how to feel about it right now. It hasn't really sunk in yet.
So,
because there's more than 2,300 players, ask you real quick, who played in the 7 iterations of the Negro Leagues from 1920 to 1948. Now, obviously, we didn't have the first black player until Jackie Robinson, and then Larry Doby in the American League with the Cleveland Indians. It's a big day, according to Bob Kendrick, the Negro League Museum president. The great thing about it is we've been saying that quite a bit over recent days and weeks as it relates to the Negro Leagues. This is the result of a lot of intensive effort by some credible historians and researchers who have completely dedicated themselves to try to do something that people thought probably wasn't possible. So Josh Gibson, a guy who we all heard about, who brought him up? Dave Fleming brought him up last week. He's talking about the graveside of Josh Gibson in Pittsburgh. So if he's going to be the single season leader in the following categories: batting average 466 in 1943. Slugging 974 in 1937, OPS 1474.
And all-time batting average.
All-time batting, yeah.
So if I pulled 100 baseball fans, I don't know how many would know that Ty Cobb, off the top of their head, has the all-time highest batting average.
Right.
I don't know. And that was 100-something years ago, right. Okay? There is a deep philosophical conversation about inclusion that is extremely important, and you know how much having every demographic represented in baseball really matters to me. It does. It truly matters. Sports should be the ultimate even playing field. If you can play, you can play, regardless of where you come from or what you look like or what you believe in or any of those things. If you can play, you can play. That's what I believe to my core, right? Now, there's the cynic in me that is wondering, is this one of the many steps forward to try to not be so attached to the numbers so that we can trim down the amount of games, which has been one of the big reasons why they've been so hesitant to trim down the games. I believe we're going to switch up divisions. I think American and National League are going bye-bye. I think we're going to go down to 150 or 140 games, and not being so clung to the past and the stats is a small step in that direction. And and again, this is my theory.
Well,
I don't know, man.
I have another theory too.
Okay.
And you think about Ty Cobb and Barry Bonds, who Josh Gibson surpassed yesterday. So Gibson's career batting average of 372 passes Ty Cobb for the all-time lead. We know what Ty Cobb was as a human being. Wasn't a good human being.
No.
He was racist. Barry Bonds, we know what's out there about him.
Yeah.
The steroids. And Major League Baseball has been reluctant. Obviously, they haven't included him to the Baseball Hall of Fame. They've been reluctant to say, hey, Barry Bonds owns a home run record. They don't want
it's not something that you see front and center.
And so you think about his slugging, the OPS in the season, which were records held by Barry Bonds. Josh Gibson surpasses them. In a weird way, it feels like Major League Baseball is like, yeah, we're okay with this because now we don't have Barry Bonds and Ty Cobb at the top of the record books. And we don't want them representing our game because they believe Barry Bonds cheated the game and they believe Ty Cobb was just not a good human being and they don't want to be attached to that.
So they're
just a little small
retconning their own record books.
It's just like, yeah, you know what? We'd rather have Josh Gibson at the top to say Barry Bonds.
That's interesting.
Ty Cobb, I don't know. It's kind of out there.
Never considered it that way.
But baseball's been petty like that. They've been petty like that in terms of including some of these guys.
Can we agree? it's difficult to trust them on face value that they're doing this strictly for harmonious reasons.
That's why it's like, why now?
That's why I see my immediate thing went. You know what? Let's pick it up on the other side.
We'll talk to Flip on the other side. That's all coming up brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain brings over 6 decades of plumbing expertise to the Bay Area. And whether it's service plumbing or new construction,
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Baseball. They think they're slick, man. They think they're really slick. We'll talk to Fleming in a second here. This includes you with the Negro Leagues and the stats. I got to dive deeper into this one.
Look,
because all of a sudden you're stirring up and shaking up the record books. There's going to be some people angry about this. You know they are.
We can be in lockstep here. Baseball has, and I think more writers than the game itself, but I'm sure the game has a big imprint on that. They've been more hell-bent on their own statistics and the history than any other sport, right? Mm-hmm. They care more about their past than their future, almost, it feels like. And for them to do this, I'm cynical, and I'm just like, are they up to something in terms of like, hey, let's skew the stats so we're not married to them so that when we make format changes moving forward, whether it be dropping down to 150 or 145 games, whether it's eliminating the American and National League, we're just trying to like muddy the waters.
Yeah, John Thorne, MLB's official historian, he chaired a 17-person committee that included Negro League experts and statisticians. The condensed 60-game schedule. 60-game season for the 2020 calendar year for the National League and American League prompted us to think that maybe the short Negro League seasons could come under the MLB umbrella after all. So very, very interesting stuff there. But let's get to Flem, who's had a very interesting road trip. And boy, what a call. Do we have that call from Friday Night, Carter? Do we have that call?
I think it's the call of the year.
It may be the call of the year, maybe the play of the year. The Chapman with his play, the stretch by Lamont Wade Jr. We'll get that in a second. But Flem and Javi Lopez doing a hell of a job on that road trip. Flem, good morning, man. Thanks for joining us today, man. I know you got the day off Thursday, so we want to give you that day off after the 6-game roadie in New York and Pittsburgh, and of course, what's happening right now with Philadelphia.
I could use a day off in a good way. It's been quite a little run here, and don't give me any credit for the call. It was the play that made it. What an unbelievable play that was from Matt Chapman. One of the best, considering the circumstance, truly one of the best defensive plays I've ever seen, ever.
I mean, we had Chapman on that morning, Flem, and he was ticked off by the play he made in Pittsburgh. And I said, that play where he ends the game and he stabs at it, he picks it up with his bare hand and throws a seed over to first base to end the game. And he goes, well, I was ticked off because I didn't catch it cleanly. And then that play happens that night where he does barehanded, one hops it to Lamont Wade Jr. He makes the stretch. You and Javi Lopez are going crazy in the booth, and the Giants rally again from a 4-run deficit. What a play that was, and what a trip for this team. Now everybody's starting to believe here, and they win a game last night, Flem, where I'm thinking, boy, Spencer Howard, Sean Jelly, you got the Rogers brother. How are you going to do this? Yet they shut out the Phillies and they win the series yesterday. And I'm going to start off with Sean Jelly because this guy, Shasky and I, we were thinking he's not a major leaguer. And then you look at the last 28 days, 2.35 ERA, and the trust factor's going up and up and up when it comes to Sean Jelly. What a turnaround for him, Flem.
Give him one extra pitch. I mean, to me, he's a great example of true player development. Like, how do you help a player be the best version of themselves? And Jelly was he was getting killed by left-handed hitters. The first few times he came up as big leaguer over the last several seasons. So what do? We got to find another weapon. And look, is his cutter his best pitch? It is not. Is he throwing it a whole lot? He isn't. But just his work to get a new pitch that runs in on the left-handed hitter just to plant a seed. Like, they can't just sit on one speed or one type of movement, has opened up like a whole new world for him. I hope it sticks because he's worked his tail off to get better and better and better and experienced some failure, which everybody in this game experiences. And he's come out on the other side of it, and they wouldn't have won the game without him yesterday. I mean, that is Zach Wheeler, arguably the best pitcher in the league, against a bullpen day, and the Giants win that game. That is a great win.
After losing your first baseman, and we'll get to him in a second, who was just, on fire to start the year. I want to go back last week. Like, this last week has been, it's night and day. It feels like it's completely re-energized the entire fan base. I'm watching that clubhouse, and I want to go back to Luis Matos because he gets the sac fly last night, but it was him with 2 strikes. I believe it was a 2-2 count. He fouls one down the line, and you and Javi are saying, hey, slow roll this one, take your time getting back into the batter's box. And then he rips one into left center, is booking it out of the box. The left fielder, this is in Pittsburgh, kind of bobbles the ball, and he dives head first as the glove's getting slammed into him and the ball's flying over. Like that moment, I feel like ever since then, it's been one of the most fun weeks of baseball I can remember as a Giants fan.
I'm glad you brought up that play. I think you could stretch and make an argument and say that's the biggest play of the year that he made there. And I thought that it set a tone. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this too, but this isn't a knock on anybody else. But this team is playing so hard right now. And look, you have guys like Thairo Estrada who are doing that every day, no matter what, and have been for the last few years. And the Giants have a very professional group down there. But I am going to give some credit to Matt Chapman and to Jung-Hoo Lee. And I think the Giants coaching staff has helped foster a culture where this happens a lot. But those guys are playing hard every single play of every single game, no matter what the score is. And that has trickled down now to this whole team where you're seeing that kind of effort all over the field every day. And Matos especially. Matos is playing, to my eyes, way harder than he did last year. And it's little plays like that are making a big difference for him. He's playing harder, running the bases. He's doing a much better job in the outfield. He's made huge improvements there. He's really, really been a big part of this great Giants week.
No, there's no doubt about that. Matos playing well. Ramos is playing well. You mentioned it. They're playing hard. They're believing with each other. The pitching staff is starting to come together here with this bullpen. And you mentioned a couple weeks ago with this flip that Bob Melvin has been edgier than you believed he was. You're getting around him a little bit more here this first go-around with the Giants as a manager. And you could see it, the urgency with this team now. As we flip this calendar to June, it does feel like this team is becoming more urgent, and they're starting to believe a little bit, saying, you know what? We got to stack wins here. We're playing for jobs. We're having fun, but it also is about winning, and it feels like, look, I had a disagreement with Melvin putting in inserting Duvall into the game with a 7-2 lead. I get it. He warmed him up, and then you don't have him on a Sunday. But overall, I think he's done a hell of a job working his bullpen over the last week, Flem.
Yeah, and I think, when I said that to you guys, first of all, I think I still believe that. It still kind of surprises me being around him more than I ever have been before. But I mean it as a compliment. And really what I think Bob has done is because, running a baseball team is so complicated in so many ways. You're thinking about today, you're thinking about tomorrow, you're thinking about next year. There are so many layers to running an organization. But I think what Bob has decided is, look, I'm the on-field manager. My job is to win the game that's right in front of me. And to me, that's a Bruce Bochy trait too. Like, it's easy as a manager to get caught up in the big planning and mapping stuff out. And if I have not a criticism for Gabe Kapler, I do think that Gabe often would do this where he's thinking 1, 2, 3, 4 days ahead. And I guess my issue with that is I do think that subliminally that sends a message to your team. It sends a message to your team of like, yeah, we can play for another day, or we can, this game may not be as, and I think Bob's feeling is my job as the manager is win every single game, worry about tomorrow after we win this game today. And I think it has trickled to the players to where there is that urgency to win the game that's in front of us. And we're not going to worry about usage and who's off and what our lineup's going to look like tomorrow and who's hurt and who's in there and who's not. We're just going to focus on winning this game. And it's a very healthy way to go. Let the front office, let the roster get managed by someone else. Let those decisions get made by someone else. You go down and win a freaking game. And that's what I think Bob's message to this team has been. It's really working.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen him in late game situations, and a lot of them have worked out. Some not necessarily, but pinch hitting Wilmer in a certain situation, and then pinch running Luciano, and Luciano runs around and gets great secondary leads, balls bat in front, boom, he steals 2 bags, right? And you see it yesterday where he pinch hits Tyler Fitzgerald, and then it takes the ghost runner, because instead of Wisely, you have Fitzgerald in the 10th inning after he strikes out in the 9th. Like, there's little subtle things that I'm seeing him maneuver with this roster, and I'm really liking it. That brings me to shortstop. Wisely's playing really good right now. He's way better at shortstop defensively than I anticipated. How do they navigate shortstop right now?
I think it's going to be Wisely's job for now, as long as he's playing like this. Now, I haven't seen the lineup today, but I took down in the clubhouse yesterday. Sounded to me like Luciano was going to get a start today. So, they're not this is not personal to Luciano. They're not trying to bury him. They're not trying to ruin his career. They're trying to give him a breather. Things were moving real fast for him. And look, a game like last night is the absolute perfect example of why you can't have a guy who is struggling that badly out there in a close game in the late innings. The ball will find you, and the game will be decided by that. And so, the Giants need to solidify that. It's such an important position. It is on every team. It's especially important on the Giants, where not only their starters, but their relievers are ground ball pitchers. Doval's a ground ball pitcher. Tyler Rogers a ground ball pitcher.
Yep.
So early in the game, late in the game, you got to have solid defense at that spot. So I think for now it's going to be Wisely. Ahmed, I saw Nick yesterday. He's making some progress. He's not like super close. It's not a matter of days, but he's getting there, and there will be a spot for Ahmed when he's healthy and ready to go, because he just was spectacular defensively for the first month of the season. But Fitzgerald will get a crack at some games probably, especially in a scenario like last night. We'll see what happens with Luciano, but Wisely's been really good.
No, he has been really good. Soler, DH, hasn't been really good. Had some opportunities yesterday. He started to find it a little bit on a road trip, but the batting average is low. He's not hitting for power. He's not hitting with runners in scoring position. He's not doing much of anything right now as a DH, and you hope that he could find it. But with Conforto looming, I guess a two-part question here, Flip. One, how close is Conforto? And two, are we going to see the platoon now as a DH where Conforto faces right-handed pitching, Soler faces left-handed pitching?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, I don't think, my guess is no, not exactly like that. Conforto hasn't been as fast of a recovery as they were hoping, and I think they were really hoping that I was expecting to see him this series. Right. Then they were really expecting to see him over the weekend against the Yankees. Sounds to me like no. Sounds to me like not this week. When the Giants go back on the road to Arizona, that may be when we see Conforto again. You just got to be careful with that. Yeah. You got to be careful with that injury. You can't rush it back. You got to make sure it's healed. So I understand that. It is easier to slow play stuff like that. They're certainly doing it with Slater. Slater's feeling fine now, but he's down in Sacramento trying to get some at-bats. It's a lot easier to take your time when the kids are playing as well as they are and when you're playing as well. So that gives you a little luxury. Yeah, Soler's got to get it figured out. He does. And it is a possibility, you're right, that against certain right-handers, Conforto could DH, especially coming back from the hamstring thing, if you want to get his bat in the lineup, but give him a few more, even a couple weeks of kind of taking it easy.
Right.
That would be a good way to do it. Soler did have a good road trip. He did. Yep. He had some big hits that helped the Giants. Almost all of those were line drives up the middle to right field. He's trying to hit a home run, it looks to me, like every time up there.
Right.
And I do wish that he would take a little pressure off himself. Like, you don't have to be that the home run is his thing, but that doesn't have to be your thing every single time. Just simplify a little bit, and I think that can help get him going.
How influential has he been to the youngsters, though? Because Shasky brought this point up, and I was kind of wondering about that with Matos, Ramos. They feel really comfortable right now, but you do have some veterans in Estrada, Soler, some Latin players here who can help tutor these youngsters. How has Soler been in the clubhouse? Because maybe I'm underrating that aspect of his game with this team. Maybe he's been influential to the Ramoses and Matos of this ball club, and even Luciano for that matter.
Yeah, I think he definitely has, but Wilmer's the ringleader for sure. I mean, there's no question that Wilmer, of that group, the Spanish-speaking players look to Wilmer like he's their guy. And
got it.
You watch them on the airplane, and all those guys are listening to Tyro and Wilmer and Soler tell stories. I mean, it is a nice thing. It can be a lonely existence when, you're one of one or two players on a whole roster that speaks a certain language. And I think it is helpful for a lot of these young guys to have some teammates who have similar backgrounds. It's a very cohesive group. It's not a cliquey group overall, but it's just a comfort, a security blanket. You can go to somebody for some advice in a spot who you trust. But to me, Wilmer's that guy for those young players.
It's crazy. Like, we've wanted more spirit and, joy and all this stuff. And, like, the whole road trip, I'm seeing, like, the Bailey home run, for example, the Matt Chapman home run in Pittsburgh, Matos making plays. You guys will cut to the dugout, and the dugout is going bananas. And I'm seeing all these young guys and then the mixed in vets and Matt Chapman showing a spirit to him that I just didn't know existed. It does feel like these young guys, the Bailey, Luciano, Ramos, Matos, Sean Jelly, all the young guys that came up together have like their own little camaraderie, and the vets are really like they're meshing the vibe. Like you're with them every day. Are you getting that same feeling that I'm getting that's popping through the television?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I probably threw my professionalism out the window a few times on the road trip, just kind of getting caught up in it all, because it is fun. It's fun to watch them have so much fun.
Blame Javi, Flynn. Blame Javi Lopez.
You guys sound great together. Like, honestly, I was glued to the television on Memorial Day weekend watching. You guys sound so good together.
Javi's good, man. The rapport you two really guys have. Nah, I love Javi. I saw him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. He's doing a hell of a job. But you guys encapsulated how we felt, though, Flynn, with that call Friday night. You guys, that's how we felt.
Dude, I was
fired and look, I think Javi is really in tune with the dugout. I mean, I think he believes that's a big part of any team, is exactly what you're talking about. So we were probably watching a little more closely than we would otherwise. And I'll give you one other person who I think has helped in that regard, and that's Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell down there is such a cool influence on those players, because Pat, number 1 overall pick, 15-year career, 300 home runs or however many home runs he hit, 2 World Series championships. Like, it would be easy for that guy to sort of just kind of be there as a coach and, I've seen it all. He gets excited about every good at bat. He celebrates every time one of those guys does something positive. He's cheering, he's rooting, he's making guys laugh. That's such an important quality. Like, look, you look up and down the rest of the Giants coaching staff, they have so many guys who are good at what they do, but a lot of those guys are pretty serious personalities. And Pat's serious, but he also just loves being in that uniform. And there's something about his joy and positivity that I think is also helping.
It's funny you referenced him because I brought him up earlier in the show, and I said to Bonte, we always like go crazy on the hitting guy, whoever the hitting manager is or the hitting coach. And I'm like, I'm watching the approach from all these guys and their ability to get a runner over or to do their job, just simply do their job. Soler gets a fly ball the other day. Chapman tags up the third, and Bailey's the back runner, and he tags up. Like, it's a simple, small play that gets lost in the sauce. Yaz hits a base hit down the line, and both runs score. The attention to detail from the players and then added athleticism, like they're winning in a variety of ways here, Flem.
They are, and we should, because it's easy for me to. Pat's kind of the visible guy; everybody knows him, but Justin Veely's doing a heck of a job. He's kind of the technician. Pat always defers to him, says, "Look, that's the guy who really knows all the intricate details about all these players." And Burrell's still, Burrell knows them all, but it's still early in his Giants career as a coach, so he's really been deferential to Justin Veely, who's doing a good job. And Pedro Guerrero is the other hitting coach, and Pedro's job during games mostly is be in the cage, late innings, help the guys who are going to come in off the bench. And the Giants have had so many of those good late inning at-bats. He's doing something right to help those guys get into a good mindset to hit in a pressure spot. So, they're doing it all different ways, and that makes it fun for everybody. The whole roster has been included on this hot streak. Every single one of those players has contributed.
No doubt about that. Hopefully they'll get Blake Snell going. I have a lot of patience with Blake Snell because the lifetime numbers in the second half of the season favor Blake Snell. He's had some dynamic post-All-Star break splits over the course of his career. But we'll get to that next week when we see him after he pitches against the New York Yankees. Hopefully he gets right then. Today is Kyle Harrison going for the sweep, but a third straight series win for the Giants. This time they're doing it against the Phillies, a team that swept them a month ago in Philadelphia. They were not looking good at all on that road trip, but these Giants are different right now, Flim, and they're rolling right now, and you're rolling in that booth alongside Javi and the rest of the crew there. So have a good call today, Flim. We'll talk to you next week as the Giants go for the sweep today against the Phillies.
I have a feeling today, today's going to be fun. It's going to be a big crowd. It's almost like old times, these midweek day games where, San Francisco downtown used to be packed, and so the ballpark would be packed. We've missed that since the pandemic. Like, it's just no doubt there's a direct correlation. There just aren't as many people downtown during the daytime. Today's going to be a big crowd. That's going to be fun, like a flashback kind of game. And then I have a feeling that the weekend is going to be pretty spirited here. There'll be lots of Yankees fans. Giants fans will be fired up. So So we should have a lot to talk about.
The Bronx Bombers, Judge, Soto.
I mean, look, it
does it for me.
One of the best
it does
teams
it for
in the
me
league.
still.
Yeah,
it still does. I feel like a kid again.
No, it's going to be fun. It's going to flip real quick. When the last time the Yankees here, was it when A-Rod hit that majestic
that was
home run?
07. That's a long time.
No, that's a long. They haven't been. Have they been back since?
Oh yeah, many times. They were back 2 years ago. They've been back several times.
Yeah,
but you're right. Yeah. A-Rod hit an incredible home run. You know who else did in a Yankees uniform? Gary Sanchez.
Oh yeah,
that's right.
One probably like 2019 or something like that. My goodness, he hit one about 470.
That's right. That's right.
So they have had Stanton's taken on this ballpark in his career. Like he doesn't seem to have a problem hitting here. The Giants have their hands full. Juan Soto has always had some success here. So they are the Bronx Bombers again. It's like the old Yankees are back. They got a lot of swagger, and so the Giants are going to have to play really, really well.
Well, this Giants has some swagger, and they have Hicks, Webb, and Snell going over the weekend against the Yankees. So it lines up well for them for this homestand. Flip, take care. We'll talk to you next week. Have a good call today, brother.
That sounds pretty fun. Talk to you soon, guys.
Oh, I love it.
Flim here on the Morning Roast. Here's that call that we were talking about. Where Flim
I think
said,
it's the call of the year.
Said I kind of lost myself.
Into the pitch. A little slow roller. Chapman. Bare hit. Got it! What a play! Oh, look at him. Chapman.
That's old school Giants baseball.
Bro,
that's a great call. That's just a great call. And to win these games like they're winning. This team does, I was thinking about it over the weekend, Shasky. Like 2021, I always felt those, I don't want to say fluke, but it was an anomaly. Like I heard a 7-win team.
Anything.
Yeah, it was just like a one-off, and they were great. Staying power, I didn't think they had with that roster. And then the next year, we're talking about, they're 8 games over 500. We're still saying, I don't know. And then they nosedive. Then they'll go to the playoffs. This team feels like a classic San Francisco Giants team. What I mean by that is the Giants we grew up watching. Mm-hmm. Sure, they will have your sluggers. They'd have a couple speed guys, but they were scrappers.
Yeah.
They were scrappy. They won games the ugly way. Extra innings, wild pitches. They just found a way to win, right?
Run thrown in.
Right, yeah, exactly. Whatever, however you needed to win. Felt like that in the 90s. Yeah. Even when Bonds in his heyday, felt like they were just scrappers. The 2010s, of course, with the 10, 12, and 14 teams. Scrappy baseball teams. Yeah. Just with their little cockroaches, right? They just wouldn't die. I'm getting that same feeling with this team. And I don't know where it's going. I want to see what this next month looks like. And I don't know where the hell it's going. I don't know if they're going to the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to fall short. I don't know how many games they're going to win. But it does feel like a classic scrappy San Francisco Giants team. And Giants fans know what I mean. They know what I mean. You're getting dirty with the uniform. The Matos at bat. That's Giants baseball.
100%.
In a nutshell right there. You're taking a long walk. It's 2 strikes. You're the last out. You're down to your last pitch. And you find a way to stretch out a double. Just a little bomb on the outfield, and boom, you slide to the second base with your helmet flying off. That's classic, scrappy Giants baseball, and I'm getting that feeling with this team.
It's crazy how when the team is struggling with hitting, we want to fire every hitting coach. Yep. Bam Bam Mullins, for how long, was just getting destroyed. It's like, and this is what I always say, like, you talk to any coach, I can't hit for you. You know what I mean? Like, once you get in the box, it's on you. Like it is. Like these are the big leagues.
Kyle Shanahan probably feels like that. He's like, dude, I can't play quarterback for you. It's a perfect play.
Exactly.
Come on, Jimmy.
Right? So
no, I'm just kidding. Kidding. I just want to see Carter's face.
I remember watching Pat Burrell when he was at Bellarmine, and I believe he hit 3 home runs over the snack bar, all to right field, even though he was a right-handed hitter at Reardon. And this is back in the day. It's like this guy was born to be a Giant. And then he went to the University of Miami and the Phillies, and eventually he got DFA'd, and the Giants swooped him up in 2010, and he had a monster run. And then come the World Series time, he was as cold. I think he struck out 10 times in that World Series. Right. He was so bad. Right before the Renteria home run.
Pat was slow. He was going through the zone. He was just whiffing.
And I love the guy. We love the guy. But Pat the Bat was born to be a San Francisco Giant, wasn't he? And I know he's worked with the organization kind of behind the scenes for the last couple of years. Seeing Matt Williams in the dugout, and I know these things don't necessarily mean everything, but it means something to me.
You're getting back to the fabric of Giants baseball. And that's where the Farhan Zaidi disconnect, I think the biggest disconnect with Farhan Zaidi was is that he's not one of us. And what we mean by that is you got to embrace the culture. You got to embrace what Giants baseball is all about. We're not a souped-up Moneyball team where we're going to cut everything on the margins, or we're going to platoon, they're going to have all these openers. That's not how we do things here. That's not the brand of baseball we're accustomed to. You got to kind of, like the Yankees, they embrace what they're about.
Yes.
We're Bronx Bombers.
100%.
We got to have sluggers, got to have dudes who can hit it 400 feet, and we got to have great pitching.
They're a tight cast
That's who we are.
Team. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The Red Sox the same way. We're going to be scrappy little brothers to the Red Sox. We're going to do it our way, play to our yard, have speedy guys, have scrappy guys. The Giants are not the Dodgers. We're not going to have the sexy lineup all the time.
No.
We're going to have dudes who are rugged, who are scrappy. Well, who better to have in the clubhouse than a guy like Pat Burrell, but more importantly, Matt Williams and Bob Melvin, who understand the fabric. One thing about Bob, he played for the Giants. Crappy candlestick days. He's managed against the Giants for many, many years. He managed in Oakland. He knows what the market is. He knows the market share.
It's true.
Matt Williams, longtime Giant, knows what it's about. Coached in his division a long, long time. They know what it's like to be a Giant and what that embodies. And right now, this team just embodies a typical, scrappy, cockroach type of San Francisco Giants baseball club. That's why I love them. They're never dying. Like even last night, Spencer Howard is pitching, for crying out loud. I don't think I can emphasize this so much.
It's crazy.
Spencer Howard, his lifetime numbers stink. He shouldn't even be in the league. And Evan Giddings, he got called at 11 o'clock to pitch today. And he goes out there and pitches 4 shutout innings. Scrappy.
I study the minor leagues. I had no idea who this guy was.
I mean,
do I not? I mean, I'm sending you single A at-bats from Tyler Fitzgerald, for crying out loud, or Bryce Eldridge, for crying out loud.
Right.
And I'm telling you, man, there's something really special going on with these Giants. And to me, it's the youth infusion has just completely changed the entire clubhouse. And then I see someone like Chapman, and I'm watching his leadership. He goes about it a certain way, and I feel like he's leaned into all the young guys.
He's got some sneaky swagger.
He does.
We had him on last Friday, and he was having some fun. He was laughing. He was chuckling. He was feeling it. And you see what he's doing out there on the field, and he's feeling it even more. He is.
He made a play coming in yesterday, a little like trickler that he's on the move running. His feet are so underrated, just so underrated.
I think it's this play, right? No, it's not this play. Maybe it's this play.
Off the glove. Chapman charges. Got him. Unbelievable. He does it every night, it seems like.
Crooked kite.
The degree of difficulty on a play where it's slowly hit, you're coming in, and to have the balance to throw, not just a chest high throw. He's throwing through guys, and it's like effortless. We do a lot of this like arm angle stuff with like Josh Allen and Mahomes, and all of those are shortstop, third baseman throws on the run. Yep. And that's what Chapman's doing every single time. And he's as good as anyone I've ever seen do it.
He's legit. He is legit. He's better than advertised. And look, he's always been linked to the Giants in some capacity. You don't have to give him $300 million to bring him in. You got some player options here.
I feel Hopefully like he wants to stay a Giant.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to leave. You got Matt Williams here. And that's the thing. He grew accustomed to playing in big crowds in Toronto, where they would get 30 to 40,000 at the Rogers Center. Start to fill that in Oracle Park, as Slim just said, the walk-up crowds are getting there. Now, there was a lot of Philly fans last night.
That's okay.
I don't care. There's going to be a lot of Dodger fans at the park. You got to win over these new fans.
Exactly.
These new fans want to lock on to something here. They want to love Montes. They want to love Ramos. They just want anybody to wrap their arms around. Now you're starting to get some players here. But Spencer Howard, 6'3", 210, former Philly, drafted by the Phillies. I mean, look at these numbers. 5.92 ERA, 5.72 ERA, 9.70 ERA, 7.41 ERA, 10.80 ERA. Now you're in the minors. You're getting called at 11 o'clock. Hey, I need you to pitch against the Phillies today. Hey, you're going to have to go toe to rubber against Bryce Harper. And he gives up the 5 hits, but he goes 4 shutout.
This is the beauty, though, of having a team in Sacramento for your AAA. You can literally use it to bust someone down or drive someone down in an hour and a half, 2 hours.
They got the Chevrolet patch. Maybe you got the Chevrolet rental cars. Maybe you got Amtrak. I have no idea.
But no, like when they were in Fresno, it's like a 4-hour drive. It's not good.
The Sacramento shuttle.
Fleming referenced the name, and I want to ask you about that name. I'm just such a whack job. There are certain names, when I hear them, I close my eyes or I envision their baseball card. He said Pedro Guerrero.
Yeah.
Do you know what teams Pedro? In my mind, I know exactly.
The Dodger
And St. Louis Cardinals.
I think of a Dodger.
Yes.
But I think of him as a Dodger.
And I think of his Donruss card.
Yeah.
I think of his Donruss card.
I just thought Pedro Guerrero. I was like, wait, Pedro Guerrero's on the staff?
I didn't even know that.
I was like, I thought he was just misspeaking. I was like, all right, Flip's tripping. Not the Pedro Guerrero I'm thinking of the longtime Dodger. And you're right, the Cardinal, but Pedro Guerrero, who's 67 years old, this is the same guy who's on the staff right now?
Yeah.
And 67.
I'm thinking of
like at his just
that's what I view him as, with the hair coming out of the helmet. And I think about his Donruss, like mid-'80s card with the red border on the Donruss. Yeah, I know. I don't know if you guys collected cards, but I did.
I don't know if it's the same one, because what I'm looking at, all right, we got to look this up. Giant staffer, not because now I'm intrigued. I don't know if it's the same Pedro Guerrero. That's what I thought. I was like, it can't be the same guy.
And maybe it is. When he said Pedro Guerrero, I immediately thought of the Dodger Cardinal.
All right. Giants coaches. Giants coaches.
I mean, Ludman, you're supposed to be here for this.
Well, Ludman's on break. He's just listening to Giants talk. He ain't tripping. I'm kidding.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM1 and HD1 San Francisco, a Odyssey station. What else do I have to say?
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Of course, you savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Guys know me by now.
That was great.
I felt like Dwayne Wade throwing the alley to LeBron James and taking the photo right there.
No, what drives me crazy, though, and that was great ad-lib, great improv here. Only us could do it like that. But Ludman does this thing, legal. Again, we got the 15-minute buffer from 8:55. Well, 8:55 to 9:09. Really a 14-minute buffer. You're going to do it illegal within there. And I know the rules of radio. I know the tricks of the trade. You don't have to do it straight at 9 o'clock. You know when people do it straight at 9 o'clock, you know what it tells me when I'm in my car? Oh, they got nothing left.
They're professional?
We got, no. They got nothing. They don't have an interesting conversation. You don't just break a conversation for the legal. If you're deep diving into Pedro Guerrero and you're talking about the Giants and being cockroaches and being scrappy, the legal could be read at 9:02. Why break up that chatter? Why break up that dialogue? We're paying Picasso's here. And you want us to say,
seriously,
hey, you're listening to 95.7 The Game? Like the people don't know what they're listening to. They see the, hey, folks, you know what you're listening to? 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco.
If you're Picasso, that makes me Michelangelo.
Yeah, you could be Michelangelo. Who's better?
Well, I mean, the Sistine Chapel is one of the, greatest pieces of art in the history of the world.
Michelangelo, I think, was more well-known when he was alive, too, whereas Picasso really didn't take off until after he passed away. So
I didn't know you had this in your holster.
Can I
I'm very well-rounded.
Just we're talking about paintings and art and all that stuff.
Admit it.
Well, I went to the Louvre, and I saw the Mona Lisa.
Underwhelmed?
I thought it was a little overrated. And all the pots were... Everybody's taking photos of it. It's like, wow, that's the Mona Lisa. And I was blown away until I was like, wow, that's the Mona Lisa. Then when I started studying the painting and looking at all the other paintings I was in the Louvre.
Started studying the painting.
And I was just...
That's what I like to see.
Yeah, I was...
I want to see Bonte at the Louvre meticulously breaking down these paintings.
With the monocle. Sitting there like, no. In journalism school, they told me to be skeptical.
No, I'm looking at the fine details of the Mona Lisa and I'm just thinking to myself... Boy, we really hyped this painting up. This is not even in the top 50.
The outer metrics of this painting really just don't work out for me.
No, they didn't. I'm telling you.
Why is it so popular?
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking.
I don't know.
Why is this? It's just a lonely girl who's just, she's not even showing her teeth. She's smiling. She looks.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that.
She looked like she's bored.
My heart stopped for a second. I was like, whoa.
Horny guy, relax.
Whoa.
Relax, horny guy.
Pause.
Relax, horny guy, okay? I'm not going that route.
Oh, boy.
I'm not going that route. Yeah.
Teeth weren't in great shape back then.
So Mona Lisa's not showing boobs. I'm very disappointed. I wasn't going to say that,
wait
Shasky.
a minute. She's not her OnlyFans. I was in the Louvre OnlyFans, and I ran into the Mona Lisa, and I was not impressed.
You're not showing enough boobs.
What's going on
Where's
here?
the Cleveland? Come on, Mona Lisa. No, my God, you guys are so horny. Jesus Christ, just look at Instagram models. You'll be all right. Listen.
We're not hard on the Mona Lisa.
I'm actually really excited about seeing the Mona Lisa.
That's the three.
Chris M in the YouTube, I stole it from him.
We're not hard on the Mona Lisa. No, listen, I thought it was overrated. Why did he get that painting? No, that V-neck's not cut low enough on the Mona Lisa.
What's the one where the guy's doing the thinking man? What's that one called?
I think it's just called the thinking man.
Okay, that's Bonte looking at the Mona Lisa with a monocle. He's sitting there like Shanahan's dad does at practice with the Jerusalem Cruisers on as he's just studying practice from afar.
All right, I got to zoom out my camera. How do I do this? Medium, narrow, standard?
Zoomed in on Bonte like Bonte was zoomed in on the Mona Lisa.
Even whatever, Todd, on YouTube. Nobody knows if she's frowning or smiling. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is that what it is?
Well,
I don't know what it is.
The other cool thing about the Mona Lisa is the way it's painted. It's like the eyes are following you across the room. So you stand on the left side, the eyes are looking at you. When you go to the right side, it's like the eyes follow you. So there's some sort of optical illusion there that Da Vinci did when he painted it. That's pretty cool.
Oh, my God. I thought it was overrated. There are so many better paintings in the Louvre than the Mona Lisa. And I'm thinking, this is what's hyped up all the time? This is, what is she, 14, 15 years old? She didn't even comb her hair in the picture. I mean, come on, crying out loud. I mean, look at the Mona Lisa. What are we doing here? That's the $1 million question. Now that we're in 2024 and we got more data and technology's never been better, why the hell is the Mona Lisa so damn popular? Oh, my gosh. Oh.
It's the Barry Zito contract of art.
It had that one good showing, and it just everyone was on board after that.
Showing. It do some sucker. Oh gosh.
Scott Boras got a really great price for it.
My heart hurts. I thought you were going away. She's not showing her teeth. I wasn't going to the other T word, for crying out loud. Jeez,
you remember when Belichick won that game with Mac Jones without throwing? And everyone was like, it's his Mona Lisa. Looking back on it, Mac Jones was his Mona Lisa. It got him fired.
It got him fired. He threw 3 passes in that game. You know, actually, I lost fantasy that week. I needed 2 points from the Buffalo Bills defense. I was down 1 point. I swear to God, true story. I lost by 1 point because the Bills defense didn't get a sack or nothing because the Patriots didn't throw the ball. They threw it 3 times. 3 times. Unbelievable.
I kind of like this new, like you showed your horrific Australian British accent, and now you being like an art connoisseur, I'm here for this.
I mean, you know, I've always said I'm very well-rounded.
Except for music.
You know, I'm just well-rounded. I guess I'm so big in the camera right now, man. We gotta fix this. My chubby cheeks are showing. I didn't shave right here this morning. Anyway, we'll get back to sports. McCaffrey. We'll get back to that.
We're not hard on the Mona Lisa. It's just the greatest drop maybe ever.
We're not hard on it. Paul, do not clip this for the internet.
I'm happy with the Louvre.
We're going to turn the art community on you so hard.
No, don't do that. The last thing I need is the artsy fartsies to be like, Bonte, you don't know anything about it. I mean, come on, man. You want to talk about the worst people in the world. The artsy. No, I'm kidding.
You thought it was Brock Purdy stands. But wait till you meet the art community.
You thought Star Wars fans was bad. No, you got
Mona
nothing.
Lisa stands are another level.
Oh, the art critics. Oh, there we go. I went to go see Banksy, by the way. The Banksy exhibit at the Legion of Honor, really cool.
Yeah,
Banksy, really cool. See, I studied this stuff. Very intriguing. The history of graffiti.
I can't
all that stuff.
I can't take it seriously.
I'm telling you, man. You'd be surprised. You will be surprised. I'm getting older now.
Artsy fartsy. I haven't heard that in 30 years.
My mind is opening up to new things.
Oh, God, dude.
I still think my best skill is my dating advice, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that at some point.
You giving little Charlie dating advice. Gold.
I was going to help him out. Charlie going to be stacking them, baby. Charlie gonna be winning in these streets.
So the Mona Lisa is basically like Ghostbusters 2, where the art painting follows you as you're walking across the room. Viggo Mortensen or whatever that is.
Yes, the way he painted the eyes, you did some trick that allows the eyes to follow.
Interesting. Just the comments.
The Mona Lisa stands. They're coming for me. They're coming for me. Like one guy in Star Wars, he hates my guts. Oh, I went down his timeline. He's got 6 years worth of tweets hating me. It's like, damn. I didn't think you could hate anybody like that. Boy, the haters. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Joe Autobody. Let's get to the 49ers.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Baldy? What up, everybody? Be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game starting Monday, June 3rd for a chance to win a great gift for Dad this Father's Day. That's right, this Father's Day. Get your dad, or hell, you get your wife, whatever. I don't care what you do with the gift. But we're going to qualify. Starting on Monday, June 3rd, we're going to qualify you for a Steph Curry jersey. And you'll have 3 chances to qualify each day. Once per show. 7:30 with us, 12:30 with Shiny and Goo, 4:30 with Willard and Dibs. So write those times down right now. Listen every day. You should. I don't know why. What other sports station are you going to listen to other than this station, first of all? But number 2, you definitely want to listen June 3rd. Who doesn't want an autographed Steph Curry jersey? Hell, some of you guys will get the jersey and flip it. Just pay your mortgage on it. Sell it. Do whatever the hell you want to do with the jersey. Hang it up in your wall, but it's a good Father's Day gift.
It's like putting the Mona Lisa up in the Louvre.
Yeah, right? How much is the Mona Lisa worth right now?
I don't know.
I mean...
It's priceless.
Worth. Mona Lisa
The Mona Lisa's holding out for a contract extension.
Oh my gosh. It was valued at $100 million for insurance in 1962.
Wow, it's got to be worth.
I'm seeing $860
million. The Mona Lisa's worth $860 million.
Shohei Ohtani could buy it in a few years.
He's worth more than the Mona Lisa
if he doesn't keep gambling.
I just have to share that someone in the chat said the Mona Lisa saying to Bonta,
"Shocked you talking to me."
The Mona Lisa Mafia.
The Mona Lisa's worth $860 million for some 11 by 11 painting.
You could buy the A's for that much.
You could buy.
How much of that 860 is deferred? Do you think?
You could buy the A's and the Marlins for $860 million.
oh shit! Fuck.
Oh, catch your mic. Dump, please. Don't turn your mic off. Turn your mic off. Please turn your mic off. Oh my God.
There's no show in America this loose. There just isn't.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Hey, baptism by fire.
Oh.
You're like the Luciano of this show.
Whoa.
You were good for the first 3 quarters, and this last push, you just booted one off the shin.
Whoa. What's you call the Louvre, Shasky?
I don't know. What did I call
it? The labor?
I don't even know. I'm so out of it.
No, what is going on?
I don't even know.
Right, we got to do something quick here.
We've lost our
Christian McCaffrey. Is he going to hold out?
Okay. Christian McCaffrey. What happens? Oh, wow. Tim Kawakami on Warriors Plus Minus says there's going to be some documentary cameras around this coming season.
Oh, really? That's what we need. We need more cameras and more opinions and more content and more microphones. That's what the Warriors need to get back into contention.
Yeah, the Boston Sports Radio host, Fred Touche, he offered the worst Bill Walton eulogy. He basically ripped him. He called him a phony hippie. That's Boston for you. Yeah, that's.
What are we doing?
I don't know what we're doing in Boston, but he's a jerk.
Just be happy for the finals.
There's rumors to SF Gate, which is always looking for rumors. SF Gate is becoming like the National Enquirer.
Well, my uncle's been on that for a decade.
What, SF Gate?
Yeah, my Uncle Jim, he just thinks it's just total crap.
I mean,
he goes, I used to pay, and we all did. I paid for it forever. And he reads more of it than I read the sports section. And I know the sports section's getting thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. And when I'm at the club, like, for example, I'm going to go get a shake today. Like, I see a sport, I pick it up, I look at it. There was radio hosts that would literally could not do a show without the sports section. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But SF Gate, I'm really down. And I know who runs it. I'm not going to say their name because I don't want to rip them. I like the kid. I like him a lot. But it's twice now. I've seen SF Gate aggregate us.
What do we do now?
Well, one, when we're talking about Buster Posey, hey, what if he's a manager?
Oh, yeah. It was
just like hit piece. These radio hosts are talking about Buster Posey. Earth to the radio hosts. They're not hiring Buster Posey. Not going to be we're doing the sports talk show. We're having some fun. And it generated the most Giants calls we had in a long time.
Yeah.
Second time just happened a couple weeks ago. We had Ricky Pearsall on.
Yeah.
And we talked to him for 20 minutes. And their big takeaway was radio hosts tell Ricky Pearsall not to say San Fran. It's Frisco.
I don't care.
And it's like, and I don't care. But then don't DM me saying, hey, thanks for the content. It's like, and I reply going, wait, that's all you get out of the 20-minute Ricky Pearsall? That's what you got out of it? And then nothing back. So we're just, big time aggregators. So the latest, I bring that up because a big headline today is an actual realistic Warriors trade scenario leaks Andrew Wiggins to his old team, the Minnesota T-Wolves.
Well, read me the rest of this package. Who are we getting? Anthony Edwards?
Yes, that's NBA insider Jake Weinbach offering. I don't even know who Jake Weinbach is. NBA insider.
Okay.
But, and it's not the old team you're thinking of. It's not the Minnesota T-Wolves. It's actually the Cleveland Cavaliers.
He didn't play for them.
I know. But Wiggins going to the Cavaliers for Jared Allen. And there's a realistic pathway to Jared Allen coming to the Golden State Warriors.
Wow.
For Andrew Wiggins.
That's all you get for Andrew Wiggins? And I like Jared Allen, but...
I kind of got the same thought. That's it?
That's it?
Not a pick?
Hey, Jake, you're not that inside.
Maybe Jared Allen? What else is going on?
An outhouse trade.
So how does this work with outside? This is where I want to get with Steiny sometimes. Because these insiders, they're talking about all these trade packages. Like, how do you know? If you're not in the facility, if you're not in the war room, you're not sitting next to these GMs. Are you texting the GM? Are you texting the agents? How do you know what this team wants? And because it is lion season in the NBA, we're going to hear all these rumors about this guy going this place and this guy couldn't trade it here and there.
Can we agree? It's not the way Moneyball portrayed it in the movie.
No.
Hey, Sabes, I'll give you this lefty. Click. Keep him on hold.
Yeah.
We'll get to that guy. Call them. Like, no, that's not how it's working. But I listened to David Sampson explain this about Ronald Acuna, and I know you hate David Sampson. He ran the Marlins for a long time, and he said the second
Our weekly David Sampson drop.
I know. The second Acuna went down, the GM for Atlanta got 1,000 texts and calls like, hey, you want a right fielder? I got a right fielder, because everybody wants to jump on a team that they feel they can get over on.
No doubt.
Right? In those situations. Now, I think personally, these conversations happen all the time. I think that, for example, Mike Dunleavy, and I'm not going to use any names, but Mike Dunleavy knows who's available from just about every team in the league. They kind of have a feel. You put feelers out there.
Right.
We all do. All right. And then you're saying, well, what about this guy? Well, what about that guy? Well, what about these and these combinations? And you're going back and forth. And I think having those conversations is one thing. That doesn't mean so-and-so's on the trade block.
Right.
Like, I just don't view it that way. For example, when John Lynch said he called Belichick and was like, yo, what's up with Tom Brady? Like, it was like, hey, let's just see.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Why
I
not?
think those happen all the time.
Yeah, why not? Why not send a text? Why not send a phone? Make a phone call.
Don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. What's going on? When I was in fantasy baseball. Now I'm out of the league with the guys. They're like, when are you coming back? Never. Not after what you guys did a founding member of this league. I'll never forget that. But I would just text and make phone calls. Hey, is this guy available? Is that guy available? You need this? You need that? That's how my brain operates. So anyway, Jared Allen is, look, is he an upgrade? I don't know. But he does fill a need. You get rim protection. You get a rim runner. You get a guy who can dunk on your head.
Why is Cleveland getting rid of him?
Well, they were saying, reports were that they were not happy with him missing the series against the Boston Celtics.
So we're taking a guy who missed the series for a guy.
They said basically that we don't believe his rib injury really kept him out.
Okay, for a guy
he should have gutted it out.
That had 2 absences from the Warriors. So we're trading theirs for this. All right. I mean, I understand you're going to have a trade where, like, you're getting back something that has some flaws. The last thing I want to hear is, he kind of didn't really want to play.
Well, that's the reports. That's just what they were saying. We don't know how serious that rib injury was. And we saw, speaking of rib injuries, we saw Wiggins in that Lakers series in Game 6 of that. He couldn't move. That rib injury was, apparently it impacted his offseason workouts because he wasn't able to work out like he wanted to because of the rib injury. So Jared Allen, real quick.
I always find it hard to say, like, so-and-so should play through it. It's like you don't know what their pain tolerance is.
That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, so, I don't like when people do that.
Jared Allen's 26 years old. This past season, he averaged 16.5 points, 10 rebounds, 2.5 assists, and a block shot per game. Shot 63% from the floor, 74% from the free throw line. He's not a bad free throw shooter. So Wiggins for Jared Allen, What's his contract look like? Where's Jared Allen's money at? What kind of money is he making? Because now I'm actually getting intrigued with this move.
Well, I'd make the move, but you got to do more. Like, what are the other moves that you're making
no
to
doubt.
upgrade?
You obviously have to do more. That's not Jared Allen's not going to get you from a 10 seed to a championship. I don't think anybody's saying that, but I have heard a lot of rhetoric about Andrew Wiggins saying, man, maybe just moving him is best for the team.
Jared Allen has a $20 million cap hit for the 24-25 and 25-26 season, and then he's a free agent.
Oh, so two more. So you're taking one less year than the Wiggins. Okay.
Right.
I'm in for that.
You're in for that, right?
As long as we're not surrendering picks.
Yeah, $20 million this year, this upcoming season.
I mean, I'd like more for him, but
yeah, but hey, $40 million on this deal as opposed to what, 73 plus on the Wiggins deal? Not bad. Not bad. You get bigger. Now you got a runway for Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe at the 3, or if you move Kuminga, you go get another 3. I don't know. But that's not a bad move.
You save $5 million.
Really quick. Sorry. So Wiggins has $26 million next year, $28 million the next year, and then he has a player option for 26-27. That's $30 million.
Hey, listen, he's already opted into that player option. That is done. All right. You think he's opted out? Get new money? That is done. He signed that baby yesterday. I'm already in. I'm in. I love Wiggs, man.
Look, Jared Allen, I'm gonna be 100% truthful. I don't see how Jared Allen helps you defend against Kyrie and Luka. I don't see how Jared Allen helps you defend against the Denver Nuggets necessarily.
It definitely helps you. You have a better defender.
Who's stopping Ant Edwards?
Well, you have a better defender. At least you got somebody at the rim where you have to think twice about, maybe I won't throw it up. I mean, maybe I won't go to the rim.
He's a solid player.
He's solid.
He's
solid. But what did Wiggins give you last year?
I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even on his worst day, I could throw him on somebody and at least make a guy work on the perimeter. Like, to me, perimeter defense and a legit number 2 in terms of a 2 guard, like, they need that guy.
I'm with you, but maybe they see Jonathan Kuminga being that guy.
Okay.
And he defends the rim.
I mean, JK, he went from being a 4, a small ball 5, a 3, and now we're sliding him to the 2.
No, put him at the 3.
Okay, but he's going to guard as a 2.
Yeah, you could guard 2s. You guard 3s maybe. But that's just the first move. That's just another domino. But listen, Jared Allen, I'm not mad at that. If that's all that's available.
I don't think Warrior fans think that's even close to enough.
We're not. I didn't say that.
No, I know.
I don't think we. But a lot of Warrior fans want to move off of Wiggins, right?
Yes.
This is what you want to do.
But I think we think similar to Jordan Poole. I think we value the player as a trade chip higher than what we're receiving.
So
back.
Coming off of last season, what the hell do we think we're gonna? If you want to trade Andrew Wiggins,
well, this is where you staple first round picks to him.
Do you want to do that?
Well, no, but if for the right guy,
Andrew Wiggins last year. All right. And I just gave you the numbers.
What do you have, 13 points a game?
It was 13.2 points a game, 4.5 rebounds, 1 assist. And get this, he did shoot 75% from the free throw line. He did. I think this is the best of his career.
How many games did he play? 55?
Last year he played 71 games.
That many?
Played 71 games last
year. In my mind, he played way less.
75% free throw shooter. The best seasons he ever had for the free throw line was his first 2 seasons in the league.
Monte, those are all career, like everything else besides free throws is career lows.
Yeah, I know.
All right, and he was so bad in those 71 games, I thought he played 55.
I told you the story when I took my mom to the Knicks game in late second quarter. I was like, Wiggins is playing? I'm locked in. I thought I was locked in. Apparently I wasn't locked in enough. And I'm not trying to rip, because Wiggins, to your point, is a very good defender. I like Andrew Wiggins a lot. I thought he was a good fit with the Warriors. But it does, when there's smoke, there's fire, right? And it feels like in order to open up, if you do go that route with Kuminga, and you're saying I'm keeping Kuminga, because I do think in a couple of years, if the Warriors, because I know you're hesitant on giving him $30 million a year, I do believe that $30 million a year for Jonathan Kuminga will be a bargain in the next few years. I think the guy's going to be really, really good. It's just I could be wrong there. I thought Trey Lance was going to be good. He wasn't. Kuminga showed me more than Trey Lance ever did. Jared Allen, 16 to 10.5. He averages a double-double. He's done that basically over the course of his career. He's not a guy who's going to create his own shot, but he's going to give you 31 minutes a game. He played 77 games this season. Now, he has been on and off the court over the course of his career, but he played 77 last year. He's got 2 years left. He's 26 years old. I'm open to Jared Allen. I'm open to a move like that. You get bigger, you get more athletic, and you get a rim protector.
Yeah, but
that car's off one box.
Okay, one.
That you don't. Like
the big box is like who else can generate points on their own in the half court?
There's no doubt about it.
Who can defend premium elite perimeter guards? Those are the two top questions. Like finding a big who could be a piece or whatever. It's great. I'm glad. Like I would like Jared Allen. I'm not even mad. Like I would like Jared Allen. But not for Wiggins. Like, I want more for Wiggins. I'm asking so much.
Wait a minute. You can't ask for more for Wiggins. When you wanted Wiggins out, not you, but a lot of Warrior fans think very lowly in Andrew Wiggins. Like, what do you think you're going to get for Andrew Wiggins coming off of that season?
I'm hoping
to get Joel Embiid?
No, I'm hoping to get something more.
Giannis?
Staple. No.
Evan Mobley?
But staple more to it to get me something back. Like, are we sure Jimmy Butler's staying in Miami?
So you'd rather
Are we sure Jimmy? Like, for example,
you would want Jimmy Butler on this team?
Well, here's what I'm saying. Like, yes, I would want Jimmy Butler on this team. He's a lunatic, but he's an awesome player. Like, I think Jimmy Butler would be just what the doctor ordered.
Okay. So
and
maybe
he fits the timeline.
So maybe it's decided to trade with Clay.
Why would they take Wiggins? The Heat culture would want nothing to do with Andrew Wiggins, and that's why you got to staple a bunch of stuff to him.
Jimmy Butler, what did he do last year? And I like Jimmy Buckets. I do. But they're talk about podcasts.
I just need him to play nice for a year and a half.
Yeah, whoa, that's it.
I just need him. And him, you want to see someone who can keep Draymond in check?
You sure
I would
about
love
that?
to see Draymond and Jimmy Buckets on the same
You think
court.
nobody's keeping Draymond in check. Now, look at Jimmy Butler. Look at Jimmy Butler. This is worrisome. He's 34 years old. We're asking for Jimmy Butler. It's going to be 35 a day before I turned 42.
He's going to fall off the cliff. We all acknowledge that.
He's 34 years old. He turns 35 September 14th. Before the greatest day ever, September 15th.
Which is what?
The day Dan Marino was born, and the day Dexter Carter was born, and the day yours truly was born. Jimmy Butler.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, they're not. Dan Marino, line one. Minnesota, 2017-18 played 59 games. The next year he played the 10 games, and he got traded to Philadelphia, played 55. Next year he played 58, 52, 57, 64, 60. He can't stay on the floor, and he's getting older. And I like Jimmy.
Doubt.
And I like Jimmy Butler a lot. I do like Jimmy. I will be open to that. But why would Miami do that?
Well, because it sounds like Jimmy and Pat Riley are done with each other.
Yeah, Pat Riley's
all
over.
I'm looking for, guys, think about Wiggins. You just needed him for 2 years. Like, I really only need Jimmy Butler for a couple of years. That's all I need. I don't need him to play nice for 10. Like, that's not the real. The reality is I've got a couple years left on Steph's deal. I got a couple years left on Draymond's deal. All I'm trying to do is maximize the now.
So is Jimmy Butler getting you closer to a championship to Jared Allen right now?
Yeah, I think slightly.
Slightly?
Yeah. I mean,
the rim protection, right?
The fifth seed is, but I could find value. I could find
even though I know where you're going to go. Mavericks are the fifth seed. But they play like the best team in the league over the last 2 years.
Yeah, and that's the team that I'm looking at that I need to defend.
All right, let's go to TC and Sack then. TC and Sack, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Bonte Shasky, what's up with my bros, man? What's up?
Hey, before we get this started, how are you going to feel if McCaffrey holds out?
Hey, before we get started, listen. If McCaffrey holds out, I try to tell y'all, bro, the writing's on the wall. Players are fed up with Kyle, bro. Even McCaffrey. Man, you use me like a workhorse, and then you don't want to give me my money reconstructed. You want to tell people they got to either take this or they got to leave. Like, people are getting tired of Kyle, bro. Joe, Bonte, I try to tell y'all, I try to tell y'all about this dude, bro. Their locker room is fed up. It's only a couple guys maybe in that locker room. Debo may be one of them, and he might be the lone shark, bro. And maybe Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy hasn't seen the true Kyle yet with him not embracing him. Seriously, bro.
I know, TC. I know you're serious. I know you're serious. All right, let me get your basketball.
I'm serious, bro.
I know you're serious. You're always serious. I don't take you as a joke, TC.
Nah, seriously, Bonte, Joe, listen, check it out. Hey, y'all know me. Hey, that's a win-win, Joe, bro, for Wiggins, for for my boy over there, Jared Allen. Bro, y'all, listen. Bro, it's a shot blocker, and y'all getting another center, bro, to go with the boy Trace Jackson. Y'all know I'm a Kings fan, bro, but, hey, if y'all got him, bro, I'd be worried. I'd be like, you know what? They got another rim protector, bro.
So you're telling me in the half court you got Draymond and Jared Allen to start and finish games? Yeah, I think it sounds good on paper. I think when you look at how the Warriors like to play and you talk about all the ball movement and all that stuff with Draymond, who's not a shooter, I think it presents more problems than people are like on the surface. It makes sense. Got to dig a little deeper, everyone. I don't think Jared Allen's a catch-all solution.
Before I go, well, check it out, Joe. Y'all want to get rid of Wiggins? Well, what y'all want, HB back, bro? We'll trade y'all HB straight up for Wiggins.
I'm good.
Okay, y'all want to get rid of him that bad?
I'm good.
You get me? So Jared Allen is the move, bro. If that's the move, Bonte, I'm telling you, I'm not even a Warriors fan, bro, but that's a steal.
I'm with that. I'm with that move. Now, again, I don't think it gets you. Is it getting you a top 5 seed? Nobody's saying that right now. But what is something we discussed ad nauseum all last season? You need to get more athletic. You need some rim protection. You need more size. Size matters. Even Kerr's mentioned that. You look at the landscape of the league now and how big like the rim runners with Derek Lively II and Daniel Gafford with Dallas. You don't see Jared Allen doing that with the Warriors?
Yeah, but they also have timeout. They have 4 other guys on the floor who stretch it. And when you have Draymond, it makes things a little different.
But by Jared Allen, this is not the finished product of the roster. You're not going to just say, hey, Wiggins for Allen, we're done. Wash our hands, we're good. No. He's a piece. You still need to get more athletic on the wings. Nobody's denying that. And you need some guys at the point of attack who can defend at a high level. You need your Derrick Jones Jr. Maybe that's Kuminga. You need your Aaron Gordon who could defend at a high level. Maybe that's Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, I look at like closing lineups. Like how many of the bigs in the last however many years have closed games with the Warriors?
It's not about closing with a Jared Allen.
Yeah, but if you have a trade piece in Wiggins who is a closing piece, you cannot trade him for someone who's not a closing piece.
But maybe you use Jonathan Kuminga as that trade chip. If you're not comfortable giving Kuminga $30 million a year, maybe both of these guys are gone. And maybe you're trading Wiggins for Jared Allen. You might be you may be getting that other defender, that guy you're talking about for Kuminga or Moody. That may be on. And don't forget, Chris Paul, team option. What's going to happen there? Klay Thompson. What if they don't agree with the deal? Agree to a deal with Klay Thompson? Maybe there's a sign and trade possibility with the Klay Thompson to maybe get that player. There's a lot of options here. It's not the end all be all if it's Jared Allen.
No, I'm not saying it is. But, they got a variety of other moves to make. But to me, it's just not even close to enough.
Like Wiggins, what do you think you're going to get for him? What do we think we're going to get for Andrew Wiggins? If you guys all want to trade Andrew Wiggins, and he's coming off that season.
Here's what I would say.
I don't know if you could do better than Jared Allen.
You traded Jordan Poole, and I get why, but you traded Jordan Poole and CP3 was good for you, but like in these closeout situations, you very rarely used him. And at least JP was a guy at times you could close with. You cannot trade Wiggins, who has been a big part of you closing games for 4 years. You can't trade him straight up for someone who's not going to close a lot of the games. You just can't.
Well, Wiggins didn't close a lot this past season.
Well, this past year, he's been on milk carton.
Exactly. So what do you think you're going to get from him? You know what I'm saying? Like, he may not even close games. We didn't know who the hell to close them. Outside of Steph and Draymond, we had no idea who was going to close games. Could have been CP3, could have been Pods, could have been TJD, could have been Kuminga, could have been Wiggins, could have been Klay. We had no idea who was going to close games outside of Steph and Klay.
I don't know, man. I
know. Listen,
I think they have to be very careful with who they trade Wiggins for.
Yeah,
it's one of the few guys making $25 million a year, so that's a chunk of salary when you even up these salaries. He's a guy who plays the wing. Someone could see him as value. You got to staple some stuff to it probably. I'm just not, like, on my list of needs, Jared Allen, yes, I'd like to have him. I don't think it even comes remotely close to what I'm looking to net for Andrew Wiggins. And so I could be the one misvaluating Andrew Wiggins.
What do you think?
In his trade market.
What do you think you could possibly get for an Andrew Wiggins right now?
Michael Jordan in his prime. I mean, come on. Of course, I'm not delusional.
Then what do you, like, this is a good deal. When you consider it, it fills a need. You move off of Wiggins' contract, and you get a guy who's going to give you 60 to 70 games and gives you an area of need. Because Looney, we don't know if Looney's going to be back.
I think I'd rather have DeJounte Murray if he's out there than Jared
You're not getting DeJounte Murray.
I'm just saying. You're for
Andrew Wiggins. Okay, well, you may have to get Kuminga and Wiggins. I'd be shocked if you got a DeJounte Murray for Andrew Wiggins. Sign me up for that one.
I need somebody who's going to like play the wing. That's what I'm looking for.
I agree. You would hope that it's Andrew Wiggins. Hey, if Andrew Wiggins is so good, why even trade him, right?
Well, no.
If we're looking for that wing defender.
Because everyone's done with him.
Because
that locker room's done with him. That's
why. Probably. So maybe it's JK playing that role. I have no idea. But no, there's no doubt Jared Allen is not enough. I don't think anybody is saying that. But it's a start to improving your roster. It's a start. I just don't know what you're going to get for Andrew Wiggins right now. I don't know. Does Austin in San Jose know? Austin, what's happening, my main man? Jared Allen.
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up,
baby?
Shasky? You guys got a good conversation going. Listen, Shasky, I want to agree with you, man. Bonte, I think that, Jared Allen's as a start, man, but to Shasky's point, man, I'm watching the playoffs like you guys, and man, we've got I'm thinking we need a wing versatility. We need somebody that can shoot.
Austin, I don't disagree with that at all. But you also need some rim protection too.
Yeah, but we
don't have point of attack defenders. We don't have point of attack defenders, and you may not have that this upcoming season. I need something. You don't have rim protection right now. You don't allow Draymond Green to play the weak side because you need a 5 who can help out Draymond Green. I think Jared Allen's is doing is that. But I also don't dismiss the fact that you also need wing defenders and another playmaker. Yeah. Those things are all true.
But I'll just look at the talent level, man. I mean, I think that, the talent is what we and to Jassky's point, though, we got to be careful about saying we're just going to give up Wiggins because on a given day, Wiggins is still our best wing defender, and on a given day, he can still score at the rim. So if we're going to move Wiggins and you don't bring somebody in that can fill some voids, man, we're going to create a bigger problem. So I think, if we get Wiggins, we actually have to get two people to replace Wiggins.
So let me ask this: then why trade Wiggins? Then why are we trading Wiggins if we think this highly of him? Why are we trading Andrew Wiggins?
So you trade Wiggins because he's inconsistent, he's not reliable. That's why you trade.
So why would
if you can get somebody that's going to play every night, then that's why you go. That's why you're replacing Bonte, because the guy doesn't show up for work every night.
I just said all that. I just said all that. But yet you guys want more for Andrew Wiggins. You said be careful. Sounds like this is a player we need to move no matter what. And take the name Andrew Wiggins, Austin. I want you to just chime in on this. Take the name Andrew Wiggins. You just described a player who's inconsistent. You can't rely on him. He's got an inconsistent jumper. He missed a lot of layups at the rim. Why not move off of that guy? Just try to get something back for him. Anything.
But you need the talent. No, but you need the talent. You can't just, if you're going to move somebody, Bonte, even though he's not consistent, you still got to get the talent.
Is Jared Allen not talented enough?
He doesn't cover the spectrum that Wiggins covers, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree.
You need two guys to cover that.
I agree with him. And here's what I would say: like they had to dump Jordan Poole. You got to dump Jordan Poole.
Good call.
And it's like in retrospect, it's like, well, hold up. This is a team with very few assets. So the moves that you do make are vitally important. That you don't just dump guys. You can't just dump guys. Oh, quick little upgrade here. Like, we helped our rim protection. Like on the list of Warrior concerns, number 2 scorer, perimeter defense are higher than rim protection for me.
I agree with that. But when I asked you guys a few weeks ago, I said, what is the number 1 priority for the Golden State Warriors this offseason? What is the number 1 thing they have to do first and foremost? I think it was overwhelmingly, we got to figure out what to do with Andrew Wiggins.
No, that's baked into it.
We have to figure out what to do with Andrew Wiggins.
But I can't just trade him for an upgrade in another direction. What I have to do is be discerning. And I feel like what they did with Jordan Poole, as low as his value was, they took what I felt to be was like a crummy deal in retrospect. Like you got a guy who played 1 year for you, who you didn't even bring off the bench first in your playoff game, and got his playing time usurped by a rookie and a 38-year-old Chris Paul. So if you're looking at the Wiggins thing, he's a 27, 28-year-old player. He makes $25 million. Those are both assets. He's not 38, right? You have to make the right trade. No one is saying that you have. Yes, you have to trade him, but it can't just be for anything.
No, and I don't think Jared Allen is anything. It's not anything. Jared Allen is not just an anything player. All right? I don't think he's just anything. Jared Allen is a very serviceable big. Now, he's not a star.
No.
I don't know what the expectations are when you think about when Austin to San Jose. It was a very good call. But he said, Wiggins is inconsistent, and we don't know what you're going to get from him. He averaged 13 points per game last season. For the majority of the season, he was shooting in the 20s from 3. So right now we can't say, well, you can't be beggars and choosers. You know, you can't have, you always say you can't have your cake and eat it too, or whatever it is.
Beggars
can't be choosers and all that stuff, and you can't win and have the young guys and all that stuff. Richard Wiggins, say one thing about Wiggins, say we can't rely on him. The locker room's done. We don't. He's inconsistent. You never know what you're going to get from him. And then on the flip side, say, well, that name's not good enough for him. Well, I need more for Andrew Wiggins. Wait a minute. He's an inconsistent player. What the hell do we think we're getting for Andrew Wiggins right now?
No, but I think the way I view my roster construction in the NBA for this Warrior team, I don't view center as a position making $20 million a year.
I hear you.
I view the center position for the Warriors the way other teams around the league view running back, right? Where I'm trying to find value. Like, for example, and look, this guy's been hurt for multiple years. I'll take a Time Lord, Robert Williams, for half the price of Jared Allen and roll the dice on that in TJD as opposed to trading my one trade asset in Andrew Wiggins, which is making a chunk of money, because that's part of the deals in the NBA is the money.
Right, you gotta match
we can talk
money.
about how
But
crappy a
this
player
money
is.
matches, though.
I know,
This
and
money matches.
that's why, to me, like, I'm looking for another money match trade, not this one.
Okay.
You know,
you don't like the player.
Well, I don't like the position either. Like, I don't think, to me, center isn't the spot I'm looking for first. First, it's number 2 scorer, perimeter defender, in that order.
And I don't think you're getting that for Andrew Wiggins.
You're probably not.
I don't think you're getting that for Andrew Wiggins.
And you're probably going to have to staple a bunch of things to it.
Time Lord, by the way, signed a 4-year, $48 million deal
He's got 2 years left.
He's got 2 years left. He's been hurt.
$12 million a year.
12 and $13 million. Sounds like Kobe White. But like, to me, like, and I just don't know. I just don't know what
he's more dynamic. Like, but he's hurt all the time.
Listen, I want those things too. Point of attack defender, number 2 scorer, number 2 playmaker. Alleviate some of the pressure off of Stephen Curry. I'm all for that. But what the hell do we think we're getting for Andrew Wiggins right now when we saw the value? And you talk about the value of what you could get from, like, Evan Fournier was balling a couple years ago. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Balling.
Oh, yeah.
They got, who was it? The Magic got like a couple second-round picks for him. That was it. And now I know it's Evan Fournier, and he's not the player Andrew Wiggins was, but he was balling at that point. And a lot of people were like, take Evan Fournier over Wiggins right there in real time. I remember it. I saw the texts. I saw the calls. You didn't get nothing back for him. Nothing.
People are prisoners of the moment.
Right.
We all are. I'm guilty of it too.
So
who was the guy for the Pacers that looked like Jordan in the bubble?
TJ Ward. TJ Ward.
Thank you.
So I do agree that maybe center's not the number one priority, but on this team, you need some rim protection.
No doubt.
You need some effort. You need some size because you're going against Jokic, Gobert, Karl-Anthony Towns, Naz Reid, Lively, Gafford, Chet Holmgren, Zubac,
look, I'm with you.
Anthony Davis. Hell, even DeAndre Ayton. You got bigs in the West.
Yeah, but I view those.
You got Wemby in San Antonio. At some point, it may not be the number one priority, but I need something at that position outside of TJD.
No, I'm with you, but I feel like you can find a journeyman type of a dude for cheaper and get away with it. Like, that's, to me, that's especially when you know it's baked in. Draymond's going to play small ball 5 to close games. Like, you just know it. You know it's baked in. So why would I trade a guy who's closing games for me right now for a guy who probably won't close games?
Part-time closer. Don't forget, he was a part-time closer last year.
Well, last year, but I'm saying, like, the template originally was he's going to close all the games.
That was the template. But they went away from that.
No doubt.
So I don't know. It's a very interesting conversation. We can save the Niners for tomorrow. And Mona Lisa talk. Mona Lisa. My final thought, Shasky, is how will this fan base of the San Francisco 49ers react if Christian McCaffrey holds out? I'm very intrigued to see what that dialogue looks like. So now I'm kind of rooting for it to happen. Even though I'm a 49er fan, I'm actually rooting for McCaffrey to hold out to get more money because I want to see what the dialogue's going to be. I'm here for the dialogue. Ayuk and McCaffrey hold out? Now, we're already mad about Ayuk. We're telling Ayuk, we could trade you. We don't care about your money. Whatever. We got Debo, blah, 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 blah. What happens if McCaffrey holds out? What would the dialogue and reaction be with this fan base? That's my final thought.
My final thought is, Carter, sometimes you have to learn by doing. It's the Cal Poly way. Baptism by fire. Trial by error. Sometimes things happen, and you learn from them. You know, you had your Jimmy Garoppolo Dallas game moment where you were up big and you just threw an inexcusable pick six. It's okay. But you bounce back, you hand the ball off to Debo, and you found a way to win because Sam Lubman acted like Dak Prescott and took the wildest final possession knee that I've ever seen in my life. But it's okay, Carter. You did a great job today, buddy. Thanks for filling in. I love you. I do.
Thank you. My fast five would be, I don't think the Warriors need an everyday big man. It's a guy who can come in, guard the Jokic's, guard these huge centers that we're seeing now. But we know that they don't work with those guys, basically. It's TJD type centers. So that's all I got.
So my final thought is, I mean, you know me, I like to think that every Giants game is a must-win, but I know that I'm a little bit crazier in that sense than most, but I do want to get very, very greedy today and get that sweep against the Phillies. So I'm not going to give it the official, this is a must-win, but this is I really, really would appreciate it if you guys got this win today, kind of win.
Sure, we all would do that.
I would be mightily appreciated.
If Kyle Harrison gets rocked with the Giants having an off day tomorrow, boy, Kyle Harrison, should we flip him?
Is he the Mona Lisa of the Giants?
Is he overrated? Did we overrate this prospect? Mona Lisa. I'm telling you, that's my final thought. Mona Lisa. Overrated. Overrated.
The art stands are going to go nuts.
Overrated.
What's the best piece of art all time?
Best piece of art all time.
It's a good tease for tomorrow.
It is a good tease for tomorrow. Let me think on that. Let me use all 24 hours to think about that.
There's a lot of art to go through.
It's a lot of art. It's a lot of art.
A lot of art. Tremendous art.
I just there's so many ways I can go.
He's a terrible person.
It's
terrible
funny
person.
though.
No, he's not. I can't laugh at the narcissist. Listen.
A lot of art. Tremendous art.
I can't laugh at that narcissist. I really can't, dude. He's a terrible human being. And you will find out that George Steinbrenner might be worse if you watch the Bronx Zoo on Peacock. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home, we're on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Shasky's sleepy. He's yawning. I'm ready to use the bathroom and not have a show meeting, right? No show meeting today?
Oh, we do have a show meeting.
No, we don't. It's a short week. Let's say
come on.
Bye-bye. It's Nighty Goon next.
Founded in 1964.
one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I would run around the
Together,
next.
they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
We got a lot of listeners right off the bat worried about Guru's disposition.
Because I'm in a good mood.
Are you?
I'm in one of the greatest sports moods of my life.
So are you aware that the Pirates gave up 3 in the first today?
I just saw it. I thought you were going the Negro Leagues and the stats being implemented into Major League Baseball.
No, we can.
That's where I'm at. I am juiced. And I know a lot of people are skeptical. Good morning. But Steiny, good God. That's the baseball version of reparations. And my wife got mad. No, that's financial. I'm like, it's the baseball version. Relax. But good morning, Steiny. I'm juiced. Hell with the Pirates.
What are you juiced about most?
That Major League Baseball would put their neck on the line in a sense and implement these stats that are going to knock fixtures and guys with the name of Ty Cobb and Babe Ruth off some stats that belong to them.
Ty Cobb go bye-bye.
Well, not a lot, but you know what I mean? Like, this is incredible. And a lot of people, black, white, whatever, they think there's something else going on. The banana in the tailpipe.
I don't have a strong opinion on this one.
But could you understand why some folks would be like, why now?
I understand why now.
And the streets are saying, to that real quick, Stanley, the streets are saying, on the heels of George Floyd's death, that Major League Baseball put together, quote unquote, a panel, and they wanted to get together and do something like this. But I believe it's June 20th, the Giants and Cardinals have a game in Birmingham where Willie Mays will be honored, and he even played in the Negro Leagues there. But you're not going to go to these lengths to do what they did quietly. I guess I'm shocked, Steiny, that I didn't know it was going down.
Doesn't sound like anybody did.
And there you go. It just happened in the middle of the night. But wow.
I mean, are you happy about it? Or
I
do
am.
You care one way or the other?
To that question, Steiny, and I've said this, and I got to be careful here. I grew up, and I've always wanted to know as I got older, as a black man in America, I wish I could have took in a Negro League game. I asked questions why they weren't allowed to play and participate. Then I did and research history. History told me why. Okay, so there were other things going on than just black men not being able to play in the major leagues in America. But when you find out why, and I never got that, and I never will be able to watch a game. This is the closest thing of watching a game that I can think of, and it was never something I thought was even possible. And that's why today, for me, Steiny, and last night is just about why is Major League Baseball doing this?
I mean,
because a lot of people are going to be upset, and I get it. As sad as that is, that commentary. But what about the leagues in the Latin players? Do they keep records? Yeah. What about the Japanese? And some could be like, "Go worry about yourself, and you're black. Be happy." But I'm just thinking, this is heavier than I think a lot of people are.
Yeah, this is one where this is one that'll take a few days to sink in. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not directly affected. I mean, is anybody really affected other than in the books?
Wow. And the families of the players in the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about those Giants?
Wow, man.
They win 1-0 yesterday. I'll tell you what.
With an opener. They didn't even have a starter against one of the best pitchers, Wheeler, in Major League Baseball. And Steiny, right now, it's just they can do no wrong. How about that?
I mean, they're playing well, 10 of 12, and 2 games over 500 now. I'll tell you what, and I don't mean to go negative because I'm not going to go negative because I'll praise wisely. But if this is who the Giants are going to be, Luciano can't play for them. Well, not right now. If they're going to be a good team and they're going to battle for a wild card, then they have to invest in winning as much as they can. And I'm watching that game last night, and the play Wisely made in the 6th inning. I think he threw out Real Muto at third
Harper
base.
hit it like 200 miles per hour.
Luciano can't make that play. He can't make it.
So he can't play, Stein.
I don't think so. No, not at shortstop, not for the San Francisco Giants, not when they have playoff aspirations.
And you know what's crazy real quick about that is Luciano, his name was, this just me, you tell me if you disagree. He had more promise than Matos and Ramos. It was Luciano. And to find out, Steiny, that, you can't hide him, it sounds better, and I told you and the boss and Evan, when you talk about what's changed, the youth, when you say Matos and Ramos, and you throw Luciano in there, that's like the Three Musketeers, and now we may be, days away from him going back to Sacramento or him facing a position change that maybe he's not going to be able to, rectify on the major league level.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be able to. Not right now. But, the Giants have turned it around, and I think one of the reasons they turned it around, and I think we do this all the time, and it's this. A team will get decimated by injuries, and they'll lose, and rather than acknowledge that they're decimated by injury, we'll just say, well, they got to figure out a way to win when they're hurt, and the reality is, if you're banged up, you're not going to be as good. And they've gotten a little more healthy, and the young guys have chipped in.
Oh, my gosh.
And this team's starting to look whole, and now you can see what the vision was that Farhan had and that Bob Melvin had, and this is the way it's got to look if they're going to be successful.
Yeah, and speaking of looks, Steiny, you look me dead in my eye, because I mean this, and we haven't talked about it our 5 or 6 years together. When you look at a baseball team and you can tell if they're playing hard, even with the mental component of it. And Flynn was on with Bonta and Shasky this morning, and they had a great conversation, Steiny, about this giant dugout, even when they're down 4, like we saw in Pittsburgh, late in games in New York. There's just something, an aura in that dugout where everybody seems to be playing for each other and they haven't quit. And then when something goes well, they score, they win, a great defensive play. It just, and I'm not just saying this, it seems like everybody's got each other's back and they're genuinely happy for Steiny or Evan making a great play. And right now it seems like that's infectious, and it culminates with Matos with a professional at bat last night to get the ball in the air deep enough to get the run home. And my only question is, Steiny, they're 29 and 27. So a hater would say, if they hadn't seen the start of the Giants season, why are you so excited about a baseball team only 2 games over 500? Well, if you hadn't seen them 6 under and the dead men walking feel that I felt like they had to them, to where they were down 2 or 3 runs, Giants are done, you wouldn't appreciate the strides that they've made. And, I asked you, and I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday, you think they're for real or you need to see more?
And I need to see more.
Okay.
I need to see more. It's one of those things where, and this is always one of the challenges of talking about baseball, as far as I'm concerned. Not challenge, but
yeah.
You just cannot make a big deal out of a game or 2.
But it's our job.
I try to look at every series as a game. So
I've never heard
if you have 58 series,
I got you.
You treat 3 games like 1 game, because if you start taking 1 game at a time, I just don't think it works in baseball because just of the nature of the game. But the facts are now that they've won 10 of 12, and they are over 500 by 2 games, and they were under 500 by 6 games.
Yeah.
So, they're playing terrific baseball right now.
Since the Dodgers series, Steiny.
Yeah, they're back. They're back to, I think the best part about this Giants team is now you can see what the plan was. I think 2-3 weeks ago, we're looking at this team and they're banged up, and we just don't see it. We don't see anything. We don't see offense. We don't see defense. We didn't see the young guys. The bullpen wasn't very good, and now the young guys have chipped in, and they haven't carried this team because Chapman's been a big part of it, and so is the pitching, but they've certainly contributed to the winning, And now we find out what will happen when Ahmed comes back and when Slater comes back and when Conforto comes back.
Now, well said. And again, I was kind of conflicted yesterday with this, Donnie, but those are good problems. And what you just described was the Giants early on. And Evan was at the game last night, Steiny, if you told me I need a catcher with my life on the line to throw out a runner right now in Major League Baseball, it's Bailey. I'm not saying he's Johnny Bench, but I don't even know what the clock reads the time he gets the ball out that glove and fires it to second base. But with that said, Evan asked him what was the difference, of this team when they played Philly and got swept 4 games, and it was ugly. One game was in the rain. One game was Sunday Night Baseball. It was ugly. And Bailey told him, Evan, our own Evan Steiny, and I agree with him wholeheartedly, this is a different team. That was a different team. And that's what we've seen early on this season and that's why I want to give Farhan credit, because I feel like a hater or a little dirty that, would these moves have happened had the injuries not manifested? Probably not. But guess what, partner? They did. The team's playing. So how can I not give credit to only the players and stop at Farhan's doorstep when I tried to bury him 2 weeks ago when it was bad? I just think that's fair.
If that's the way you feel, that's the way you feel.
Right. That's the way I feel.
The story of last night was Spencer Howard and then my guy. And I'm kind of disappointed in Evan. I'm really disappointed in Evan because he was at the game. He went into the clubhouse.
Saw BP too.
And he didn't talk to my favorite player who locked up that game last night, Sean Jelly.
Oh, boy.
He did.
Dude, he is huge.
Well, everybody talked to Sean Jelly. Yeah. He was the man of the scrum, him and Spencer Howard. So, I kind of had to wait in line.
Could the Warriors use a 6'11", 228? The guy he's in the wrong
He'd be the biggest Warriors.
He would be their tallest player.
He would. You could post him up. He had a great quote, though, and he was the subject of talk in the locker room. This is Sean Jelly about what's happening to this team and what's happened to it over the last 2 weeks.
Mentioned earlier in the year, just the confidence that clubhouse and the coach staff has been putting in me, and just how much that's meant to me. Going off for multiple innings and getting leverage at innings, and then something like tonight, going out for the 9th and then going back out for the 10th. That's just the confidence that Bo Mel's putting in me and the rest of the staff and the guys to rally behind me. That's all I need, really. It's incredible, and guys are playing awesome right now, and it's contagious, and it's really fun to be out there and share the field with those guys right now.
Wow.
Was he emotional?
That qualifies in my book.
Was Jelly emotional?
Yeah. That was he had the little frog in the throat, Steiny.
Bottom line is, that's why I love him, because he cares. Sean Jelly's a gamer.
He's went to the lab. Flynn was talking about early on, Steiny, he was having problems with retiring left-handed hitters. He's back.
Oh, what is it, a slider or curve? The one he gets the righties to fish on?
Knuckle curve.
The knuckle curve. And he jams lefties. He jams lefties.
Now get this.
Down and in. Yeah, he's unhittable at times.
You guys are going to be proud of me for this one.
So's Howard.
So Jelly's on the mound. Yeah. He's throwing to Bailey. Bailey's first name is Patrick. What do you guys give me for PB and Jelly?
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
Good.
I'm so conditioned to say that's not very good.
Well, I said it a little better.
And Jelly.
You guys also know that Jelly got out of a few jams last night.
Now that's better than where I was going. Damn you, Evan.
Are you sure PB doesn't stand for pass ball?
Not with Patrick.
Not with Patrick.
No,
there's some things happen, Steiny.
He's got a better arm than blocking the ball.
I'll tell you what. Catcher is they found Buster Posey's replacement.
Relax.
And I heard I'm not saying him the next Buster Posey. Steiny, your boy can, he can hit.
There it is. Goo goes, they've just got their next Buster Posey. And I say, relax. And he goes, well, I'm not saying they got their next Buster Posey.
Well, he said replacement. Yeah. And I honestly...
Catcher's on lock right now.
He hasn't given you a reason to feel
that's all.
That's Farhan's guy.
Man.
That's Farhan's guy. No, I was listening to Willard yesterday.
What did he say?
He said Patrick Bailey's a future all-star, and then he threw out perennial all-star.
Hey.
Okay.
You feeling good,
all right.
Will? Yeah.
I
Well, that's not too far-fetched right now. Dude can play defense and can grind out a graded bat.
And he's a switch hitter.
Man.
I don't pretend to know whether he's going to be an all-star or not.
But you like what you see. You can see if somebody is excited about his future.
Sure.
He's probably already the best defensive catcher in the NL.
Yeah, I mean, he's been...
Kind of see why Joey Bart's not here.
He hasn't hit a grand slam, though, this year, as far as I know.
Yeah, look at
Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, he hit the go-ahead grand slam to help him win, I think, Game 2 of that series.
Oh.
Remember, he crushed
Well, then they're even.
Yeah.
Because Bart did it. Yeah, no, they're playing great, and I watched that game last night. I had to I watched the Timberwolves game, and then I had the Giants game taped, and I used that great plus 10 seconds. It's perfect to watch baseball.
But see,
get like an hour behind.
I feel like you're cheating. No, you're right.
Get an hour behind.
But sometimes you accidentally go a little too far and you see the hit, so the drama you miss.
Then you go back.
Yeah.
Then you go back.
Hey, I watched both of those games.
I got to ask Evan something, too.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. All right, I'll go.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the game last night, and I'm listening to Kruk and Kipe. And Evan, I got to come to, you know more about pitching than Kruko. So I'm going to ask you this.
Wow.
I would never say
he's
that.
just playing Kruk.
He said that Blake Snell pitched well in his last outing.
Yeah.
Did he?
I've been hearing that.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Evan,
So his line, I guess I'm asking about his line.
Well, and this is where I know you're saying you like to look at them as series, but the individual games do matter, and even specific at-bats do matter. Like, the first 2 innings of Blake Snell's outing, yes, he didn't go 5, but he looked like the Blake Snell of last year. Like, he struck out Bryce Harper on 3 pitches. He went fastball, slider off the plate. Like, that's an at-bat that you can look at and say, this guy's beginning to find his stuff. And his stuff is better than 95% of pitchers across baseball. So I do think he threw well yesterday. He gave up one 450-foot hit.
Right.
And that kind of skews the line. But I don't think he was as bad as people are making him out to be.
I'm excited because I know it's about today, but I think he's going to get the ball against the Yankees, Steiny. We'll really see if he's making some progress then.
Well, he should. He pitched, Monday?
Yeah.
Monday. Yesterday was Tuesday. Yeah. Giants.
The place is packed already. They're selling out. Just the Yankees? Yeah, and today.
That third deck was a little sparse down the right and left field lines. But they had a nice crowd out there for a Tuesday. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, I was just going to apologize to you and Evan because you guys always talk about Monday Night Football, how you watch the Manning cast, and I hate it.
Oh, yeah.
I've been watching the alt cast and Kevin Hart on ESPN. TNT has the alt cast with Vince Carter, Bomani Jones, Chris Haynes, Ledlow, 4 guys watching the game. And then ESPN has Kevin Hart doing his version of the Manning cast. I'm in.
I'm out.
I don't know if I could do it if my team, like the Warriors were playing, if I could focus. But it's like watching the game on Twitter, which you wouldn't know about. You've been trying to get back in.
I'm done. And actually,
you're not.
Okay. Just stop.
You're not qualified to get in.
Stop and listen.
You need to get more help. You need a Tim Jordan.
Listen for 1 second.
Right.
The boss got involved. He sent something to Twitter.
Oh.
And so I got an email, and I followed some steps.
Let's go.
And then I got this email back. Hello. Thanks for reaching out about case 0369332075.
Case number.
This case has been closed, and we aren't able to reopen it at this time. But we'd like to make sure you get the help you need. We encourage you to visit our help center, which I've done, and it doesn't help me. Or create a new case, so I can create a new case that they can then close.
Yeah, so this is a big job, as we used to say back in the field. This is a big job.
R.I.P. to my Twitter, because I am just
flummoxed. Yeah, you need to be back on there.
Yeah.
When Evan tweets out Guru, and then this little, what is it? Steiny, but you look so shrimpy and small because it's not and in color. We got to get you back on.
Well, the other thing is, anytime anybody sends a Twitter thing to the Vine or to the thread, I can't get into it.
And you have one of the best handles going. I know Evan just changed his, trying to say him. At Steinmetz NBA.
Yeah, I took a lot of grief for that.
That's dope as hell.
No, but a lot of people are like, It's always these guys with NBA on their Twitter handles who come up with the worst takes and blah, 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 blah.
I'll tell you what, by the end of the season might be Steinmetz MLB.
Oh, I thought you were going MINNY. Mini.
Well, right now it's Steinmetz MIA.
That's a
from
four,
Twitter. That is
Evan
pretty
on
good.
fire.
That is pretty good.
Your team won last night. I know you're happy. Your other team.
No, I'm not.
What do you mean? They won. Look at him trying to hold in the pearl whites.
Yes.
The pearly.
Yes. I hear you. It's about the Giants.
Oh, back to the Giants. You know I got it.
Yeah, I don't like... So Dave Fleming was on with the Morning Roast earlier today, and he said Luciano's probably going to start today at shortstop.
He was in the locker room yesterday.
Clubhouse
to help me out.
Hockey's the dressing room.
Gotcha.
Basketball's the locker room.
I love this stuff.
Baseball's the clubhouse.
There we go.
And football is, I don't know, the locker room.
And baseball is not the coach, it's the manager.
Or skipper.
Well, I'll give you that.
I don't think I've ever said skipper.
But Luciano's down here. He's small potatoes because the kid can rake. I like his build and everything. But right now, there's something bigger going on than maybe worried about how he's going to feel. And, he has nobody to blame but himself for how he's shown himself with routine ground balls in crucial situations. So, I mean, man, just think about it. They got a chance to sweep the team that is playing the best baseball coming into this
Not
series.
anymore.
Well, they lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, they absolutely did. But, I'm looking at that Giants lineup now, and I'm thinking they're playing enough young guys. I mean, they've got plenty of young guys on this team. And let me ask you this, Goo. If you had to rank Matos, Ramos, and Luciano 1 to 3 in terms of who you like or, who's going to be around or who's the best.
By the way, Marco Luciano's batting second playing shortstop.
Okay,
today.
so he's in there today.
All right.
And it's not even about his bat, Evan. I just thought about his glove. Hopefully, but Steiny, they say this, the ball will find you. But to answer your question, it's Matos, Ramos, and Luciano.
Yeah, I think Matos is pretty good.
Yeah, but you look at the average, and I know nobody cares. Here lately, coming back down to earth, Matos dude, he pulled the ball, foul ball yesterday. I thought it was going to be a 3-run shot. But I don't know. I just like his approach a little more than Ramos. And they play off each other. It's like, I know this is going to sound crazy, Steiny. It's like the basketball version of Steph and Clay when they were young.
Settle. Settle.
When they were young.
Settle.
Yeah, when they were young. I feel like they're relatively the same time.
Careful.
And they're playing off each other. And they're 2/3 of the Giants outfield right now.
So are we looking at 2 Hall of Famers in their outfield?
No, I'm not. It can't go.
Because Steph and Clay are probably going to the Hall of Fame. Yeah. Are we looking at, do you think Ramos or Matos has a chance to go down as one of the best, like, let's say 15 or 20 players in baseball history?
Not ready to do any of that.
Because Steph is one of those.
You're not going to get me to do the Mark Jackson on best shooting backcourt ever. And he was right. It was early when he said it, too.
It was. And he you know what? He stipulated, too. He said any shooting backcourt. Yeah. Any shooting backcourt. So Luciano about second today.
I'm rooting for him, Steiny. I think we all are.
Probably make that many errors.
See, that's what we got to refrain from.
No, we don't. Why?
Because you put stuff out there, it happens.
He ain't Eddie Brinkman.
No, look at you. I don't know who he is.
He ain't Larry Boa. How about that one? He ain't Ozzie Smith. There you go.
Johnny LeMaster? Johnny
LeMaster.
Giant shortstop.
Trying to think if he was a good fielder.
No, he was all right.
He better have been a good fielder because he couldn't hit.
Johnny LeMaster.
I know that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Goo with you.
Real quick.
And, yeah.
How would you rank him before we get to break? The 3.
I like Matos.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you don't want to do to Matos, and Evan will appreciate this as a pitcher. You don't want to try to bust him inside.
Wow.
He's quick. Whoa, is he quick?
He got a little Eric Davis.
Am I right or am I right?
He got a little Eric Durant.
Am I right? Am I right? He can turn on a ball in a hurry.
He turned on that one.
On that inside pitch. You would definitely nibble away on Matos, Evan.
I actually think I'd try and get him in.
Really? Don't make a mistake.
He got a little Eric Davis in him.
He almost hit 2 home runs last night. One to the opposite field too.
And he pulled one.
A little bit foul though. That's why you try to bust him in.
Steiny, I appreciate that take.
Evan, don't make a mistake in there though.
He can turn.
Can't do it.
Nope. Hey, make sure to listen next week. That's June 3rd. Every show is going to give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Would make a great Father's Day gift. Time to listen will be next week, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30, all week. That's all week, and it starts June 3rd on 95.7 The Game.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. They are the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps with Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers, no sharks or competitive leagues. Listen, all you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types are what make Prize Picks the #1 fantasy sports app. There's always action on Prize Picks, and this is a perfect time to try something new as basketball is winding down. Make sure you try out these esports this month, because every Wednesday and Saturday in June, if your lineup doesn't win, you'll get your entry fee back. Choose from Counter-Strike 2, Call of Duty, League of Legends, and more. Download the app today and use my code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Pick app. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
We see a lot of news about teens vaping, but
got it. Here's the throw, and this game is over.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Terrible throw. No, it was a terrible. He had to try to airmail it. I get it, but it wasn't even close.
Oh.
A lot of that, the great outfielders will throw that on one hop, but if you can get it there, like Dave Parker.
I knew
just
the Cobra.
Just throw it from the warning track right to the catcher.
Yeah.
You try to do that, but otherwise you try to one hop it. But no, I don't think a one hopper would have gotten him. He's pretty fast.
Yeah. I knew as soon as he hit it, the game was over. Like, this is our new baseball. And have you warmed up real quick, Sonny, to the runner on second and extra? I like it now. Oh, boy. Because you're going to get some action. It ain't going 18 innings. Now, it could, but you know what I mean.
Am I coming around to it? I didn't really have a strong opinion of it in the first place.
I hated it. Hated it.
I mean, what's funny is I'd not forgotten, but the game's over, and I went up to get finished the ninth inning, and, went into the kitchen, got something, an iced tea probably. I like these.
Snapple?
No, it's
Give it to tell me.
It's in a plastic. It's just, it's just a, I don't know, like Nestea. But then I came back in the top of the 10th, and I'm like, I wonder who doubled for the Phillies.
Wow. Come on, get with the program.
What are you doing?
Nothing. And say this at my funeral. Daryl the Guru Johnson meant this. There's nothing more sacred in sports than first base in a Major League Baseball game.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You have to earn that, and that's why I just don't like the runner on second, but I've warmed up to it. You don't just put a runner on second. You got to earn that. You got to walk, hit, or get a double, or get on first, get bunted over. Don't just, Steiny, it's hard to get to first base. That's all.
But it's the most what?
Sacred. You got to earn that right to get to that base, whether it be a hit, you get hit by the pitch, or a walk.
Well, so's a basket in the NBA.
Yeah.
So's a touchdown in football.
No.
5-yard run's sacred.
I said what I said.
Yeah, I guess you did. How come we didn't give the Giants a break 2 weeks ago when they suffered, what was it, 8 injuries in 11 days? Something like that?
I think we kind of did.
No,
they were playing porous baseball before all the injuries start happening at one time. So if anybody is out there saying it was a short sample size, I get that. But let's be honest and put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO early, Steiny. Farhan went and made moves. Snell didn't say he was not ready to pitch. Chappie started off slow along with others at the plate. So, damn it, I'm sorry. Our job is to react to every game and say what we see and talk about it. So I don't think we beat them over the head, and the injuries didn't start from game one. This team was playing lackluster baseball, and now because of the injuries, we see emotion, we see passion, it's fun, we see asses in the seats. So, Steiner, I guess I'm trying to go against your assessment that we beat them up and didn't take into account that they were hurt. They were playing bad, boring baseball for a little while.
They were. But that stretch with the Dodgers and the Phillies, where the Phillies swept them in 4 games, and then the Dodgers got them in the first 2 of 3 in that series. I mean, there wasn't much hope.
I'm with you.
They had nothing going on, really.
Question marks everywhere.
Exactly. So, they've managed to turn it around. And my question to Giants fans at this point is, what you see, do you believe? I mean, do you believe in this team right now? And how excited are you for the rest of the season? They finished the Philly series today. The Yankees are coming in. Wow. I mean, these are 2 great teams to make statements against. There's no doubt about that. And, you win both these series, and it's the Phillies who are considered the best team right now, and certainly in the National League, and the Yankees, the big boy. I think you're going to start drawing some attention to yourself positively.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's kind of funny. I was thinking about you last night, Stoney. I kind of mentioned the Dodgers had a doubleheader, which they won both games.
Yeah.
And when that score was 0-0 and the leadoff double Realmuto, I was like, oh, my God, Steiny's going to be right. Here we go, a game and a half. And the Giants handled their business. But right now, 5.5 back, and you got a long way to go, but don't sell yourself short just on. And I know you think they don't even know where they're at or they don't care.
Remember when I was right about that with the Warriors? And you didn't believe me?
2 years in a row.
Yeah. No.
The road record for the Warriors and me.
No.
Help me out.
When I went through when we had like 8 Warrior players on those interviews, and it was like March.
Okay.
And I asked every player, what's your record right now? And there's only one guy who knew the record.
It was Loon Dog.
Even Curry was like, I was 9 games over. Yeah. What are we, like 40 and 30? No, 43 and 29.
I do remember
Nice try.
Yeah.
Nice try. But the Giants are 2 games over 500 right now. And Willard's sticking it to me on the text line.
What'd he say?
I forgot. Bailey hit that grand slam against the Mets.
Yeah.
My bad. No, he said they're not. Remember, I said, well, now they're even because Bart.
Right.
Of course, Willard. That's not good enough for Willard. Willard says they're not even. Bailey's grand slam came in a win.
Well, we thought Joey Bart's came in a win when the Pirates were up, but unfortunately, the Giants came back. Or fortunately, the Giants came back.
All right. Tell you, the Bryce Harper. Where's he been this series?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what.
Evan saw him at batting practice. He put on a display.
No, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
5 o'clock hitter.
Boy.
So there is one reason why that game last night, didn't do it for me.
Oh.
Yeah. The Giants game. I had 5 fantasy baseball players going in that game. And it was 1 freaking nothing in 10 innings, and I had no pitchers.
You probably bet 089 on the night, or 119. That's what my guys have been doing.
I had Schwarber, who got 2 lonely singles, I think. I got Harper, who did nothing. I got Bohm, who did nothing but commit 2 errors in the first game, and then he sat last night.
And I'm like, where's Steiny guy at with the hair?
I thought Soler was getting hot.
Bohm hit a ball 15 feet last night.
Who did?
Boom. Came in a pinch hit, got sawed off.
Exactly.
Against Jelly.
Soler, he's going to start. Flynn was bringing this up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Splitting at bats with Conforto in that DH spot against righties and lefties.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm like, Soler, you need to get going, bud. But he's so Serrano from the movie Major League. He looks like a menace. And he'll foul it off, and you're like, good God, I feel sorry for that baseball. But you got to hit it. Right?
Well, and then my last guy was Tyro Estrada. So I didn't have a great. I mean, he had 2 hits. Hits.
No.
By the way, the Chapman play, that was not a hit. It's an error. On that infield single.
Yeah,
Come on. It's just a routine ground ball to third.
Between that and the ump calling balls and strikes, I'm so ready for the electronic thing. I can't take a human. They were awful. Your boy was awful behind the plate last night to me.
Really?
And even the Kruk and Kuiper, they're like commentators are making jokes of it. Even Flim over the weekend,
they all do.
You don't want to get fined.
And you know what?
But damn, how long we been doing this?
That's a symptom of being a play-by-play announcer and a broadcaster. Right now, you've got to criticize the officials and umpires. You just have to. That's what guys do. Because they're such homers and they're such boosters of their own team.
This would be funny if you believed it.
I do believe it. They don't believe their team loses fair and square.
But Steiny, you could not have a dog in the fight, watch a Major League Baseball game and know the balls and strikes, it's out of control what's going on.
That's no worse than it's ever been. No better than it's ever been. And are you saying the Giants didn't get any calls?
No, it's equal. But it's just, there you go. As a fan, I'm a spectator, I'm like, that's not a strike.
I mean, 2 inches off the plate, they used to give that to Tom Glavine all the time.
But you do. Tell me if you agree with this. I used to pitch. 1 pitch can change a whole at bat.
Of course.
Right. That's all.
Yeah, it sure can. Hey, that's a 10. By the way, Steph Curry, we got a jersey that we're giving away next week, an autographed Steph Curry jersey. All you have to do is listen next week, starting on Monday, June 3rd. Every show is going to give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. And times to listen will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 all week. Next week, starting June 3rd on 95.7, The Game. What do you say we hear some Bob Melvin?
Let's do it. Bone mail right now, Snotty. Bone mail.
Do you know?
He saw my first pitch. I still got the recording on my phone where he told our morning show, which was Joe Lowe and Dibbs at the time, that Guru had heat, and Andretti, the third base coach, might have had a digit.
Mike Aldretti, do you mean? Not Mario Andretti?
Help me out. But
of course, Mike Aldretti, the lefty, batted lefty.
Thank you, Snotty. Your knowledge, boy. Hey, I brought some heat, so maybe somehow we could have some fun and play that. Not nobody would care. I would, but I do know Bo Mail. Shook his hand after I threw the pitch. Talked to Dave Stewart.
Why don't you call him Smoke?
Oh, I did. We need to have him on. See what he thinks about these new stats.
Well,
Yes,
okay, we're gonna need to hear from Bob Melvin. Hold on.
Probably take a couple of runs at the beginning of the day, and that would be, a good day against that lineup. So, it starts with the first two guys, but then Spencer came in and gave us 4 innings, which was huge. No Duvall today, no Walker today. And then Jelly gives us 2 innings at the end that, he's been pretty much doing all year, but maybe not in that role. So, we've been talking here about players in different roles. Pitchers had to pitch in different roles. This was a huge step for Sean Jelly as well.
Told you.
He's a big boy, man.
6'11".
Man.
And he's got that, you know what I was thinking? So they had Rogers pitch the 7th.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like, think about this for a minute. So they had Rogers pitch the 7th, and his release point is 6 inches above the ground.
Crazy.
And then the next inning, they bring in a 6'11" pitcher, the tallest pitcher in baseball history, and his release point is probably at, 6 feet, 11 inches. Like, how do you...
And we're wondering why your boy Bryce didn't get a hit.
Well, I mean, I get it that maybe the guys who faced Rogers didn't face Jelly, but the guys who faced Rogers at the end might have overlapped. It's like, how do you even account for that? I mean, how do you even account for a guy coming? First guy comes with a submarine, and then the next guy comes with an overhand 6'11" guy. I mean, how do you even make that adjustment?
Yeah, and we hadn't even talked, Snotty. Right now, the Giants are currently 17-10 at home. So all good teams take advantage, and they play well at home, and the Giants are building something. So I know how you think, and you're a matter of fact, but I predicted the old version of what I thought was going to be the Giants making the wild card, and a lot of that has to just do with the damn Diamondbacks making the World Series last year. But, partner, I'll throw it to you with this question. Do you think this Giant team has staying power?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I actually don't see why not. They've got competent players.
And it's a matter of competent.
It's a matter of, is this going to be a bad year for Snell start to finish? Or what are they going to get out of Snell? When Conforto comes back, what's he going to give them? To me, it is about the veterans at this point, because the young guys have already injected some enthusiasm onto this team, but because they're youngsters, you don't necessarily count on that to happen all summer long, but you can't also demand it of them. So to me, this team is still going to go with its veterans, and those are going to be the players that kind of carry them in the summer. Chapman, Conforto, Soler's got to start hitting, probably Yaz also, and Wade when he gets back in about a month. I guess he's going to miss, a month? Essentially 4 weeks.
Hopefully not more, man. I thought he was headed to the All-Star game. I know it's early, but damn, get back quick.
Yeah, so the Giants obviously have turned it around, and they've won 10 of 12.
Damn.
And they're 2 games over 500, and I guess I got to ask this, even though I can't believe I'm going to. So where are they in the wild card race right now?
Well, right now they're second place in the NL West, and to answer your question,
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I need the wild card standings.
I'm giving it to you right now.
Thank you.
They are second, Steiny. Damn. They are in if the season ended today. I don't know who they would be playing, Evan. That bothers me.
It's not a COVID year. They play more than 50 games this
60.
year.
They played 60 COVID.
That's right. They did play 6. So they're right around that.
They would be playing the Braves.
With no Ronald Acuna? Oh, man. That hurt.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's going to be decision time, too, with the San Francisco Giants. All 3 guys who are hurt right now are starting to come back. Austin Slater's going to go to Sacramento to get some at-bats there.
So he's coming back.
The other 2 guys, Michael Conforto, he's scheduled to start swinging the bat. They think maybe a week or so away. We'll see. And then obviously the other guy is somebody I can't think of right now. Ahmed, the shortstop. And I think when Ahmed's healthy, he's going to go back into the starting shortstop position. And if you can't get Luciano the at-bats up here, I think there's only one realistic thing to do.
Yeah, and Stoney, we may be days away from that. And I would tell Luciano on the Amtrak back to Sac if that does happen. Not that I'm rooting for it, but you didn't do yourself any favors in the field. But I know what you're going to say, and it's cool, and I get it. Slow down, Goo. But yesterday I told you, Willard and Dibbs, this team might need a bat. And I'm not saying they're the 27 Yankees, but I'm looking at everything and who's coming back. Stoney, they may not need a bat. They may be okay. Now, some people take your crazy pills, Goo. Everybody needs a bat. But if you're talking about right now, it seems like some guys, might not play as much, and maybe that might be Ramos. When Conforto comes back, it could be Yaz. It just feels like a Rubik's Cube. But from a talent standpoint, whoever is filling out on that day the lineup card for the Giants, you feel like you got confidence in them right now. So maybe they don't need a bat. But if you told me if something were to happen with Ray or Cobb and delay their comeback and you could get a Gausman or another arm in the bullpen, Stoney, I mean, man, if I'm Farhan, the blessing of my team turning it around, the youngsters looking like they're competent, and the fact that I got umpteen months to get ready for the deadline and know what I need, I mean, he's got to be sleeping a little better at night, man.
I mean, what would you think they need right now? I mean, I guess you'd always use another reliever.
That's where I was going first. But what if Kevin Gausman was in this? What if, we keep saying Ray and Cobb and things happen and they could come right back, Stoney, but nobody's so good to where you don't need anything. We watch it with the Dodgers and all the teams that are winning every year try to go just bolster their team.
Who's the best pitcher after Snell and Logan Webb?
Right now, I would say Hicks.
Okay, and Hicks has pitched better than Gausman so far this year. Now, Hicks is going to be on some kind of innings limit, clearly.
Are we so sure about that?
Well, I mean, he's never pitched more than, 80? Something like that. But
let's say you're right.
The question with, once you get into the postseason,
you won't.
I mean, you don't. How many starters do you need at that point? So, and who's getting the ball. Logan Webb's getting the ball and Snell's getting the ball, probably.
And if you got Ray or Cobb coming back and they're ready to go, you're going to have a surplus.
I want to say I saw something on Cobb the other day. He's a long way.
There was a delay, yeah.
Well, he's a long way away, it feels like. And Robbie Ray, they're talking about maybe midsummer sometime.
But if you're a Giant fan, partner, you're excited as hell right now.
Yeah. Robbie Ray, the former White Sox. There's a reason I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Because I'm getting some people in text line,
I don't have it up. I've been fresh.
Are you?
Yeah, I didn't have it up yesterday either.
Huh.
I love the people, but, I'm focused on you and your black, Johnny Cash.
Wait, you said that in jest, right?
What?
Robbie Ray, the former White Sox?
That former, yes, I said it in jest.
Yeah, I got you.
Thanks.
Right?
And Guru said yes. Guru said yes too.
But I know what you were doing.
Thank you.
Believe it or not,
I did that on purpose for the text line.
Right.
Spencer Howard stuck it to his old team.
Big time.
He was 4 innings, no runs, 4 strikeouts, and looked pretty good. Looked pretty good for the Giants. Who would have thought they can win a game against Wheeler with 6 pitchers?
And that Philly lineup, one of the best lineups in baseball. Like, I'm just saying,
they were without Bohm yesterday.
Well, all right, give or take, but they made that decision, and they probably did that thinking we'll be fine. But, I didn't see Hicks, Webb, or Snell. I'm like, oh, boy, this might get, Evans at the game. I'm like, he's probably going to see 8 or 9 runs. Nothing but 1, and that came in extra.
Yeah, exactly. And Sean Jelly closed it, and a bunch of openers. The Rodgerses pitched well, and Spencer Howard was making his debut for the Giants last night, and also Trenton Brooks. You ever notice that every time the Giants start a guy who's never played in the major leagues,
I love it when their family's there.
The family's not playing,
but they care the most. That's why they're shown.
Well, was it fun to see? Trenton Brooks' parents and brother after he struck out in the?
It's not about the strikeout. It's about the opportunity and the sacrifice from American Legion to Pony League to high school, Steiny. It's about you like to see a home run that'll come, but you know what I'm saying? You just taking it all in. Like, little Johnny's here. We're here.
Little Johnny needs to get a base hit.
It'll come, baby.
Yeah,
I get emotional, seriously, when I see that. I don't cry, but deep down, I'm like, that's got to be dope as hell.
Even when the guy strikes out.
I don't care if he gets hit in the head. He's on the major league. Nah, you know what? I take that back. But he's on the field, Stunny. It's the journey. Don't stop believing. It's the journey. That's why they're shown. You're worried about the result. The result is they called his ass up. He made it. Sacrifice. That's what I just imagine Norm and Mama Daisy and me at the house here. Oh, boy. Evan got the closest, except his ERA was in the 6s. That's what I did. I'll never forget that show. Evan
it was higher than that.
That's why I could love him. When you could tell people it wasn't all good.
What show are you talking about?
I was out going to the airports in Texas, and you and Evan were talking.
Oh, yeah, Sonny undressed me.
And you kind of went into his career, and he talked about his ERA, and I'm driving. I got the wheel like, I never asked my brother what his ERA was. And Evan said somewhere around the 6s. Oh. And you got quiet, and you didn't stick it to him, but I said, I appreciate honesty from it. That's life. You got to be honest.
Well, congrats. It's better than Blake Snell's.
Well,
that's a
now,
4.
Yeah. I mean,
well, actually, more like a 10.
I don't like him facing the Yankees this weekend. That thing could go up. Yeah,
Yankees do.
Yeah,
boy.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying. I'm just saying I don't like to see the parents and the brother and the sister and the girlfriend of the brother or the sister after the guy strikes out.
Wow, I hear you.
That's all. Who else was at the game? Was it last night? Or Benjamin Bratt was at the game, the actor.
Yeah, he was there.
Was that yesterday or last 2 days ago? I can't remember. I want to say last night.
Yeah, looking good.
Well,
he's got a new show coming out, so he's got a.
I thought he was at Bottle Rock.
I could have been there too. I feel like he's just promoting.
What's his new show?
It's something.
He's
something
promoting well. Huh?
I mean, yeah.
Bottle Rock, not bottleneck, right?
Correct. Also, Alex Say, one of the co-creators and producers on Wu-Tang and American Saga, threw out the first pitch last night. So another celebrity.
You kidding me?
Yeah, swear to God.
All right.
How did I miss that? You got to watch that. Wu-Tang.
We have to watch the game to see it.
No, the Wu-Tang series they have on Prime. It's just incredible.
Wait.
Well done. Method Man, Red Method.
Do they have a series?
The guy's originally from the Richmond district.
Yeah.
So Wu-Tang threw out the first pitch last night.
The guy that wrote the series.
One of the co-creators.
Yeah. So like Larry David would throw out the first pitch for Curb Your Enthusiasm because that was his baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Wu-Tang's not going to throw out the first pitch ever.
No.
And there is a person named Wu-Tang.
It's a group, rap group, one of the most famous.
So so that's the name of the whole group or the lead singer?
No, the whole group. Wu-Tang Clan.
And how many? Oh, so it's Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
So there's not like Billy Wu-Tang.
Now, there's 9 original members.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, wow.
And they
That's
do
called
a
an
phenomenal
orchestra.
series on
That's an
Prime. They
orchestra.
got every member of the thing casted. Method Man, Raekwon the Chef.
Sure.
Oh, Steiny, and this is awesome.
Yeah.
Did a great job.
Can you make me burn me a CD? And
boy,
I'll take a listen to it. That segment, 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, I'm going to ask, I need help because from actual fans.
Yeah, we're here for you.
That segment was brought to you by Liberty Mutual. And by the way, are you too hot? Beat the heat. It's cool and comfortable in beautiful Bodega Bay. Stay at the Inn at the Tides. Enjoy your room with a view, cool ocean air, and a complimentary bottle of wine. Book today at inatthethides.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old...
tight late game situations. Do you sense a level of comfort in the dugout that, I don't know, maybe wasn't there earlier this season?
Yeah, look, our at-bats are a lot better now. You know, and we're getting key hits, and we're scoring runs, and we're adding on, and we're doing a lot of our best work late in the game. So as long as we have a chance, we feel like, you know, we're going to win the game if it's late.
Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Evan Giddings asking Bob Melvin a question last night.
Precise and to the point. Evan's special, man.
He's waiting for my one line, I can tell.
Well, I don't know what you could do with that.
You did say pre-show you're going to critique it, so.
That
was great. Bob liked it.
I mean, come on. Of course there's more comfort in the dugout. They're 10-2.
Oh, there's a different dynamic.
No, that's a good question.
Man.
That's a good question. And you know what? That comes through on television. I'm sure it comes through at the game.
Yeah.
Like they're confident now. They look like they're having fun. Sean Jelly was very demonstrative. No, he was.
Oh, no,
he was demonstrative on the mound.
He did. He barked and yelled at the crowd.
They all kind of are.
Yeah.
Right.
I called that the Russell Crowe when you yell to the crowd. Draymond does it.
By the way, it is a Wu-Tang Wednesday.
Look at my guy.
95. No, that's from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Somebody asked if somebody said they're on their way to Tower Records right now.
Press a CD.
You guys got on. I do that
man.
for a fact.
Yeah, but you get locked down on Twitter and you can't get back in. That's age.
No, I'm talking about acting like there's a Billy Wu-Tang.
I get it.
Actually was. I figured there wasn't a Billy Wu-Tang, but I didn't know if it was for one singular person or the band.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're having a good day.
Are they profane?
Do
they use a lot of profanity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they do?
Rap music.
Okay.
Your daughter listens.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. You were going to say.
We'll get you on 36 Chambers.
Yeah, you're having a good appearance day.
What's 36
One
Chambers?
of their classics.
Their first album.
Yeah.
Is it an album or song?
It's an album.
So it's like, what, 14 minutes?
No, they go old school.
These rappers' albums aren't very long, are they?
Cash,
they run out of things to say.
It's from the 90s, so
exactly. Yeah, they're 90s, Donnie. When rap was rap. Real rap is back. But your appearance today, you're having a good day, and I finally honed in on why. You normally don't wear black. You look great in it, and I could see you on the sideline reporting for a team with a mic. I'm just, take the compliment. You look great, but you need to wear black more.
Oh, okay.
Your personality's black. It's dark, but we need you. You look good.
Yeah, people, should I tuck this shirt in?
I don't care what you do with it.
Because I have.
Because your belly's not, you're slim in the waist now, so you're good.
All right. So,
Steiny Cash.
Can I apologize for the last 25 years to every single Warrior fan that's existed over the course of that time? Wow. And I'm serious.
I don't know where you're going.
What have I done? I've been patronizing. I've been critical. I've made fun. I've stuck it to them.
What did I do wrong?
You do that to me every day. Go ahead for the last 6 years.
Let me tell you what I realized last night. Being a fan stinks. I don't know how you guys do it. You can't be a fan. So, all right, listen. And go ahead, get the raindrops ready or whatever. If you listen to this show a lot, you know that the coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves went to Franklin and Marshall College, where I went to college, and he's from the same hometown as me.
What's his name?
Chris Finch.
There you go.
You know, I covered him in high school when he was playing high school basketball back in Reading. And again, you know, he knew of me long before anybody knew of him. No, anyway, so, you know, we keep in touch, and I see him when he's out here playing the Warriors. So I'm rooting for the Timberwolves. I like to see my buddy succeed.
Like I do for Handy with the Lakers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'm watching that game last night, and there was no enjoyment for me in that game. Not one sliver of enjoyment. Well, that's not true. When the game was over, there was like a relief.
You needed a shower. Welcome to the party.
No. You
know what you're missing nightly, daily.
I'm not doing that. Like, how do you do it? How do you watch games and not enjoy? Like, I didn't really enjoy myself.
It's the greatest high ever. Welcome to the party.
Last night was not the greatest high.
But you're glowing right now. No, it's not. It helped you.
No, it didn't.
Yeah. I'm looking at you.
I don't understand how fans do it. I really don't.
It's the biggest narcotic that's safe in the world. The ups and downs. And then rubbing your tummy. When Minnesota won, you sit back, go for a walk, have your juice, and then you watch the post game, knowing
I went
you
right
were
to the
part of the ride.
No, you're not. I wasn't part of the ride. I'm sitting in my house, 3,000 miles away.
You were buckled up. They were up, down, up, shots going in, out, score fluctuating, and you ended up the winner. That's what it's. You needed a cigarette. That's what it's about, partner. How like I'm worried for people that don't live that nightly.
Well, I'm not gonna. Like I'm not gonna live that.
So you didn't enjoy it.
It was hard to enjoy the game when you have so much invested in it. And I'm not even saying I have everything invested in it. They would have lost last night. I would have gotten my 8-10 hours of sleep. There's no doubt about it. But I'm watching that game and I'm thinking, boy, I'm doing what every Warrior fan does. God, we're not getting a good whistle tonight.
That was on the thread. I saw that from you.
Dallas got the good whistle last night, and I'm getting mad at Scott Foster. And
this is what it's about.
Jason Kidd's bothering me on the sidelines.
What is going on here?
And Luka, that's what I mean. I don't know how you enjoy it.
Oh, dude, I can write a book.
What do you do when you lose?
No, seriously.
Yes.
I go exercise. All depending on what day of the week it is. I can drink. I can have what's the food when you eat and you're down, Evan, and you break
comfort food.
Comfort food, the goofy comfort.
Dark chocolate.
Yeah. There's a litany of things you can do, but I think on your drive home today, or even before we're done, you're gonna say, I want that again, and I can get it tomorrow at 5:30. Like, that's the beautiful part. It's there for you. I can't live with that. It's why I don't do drugs, or I'll go to the cafeteria, but I'm not a heavy drinker. That's my drug. And we get to do it for a living.
Right. But
oh my God. We're winning.
What happens when you lose?
You got to deal with the pain.
But that's the hard part.
I've had make love sessions canceled off a loss. It's like, I'm no good. Like, seriously, it affects you.
Oh, no.
Like, hey, hit the pause button. Not today. I got a headache.
I don't know how you guys do it.
I think you are
super
coming
impressed.
over to the part of the street where you want more.
888-957-9570. How do I avoid this feeling of angst?
You're at the stage of these drugs are for my friends. No, but now you're going to get more. Hey, what you got? It's for me.
No, I'm serious here. Like, that stress and anxiety takes years off your life.
But it's why people pay top dollar to buy season tickets. Why Monday on Memorial Day, 3rd and King was sold out. Steiner, you got to ride or die. And the bad makes the good even sweeter when you get there. That's why you see tears you think fans are hood ornaments. What
do you mean?
They're the reason, unlike, and I ain't taking a shot at the A's, other than the A's, it's why guys get into sports to play in front of crowds, but the crowds matter too. And that's why I'll never be ashamed of being a fan. Uncle Daryl, you're watching the game again. Uncle Daryl, I don't care. It comes first. That's, like, I mean that. Stoney, if you took sports away from me, I'm done. Take me to Napa State. Commit me. I'm sorry. I can sound like a Neanderthal.
Nobody's going to take sports away from you.
But I think you're enamored with what you felt last night.
No, I'm repulsed by it. Think that tomorrow night, like, here's the other thing.
You're going to be right back.
Susan came in. She's like, so did they win? And I'm like, yeah, but. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, but
grab a bottle or a beer.
Like, yeah, but what? I'm like, it was just too stressful. It's just not.
You should have went on your patio in the backyard, your beautiful patio, and light a cigar or whatever. Have a little drink. That's when you do what we do at the ship. Is after a win, you savor it. That's what you need to implement tomorrow if they can pull it off.
But what do you do after a loss?
You're hurt.
You
go for a walk. You just do regular life, but you try to, Steiny, seriously, man, I go on drives but it's worse. But I'm looking at you. Your blood is circulating different in your face. You look different, and I think it's because of that experience. Try it again tomorrow.
You got to have more.
I know. 415, it's just a game, Steiny. Well, I know that. You can't care so much about a game, period. That's my question.
But some do, I work with them.
Well, I'm just watching last night's game, and I got a little vested interest, and it's
dope. Like, I love that for you.
No.
How can you not want that, though?
Because it's angst and stress. And you don't, when the win it's like Bob Myers says, it's a relief when you win and you're just devastated when you lost. Like what Pat Riley says, you don't enjoy the wins as much as you despise the losses.
But what about when we were down Market Street for the Warriors in that parade? That was that was incredible. That wasn't just, hey, where are you going to parade? That was, people cried and have wondered when the Warriors were ever going to get back.
Right. So what about all the teams that never have gotten there?
That's
how do they
travesty.
do it?
No, that's sad. They need therapy.
I know they do. Like I
and that's why I keep telling Niner fans, Butch, Bonte, all of them, 49er Frankie, you can't just keep going to Super Bowls thinking this is the norm. You got to cash that chip. And that's why I want Kyle to finally get over the hump. But, Steiny, you can't just assume, it was a good season. Now you know people want that parade for the Niners. And when you get close and get left at the altar, there was a movie about the lady leaving the grooms at the altar. She would run away. You need therapy, man. I am really moved that you shared that. Seriously. You had a moment yesterday.
I had 2.5 hours of moments.
So did you watch the post game with Barkley?
No, I went.
See, now that's the other. That's the cherry on top.
Here we go. Well, let me guess. Anthony Edwards is Michael Jordan again. Now he's Michael Jordan. And let me guess. Karl Anthony Towns is Malone. Moses Malone or Karl Malone?
He finally hit some shots.
You know what the difference in the game was last night?
Give it to me.
Finch. It was back in the huddle.
Evan called it.
And Finch got a technical foul at the perfect time.
I don't know.
Perfect time.
Finchy.
So,
thanks for sharing that, man. You should try it again tomorrow or today for the next Giant game. Because that's your team now.
Who?
The Giants.
I don't know if I want to be a Giants fan. I'd rather look at those guys objectively.
We do.
Well, I'm going to watch the games
that's
anyway.
When you're a Jedi. You have to objectively talk about the team that you cover.
Well, I don't cover them. I'm just going to watch the games.
Well, we cover them.
Nah, you know what? No, we don't.
Yeah. Think about Bonte and Shasky.
Yeah, they don't cover the Giants. Yeah, this is a little pet peeve of mine, and I'm being a stickler for it. But
hold on,
but it is one of my things. It's goofy, but
they watch every game.
And it doesn't mean that's not covering the team.
But it's work.
No,
too.
It's not. It is.
They would do it if they worked at UPS.
Okay. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants. Oh, Matt Steinmetz does not cover the Giants. That's all.
All right. Now I'm trying to go a Warrior version.
Okay. Ask me if I cover the Warriors.
Do you cover the Warriors?
No.
Now, I love Kareth Burke. That's the first one that came to mind. Mm-hmm. She covers the Warriors. Love Kareth. If I said, Steiny, do you know as much about the Warriors as Kareth or anybody?
Don't ask me that.
You would say, yeah, you don't have to answer. You don't have to answer is my point.
Okay.
She's around the team more than Steiny.
Yeah, no doubt. But when coverage of the team.
Okay. You use that word.
It's no big deal. I don't really care one way or the other.
Yeah. That's
like Willard. Willard will claim like he covered the Lakers.
He did. You saw his picture, young Willard and young Steph Curry when he was at ESPN LA.
No, who? Wait, what?
Yeah, he'll send it to you.
Who, Willard?
Yeah, Willard. It's incredible. Young Willard.
Say it again. What happened?
When he worked at ESPN LA back in the day when Curry was a baby, he has a picture with him.
Oh.
And I think you don't remember that one? And I'm looking at like young Willard. Look good still.
I am curious about that because depending on what year it was, Steph hadn't popped yet, right? So is Willard just taking pictures with any athlete that walks into his building?
Or he knew.
He didn't know.
Nobody knew.
But why you take it so serious?
Because nobody knew.
Then why did he take the pick? There was a reason. I hear you.
Steph Curry.
Yeah. But Evan's point is, he wasn't really the chef yet.
Well, do we know what happened between 9 and 12? 2009 and 2012.
He thought it was a kid that just stumbled on the set. It was
we love you, Will.
Lost in translation.
Oh,
all right. Yeah, so anyway, the Timberwolves have staved off elimination.
And you're a fan. You know what it's like. You lost your virginity.
Well,
your fan virginity.
I'm not a fan, though, because the minute he gets fired, I'm not going to be a fan anymore.
He's not going to get fired this offseason.
He'll get fired next year.
Oh, stop.
Absolutely.
They're trying to do Mike Brown to him. They're in the Western Conference Finals.
Right.
That's going to buy him 3 more
next year they won't be, and he'll be fired.
Oh, boy.
That's the way it works.
Nah, they got Jordan. Not doing that for a fact.
Oh, I didn't get it. But Steiny, you have to care, but not that much.
Now,
that's from the 6'5".
That bothered me. Yeah, you care as much as you care. It's like being in love. You might love somebody more than I love my somebody. There's no gauge for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
So do you want to walk back your prediction? I mean, you had the foresight, Steiny, that I do want to give you credit for. Your prediction from multiple years ago about this series.
Oh, boy.
Mavs in 5.
He's on fire, too, today.
He's being a tool.
But you did it.
But I did what?
The Mavs in 5.
It's not on my ledger. It's not on my ledger, period. I have no qualms about what happened with that.
But the words came out of your mouth, right?
Yeah, but they didn't matter.
But
they didn't matter. I told everybody the story. Willard stuck it to me, and I think it was Mavs in 6 anyway.
It might be.
So if you want to get it, get your facts straight and get back to me. Yeah, like I thought Dallas was going to win 2 years ago. Please.
You took one for the team. I was there.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I got your back.
That's exactly right, Goo. And that's why you guys coming down my road is like a double whammy, because I took one for the team and you're still sticking it to me. Yeah. So that's
you're a good sport. How about that?
No, I'm not. I'm a poor loser.
I think that's the one thing we have learned about this segment.
Wow.
What?
That you're a sore loser. You don't like watching your team lose.
No, I don't like watching a team I'm rooting for lose. No, I don't.
Wow, man.
And here's the other thing I really don't like.
How convenient for you. And that's probably why you still got your hair.
Well, and here's the other thing. When the Minnesota Timberwolves lose tomorrow, and I come in Friday, you guys are going to be jerks.
Oh, no, stop.
You guys are going to be complete horses behind.
We had some material ready for you today, but come on, man. Mavs in 5 is an urban legend. San Jose Jazz fan.
Mavs in 6. It was 6. It was
Right.
wrong.
He's hearing you.
I mean, if I say 7, does that make it better or worse? Who cares? That's right. I don't care when I'm wrong in a prediction, but when I'm right, we've got to celebrate it.
You had it like we're doing your experience with fandom last night. This is awesome, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
Should have been a podcast.
That's what a radio show is.
Well,
it is a podcast.
You know what I meant.
Well, it's
where you do one topic the whole time. That's a podcast.
Yeah, the people on the YouTube chat are saying I'm soft. That's fine. That's fine.
It is fun.
I was a fan back in the day. I've had like what I see.
Have you never cried as a fan? I have.
Well, when I was a kid.
Okay, give
twice.
us
not once.
Give us just an example.
It's actually tears of joy.
Yankees?
Yes. When Carl Yastrzemski fouled out to Craig Nettles in the one-game playoff in 1978.
Like, where did that go? But tears of joy, that's awesome.
Where did that go?
Yeah.
It went away when I became an adult.
Yeah.
And a grown man. And then you know what else I realized? You don't win it every year. And then over time I realized, well, this is kind of weird. Like, there's always next year. There's always next year.
With a different cast of characters, still, like we're finding out with the Niners.
Yeah, you know what, though? Niners are going to play next season. And you know what? What happened in the past? Hey, happened in the past.
But for the diehard fan,
we're not
there
here
is
to talk
no past. That's just pain.
We're not here
Those
to talk
are examples
about the
of pain. Niner fan needs therapy. They need a Super Bowl victory, Steiny.
Wait, so are you saying you stopped being a fan because your team couldn't, or you realized they wouldn't win it every year?
Well, essentially. Well, no, when the Yankees in 78, I just grew up, and then baseball just lost it for me a little bit. And then when I liked the Celtics in the 80s, they were great, and then Bird retired and kind of wasn't as interested. And Jordan didn't really do it for me, and certainly Allen Iverson didn't do it for me. And
shout out to the answer.
And so there you go.
You really are a West Coaster.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, you don't want to do this.
What you got?
Somebody, I'll tell you what, this must be Ernie Chavez. How about right now we go back and visit Steiny's hypothetical on Curry for Kyrie? Yeah, okay. You don't want to do that.
Now, that was pre-me?
You don't want to do... No, it was remember, it was off
I might have been out.
It was off the cuff. I said...
I think I was in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Thursday. So... I'm not... So am I a bandwagon fan or am I not a fan at all?
You're not a fan at all.
Yes.
Okay.
But where you went wrong is you work with a dude that fans with his heart on his sleeve.
I know.
And I think you mistaken me for the internet and you just all your pain and everything you hate about the sports, and we'll get into that later with journalism and sports and Twitter, social media. Social media to me,
okay.
If I went to Syracuse, you ever tell somebody a secret and then they can't, they just go blurt it?
Yeah,
I've had a bout with that, and I graduated from it.
Yeah, I can't.
But I do that on air. Like, we'll have plays ready to be ran. And Evan, thank you for helping. Be the buffer. Will you shut the F up, bro? Yeah. I'm talking to myself.
I guess so.
I might go viral.
Anyway.
1 minute.
And yes, last night I spent 6 hours watching sports.
No, there you go.
5 o'clock.
That's nightly for me.
5 o'clock was the Timberwolves. I watched till 7:30. Then I had the Giants game taped.
What about hockey? I even had that on last night.
No, you didn't.
It's not even Rangers.
They lost.
I understand that.
They lost. And you know why? I don't like the Rangers.
The excitement of hockey and the announcers is second to none, man. And they get hit into the like, wow.
All right.
Yeah.
True story. On the other side, we'll talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs. Which are we in? Are we at the?
It's the Stanley Cup final.
Right.
No S. So NBA final.
Are we in the final right now, or is it still 4 teams?
Still 4 teams.
Okay. Who are they?
No, I just gave you 4. Now you want me to be wrong.
No, who are the 4 teams that are left in hockey?
Back.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. You guys accept my apology. You guys have been through hell, you fans. And I'm sorry. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. On 95.7, The Game.
And they get hit into the...
unbelievable. He does it every night, it seems like.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That play was unreal, too.
Man.
Off the pitcher's glove.
It's just going his way right now.
I think it was early in the game.
Yeah.
Was it Rogers or was it...
just went, got it, and fired it to first.
Got a piano on his back.
Who's having a better defensive year than Chappie at third?
Evan?
Well, he's already got a gold glove, so...
Platinum.
Platinum. Yeah.
Platinum. So I do want to take advantage of this, Evan being at the game last night. So Evan was at the game last night, and you talked to Patrick Bailey after the game, like I talked to Pods that day after. So
slightly different situations.
How come?
Pajemski blew a game winner.
Yeah, I know. I was in a better spot than you.
Where, is that the one you were at?
Yeah, against the Bulls. Against the Bulls. I told you that story.
Dude, tried to go left.
Wow, I forgot it was that one. Yeah, I remember.
Tried to go with
Mr. Bunny.
Hit the underneath of the rim.
Damn.
Yeah, and I channeled my old journalistic instincts with a great intro and softened him up a little.
Friend of the program.
I got to believe that's a shot that you have and you make most of the time. Yeah, he said, and we were off to the races. So tell me about Patrick Bailey. What'd you ask him? And was he cool? What was your experience?
Yeah, I mean, Patrick Bailey was very approachable, in fact. I mean, I just walked up to him and I asked him if I could talk to him about the game, about the stretch. And honestly, the thing I was most curious about, people always discuss how incredible Buster Posey was at, managing a game, like calling a game. So I was curious, like, how do you call a bullpen game? Like, you get 5 guys. Like, it's not like know who's coming in each situation. Like, ideally last night, Miller's first, Howard piggybacks, and then you go from there. But as a catcher, can you even create a game plan against arguably the best lineup in baseball when you know that you have 5 pitchers?
Well, one of them is making his Giants debut, right?
Yeah, exactly. Howard. Yeah, Howard got called up, literally got a call at 11:15 a.m. from Sacramento, and they said, we need you tonight. So I'm assuming Patrick Bailey doesn't have much time, if any, to chat with him before the game because he's also not warming up with him. He's warming up with Eric Miller because Eric Miller's starting. So I was wondering how that works, and he said he actually loves calling bullpen games because it's just read and react. Like you're basically you have your scouting reports from the night before, and you're applying them to each guy based on what they can throw. So Miller's a lefty, so that's how we're going to attack these first 3 batters because you got Schwarber off the bat, you got Harper second, and so you're trying to sort of puzzle piece the game together. And as a catcher, I just wanted to know if that was hard, if it was easy, and for a kid who's 25, seemed like he had it all under control. So that was one part I just found really interesting.
Let me ask you this, Evan, and Steiner, you can answer too. Is that normal? Just the beginning, the way you sparked up the conversation, you asked the player, do they have time?
I mean,
would that have been rude if you would have just got it kind of into it?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it depends on how approachable the player is, and I hadn't met him before, so you never know. But I mean, just being in locker rooms, like you walk up to a guy, and I've been in a decent amount of baseball locker rooms, so more comfortable there.
Clubhouse.
But
I'll give you that, Steiny.
Thank you, Steiny. But if a guy doesn't want to talk to you, he doesn't want to talk to you. Right. So I have an idea of what I want to ask him, and then it's just upon him. So I thought it was cool that he reacted that way.
Did you do that with Pods, or you just went into, I got to believe?
I got to believe. Okay. No, I walked over to him and said hello, and he remembered us from the preseason interview.
He's like, who the hell is this guy?
No,
that's the guy that said.
He remembered, he remembered me.
It's Steiny.
Exactly. So, but that shot is one he'll make. And Pods was great. I mean, I told you the thing that I was most impressed with was he's a rookie, and that was maybe 2/3 through the year. He misses, it could have been a game-tying or game-winning layup, and I thought he'd be devastated. He wasn't.
Well,
and that's when I said to myself, you know what, these guys are already pros. And I know he's a rookie, but like these guys already know how to handle losses. And
what he doesn't know how to handle is coming in second for Rookie of the Month.
Yeah. Remember, he didn't like that. I love it. But he made all rookie team.
He did.
That's big.
He did. But Were you here the day?
No,
you weren't here.
I was out. All that jumped off. I had you on going to the airport. We did.
I made a list of players who were all NBA or all rookie, many of whom aren't in the league anymore.
Tyreek Evans. Yeah.
Remember Eric Paschal?
Yeah. We thought he was going to be the six-man extraordinaire.
No.
Okay, give me this.
No. His jump shot,
having a great day.
He curled his legs.
Yeah. But on his best day, just give me this, Donnie.
No.
We were 10-12 then.
No.
You kind of said this kid may have a future.
No.
You're going to stand behind that shield and say you never gave Paschal one iota of, I heard this guy can. We talked about the Villanova angle.
After the first year.
He had a big butt.
I talked to some people, and I was like, what do you think of this guy?
Yeah.
Somebody who I respected said, well, let's see if he's in the league in a few years.
Wow, man.
And I said, really? And he goes, yeah, let's just see.
And he benefited from the Warriors. That's when Steph got hurt. And
yeah, that was their 15-win year.
You be our best player and just go shoot 15 times. But on a good day, he could get you a bucket.
Yeah, he could. He could. Let's Hunter. Oh no, where's Melvin? Bob Melvin was talking after the game last night, and he was talking about Wisely at shortstop. And Wisely's a guy who can play multiple positions. Luciano will be in the lineup today, but
good for him.
How long is that going to last? Here's Bob Melvin.
It's been pretty solid all year. You know, anything hit over on the left side typically has been good for us. But I think more than anything, really the guy that has stood out here recently has been Wisely in playing a position that he doesn't normally play. And he looks like a shortstop at this point in time. Obviously, he came out of the game and Fitzy came in, but his play at shortstop's been key for us here recently.
Well, I think we know who the shortstop's going to be.
Oh, Ahmed.
I don't know.
What?
I mean, did you hear that? Listen.
It's been pretty solid all year.
Talk about
anything hit over on the left side typically has been good for us. But I think more than anything, really the guy that has stood out here recently has been Wisely in playing a position that he doesn't normally play. And he looks like a shortstop at this point in time. Obviously, he came out of the game and Fitzy came in, but his play at shortstop's been key for us here recently.
Well, the left side, including Chapman, too. And
no doubt.
Wisely's on fire, but let's just...
He's a better fielder than Luciano.
Oh, no doubt about that. I'm talking about when Ahmed is ready to come back. But he could control, you keep hitting, but I just feel like Brett's a 1 for 15 thing away from, all right, Ahmed, go out there and you'll be our everyday. Not hating on Brett. I love it. I like what I see from him. But
it feels like this kid can play a lot of positions. Yeah. A lot. And I just...
That was a great play in the hole to throw. I don't know why the guy was trying to go to third. Dude, Evan, do they do that in college? That's the...
Yes, that's the problem. You should not be doing that if you play Major League Baseball.
Right.
What do Willard and Dibbs have when they curse? The dollar can or whatever they put in the... Yeah, when they use the... Yeah. Anyway, profanity. There should be... You got to... Yeah. Kangaroo court. You got to face the music on that. No way you should get out at third on that.
I mean, it does sound like Wisely's now becomes an option at shortstop. So Luciano's going to beat out two guys.
Man, you do wonder about his future, though. Well, if you got to, like Willard kept saying, how is this now an issue? Steiny, you can't do it on the fly in Major League Baseball games. Hey, you know what? Let's go put Steiny in shortstop, and he's normally a right fielder. It is a head scratcher as to why this wasn't addressed or nobody was able to see. Steiny's having a little problem with the routine ground ball.
Well, they knew that a year ago because that was the reason he wasn't in the big leagues. And I guess it's still the reason that he might not be in the big leagues in the future. But the afternoon guys, Willard and Dibbs, had Hunter Pence on yesterday.
HP.
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he is pretty
Giants got
good.
a lot of pretty good former players right now. Javi Lopez, him.
But he was asked about Luciano, and he talked a lot about Luciano. This is Hunter Pence on Luciano and defense.
your shortstop has to be able to play defense. Like, I mean, unless you're hitting 50 home runs, you know, and he's gonna get there. But if you're not playing defense at the shortstop, and the Giants, let's face it, like, this is a team that's expected to go and make a push to win a World Series. Like, they're capable of that. They are talented, and it's expected. Like, these guys know that they're good, and no matter, and they're overcoming a lot of difficult things. But you just got to play. You got to keep playing. Like, you think back to, like, even Marcus Semien, right? Like, this guy, it took him a lot of years to really turn into the defender that he became. But there was a lot of years where he made a lot of errors, and it doesn't mean you're not great. But you have to really master that skill to be a part of a team that's going to go and win, because it will. You can't shoot yourself in the foot too many times. So as far as I'm concerned, like, let him play when we don't have anyone else. But you got to get your best defenders at short.
There it is. Yeah. Let him play when you don't have anybody else.
That was kind of the dire part of it. Like,
wow. And we know that he's no Gunnar Henderson.
Yeah. Look at you.
He's going to make a run at 50 homers this year.
What's going on there?
Don't shake your head, Evan. Yes, he is. He's en fuego.
No, I mean, who is Gunnar Henderson?
Oh,
like, who else?
Oh.
He might be already the best shortstop in baseball.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Where'd this pop come from?
The reason because he said 50 bombs.
Yeah.
Did you know that Gunnar Henderson has both the quickest bat speed?
No.
And also like the highest average velocity of swing. So he's quick to the ball.
I don't believe it.
And he swings with the most force in baseball.
You're telling me
already.
You're telling me he's quicker than Matos?
Yes.
Turning on a
this dude, look at
it's been measured. Like, he's like optimal in both areas.
Do you guys like that? Because I wasn't here for the Pirate Giant, the end of the series, so I didn't get to, and I heard Flim, and it's a staple of baseball now. What? O'Neal Cruz. Oh, he hit that ball 104 miles per hour off the bat. Evan, and again, it's all our prerogative, but I like the theater of the mind to know, man, Evan just smoked that ball. I don't like to know it was 104.5.
I think it adds to it. I mean, it confirms what your eye just saw, which is the hardest hit ball that I may have ever seen.
How about you?
I must admit that it's a little bit unusual, and it's taken some getting used to see exit velocity in stories about game stories.
Even on throws now. He threw that ball.
Like I would have said, O'Neal Cruz ripped one down the right field line that got to the wall in a hurry. Instead of 100 and what do you hit that one? 120?
Yeah, 120.
Good God.
Some people can overdo it, but I also think it puts into perspective, like, for example, like Matt Chapman hit a ball in the first inning yesterday, 110 miles per hour off the bat, and Cody Clemens stabbed it at third base.
Remember
That's a great play made by the third baseman, and it just go like
enhanced with the one.
To me, it enhanced how good of a play it was. And you might look at it in a book and say, well, that's just an average ground out. But it's like, no, he hit the crap out of that ball, and he was able to stay in front of it.
Well, you could also use it for the hitter, too. It's not a bad at bat at all.
Yeah, obviously. Exactly. Like Matt Chapman is hitting the ball hard.
And they got the guys throwing the ball to first base.
I just wonder how many people are familiar with, like, 120 is scorched, 110's hit pretty hard, and 100's not bad.
Well, I guess good point. And, if I called Evan, hey, did you see that ball that was mashed by Chapman that went 109? Like, when you have talks with your friends or coworkers about the game, are you actually bringing up that?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The one he hit 109 or through 109.
See, I mean, I'm more impressed with distance than exit velocity.
Okay, all right.
So when Ohtani hit that home run
here,
my
God! Oh,
I mean,
tell her the tape did no justice.
He had both, but
boy, there's one I won't forget.
Oh, but there's some players that are more line drive. So, like, for example, like Kyle Schwarber hits these majestic blasts, but he's a line drive hitter. Like, if you watch the way that he swings, he's more gap to gap. He hits low line drive balls, but because of the power behind all of them, they go ridiculous lengths. So in a way, I just think it enhances my experience of appreciating how good these baseball players are. Wow. You don't have to pay attention to them if you don't want.
Yeah, no, I'm just, starting to familiarize myself with with it because it's coming into parlance.
And you got me thinking, just hearing Evan say that, here I go off the farm. What's taking the NBA so long to tell us how far each three was?
Oh, you're saying like in the moment?
Yeah, in the moment. Like Curry shoots one from half court or Trae Young. Dial down. I'm just saying.
But every box score, every play-by-play will have that.
No, they say, Curry from deep or Fitz will be Union City. But if you could get actually how many feet it actually is, there's got to be a way.
That's a good point. Like, because after a ball is hit, a broadcaster will say 5 seconds later, that was 117 off the bat or something. I think Goo's saying, like, when is Fitz going to be like, wow, Curry made that from 32.6
or any other announcer
like that.
They do that. Just not right away, but like that info, if you miss a shot in the play-by-play, it'll show up rather quickly.
I'm going verbal.
Curry 23 miss, it'll say.
I guess I'm going verbal to where the guys doing the game or gals could say in the real time, well, like baseball's doing, Evan Giddings hit that 106 miles per hour, and they do it kind of right away.
I know. To me, in basketball, you kind of know what a 15-footer is, a 20-footer, and a 25-footer.
I hear you.
And then, if they're right on the line, it's a 23-ish.
Well, I would also love to know, for example, how high Anthony Edwards jumped when he dunked on Daniel Gafford in Game 3.
That's the stuff.
You mean like vertical?
Yeah.
Like that's
how high did he get up?
Steiny. Like, wow. Hadn't even thought of that. That I would be into. The vert on that one the other night.
It's not something that drives the play, but I think it's something that could enhance like the appreciation of these athletes.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess over time we familiarize ourselves with what a 40-inch vertical is versus a 30 versus I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Podziemski had one of the highest standing verticals. I don't know, max verts at his combine.
So that's when you're should
have asked him about that.
When you're set and then you go off to 2.
I think
his was the running. His was the running vert.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, one of the worst players in the league got into that game again last night, battling back from injury. Gutsy. He stinks. Maxi Kleber.
Oh.
Did you hear Ant mic'd up, asked him how the shoulder was? I said, Ant's a good dude. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that. I watched a lot of it with the volume down.
Yeah.
Because I don't like to be influenced by the announcers at times.
You're missing Kevin Harlan. Reggie Miller. Oh.
Well, Stan Van Gundy, I think I like.
He's on fire. But he's going up the charts.
I mean, I don't mind missing the play-by-play. More Giants from last night. You going to apologize? Do we owe the Giants an apology?
Now, I feel like we owe Farhan something. And that something would be, I was calling for your job, bud. I can raise my hand. I stayed patient, though. I got to pat myself on the back, Stoney. I'm pretty good at it. I said I still think they're going to make the playoffs. But what you see now when it comes to the Giants, not just here in the Bay, these baseball shows, everything on the MLB Network, Quick Pitch, they're being recognized for their stellar play. And now there's youth, there's excitement, there's athleticism, there's camaraderie in the dugout, and you could see it and be privy to it. So he's got a good thing going, and I just feel like there's some shade that we're not throwing him in the party of positivity because maybe he kind of was forced to do it because of the injuries. I think the injuries and how these youngsters arrive from Sacramento are why Farhan is kind of not getting a little more credit.
He deserves no apology. Absolutely none. They've been to the postseason one time in 7 years. They're a 500 team this year so far. 2 games over. Shouldn't have buried him 2 weeks ago.
So now
shouldn't apologize to him now.
Now, when you say that, I got no issue.
Yeah, I mean,
but you experienced fandom last night. People were upset,
but it's 12 games. Like I can't apologize to a guy when they go 10-2.
Well, it's bigger if you let your imagination go than 12 games. Ramos and Matos look like they belong. They might bat 230, but they look like they belong.
Well, we'll see after they get healthy. who stays and who goes. I mean, to me, the guy who's going to stay is Matos because he's got a position right now.
Man.
But I don't know that Ramos is going to stay.
I get that. I get you.
So I don't really know what's the direction when the guys get healthy, but I have a feeling I know, and it's listen, if the Giants over the last 2 weeks, let's just say hypothetically they would have gone 2-10 and Conforto's coming back and Ahmed's coming back.
It would be what we talked about. I mean, veterans come back, they go right out there.
Well, no, not to me. Like the reason the veterans are going out there is because they're back in it. Like they've won. They're 2 games over 500. But let's just say when they were 19-25, they went 2-10, which makes them 21-35.
So you just call them the dogs.
They're done. I mean, they're not done, but at that point, I think you make a commitment to the youngsters. Now, if that happens, I don't know what that means for Farhan Zaidi. If that's the way the season would have gone. But I do know that one of the things that doesn't go hand in hand is Farhan Zaidi's job security and how Melvin's going to use the veterans versus the young players. And we're talking about the direction of this team right now. And whether you view it as a young, not a young, but if you view it as something that's growing, or you think you can get it done this year, I think it depends. I think that's what we'll find out in terms of who Melvin uses. If he uses I think Conforto's going to go back in. I think Ahmed's going to go in. I think those guys are going to play, and so that means that they think they have action this year, and that's more important than a year or two down the road. But I mean, the minute they start losing, if they do, and that playoff berth becomes a long shot, then I think you got to change direction. But I don't think they're there right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I'll say this to that, Stoney. As excited as I am about Ramos and Matos and Luciano, there's no doubt in my mind if you told me, and I don't know why I keep going to funerals, but if you told me if I needed somebody up there with my life on the line to get a hit, it would be Conforto before any of those guys and a lot of other guys that are in the lineup. I'm a big Conforto fan. So with that said, Stoney, anybody that's been around since the beginning, the excitement is it didn't look like this. They didn't have a pulse. They have a pulse. And for the skeptic, and that doesn't make them bad, hey, you know what? It's a short sample size. They're only 2 games over 500. I get all of that. But the way that the Major League Baseball wild card standings and the playoff system is in, the way that it's set, you got to do a whole hell of a lot of losing,
right?
To not be, to be like, hey, we got action to make the postseason and go on a run like Arizona did,
right? And that's the game you got to play. Yeah. It's the same game the Warriors played this past season. Are they a 46-win team or are they a 10th seed? The answer is yes. So are the Giants a 500 team or are they a playoff contender? They might be both because it looks like you just are going to have to be a few games over 500. And listen, if the Giants are 500, they're going to be in it all year.
Yes, sir.
Even if it's 5 games.
And that's why I said they were going to make the playoffs with the version 1 coming out of spring training.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do we owe the Giants an apology? Do you owe Farhan Zaidi an apology? Do you owe one to Bob Melvin even? The Giants are 10-2, and they were they given up for dead at 19-25? I don't know. You tell me. They certainly weren't playing inspired baseball. That's for sure. Don't forget, listen next week, and you got a chance to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. This would be a great Father's Day gift. Every show is going to give you an opportunity to win this autographed jersey of Steph Curry, and here are the times to listen next week, starting on Monday, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. All week next week, starting on June 3rd, and that's all on 95.7 The Game. And what's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and it was also brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose?
I was at the Circa.
Who does
putting in work?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that was a 4. Really was. I was amused by that one. Did that one come off the top of your head, or
they all
had you been thinking about it
like
when
Evan
you were
Giddings,
at Circa?
They all come off the top.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. San Francisco Giants, they've won 10 of 12. And
damn.
A lot of people were burying them about 2 weeks ago after they lost the first two games of the Dodgers. And, you know, I asked you in jest what you want to apologize to Farhan. You know what? And I'm not apologizing to Farhan because I didn't
write him
off. But I do owe someone an apology.
I've been waiting, brother.
Giants related.
Oh, wow.
And it's Dave Fleming.
The man.
And you know why it's Dave Fleming? Because I took a cheap shot at him.
When?
That day. And I think we all did. And I'll tell you why. Because before the season, Dave Fleming was talking about the Giants, and he was not conceding the division. And he said, if you look at our lineup, we got a shot to go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. And everybody put that in the memory bank. And then when the Giants were 19-25, I played that.
Wow.
I played the sound of Dave Fleming saying toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and it was a way to indicate maybe how the season was going the wrong direction, but I think people took it as though we were saying, Flem, he doesn't know. Well, Flem does know.
Yeah.
And Flem, let me tell you what else Dave Fleming knows. And you could take a lesson from this. I know it already.
Me personally.
Yes, you, Guru. It's a long season. And that's what I learned from Dave Fleming.
We appreciate it as a show. Wow. Steiny, did you play the sound?
Yeah, I did. I did. And you know what? And shame on 95.7 The Game, because when the Giants lost 10-2 to the Dodgers to fall to 19-25, that Dave Fleming sound was not only on my board, it was on every show's board.
Okay.
So
I'm sure he accepts it, Steiny, no doubt.
I'm sure he didn't even know.
Well, I didn't want to break that to you.
So the Giants, they do have it going. I still don't know if they're going to go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, but things are certainly looking
no doubt
a
about
lot
it.
better today than they did 2 weeks ago. Dave Fleming was on with the Morning Roast, and how's he talking about the team now? Because the funny thing is Fleming said this team should be competitive, and we're not giving up anything to the Dodgers.
Right.
Then he came on 2 weeks ago, and he was just like, this team should be angry at itself. They're underachieving. And it was as critical as Fleming gets. And here's one of the ways you can be really critical without sounding really critical. You say something like this.
Tell me.
Well, I think if you'd ask Matt Chapman, he'd tell you he stinks right now.
I like that.
Like, so when you say that, it sounds better than Chapman stinks.
No doubt.
So anyway, Fleming was obviously critical of the Giants 2 weeks ago. What about now?
This team is playing so hard right now. And look, you have guys like Thairo Estrada who are doing that every day no matter what, and have been for the last few years. And the Giants have a very professional group down there. But I am going to give some credit to Matt Chapman and to Jung-Hoo Lee. And you know, I think the Giants coaching staff has helped foster a culture where this happens a lot. But those guys are playing hard every single play of every single game, no matter what the score is. And that has trickled down now to this whole team, where you're seeing that kind of effort all over the field every day. And Matos especially. Matos is playing, to my eyes, way harder than he did last year. And it's little plays like that that are making a big difference for him. He's playing harder, running the bases. He's doing a much better job in the outfield. He's made huge improvements there. He's really, really been a big part of this great Giants week.
Wow.
And,
playing hard, Stein. It's baseball. You could see it. Playing hard.
Yeah, and I always wonder, is that chicken or the egg? Did the Giants get a couple wins and it got them confident so they started playing harder? Or did they start playing harder when they got the 6 games under and said, "Look, we got some trouble brewing right now. We got to get it together." I don't know. I don't know how much you can get it together when you have the amount of injuries they've had. Giants 7 comeback wins. Oh boy, they may be using that phrase. Go ahead. Giants have had 7 comeback wins in the last 12 games, and they have a 6-game home winning streak. And dare I say, what was Lubman's back there? He'll know.
Let's do a little Sammy.
What was the year where the theme was it 10, 12, or 14, where the theme was torture? Remember? Torture.
I don't know.
That started in 2010.
Okay.
Torture?
Yeah, remember the Giants.
Yeah, the real torture is 6 years.
Wow. Well, that's a diehard fan.
Now, whether you want to ridicule it or not is fair game, but it did exist.
No, elaborate.
The announcers talked about it all the time. Torture. The Giants would get down. They would get down, and they would come back and win late, and it was grueling, and they were grinding, and I just remember Kruk and Kite. Giants baseball. It's torture. You don't remember that?
Nah, but that's what the game
Devin,
is.
Do you remember that at all or no?
Devin probably was in 8th grade.
In 2010?
No, I meant to say 4th grade because you can remember.
I was in high school. No, I do remember people. I don't know if it was the theme around the team, but I remember that Brian Wilson was a specifically torturous pitcher to watch because he would somehow get out of every bases loaded jam possible after putting everyone on.
Yeah.
Like he was a closer that would really toe the line.
Okay. And according to the YouTube chat, Nathan Hyatt said torture wasn't about coming back so much as it was about winning a game 2-1.
Okay.
But,
that could take some years off your life.
I mean, I'm not, this isn't like when I saw that car accident.
Boy,
and they asked me to remember,
our drive.
And I remembered everything wrong. I think this is one that I'm remembering right.
Well, they got your back.
Hopefully the text line in the YouTube chat has my back at 888-957-9570. I just remember, I want to say Kuiper said it a lot.
They're saying they're backing you up. Kuiper said it all the time.
Well, and you know me, I need to be right.
Yeah.
I need to be right.
And I'll let you get right a lot of times. That's why we lasted. Longest running show at the station. Think about that.
Oh,
I know that wasn't on the marquee, but
that's not true.
We're the longest running show at the station.
Oh, well, not.
You don't like it. You don't want it. I get it. I'm done. I just said what I said, Florio.
We've got somebody that works right down the hall who's been around a little bit longer.
Oh, my God. Sarah and Vinny, 27 years.
Yeah, they're on our team. They're Team Odyssey.
You're right.
So,
but they play in a different division.
Not really.
I mean, they play anything that's positive, Evan. This dude wants no part of anything that's positive. But back to your chicken and egg analogy, Steiny, the youngsters came up. The Giants collectively came back against the Pirates. Mm-hmm. And to me, I'm not saying they were half-assing before. When you see that happen, and you're put in that position, which they were just the next day, and then you come up roses, there's no doubt in my mind that didn't galvanize the whole team. And they feel like to this day, I know it's just a week, Steiny, they feel like whenever they're down, it could be their last at bat. They are vampires. And that, I believe, is something they didn't have as a whole coming out of spring training, but they've experienced it. We've called it roller coasters, whatever you want to label it. But you cannot tell me that's not tangible now to where it's a part of their team. Wisely's in a big position against the Mets. He gets a base hit. Wade Jr. against the Pirates they work the count. Matos 0-2 against the Pirates gets a hit like it's just infectious now. And I think it's a staple of who they are. Are they gonna come up roses every time? No. But, Steiny, that's where I think that egg was born. That's where it started.
925 torture was about the feeling of impending doom and then realizing that, oh, wait, we won. We won. Torture
kind of like last night for you.
Yeah, torture was because the pitchers were great and gave up 0 to 2 runs a game and the hitters could barely score 1 to 3 runs, and it was torture to watch. By the way, I gotta read this. This is good. Somebody's going to the game today. A guy named Jim.
All right.
And he says, what's up, boys? Regarding Farhan and the question, as a season ticket holder, Farhan owes me an apology if the Giants don't make the playoffs. And Steiny's heading to the Old Ship after the game if you want to grab a beer with Jim.
Okay, gotcha.
How about what do you?
I'll miss you today, Jim.
Yeah, I'm out today too. By the way, I've had that little procedure.
Yeah, new hip.
Yeah. So.
Oh boy.
Oh. Maybe we got to stop going to the Old Ship and maybe go to the Old Hip.
Well, you got hurt at the Old Ship. You hurt the Old Hip at the Old Ship.
We'll call it the Old Hip.
That's pretty good.
That's 3.
But you got hurt there last time I was with you.
Yeah,
you're back
healthy now.
Well, you shot at 88. I heard 83.
86.
Oh boy,
86.
I'm good now.
But yeah, I like that.
I would you damn for this special.
An Old Hip.
You didn't give me nothing for their ability to come back.
That's because I was working on my one-liner regarding the Old Hip.
Yeah, I like that.
And you know what? I probably could have set it up better. But I got excited because I knew it was a good one.
Their confidence is through the roof.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
And you know where confidence starts? My feeling is when it comes to baseball, pitching.
Well, now you sound like Jim Leland.
Pitching's what gives you confidence. They got Harrison going today. They got Webb going this weekend. I mean, they've got a good starting pitching staff, and they're probably going to get better as the season goes along, okay. I would think. 707 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. My major criticism with Farhan is that we have not brought any big-ticket free agents. Imagine this team with Judge or Harper. I mean,
Well, that ship has sailed, but...
Right.
In the grand scheme of things, if this didn't improve the everyday team like it has, that may have been a chapter in the book of his demise and why he possibly would lose his job. I'm talking about Farhan, and all of a sudden now nobody's mentioning that. I understand it. It's all good in the hood right now when it comes to the Giants, and you got Robbie Ray just out there as an addition to the staff whenever he's ready to go. You got the trading deadline. If, one of these guys gets hurt or starts to tail off, and you might feel a little different about one of the youngsters, but I do believe this is a big game. It's going to sound crazy, Sonny, because I feel like his hands are tied for Luciano. It could be your last game is short as far as starting. Like that's real.
He can't do anything in one game to make them change their
batting 391. I know it's a short sample size.
Better keep hitting 391. He better keep hitting 391. Somebody on the never mind. Yeah. But the what was I going to say about the Giants and their
confidence is the starting pitching?
Yes, confidence is the starting pitching. And there was one other thing.
That's what Jim Leland said. Momentum is as big as your next day starting pitcher. I hated that.
Are you sure that wasn't
Casey
Stengel?
No, that was Jimmy Leland.
And I might have gotten it from
He's
Casey
guessing.
Stengel.
He's guessing again.
Jim Leland's my favorite manager.
That's
Chuck
great.
Tanner.
That's great.
But Jim Leland second. He said momentum is as good as your next day starting pitcher. And I hate that because I'm like, what if your bats are hot? What if the offense bails you out? Now, I'm not.
It's actually Earl Weaver.
Thank you. I mean, when's the last thing you think you got something right?
Today. I just gave that to you.
What?
The Jim Leland.
He said it was Earl Weaver. Didn't you hear him?
Jimmy could have said it too.
He was quoting. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
He deserved it.
That's not an L.
Yes, it is.
I'm doing some research on my end.
You're like that's like the L the Giants took against the Dodgers. It was like a 10-2.
But it started a run.
Yeah, it did. More Dave Fleming, and he's got a quote here about the hitting coach, Pat Burrell.
Okay,
we're not going to listen to that one.
Why?
Because I don't like Burrell.
You need to. He's the man of the town right now. As Bonte say, he eats for free.
He does not.
But
he does
right
not
now,
eat for free.
They're hitting the ball.
I'm not a fan of him, and that's why instead we're going to listen to Dave Fleming talk about the guy who really is making a difference on this team, Sean Jelly.
To me, he's a great example of true player development. Like, how do you help a player be the best version of themselves. And Jelly was just getting killed by left-handed hitters, the first few times he came up as big leaguer over the last several seasons. So what do? We got to find another weapon. And look, is his cutter his best pitch? It is not. Is he throwing it a whole lot? He isn't. His work to get a new pitch that runs in on the left-handed hitter, just to plant a seed, like they can't just sit on one speed or one type of movement, has opened up like a whole new world for him. I hope it sticks because he's worked his tail off to get better and better and better and experience some failure, which everybody in this game experiences. Yay! And he's come out on the other side of it.
Wow. Not only that, he's got the one thing that you can't teach, and that's competitiveness.
Thought you were going to say height.
I just knew he was, right.
No, he's competitive. You can just tell by the way he pitches.
And he did the Russell Crowe coming off the mound, yelling to the crowd.
All right, so is the cutter that Fleming was talking about what you called the knuckle curve?
No, different pitch.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
What direction does the knuckle curve go when he throws that pitch?
A knuckle curve, so if you're looking at a clock,
yes,
12-6 straight down, 3-9 horizontal, it'd be more 2 to 8.
Okay, more of an angle.
Yeah, a cutter is
that's fair.
Minimal movement horizontally and some slight dip.
Well, I mean, I think what we're seeing is he's not afraid to lock up lefties now. He's not afraid to go in there and try to do some work, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm fighting for my life over here.
Why?
Jim Leland quotes. I'm fighting that. Earl said it, but Jimmy said it too. He's got some good ones, boy.
Jimmy, he just repeated somebody. That's all he did. It's all he did.
Well.
So, anyway, the Giants got it rolling. All right,
what you got?
How come they're hitting all of a sudden?
I'll give you one other person who I think has helped in that regard, and that's Pat Burrell. Pat Burrell down there is such a cool influence on those players because Pat, number 1 overall pick, 15-year career, 300 home runs or however many home runs he hit, 2 World Series championships. Like, it would be easy for that guy to sort of just kind of be there as a coach and, I've seen it all. He gets excited about every good at bat. He celebrates every time one of those guys does something positive. He's cheering, he's rooting, he's making guys laugh. That's such an important quality. Like, look, you look up and down the rest of the Giants coaching staff, they have so many guys who are good at what they do, but a lot of those guys are pretty serious personalities. And Pat's serious, but he also just loves being in that uniform. And there's something about his joy and positivity that I think is also helping.
Well, I think we should pump the brakes because he's not Hensley Mullins yet.
No, Steiny, stop.
He's not. This is his first year.
Yeah, but
pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Pump the brakes on him. By the way, we were talking about apologies. Do we owe the Giants an apology for burying him? I think some of the listeners owe us an apology, Guru.
Oh,
they owe us an apology. I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why.
I'm going to sit this one out.
I'm going to tell you why they owe us an apology. Because a lot of, the Golden State Warriors have a player, Draymond Green, who makes a lot of news. And he says a lot of things that are outlandish and they're worth discussing. And sometimes we talk about Draymond Green and people say, they don't have anything to talk about today.
All the time.
Well, you know what? We do have something to talk about with Draymond Green today, but I'm not gonna. Draymond Green accepted the apology of Stephen A. Smith, and I can't think of anything that's less important.
Well, he didn't accept it. Yeah. He issued an apology to Stephen A. Smith.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. accepted it.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
And that's the end of that. And that's the rest of the story.
Yeah.
So that's it. We're not talking anymore about that. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants, who have won 10 of their last 12. Luciano is going to be in the lineup today at shortstop. And you wonder how much more time he's got here?
Over under half an hour.
Over.
I'm going under, man.
Well, actually, imagine he's only going to play 6 innings.
Well,
because it gets late early when he's at shortstop.
I'm not laughing, but they do that. The defensive subs, like, hey, you got to come out, buddy. We can't afford it.
Here's Hunter Pence on Marco Luciano.
No, I think you got to get reps. There's no better knowledge gained than experience. But at the same time, you don't always aren't always at liberty with roster and who's available to make all of those decisions exactly as needed because just depending on who's healthy and who's hurt and who's not, you might not have a backup shortstop you can trust. So Farhan and Melvin and the crew is got to juggle a lot of those crazy things.
Yeah, and that's a good juggle, I would tell Hunter. Like when you got multiple dudes that you think can get it done, that's a good problem.
But they don't. Like they don't. Do you think they believe Luciano can get it done?
Oh no, not
exactly.
I was thinking more of Ramos and Conforto, and Yaz and Conforto, or Soler and Conforto, because Flynn also talked about that. Could we see Soler start if he doesn't warm up, splitting some of his reps against right and lefties? Donnie, could Conforto be the DH?
Well, the question that was asked, the question that was asked of Hunter Pence was, what do you do with Luciano? He's got to play every day, but he can't play every day for the Giants. Yeah. So it stands to reason that he's going to go down at some point. I think and then the question is, what do we do with Ramos? I think Matos is here to stay because he's got a natural position now because of Jung Hoo Lee's
and Slater's he's getting ready too, Steiny.
Boy, I tell you what.
You got Wisely, you got all these dudes balling right now.
I tell you what, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it feels to me like Austin Slater is like, who's the most disliked Warrior, even during their run? Like, who did everybody blame stuff? Oh, who's the guard that everybody blamed stuff? Ty Jerome.
Okay.
Ty Jerome.
I was going Nick Young.
No, people like Nick Young.
Well, you didn't.
No, I can't stand it.
It was the personality.
Yeah.
Well, Slater plays hard, Stotty, but it's like...
Well, what I mean is nobody's excited that Slater's coming back. That's what it feels like to me. And I think I can read that.
Well, normally in baseball or in sports, when somebody comes back, it's at the expense of somebody else, their time, Right. And you just want to do the checks and balances of, are we getting more out of Ramos than Slater? Okay, if we're not, then we got to see Ramos more so than Slater. And nobody wants to win more than Melvin and Farhan, so they're going to make the right decisions, Donnie. But the beautiful part about baseball is 162, and it can humble your ass quick and in a hurry. And we saw it with Casey Schmidt last year when he looked like Rod Carew batting 400, and then we saw where it ended up being with the bat. So it'll be interesting, and I guess what I'm saying is the game will answer the questions that some of us may all have right now, and there's nothing to see here.
But they may have to make those decisions kind of before they see what everybody's doing. Like they're going to have to use Ahmed and put him back in the lineup and hope he fields well and can carry his weight hitting wise at least. Evan says Damian Lee. Austin Slater's like Damian Lee.
Steph's brother-in-law.
Yeah.
Well, D. Lee.
I'm trying to think. There was some guard on the team that everybody couldn't stand a couple years ago.
Not Ian Clark.
It might have been.
Quinn Cook?
No, they like Quinn.
They did
the team liked Quinn.
Oh, hey, I saw him at the Warriors.
Oh, I know who it was. Chris Chiozza.
Oh,
that's who it was.
He's better than Chiozza.
I know he's better. I know he's better than Chiozza. Remember when Chiozza gave his address on social media?
There were days I would look at Chiozza and think it was Steph. Like, that ain't Steph.
Well, okay, who's the guard who got traded to the Pacers this year?
That would be it's what's our boy's name?
Don't tell me. He's
because I heard a first this morning with Bonte.
Everybody said, "Oh God, give me his initials."
I can't remember.
What the heck was his name, Goo?
What color was
he? He was black, but he was but he was functional for a while. But he didn't play well this year for the. Give me his initials.
Oh, CJ. Everybody hated when he was in the game. Corey Joseph.
Oh, that's right.
And Steve Kerr defended him to death.
That's right. That's right.
And my wife thought he was handsome.
No, the 650. It was Brad Wanamaker. because you called him
Wanna Misser.
Wanna Misser.
That was a couple years.
Yes, you did.
That was years ago.
All right. On the other side,
what color was he?
We're gonna get into. Not sure we're gonna get into, but Guru's got a strong opinion about something that we talked about before the show. So I'm gonna steer it in that direction on 95.7 The Game.
We don't know where Wiggins is.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast.
Jennings. I know it's not much, but it's the best I can do. This song's for you. You ever heard that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
That was Steiny and Evan.
Yes, it was. Oh. Got a little news. Got a little news for you.
Some would call it breaking news, like Randy.
Oh.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
This is expected. Nevertheless, it's done. Juwan Jennings has signed a 2-year, $10.5 million contract over the course of 2 years. It was a restricted free agent tender, and he was just kind of hanging out waiting to sign that.
Wasn't it OTAs? Because it paid off.
Because literally he had to sign his contract first. So
get that money.
Maybe he weaseled out of the one last week.
Stop.
But
the Ayuk money is what we're watching, right? We don't even know if that's coming.
Right. Hey, by the way, and I don't want to revisit this, but
when you start off that way,
I'm just gonna
revisit.
I'm gonna make my point,
all right,
and then get out. So I was saying, I don't like watching a game when I've got a vested interest in a team. All right, I'd like to watch games where I don't have a strong feeling about it. Anyway,
boring.
Of course, I was rooting for Minnesota last night, and this is what I mean. This is why I can't do it. Did you see Anthony Edwards' foul on Luka Doncic?
Yeah.
They were up 6 with like 15 seconds to go.
That was
and
bad.
Edwards fouls Doncic on a 3, and Doncic makes it.
Yeah. I said, oh boy. Welcome to fandom, bud.
No.
You're taking the easy way out.
No.
That was a bad foul.
It was awful.
Yeah.
It was absolutely awful.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there thinking, why am I even rooting for this team?
Think about Finchy. He's coaching that team.
Yeah.
You think he told him to foul to give him a 4-point play?
I don't know what he told him. But that's, oh my God.
I couldn't coach, man.
I couldn't either.
They'll fire us. We'd be out.
Well,
I'd cuss somebody out, one of the players.
Yeah, I have no
Like if Evan did that, he was one of my, I appreciate you being honest. But Steiny, I would be fired. I'd lose it.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing, but everybody's happy. I'm not.
So
down 56.
This is
stop it, Ev. Oh boy, who is that man? Go ahead, Steiny.
Yeah, you brought this up before the show, and you were feeling, as you like to say, some kind of way about it. All right. And I'll set it up. All right. There's a media person, Jason Page, and he wrote on Twitter. He's writing about Stephen A. Smith, one of our favorites. And it was a thoughtful piece about essentially that he's not a journalist
anymore.
Stephen A. Smith worked for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and he said he's not a journalist anymore. And he's just an entertainer, and he's just a hot take guy. And I'll be honest with you. Well, go ahead. You say, why did this kind of intrigue you so much?
Well, it's twofold, Steiny. You were a writer. That was your job. And now you're behind the mic. And our job, you tell me if I'm wrong, Evan, Steiny, and the listeners, is to give our opinions. And I feel blessed on a daily basis that we're able to use this medium to share with you nothing more than our education, or what we deem our education, and our thoughts. Stephen A. Smith used to write for the Philadelphia Inquirer. He's a heavyweight. But how he's moved up the ranks and became one of the most popular to ever do it is he's on First Take. And he did the math a couple of days ago of how many takes he gives on a weekly basis. Jason Page used to be with the Steiny, thought what he's doing nowadays on TV is not journalism, because Stephen A. is always reminding everybody of throwing out that card that he's a journalist. And a guy that won a contest, and I'm not demeaning my own self, a guy that didn't go to Syracuse School of Broadcasting, a product of social media perhaps. I got to this medium because of things of that nature, and I don't shy away from that, and I'm proud of it. But at the end of the day, Jason was just basically, and a lot of people have called out Stephen A. Smith. I think it's jealousy. I think Stephen A. is now doing so much that is in front of our eyes, Donnie. People that were in this corner are now starting to hate him. But that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is what Stephen A. Smith, to me, does on a daily basis, you're giving takes. You're not a journalist. And if you're going to call out Jaylen Brown on air, on TV, on your show, mid-sentence, and say somebody just texted you that Steiny is not marketable because he was out in front and center during what we have 2021, the Black Matter. Yeah. If you're going to go that far, Stephen A., and say that about Jaylen Brown, and I watch that, I'm like, you got to put somebody's name on it.
No, you don't.
And the great Isaiah Thomas, the point guard,
you don't.
For the Detroit Pistons, came over the top and responded, how dare you say that about Jaylen Brown, who I've been mentoring, without putting somebody's name on it, because what you're doing is reckless, and that's not fair. So I saw that beef, and I just sat back and got my popcorn like,
that has nothing
I don't
to do
know
with
what to believe, but Daryl L. Johnson I believes if I'm going to say something that strong about Evan Grandy or Matt Steinmetz, I don't think I can hide behind.
It's not the way it works.
A nameless entity.
Well, that's the way it works. That's the way journalism's been forever. You don't have to reveal your sources.
But he's not being a journalist on First Take.
Yes, well,
that's my point.
He's part journalist when he's a journalist.
Can you do both, Steiny?
Yes, you can do both.
I'm asking because I don't think
for example, okay. Remember last year?
Yeah.
When Stephen A. Smith, out of nowhere, talked about Jonathan Kuminga and talked about, I think he said they're not crazy about his work ethic.
No.
What do you think? He just made that up? There's no chance he made that up. Somebody in the Golden State Warriors organization told him that Jonathan Kuminga isn't working hard or doesn't have the greatest attitude, and he reported it. That's what writers do. Woj would do that. Sam Amick would do that. He doesn't have to reveal his source. Nobody reveals their sources. So, I mean,
that happened, and that's
is he an entertainer? Yeah. Is he a journalist? Yeah, at times I think he is. Sure. I mean, that's what it is now.
But he's no longer writing, Stoney. So just again, and you would know this way more than me. But the journalist component is kind of retired. The Stephen A. Smith we know he gives his opinion on. So I guess he's doing both. Is that against the rules? I don't know.
What about Howard Cosell? He was absolutely a journalist, wasn't he? But he told it like it was.
No doubt. And he's the one and only. But Steiny, there was not social media for people to write what Stephen A. or what Steiny is doing is not being a journalist. He's now just a bunch of hot air. That's part of this too, is everybody has a forum. And everybody, and I'm not, who am I, but the people, the nobodies have a forum. And social media is given that platform to, as crazy as this sounds, Steiny, to even the playing field. Because here I go. To me, back in the day, you had to earn the right.
You don't think he's earned it?
No, totally earned it, to give the take. There wasn't a lot of hot takes. You had to earn the right to, with your pen. I'm talking about the Jay Mariottis, the Skip Bayless before First Take.
They're journalists.
They were.
Okay.
At one point.
Right. What makes them a journalist? They report at times, and that's what Stephen A. does. Let me tell you something. If the beat, I don't know who the beat. Yeah. I'll use Gary Washburn.
Okay.
Because Boston Globe writes for the.
I know him.
Yeah. So if somebody inside the Celtics organization said to him, you know what, there's a little rift. You know what, Jaylen Brown and Tatum aren't really getting along. They're just not fitting together. That's what reporters do.
Right.
Then he writes it or he says it on the air.
All right.
And he says, look, there's trouble brewing in Boston. I get it. He's an entertainer, but he's also probably tapped in as much or more than anybody else.
So you understand Stephen A.'s reaction when guys like Isaiah came after him of how dare you use your platform to say that without putting a name on it.
Well, without
Stephen got hot, and I'm not saying he shouldn't have got hot. I just don't look at Stephen A. Smith, Steiny. I know how credible he is on what he used to do, and it's kind of like you used to write. But right now, you share your opinion, and maybe you're writing verbally. I'm not saying Stephen A. should have put a name on it.
He shouldn't have.
If I'm Jaylen Brown, that would have pissed me off.
Okay, so what? Like, that doesn't matter. And I get it. But revealing sources, I mean, that you don't have to do that. The media doesn't have to do that. They've never had to do that. Sources always have been protected. And now if he takes more liberty than other guys, that's just okay. That we can talk about.
Well, where's the fine line, Steiny? If I came in here, let's just say, okay, and I'm for real, just for the example here, something's going on with the Lakers and I come in here and drop Handy's name, or you guys know Handy's my guy, and I say something that on good authority I have it. Do you think I'm abusing, or I'm being fake, or I'm doing a disservice to the listener or even you by not telling you where I got that information from? Like, what's to stop me from making stuff up to say
nothing? Nothing except your dignity,
integrity, yeah.
And integrity. I mean, like when back in the newspaper days, columnists were paid to give their opinion and they were considered journalists. I mean,
and that was it. You were one of a few that had that form or blessing. But now with social media, Steiny, you can get it, Steinies of the world, and say, you know what, your piece stunk, blah, blah, blah. And again, I don't know where this thing is headed.
Okay, you tell me. You tell me what this is, because I remember this vividly. When Kevin Durant was with the Warriors, that third year, okay, at the beginning of the year, stuff started to happen.
I'll never forget.
And I'll never forget in December, I'd been talking to people here and there, whatever, and I said to a couple people who are NBA guys, I'm like, what's going on with Durant? What do you think about Durant? And somebody that I respect said, well, the league thinks he's gone. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, everybody in the league thinks he's leaving.
Okay.
Or he's going to leave. Okay, so in December, I said, look, I heard that the league, most people in the league think he's going to leave Golden State. So what's that? I guess that's me being a journalist, because about 3 or 4 people said it, and I'm just kind of going on the air reporting it, but I didn't say, hey, I'm being a journalist now when I was just, chirping on the air.
No doubt. And to answer, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so
my answer to that is something totally different, because you're not messing with anybody's chicken. When you say somebody says somebody's not marketable, that's heavy. That's now you're messing with possible money and endorsements. So that's why when you say what you said about somebody's locale next season or their free agency decision, I think that's a walk in the park compared to you saying, but you know what, Guru, you couldn't. I mean, I guess maybe that's what set me off, that Steven said it like, dude, that's heavy. I mean, and you're saying it to the world.
But from a journalistic standpoint, the fact that it's heavy is irrelevant. It's just irrelevant. If it's newsworthy information and he's got it and he thinks he's got it from a credible source, then he's a journalist when he reports it that way. If he says, I got a text from, like, what about, when the heck was it? Gosh, when was it? Oh, somebody, remember when they were comparing Magic to Curry and who's the best point guard? And Magic said, well, I've got titles.
I remember.
Do you remember that Stephen A. Smith was on set and he got a text from Michael Jordan? And Michael Jordan in the text basically said, I say Magic is better.
I remember. Okay.
Well, that's news. That's news. That's journalism. That's Stephen A. Smith having a connection / source with Michael Jordan. Now, on that one,
we got the name of who said it.
Right. But he wouldn't have had to. But then it would have been like, well, some NBA player thinks Magic's better. Nobody would have cared. But like that, I mean, I think he's...
No, and I'm probably confusing the masses, but I guess my bigger question, Stoney, is do you look at guys like Stephen A. Smith more as journalists or guys that give their opinion?
Yeah, both. Both, and I think that's what everybody does kind of now. For example,
everybody doesn't have that platform.
Well, for example,
grown into his own podcast.
Like for example, who have I? Give me a player that I've been hard on.
Draymond Green,
Steph Curry.
Well, okay, we had answers.
Okay, well, what if you can't use Curry? Use Wiggins.
Stop.
Let's say I've been killed. Wiggins, he's sleepwalking. Well, what if over the course of the first 2 months of the season, I had a couple guys in the Warriors organization, and they're just like, this Wiggins guy is such a problem.
Right.
What do you mean? Well, he's just AWOL, and he's messing up chemistry. Okay, chances are I might not say, I've got two sources in the Warriors organization that says Wiggins is messing things up. Probably wouldn't do that. But I might say, there's a good chance Wiggins is messing something up in there. Like, I think he might be messing something up. So I'll borrow what I think is a valid opinion to push something that I also believe in. Is it news? Not really. But do I believe it? Yes. And have I come around to that person's point of view? If I do, then I use it. If I don't, if I'm like, well, no, it's I love Wiggins and he's not a problem, and I'm just going to keep saying he's not a problem. Well, you can do that too.
Yeah. Well, I just find it interesting.
No, I got you.
I grew up in a world where it was Monty Poole and Scott Osler. And, of course, those guys and gals worked their ass off to get where they were, and Killians of the world, Stoney. But the inception of social media, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but everybody now has a forum.
Well,
and I guess is that good for the game? But you're talking to a guy that watches Twitter now with 50,000 people I don't know, or 50 million people, because I want to read what everybody thinks about what I'm watching as well. And then it's like my diary. I write what I think. So I've been, I'm not saying something's better or less. I'm nobody to do that, but it is kind of fun. But I wonder, and I'm speaking to a former writer, Steiny, or a writer. Do you look at it like, what, this is BS that everybody, these no names have avenues now to voice their opinion, like the whole thing on X.
Well, you used Ann Killian, and for those that don't know, Ann Killian worked at the San Jose Mercury News, and now she works at the Chronicle. Well, okay, she's a columnist. Like she probably did, but she never broke a story. She is a columnist
and gave her opinion,
right? Yeah. And she's a journalist.
Gotcha.
Okay, so what's the problem?
She's not on TV every day.
Okay,
talking about.
But she has a forum on social media and in news and in print.
I guess this is about the multiple, like Bonte. I talk to Bonte all the time, and he does a great job on TV and here. Sonny, do you think there's some things he knows?
Of course.
So, but that's part of the game, right? That is
depends what he wants to do with it.
Yeah, wow.
And that's what Stephen A. Like his.
No, people telling me, Guru, the world's changed. I get it. I'm part of it, but I'm just, the Bonte comp was great. Like, you know what
if Stephen A. Smith knows Allen Iverson.
He knows.
So if Allen Iverson texts Stephen A. Smith and says, you know what? You're not going to believe this, but I'm coming out of retirement. I mean, Stephen A. Smith is going to report that, and that's journalism. It's flat out journalism. Or somebody even close to Iverson says, Allen's coming back. I mean, at that point, you'd be like, what? Then you try to get in touch with Allen Iverson, and he'd either deny it or confirm it. And if he denied it, then you'd try to get another source to confirm it, and then you get another source or two to confirm it. And then you could say, when reached for comment, Iverson said he wasn't coming out of retirement, but then we got to see if he comes out of retirement or not. But I mean, is Stephen A. Smith a journalist? At times.
Well, and he was. That was his one when it was just, you know what it is? I hold him in such high regard, Stephen A., that I feel like you should be above a source. You are so big. You got so much going on. You got so much credibility that when you should be able to say who sent you that text about Jaylen Brown.
No other journalist has to do that.
I guess when you're number one or you're top, I just feel like...
Why shouldn't he do that? He's got more sources than anybody else. And he does both. He gives his opinion, and sometimes he... and
there's probably jealousy, too, that he's doing both, right?
You think?
Okay.
You think?
All right.
Let's quick go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco, wants to jump in here, and then we'll get off it. Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call, Simon. I only work these hours now, so lucky you guys. I get to pester you.
Oh, cool.
I used to be work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which I prefer, so I don't have to get up at like 6. But anyway, I just wanted to say I get what you're saying, Steiner, and journalists really don't, you can't give up your source, but I don't consider, he might have credentials in that, but I don't consider Stephen A. None of those guys real journalists, and the days, real journalists, the Ed Bradleys, the Max Robinsons, they're all gone, even Barbara Walters, they're all gone. That day, days that journalists would be fair, and not say mean things and say things of your opinion based off an anonymous source, things like they say are really reckless. And, even Woj, I can't stand him either. I don't believe half the thing. All those guys are competing on who can get what out the best. You got basketball players now giving their opinion, which I'm liable to believe a little bit more than journalists because they played the game. But then even their biases. They play like they don't dislike players, but they do. All of it's just crap. All of them are Shannon Sharp. He's a joke to me. All of them. Every last one of them. I don't even listen to national media. I listen to, believe it or not, I listen to you guys. I think you guys are less junk. 95.7, even KNBR. I listen to our local market when it comes to sports. I think they know more than the national people. So keep doing a good job, you guys, and thumbs up to you. But the rest of those guys, they stink. As my granddaughter say, they stink. Bye.
Appreciate it. I mean, I wonder what people prefer, or where do they get news, basketball or sports news? Who do they want delivering it to them? I mean, I think
there's also a question of who you trust. I mean, you can get your news from anywhere, but who you trust to deliver that news is, I think, a more interesting.
Well, let me ask you this: do you believe that? I believe Jaylen Brown's not very marketable, but I don't believe Tatum is really either. I just don't think either of them are dynamic stars. Now, the part about the Black Lives Matter, that's kind of not what I'm getting into.
Because that was brought up in the same as they went on to talk about it.
Okay. Well, then that is important. Yeah.
Well, I'll let Evan answer because...
Do you believe it?
I mean, in the city of Boston, I would buy that. Yeah. I believe that's probably an angle of why people aren't as into Jaylen Brown there as, say, maybe, I don't know,
Larry Bird.
I was going to say Kristaps Porzingis, but I don't know if he's been there long enough.
I know we're up against it. I wanted to ask Evan something. I'll do it.
Can
you
do it on the other side?
Yep.
No, dynamite.
Peyton Pritchard.
Don't forget. Oh, there's a good one. Don't forget. You can download the Odyssey app and hear every show in its entirety, and that's what you want to do. You want to download that Odyssey app on 95.7 The Game.
For Fremont Bank, investing in our Bay Area communities is a #1 priority.
some news to pass along, 49er related. Wide receiver Jauan Jennings has signed a 2-year deal, $10.5 million.
Get that money.
It was more a formality than anything else, but the ink is now drying on the contract. So Jauan Jennings is a 49er and will be.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about journalism, breaking news, Stephen A. Smith, where you get your information, who you trust, and who you don't trust.
Right.
And so just to get into the conversation, I asked Evan, hey, by the way, okay, it's news. Jauan Jennings has signed a 2-year contract. I said, where'd that come from? He said, Adam Schefter. And I thought, okay, well, then it's
legit.
It's legit.
Yep.
Okay. So, but how did he get that? How did Schefter? Okay.
But
so
nobody wants to know how he got it. He's built what he's built to where whatever comes out of his mouth, we take it's gospel.
Right.
So nothing like that's legit. But that's about somebody's income. When you tell me Jaylen Brown is not marketable, I'm just telling you, Steiny, and Evan, that's what I was going to ask him. That's so heavy. The follow-up, you shouldn't be able to hide behind a source if you're going to feel comfortable saying that to your platform. And I love Stephen A. Smith to death. I think people are stabbing him in the back because they're jealous because he's gotten into some different his brand is getting bigger. There's no doubt. He's in a fight every other week, Steiny. People are coming for him because they're turning on him. But with that said, when you tell me or ask Evan, hey, Jaylen Brown's not marketable, I just believe in my world, Steiny, you got to put a name on it because
I'll give you a million. Okay, so
somebody from corporate told you that Jaylen Brown missed out on 10 possible endorsements. Like when you say that is so heavy to me that I would really need some foundation.
Well, no,
what are you using?
No, you don't, because what did you think when Zach Lowe of ESPN 2 months ago reported that the Warriors are growing tired of Draymond Green and his antics, and it's getting to the point where they could move off him? Well, we don't know who said that, but okay, so it's that, and like with all due respect, I love Zach Lowe, but who the hell knows who Zach Lowe is?
Right.
Like nobody knows his story or his history, but I don't know. Did we believe that? Do we believe that? Do we believe that the Warriors are growing tired of Draymond Green?
But if we round down the list of things that they could possibly be tired of, it would add up, right?
Right, but we also we also know that a lot of writers and media people have said if the Warriors are fine with what Draymond Green is doing, and as long as he's worth it, he's not going anywhere. So which is it?
I guess I don't know why. I'm just triggered on the saying the player's marketable or not. Like, who has the power to know that?
Steven.
No, to deliver that message to Steven.
Maybe it's a ad executive. I don't know.
And that's what I'm saying to you. I would just like to know. Like, that was so heavy.
I'd like to know where Zach Lowe heard that Draymond's growing.
Well, I could do you one further on Draymond. I'd like to know who leaked the video.
I mean,
him hitting Jordan Poole.
I don't know. I don't know. So we ended up just jumping into Stephen A. Smith and whether or not he's a journalist. But if you want to jump in at 888-957-9570 is the number. I am interested to know who you trust and what.
That's a word.
Where you get your news. Because, in other words, what's the difference between Stephen A. Smith saying, my sources say that Jaylen Brown's not marketable, and my sources are saying Jauan Jennings is signing a 2-year contract? I get one is neutral and the other is a negative, but if they're both news, I mean, I don't think it's defined. Is Stephen A. Smith a journalist or an entertainer? Yeah, that's how I'd answer it. Yes, he's both. And at times he does report. And didn't Stephen A. Smith report that LeBron was going to Miami when nobody else had LeBron going to Miami?
That I can't recall.
I'm pretty sure.
Because remember, it was the decision.
Exactly.
But I was watching the decision with my mouth open like I hadn't had any idea that Miami was the leader in the clubhouse. And real quick, Stan, I need to double back because I don't have any. I do get the protection of sources. I do really understand that. Again, why I'm triggered is when you say that a black player, is not marketable, and Stephen A. Smith being black said it. I think that to me is so different than reporting on where Steiny might be playing next or how much Evan's going to make on his next contract. Like, that's a heavy indictment. And I guess as much as I love Stephen A., I appreciate Isaiah Thomas more for trying to come to the rescue of like, that ain't cool, man. We can say a lot of stuff in this business. You can write a lot of stuff, but to say a dude ain't marketable, you gotta put somebody's name on that.
Yeah, well,
that's just me.
I mean, what if he would have called him a cancer in the locker room?
I think we've been down that. I think of Terrell Owens and Kobe, rest in peace, and all kind of other players. I don't think that would have triggered me like this. This is, marketability is like, wow, where are you getting that from? And what goes into that what's the word we talk about with baseball? What goes into that analytics? Where's that data coming from?
Jaylen Brown's the highest paid player in the NBA.
Yeah.
Who cares if he's marketable or not?
Right. That's a fact.
Big Smoothies in Hayward wants to jump in here. What's going on, Big Smooth?
Hey, guys. Pretty good topic for the off season. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, it's interesting because I was telling your producer, I said, listen, I knew that Shaq and Kobe got into a fight and Shaq slapped Kobe. I knew because somebody on the Lakers told me. Reliable source. Nowadays, I would have been able to turn this phone on, put my face in there and say, I'm reporting this because nowadays these Bleacher Report cats, I look at, I'm like, why do these dudes know more than, why do they think they know more than me? They're just fans like I am. It drives me crazy. They're fans, but all of a sudden they have a platform. I don't like this new media only because anybody can have access. And if that's the way it's going to be, I think Stephen A. is a combo because he has sources that are extremely reliable, but he's also entertaining. Let's be honest. If he weren't entertaining, we would turn him off. So by design, we like Stephen A. For the most part, his numbers will prove that. And there are many that are trying to knock him off his platform. Like you said.
Let me throw this. Hey, Big Smoothie, real quick. What about Wilbon and Kornheiser?
Wilbon is, to me, Wilbon and Kornheiser are the last of the few journalists. The guys with the hat and the little press pass on the side. Those guys are gone by the wayside. Nowadays you just get anybody just talking. Listen, I hate hearing. I'll be honest with you. I like journalists, but I also like hearing from a guy who's been in the locker room. I think that matters. I know that's a soft spot, but I think that matters. I don't want to hear from. Listen, it's okay if you stay with the story, but when you go trying to decipher what's going on and you've never been in the locker room, I can't really take that at face value. What do you guys think about that?
That's interesting.
Yeah, you know what? And this is an interesting one because, okay, remember when ESPN's Mina Kimes criticized Jimmy Garoppolo and Jeff Garcia came out of the woodwork and said, what do you know about quarterbacking? How many times have you been in the pocket? You shouldn't even be able to comment on this. What he failed to understand, I think, is Mina Kimes' job is to talk to NFL players and coaches and front office people. And if they're telling her he's not very good, then he's not very good. And she'll go with that. And she doesn't Adam Schefter doesn't know anything about football. He knows nothing about. I shouldn't say that,
but I get what you're saying.
He's more of a. He gets all his information from front office people. I would guarantee you Schefter's not a big quote unquote player guy. He's a front office guy, and I think Woj is the same way. Adrian Wojnarowski. How does Adrian Wojnarowski know who every team is picking a minute before the NBA draft? I have nobody has any idea.
Yeah,
but he's right.
I mean, that's why I'm curious about who you trust because, for example, Adam Schefter has a very close relationship with the Shanahans. He covered Mike Shanahan in Denver. He's very close with Kyle. So I imagine anything he puts out about the 49ers is probably not going to shine the Niners any negative light because he has a personal relationship with the head coach. So does that mean I don't trust him? No, I think he's still good at his job. I think he asks around. But if he says something that is negative about the 49ers, I might hold that in a higher regard because he generally doesn't do that. So Woj, meanwhile, has to uphold relationships with NBA executives. You know, you don't see him break a lot of things or opine in a negative fashion because he doesn't want to ruin those relationships. I wonder, I just think it's the same thing. Like, if anything, the fact that somebody is willing to, I don't know, make a statement about a player in a bad fashion sometimes might make me respect him more because people don't really do that a whole lot.
I think about Schefter after you're talking, Adam.
Yes.
Evan, did he get duped in the 2021 draft when he went out and put his name out there thinking Adam Schefter when he said that Mac Jones was going to be the Niners pick? Remember and then that blew up in his face. Or
if I know Schefter, I'm sure he couched it in a way. See, a true journalist will always leave himself an out.
Did that sour a relationship or source?
I need to see the exact quote, but I guarantee you he probably said something like, the 49ers are eyeing Mac Jones, but I guarantee you Adam Schefter didn't say, take it to the bank, the 49ers are taking Mac Jones. With this pick, they always leave. But here's another guy I'm fascinated by, and I'll bet you trust him. And my question would be why?
What a word.
You like Brian Windhorst?
Oh, I love him.
Well, he's just LeBron's friend. He covered LeBron in high school.
Former friend.
But now,
is he a former friend?
I don't think they have a great relationship.
Yeah,
anymore.
and that's why I respect Steiny. That's why I like him more. I feel like he's plugged into everybody. Yeah, it's bigger. It started with LeBron, but I think he's branched off. And like I said, he could be guessing. But Steiny, I like hearing his lexicon about what's going on about here in Golden State. But Bron was his meal ticket. Bron put him on the map.
And I think that's why he gets more respect because he branched out from just the LeBron, kind of caper category because he wouldn't be that guy. And for that reason, LeBron doesn't really give him much anymore.
You know what? I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I'm saying I have no idea. I guarantee, I would think their relationship's kind of fluid.
Okay.
To tell you the truth. Because,
it's
been going on for 25 years. I'm sure there were times when LeBron couldn't stand him and maybe he doesn't like him right now.
I bet Wendy would say this if they passed each other in the hallway. Thank you. Thank you for not allowing me to ride on your coattail, but I owe you a lot. I covered you, and now I'm one of the made men, Steiny. That's just me. They got to be cool, Evan. Now, it may have soured, but Wendy.
You rarely see Windhorst break news about LeBron anymore.
Right.
And I think that's also a big reason, not Windhorst specifically, but it's a big reason why LeBron has his own media company because he can control his own news now.
What did you just say? Because it reminded me.
Like when you walk up to Steph and say thank you every time you see him, Steiny.
Well, that's exactly what was on my mind.
Wow.
Should I thank Steph Curry or it was just a coincidence? I happen to be in the Bay Area, media guy, and this guy came along
but he'll never forget, and I think he would accept your thanks.
Should I thank Latrell Sprewell?
Well, that's my
favorite. How about Felton Spencer? Rest in peace.
Hell, Carlissimo.
Curtis in Pleasant Hill. What's up, Curtis? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you, man?
Doing well, thank you.
Yeah, no, sir. For me, I just find Stephen A. Smith to be an entertainer. I mean, I think back, he started off with Skip Bayless. That's the first one I remember, him and Skip Bayless. And I don't remember. I'm sure he has some reputable sources, but most of the time I just remember him for being funny in his wrong takes, not his right takes. And then you go to him and.
Do you remember any of the wrong ones offhand?
Man, I wish I don't have the best memory, I'll be honest. But then you go to him and Max Kellerman, and even then, I always agreed with Max more than Stephen A. Smith when I was watching them.
Right. All right. Hey, appreciate it, Curtis. Oh, go ahead. Finish up. Yeah, you're good.
And so, yeah, I just feel like, I mean, you know, you get some right when you've been in the game that long, but most of the time, I think he's just there for the entertainment. You know, most of the time, that's what he's there for, and that's my opinion.
Appreciate the call. Thank you, Curtis.
Because he is entertaining. There's no doubt. There'd even be on that platform, Stoney.
I mean, he's
Skip Bayless if you're into that, or Colin Cowherd. Like, there's a plethora of whatever you want now, and you just spoke about it. Tony and Wilbon, those dudes are the first to me to be the journalist and then go first take, but it really be about the take.
Yeah,
Molly. You know?
Wait, what?
You know how Stephen will have some fun with Molly and everything. I did a bad impression of Stephen A. But they're the GOATs.
I mean, the other thing that complicates it is Stephen A. Smith started as a journalist for the Philadelphia Inquirer. So he worked in the newspaper.
But so did Skip.
Business.
Remember?
San
Jose Mercury.
Dallas Morning News before that.
Well,
yeah. I mean, Skip Bayless, I'm sure, considers himself a journalist. But, I mean, it's not that it kind of doesn't matter anymore whether you're a journalist or a talking head. But I guess it matters in terms of who you're receiving your information from and who you believe.
I mean, how many times, not to interrupt, Stoney, how many times do I get duped on Twitter about a false report? And Evan brought up the word trust, but I keep going back. You know what I mean? I keep putting myself out there to be like, this is credible.
Right.
It is, but I can't live without it, man.
And I'll tell
That's
you,
sad.
I'll tell you what happens mostly with talking heads, and I'll put myself in that group. I may have an opinion of something, and then I'll talk about it with somebody I really respect who knows. And if they agree with me, well, then I'll push it. Well, then I know that I got somebody who's reputable who's saying what I'm talking about is on the money.
You leave them out the story, though, right? Okay.
Of course, because I put it out there. Well, I'm just trying to think.
Because you could use them in the story, still not naming them.
Exactly. Well, it's not a story.
Oh.
It's let's just say Kuminga.
Okay.
If somebody's getting on about his work ethic, and they don't really know, they don't know. Okay, Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
Brandon Ayuk.
D8.
What's going on with Brandon Ayuk early in his career? Well, he's in the doghouse. Okay, what's he not doing? Well, clearly he's either not practicing hard, or he's not blocking downfield, or they got an issue between and then that's what I would say on the radio. And then ideally you find somebody with the 49ers who knows what they're talking about, and they say, oh God, you're nailing it with Ayuk. He is an attitude problem beyond belief, and Kyle's pulling his hair out. Well, at that point, I'm not going to say my sources say this, but I'm going to say, I think this guy's a problem. And I'll couch it like that. But if somebody were to say to me,
he's real, I know for a fact.
Dude, I know for a fact that Ayuk's a great dude and he's working hard. And you know what? Kyle just he's got a thing for him and he's sticking it to him. Well, at that point, I'm going to probably back off a little bit, or say, and then you'll end up gradually coming to the side of the people that share your opinion that you respect.
Yeah, that's interesting. Uncle Looney on the chat, Donnie says, why are people in such a rush to know everything? And I would just say to Uncle Looney, because I've been on that side, because everybody's in a rush to put something out. And they get half the story right.
Moose is in San Jose. What's up, Moose? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. I was just going to say, I've been listening to this conversation for a while now. It doesn't matter at this stage in Stephen A's career whether he's a journalist or a social media talking head, whatever. He's earned his stripes. Look, when you're sitting on air live, you get a text message from Michael Jordan giving his opinion, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Jordan even said, hey, you could put my name on this one.
Right.
He's clearly a big boy in the industry, and his opinions, whether I care about it or not, they matter to people. He gets the likes, he gets the clicks. So it doesn't matter whether he's considered a journalist. He wasn't. Obviously, he's not going to go around saying, "I'm a retired journalist. Now I work in hot takes."
Right.
That's not what you do. So, but yeah, it doesn't matter at this point. He's too big of a dog to. You don't need to label him whatever you want. It doesn't make a difference.
I agree.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, Moose.
No, he's just. Can I call it standard? But Steiny, I do believe this random #random. He's getting hated on because he's getting too big, and he's doing a lot. He's sharing his personal and political opinions now, and good for him. I'm telling you, man, people that I believe are in his corner or were in his corner are turning on him because he's getting so popular.
Somebody said this on the YouTube chat. I wish I could give him credit for it. And remind me.
You got to keep your sources anonymous.
This one.
Boy, you've been on fire.
No, this one was a good one. And he said, and this is something that's kind of Stephen A. is the source. Like he is the source.
Oh, damn.
I mean, wasn't he in Michael Jordan's suite at some college football game or the NCAA title game?
One of the college football playoff games, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is the source. I mean, he's talking to these people left and right. And
he didn't help Jordan with the Hornets.
Murillo's in Petaluma. I don't know what that meant. Well, how's he going to help him?
When he was running the ship over with Charlotte.
No, but that, you know what? And Murillo, hold on a second. Yeah. That's a perfect example. I'll tell you what, there might not be any professional sports owner that's ever gotten off the hook more than Michael Jordan. And why do you think that is?
Because
it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, he is the hook.
But you know what? He was the worst owner I've ever seen in my entire life.
But nobody cares.
Nobody took him to Right. So that's not journalism. That's just favoritism. Murillo in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. I like the conversation. I'm looking at this at a different angle. I understand that I think journalism changed completely, the whole landscape. It's a lot more delivering than sourcing right now. I think what Robin from the city, I think what she referred, those guys back then, there was more secrecy and more, things to protect. Now it's more opinion deviated. What I don't understand is, and maybe it's not just a phenomenon in this country, it's everywhere. Why isn't a person like Jaylen Brown marketable? His game, I know his game is not a Steph Curry like Kyrie Irving type of game, but it's not boring. He has a good swagger in his game. And one thing that I don't understand, he's a dry person. I don't know if you guys have studied about his life and how much earlier he's been in everything in his life, how accomplished he is. Somebody with that profile should be more marketable, just in a role model standpoint. I don't know if you guys know much about Jaylen Brown, but I've done a research, and he's a bright human being. Yeah. So I think people should market more people like him instead of the Ja Morants and the Zion Williamsons, the people who are not even taking their craft serious. Wow. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right, Murillo, thank you. From the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, in an era where media members are so afraid to criticize out of risk of losing their access, you have to respect the guys who are willing to give their opinions that might be unfavorable to a guy's image. That is real journalism.
Wow. And we've kind of heard that a couple times.
What about, like, when I say I've never seen an owner get more of a pass than Michael Jordan, is that journalism? That statement right there, is that credible? Is it journalism?
Well, it's
is it
opinion.
A hot take?
No, it's your opinion, and he was horrible.
So, as Ralph Barbieri once said, two things could kind of be equally true.
Yeah.
All right. You can jump into the conversation. We got the Too Short segment on the other side. And what's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack this Friday on The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar in Pleasant Hill, San Bruno, San Mateo, San Jose, and Newark. Open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
They holding us back, my brother. We got to go, my brother.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, you just never know the kind of feedback you get. But I've got some for you.
All right. Now I got a comment from our guy Dewey Merritt.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line. 415, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, you guys did top 5 Bay Area rappers. I didn't, but Goo did.
Oh, boy.
Guru said he wouldn't put Tupac on because he's, quote unquote, not from the Bay. But just a heads up, Too Short was born in L.A.
That I got.
So he ain't from the Bay either.
But Too Short is here in Oakland.
It's not over.
Okay.
But they both belong in any top 5 Bay Area rapper list, along with Mac Dre, etc. So was there a little different standard used for Too Short as opposed to Tupac?
Too Short went through his adolescence here in the town. He was born in L.A., and then they moved to Oakland.
Okay.
And then when he was selling his car out of his tape out of trunks, it was in the town.
Okay.
And we'd go to the side shows, not what they are now because they're damn near staged now. But they got film companies now. Okay, but anyway. Yeah. And Pac was in, to me, New York, went to the School of Arts in New York. So I'm open for everybody.
Did Tupac grow up in Marin? Marin City?
There was some time in Marin.
How much?
The Dibs will tell you, but Dibs being from Marin. But
I mean, at what point do you get to claim it? Like if
for me, from 12 to 20, you got to grow up in said sector.
Okay. So if you move when your kid's 7 years old,
you're good. Still,
you ain't from there.
Yeah, the clock ain't ticking.
Okay.
But Tupac is my number one, nobody cares, my number one rapper of all time, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah. Drake in the top 10.
Yeah, that'll change by tomorrow, probably. Let's go to Lewis in El Cerrito. Hey, Lewis.
Boy.
Hey.
Lou.
How you guys doing? It's a good show, and I'm going to give some love to Guru. Because, Guru, you asked a great question. And back in the day, before Steiny was a journalist, I was a journalist for a brief time. And you would have had to, if you dropped a take like that, you would have had to give it some context.
Okay.
But because of the way the media is now, and you guys have done a great job in the intersection, he just dropped it. So in other words, he would have had to say maybe a source in the business community, a source in the league. You know, he couldn't just drop it like that. But since he is, as you all pointed out, a pundit, that's what he's allowed to do.
Right.
Guru, to you, if I may say, and I do this a lot, that when somebody comes out with something really bizarre or bothers me, and I can understand why that take bothered you as a black man, because it is a sort of heavy take, and I think a bit irresponsible for him to just drop it and then not report on it the next day, I might add. But that's his... that you've got to sort of look at it and try and do some of your own investigation and see where it goes. And the problem is it's all intersection now. It's all a jumble. So it's really hard. And I would just finally say on Stephen A, even though I watch the show and I enjoy it too, it is entertainment. I think some of the recent controversy, Guru, is not coming at him because of who he is. I think actually it stirred up any sort of enjoying it.
Okay. Great call, man.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. Appreciate it. Let me tell you something. He was a journalist. I can tell.
Oh, you could?
Yeah, I can tell.
That moves me.
I got a sixth sense.
Give us a little just tidbit of how you could tell.
The way he spoke. He knew nuance of the business. You could tell.
Oh, I didn't tell you my guy Dewey Merritt.
Dewey, huh?
Yeah. So
Dwight Evans.
No, this is Dewey Merritt.
Let me ask you a question. Evan, you ever hear of Dwight Evans?
Oh my God.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Boston Red Sox.
Right fielder.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're 50. He's 30. Sorry.
No,
my bad. Yes, he had a great arm.
Yeah. Also a big Jim Rice guy.
Let me tell you,
see how old I am Friday.
I used to hate the Red Sox.
He went in the stands and got his hat back.
I saw that video the other day.
Oh, my! That's a real one, boy. Him and Bob Gibson started. You didn't stare if he came high and tight to you. You didn't look at Bob Gibson like, what you doing? He would come put it on you. Yeah. Anyway, Dewey Merritt for the Union City White Sox who went to TLC. Sure. I was pitcher 1. He was 1A. Yeah. We were like Nolan Ryan, J.R. Richard. He said Jaylen Brown is like Clay, quiet and just does his job on the court, meaning not flashy. But overall, a marketing team should be working hard for him like Shaq. That man was able to print money, and that is a great point, Donnie. They brought it out of Shaq.
I guess.
Yeah. Shout out Dewey.
What's his real name?
Dewey. Dewey Merritt.
That's you. Okay. I'm not A.
We were two bad ones, boy.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
We'll see my age when we're at the baseball field Friday. Yeah.
Rich is in Fremont.
Richie!
Hey, Rich, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I think one of the things that, that I don't like about sports media today is that a lot of these guys, when they deliver a take, it's more reactive than active. And when I say reactive, I mean they'll give you a take based on what a player is performing. They'll give it based on how he didn't perform. They don't give a take based on it being active. Being active, I mean that they don't come out and say something in a positive manner because the person is positive. For instance, the situation with Stephen A. Smith, when he said that Jaylen Brown is not marketable, it's like, well, wait a minute. You probably shouldn't say something like that, being as he's the player that he is. I mean, the Celtics, this is their third time, right?
Yeah.
Going to the finals? Yeah, okay. So if he's contributing like that, you can't really say that he's not marketable. I think of when Ethan Strauss wrote that article about KD, when KD was here, okay? And KD was dealing with the whole Draymond Green thing, and then he had to deal with some other personal stuff. And then Ethan Strauss wrote that article. It's like Ethan Strauss was part of the reason why KD left, because that article, it wasn't active. KD was playing his best basketball, and yet he wrote this scathing article about a guy that was a 2-time Finals MVP. It's not active. It's reactive. And I don't like it. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Rich didn't bring up Atco. I hope he's still with him.
I don't remember the specifics of that.
Yeah.
See, I consider Ethan Sherwood Strauss a journalist.
Yeah, and I do too. But what about our guy?
I need to go back.
That we have Amick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys aren't even close. I mean, they are journalists. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, stuff. And I guess I was just no doubt it is Nani, and I guess if Stephen A. was right here, I love him to death, but I was just triggered with the and somebody brought up why you use a race if it were Luka, and somebody said Luka wasn't marketable. Would you have it? Yes, because that's sacred. When you start saying somebody can't sell something. I just don't think you could sign off on somebody told me that when you don't got all the entities to, the U.S. Embassy for 20 people to say we can't market Evan. That's how heavy that is. That's why I just, I felt Isaiah, who said I'm a mentor to Jaylen Brown. He did what a mentor was supposed to do, and he loves Stephen A. He barked back.
What if he's not marketable and it's universal? And Stephen A. talked to a couple people who said it, and it became apparent to him that it was true.
Okay, that's a great rebuttal. Steiny, has that ever happened to where we kind of knew across the board where the player wanted to be marketable, but it just didn't work? You know what I mean?
I don't know, but there are certainly people that aren't marketable that we know.
He ain't got in trouble with the law or anything. Like he gives back.
Right, but personality has a lot to do with it too. Okay. All right, coming up on the other side, we've got the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, and that's coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, wow, there's a lot going on here.
Always is.
We've just been joined by Willard and Dibbs, and it is the crossover on 95.
Oh, Steiny missed that. Wow. The part 2.
Oh.
Man.
Whoa. That was whoa. That was whoa. Black Rob.
Thank you. Like, whoa. That's a solid 4.
I need to do
Yeah, I got you on the Black Rob for sure. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I just want to do a quick shout out to my guy, Matt Steinmetz.
Okay.
I don't know if you've talked about it. I mentioned it on Sunday in person. We're playing golf, and he's an hour ahead of us. And Steiny waited, Goo, for us to finish our round, which was really cool. And I walked up, and I set my eyes upon my old friend, Matt Steinmetz.
There he is.
And I thought, you know what? My weight loss is getting all the headlines around here, 25 pounds as of today.
Look at him, Blue.
But your boy's down at least, I don't know if you've been on the scale.
No,
You're down at least 12 for sure. You're down a jowl. And
that is great.
You now have some space between your moobs, man boobs, and the gut, which is also diminishing at this hour. So I just want to give you some flowers because
Look
I know
at Willard. Hey,
whatever.
Willard.
I know you're not on the scale.
I have nothing to say.
I'm sick and tired of you. All you guys do is praise Willard 10-2 and pray. Oh,
we
Mark.
give you love too.
Oh, I was listening to Mark yesterday, and let me just tell you. Oh my God,
what's going
the
on?
verbal C's parted. So maybe I'm just trying to Steph Curry favor with you,
Dude.
You know what,
Wow.
Steiny?
You're
look
right.
good.
Between Guru's, I think the word is fealty, and my fright.
Yeah.
Willard gets every benefit of the doubt.
No doubt.
With this crew.
Fealty and fright.
12 minutes to go. Yeah, 12 minutes to go till 2, so I'll just keep soaking it up.
Man.
Keep going, guys.
Dibbers, we give you love all the time.
What else will I say?
I was listening to Willard yesterday, and let me just tell you, the verbal goodness that was coming out. It was like manna from heaven.
Let me channel my inner Dibbs, and I wonder if this is the longest Willard's gone without talking on the crossover.
You know, he saves it up for 2 to 6, for sure. For sure. That's a 4 for your Dibbs.
I got a bathing suit on. I'm soaking this up right now.
Is that Sheryl Crow, right?
Sure.
I want to soak up the sun. That
is a Sheryl Crow ditty.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Solid.
Yes,
So can I share with you guys what had me skipping to work and across the Bay Bridge? We'll get into what we just talked about.
Please do.
The hot takes versus what we're looking for, Steiny. The
journalism.
Journalism. Thank you.
Takes.
But what happened last night? As the Major League Baseball Rob Lowe.
Yeah, thank you.
The announcement that they were going to include the Negro League stats. And I just want to share with you guys, because I haven't, you would know, there have been many a day, me being 19, 20, 21, wishing I had watched the Negro League game. And then I found out why they even had to play Negro Leagues and they weren't allowed to play, along with a bunch of other minorities. But I say that to say, Willard, I guess I kind of forgave Major League Baseball and the people that were in place, the Bowie Coons at the time, because it was something before them. But last night, I didn't expect, nor did I know that the inception of that was even being talked about. So I just want your guys' thoughts on that. And as a black man in here, as happy as I am, I'm real enough to understand there's a lot of people pissed off that you are going to put those numbers and kind of have the record book which was so sacred in flux.
Wow. The whole thing.
Talk to me.
Well,
I'm staggered. And I got real quick, Willard, people forget, so there's another shoe to drop. Something's up. Like, they don't believe the why. Like, why would you basically do baseball versions of reparations? And my wife got mad. That's got money. You can't. But baseball is allowing their books to be touched and altered. Why?
Well, obviously they are. I don't know if they're feeling some sort of a pressure. I don't know if this is a build-up to the Giants and Cardinals playing at Rickwood here in about
June 20th.
3 weeks here, 3-4 weeks away.
But is it worth it for that?
First of all, I have zero issue with this finally being acknowledged, but the way they're doing it, as always with baseball, is just filled with clunkiness.
Right.
Like, start with what you said. How come they just did this in the middle of the night? No build-up. And we all know why there's no build-up, because if they told everybody that they were going to do this, everybody would have lost their mind, because of all sports, which is the one that has old, stodgy people that are all freaked out about the record books. I don't have to walk a block before I could still find someone even in this town. Oh, well, Barry Bonds that doesn't count, blah, blah, blah. Like we don't even know these numbers in the other sports. We don't know. We don't 715 and 762.
Right, 714.
How many three-pointers has Steph hit? We don't know. You don't know.
31-82.
Something, or is that Cal Ripken streak? I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
Like, whatever. We don't know. But in baseball, we got to get all freaked out about the numbers. And so that's what struck me, is maybe the same thing that struck you, is like you gave no runway to this whatsoever. You just did it. It was like...
But Willard
is throwing a stink bomb in the middle of the room and then running out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like let everybody know that you're going to do this.
But Dibs, you could call me naive. I keep throwing out the minority card, but as a minority, I'm loving baseball right now, and I do feel like there's a banana in the tailpipe, but from face value, you're going to alter your record books.
Right.
And it's got to be bigger than the Giants and Cardinals in Birmingham at June 20th. So until I find out what that other domino is, I'm super shocked. But I'm happy for the Josh Gibson family. I wish this would have happened when they were around.
Absolutely.
But
I'm going to borrow from Lizzo and say,
why are you doing
it's
it?
about damn time. It's why they're doing it is because of Rick Wood, because they're coming up on this big monumental event. Wow. Otherwise, they would have done it 4 months ago, 9 months ago, 4 years ago, 28 years ago, 44 years ago. And honestly, for me, as far as adding baseball records to the record book.
Oh, my goodness.
Those records are so much more pertinent than what happened in 1878 and 1884 and 1892. All of those baseball records that have been, put in the record book forever, that for me is a lot less meaningful than what happened to those players in those leagues.
Willie Mays with 10 more hits.
Beautiful.
Yeah, seriously.
Any more home runs?
I don't know. Well, see, 660 is a number that I know.
660 is a number that we know.
Right.
Is it 662 now?
I'll tell you what, the one opinion I heard, which was fascinating, and it came through Evan, but Howard Bryant,
love him.
Yeah.
KQED or public radio, he's a black man. He said that this may actually kind of whitewash the Negro League numbers and history and the kind of the way it's remembered, because by integrating them into Baseball Reference or the baseball history book, and yet never played against these guys, but they're measured in an equal way. It's just like it's a way of kind of alleviating,
diminishing.
I thought so too.
And it's happening at a time where all of us who are living have no frame of reference to even have an opinion. Like I've heard people say that the talent was better in the Negro Leagues.
No doubt about it.
And
they used to win the All-Star games when they'd go up against the Major League All-Star
None of us have ever seen these players. Right. So I have no idea, no frame of reference. So I'm just trying to take this whole story in a framework of listening, because I find that interesting, Steiny, what you just brought up. I've seen others bring up even the wording of it. Like we're sticking them in the MLB record book as opposed to Major League Baseball's record. And you go, well, what's the difference?
I'm asking.
Well, MLB record book makes it sound very like this is formulaic and robotic. We're putting it in the MLB book. The MLB book. Are you acknowledging them as Major League Baseball players? Or is this just going in the MLB book? And obviously there's some sensitivity there that for some people they'll be like, really? Yeah. And others will be like, yes, really. I don't know. I can't tell you. This is one of those things where, again, my main reaction I think goes the same as yours, which is Major League Baseball feels like they rolled this out in a fearful way. Or it was almost like we're doing this, but we hope nobody notices that we're doing this. And so that's not gonna feel right.
And Dibs, as happy as I think I am, and I've been telling Stoddy this morning, I'm a fair dude. You could worry about what's going on in your house, but I thought to myself, and you tell me what you guys think, what about the Latin players if they kept a log or books? And the Japanese play.
Right.
There's got to be somebody saying, what about us, right?
I suppose, but at least this was on American soil, right? And American or Canadian soil, because the Montreal Expos and the Toronto Blue Jays as well. But, if you're going to start including the KBO, which we all were fans of during the pandemic. It's all we watched.
You're
was
right.
KBO and
Good Lord.
Dominican stats and all the rest of it. Then then what are we doing?
I was betting on it. Yeah.
We all were.
Were we out of our minds or what? Like when you just
It was
think about that for a
KBO
moment.
and the Bundesliga
Oh,
German
my
soccer.
God.
Oh, they had odds.
I've never been more desperate in my entire life for anything
Right.
than what we were just. We were like, we would have taken anything, absolutely anything, and we did.
Yes,
we did.
And we all became
Oh, my God.
amateur epidemiologists talking about the spread and masks and all the rest of it. And then Steiny Guru and I did 51 weeks together. 50 weeks were remote. And then we did 1 week together. I actually have a picture of the three of us in the old studio.
Oh, no, that's I'd love to see
I did
that.
a little selfie from the corner with the three of us. And then a week later, we all did the shuffle because, Willard to the rescue.
Did anybody ever wipe down their groceries? Did you actually do it?
I may have once or
Did
twice.
you grab a rack? Yeah, that was the thing.
during COVID.
Yeah,
I can say that I did.
No, not this morning.
Once you did, I didn't do it. Yeah, I
you
did.
did. Or
I
you
didn't.
You didn't. I didn't.
I didn't
I
either.
think I thought about it one time, but it was like a 3-bagger, and I'm like, I'm not. This is taking too
I
much
admitted
time.
Yeah.
I just went to the grocery store. How? My hand's been all over this stuff already.
Tell you what I did. I wiped the counter once.
You did.
I wiped the counter
What a
down
heroic
one
effort.
time. Yes,
What an effort.
And he hasn't cleaned up after himself since.
Totally.
You know what? It's funny you say that because I do clean up a lot after
You do it
dinner.
here. You've done it here
Exactly.
a few times.
Wow.
Whose dishes are these then?
My family's. Oh, in
No,
there?
here.
in
I don't
here.
know.
In
I
the
don't,
studio.
Here.
I don't keep a tally.
Look at him in black. He
Oh, you
looking
mean
good.
this?
Yeah.
Slimming.
Oh, I don't know.
You think
Yeah.
so?
You don't know? No. Okay.
Yes,
I
for sure.
usually have 2 cups, one of coffee, one of water. And by the way, it's only a matter of time before
and then
they go
you-
down.
and then you spill one of them. Yeah.
Exactly. But no, I get those. I get those out of here. We had Sam Lubman's hat in here. That was very disconcerting.
It's always interesting because, for those people who are listening, there are 2 sides of the studio. There's the Steiny Willard Bonte side, the Shasky Guru Dibber side.
Yeah.
Our side is markedly
No doubt.
cleaner
No doubt
than
about
the other side.
That's because we have to multitask, and we have
Gotcha,
many
yeah.
things to do that maybe you guys aren't aware of, such as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
That was a smooth transition.
Yeah,
very
That was
smooth.
really good. You're like going to be a traditional host one of these days.
Let me, no, real host.
It was
Thank you.
traditional.
It was real and it was my
it.
line.
It was traditional.
And
but-
spectacular.
But I've changed it.
Yeah.
Good Seinfeld reference.
Thank you.
Let me ask you, there were 2 big sporting events on last night, the Giants and the Timberwolves against the Mavericks. Like, did you guys watch both?
No.
Okay, so you watched just
I just watched the Giants.
Okay.
And then I literally, the way my house works, this is embarrassing, but I was so locked in because we're talking 0-0
Right.
tie. I was so locked in that we got to the end of it, and I'm like, all right, and now it's bedtime and dishes. I had to ask my 10-year-old who won the basketball game. I saw that the Wolves were up late, and I said, hey, did they win? Yeah, Dad, they
Finally.
won. Because, kids, they have 18 devices.
Yeah.
And so he knew, and I didn't know. But that's how I took Lynn last night.
Gotcha. Yeah, I watched the NBA game and then turned the Giants on and watched it from the beginning with a little fast forwarding between pitches. And I made a mistake though. I didn't want to hear any results. I wanted to watch it from the beginning and not know, but I knew it was 0-0 in the mid-6th. And I thought, should I just skip over the first 6 innings?
Yes.
But I didn't.
I watched. Oh wow!
I watched and I saw
the flavor.
And actually the play that happened was the play where now I'm on Dibley's side. Luciano's got to go because Wisely made a play that I don't think Luciano can make. Throwing the ball to third to get Real Muto on the ground ball last night.
Now, why do you think Luciano can't make that play?
Just
like he maybe wouldn't have, but like.
Yeah,
you don't think he's capable of picking up a ground ball and throwing it to third base?
Well, it was early in the game, so perhaps. No, but you know what I mean. I mean,
instincts?
Yes, exactly.
Well,
exactly.
That's been brought up, obviously, as something that.
And you know what else I'm hearing more? And I heard it from FP Santangelo, and I heard it from Hunter Pence yesterday with you guys. And whenever I hear from guys like that, I know there's something to it. And it's, you can't learn the position at the big league level. And it seems like they all kind of know he's not going to be their everyday shortstop this year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No doubt. No doubt.
That's what's becoming apparent, at least to me.
Yeah.
I was just happy.
And maybe I'm late to the party, but
I was happy that the NBA game went the way that it went because I'm not ready for a 9-day break. And this is where...
What are they doing?
And it's not really what's bugging me because I understand why they do it.
More days.
The networks want a fixed position NBA Finals, but the prospect of an elimination sensation last night would have meant 9 days with no NBA.
And that was a total
Ferris
fail.
Bueller.
Yeah.
9 days.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted Minnesota to win the damn game.
And I wanted the same thing. And also... And I can't really root much harder against Dallas than I already am because Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, the combination of those two.
But Kyrie's changing the narrative. He's America's
not changing
darling
anything.
now, dude.
At the first sign of adversity, you've got crying and crying more. It's the crying game.
But
Shout
it's
out Boy
working,
George.
Dibs. It's working.
Assuming they do win, which they probably will. Because that's how it works when you go up 3-0.
Yeah, you've never lost before in the association.
Well,
no team has ever lost.
But you are going to get like a series that if you don't like Kyrie will probably be one that you enjoy watching.
Yeah.
He's going to get the Draymond treatment.
Oh,
in Boston.
I cannot wait.
He's going to get the every
Thank
bit.
you,
And he
Kyrie.
left him hanging. He should. That's already appointment. Like, I can't wait for that aspect
I think
of it.
he's already poked that bear more than Draymond ever did.
Man.
He's flipping off the crowd. He actually put the jersey on.
And he was burning the sage.
And then
Remember that?
basically, pooped on it. I mean,
I can't wait for that.
Yeah, so if that happens, then you'll probably enjoy that content.
For sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I cannot. It's hard for me to root for Boston, although, and shout out Unky Jay, our dear
that's
friend.
true.
Jay Norwood, a guy who we golf with. He's
Jay.
a Boston guy.
Okay.
And Unky Jay, I would be happy for him. I generally root against Boston. I root against Philly a little bit more. In my root against power rankings, the city of Philadelphia would be 1. The city of Boston's probably number 2. But if it comes down to Boston or Luka and Kyrie, I got to pull for Boston.
Wow.
Can I ask
Shout out
you-
Jaylen Brown, Cal.
Yes.
We were just talking about Jaylen Brown.
I like Jaylen Brown.
And Drew Holiday, I like.
him a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
What are you talking?
I'm just playing.
But no, I like the way I look at it is I don't want to see Jason Tatum win a ring. I just don't.
Now, coming from you,
I'm just not.
that's
just
a
don't.
not say. Why would you go that
Because
strong?
I don't think he's. I don't want him to win a ring.
I thought about it, Willard, and he's getting treated like his career's over, Jason Tatum, and I'm thinking to myself, he's 4 wins away from changing the narrative and going double bird on Kyrie.
Wow.
But damn, Steiny, for you to put that much mustard on just him personally, that's odd coming from you.
Oh, there's a lot of guys I don't want to see win a title.
Right.
I mean, tons.
Do you want to see Luka win the title?
Well, this is what I'm getting to.
And I'm waiting for it.
And here it is.
Because I know that Luka it's a little bit of a personal thing for you because your good buddy Travis Schlenk drafted Luka and traded Luka for Trae Young. And so for Luka to get one.
And Cam Reddish.
Well, and you're not a Trae Young guy, but you do like Travis Schlenk, the man who authored that trade. And so if Luka wins a ring, it is a little bit of a slight rebuke on your guy Travis Schlenk and his draft day move. But go ahead.
Yeah, even though Atlanta went to the Eastern Conference Finals long before the Dallas Mavericks ever did.
Facts.
But no, in his own way, and I get it, they're different, Luka Doncic is no worse than Draymond Green on the court. No worse.
Yeah, that's sports.
I'm talking about his incessant crying.
Sure. But
so, what's wrong with, if Draymond once in a while erupts, how's that?
Well, watch LeBron. He does it just as much, man.
I mean, every
simple answer, Steiny.
What?
He wears a Warrior jersey. That makes it different. It does.
What do you mean?
Doesn't make it different for him.
Yeah, maybe not for you. We're all hypocrites when it comes to sports fandom. All of us.
No,
all of us.
I mean, I would have teed Luka 4 times last night.
Anybody go walk outside and ask if Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. Holy crap! What the hell was that?
What was that? Something's coming.
Yeah. Oh, the blinds have officially failed.
Oh my gosh, we got action.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
The blinds actually slipped down. For those of you
Are you
who
sure?
only
That's more than blind. Don't. Dude, that window almost slipped down.
Cracked my head. No, it's a window. Wow. It's a full window.
Oh, the window frame is down.
The window frame is down?
Yeah. For those of you who are only hearing it.
Dude, I'm shook.
So can you jump?
No, actually, if I can explain it, it's a double.
It's a double
It's
pane.
It's not really double pane.
Well,
there are
not
two
anymore.
separate
I'm
windows.
scared to drive
It's not
home.
single pane. There's the plexiglass window on the interior, and then there's the actual glass window on the exterior.
The noise shook me.
What happened is
it's a very heavy window.
Internal window, which is plexiglass. It's not going to shatter. It's not a glass window. It's a plexiglass window. No, believe me, it was scary.
Yeah,
and you shook that off very well. But that's
I didn't
going to
know
be
where
one
it was
for
coming from Willard. It kept happening.
That's going to be one for engineering, Lucas, and that's not going to be an easy.
I had nothing to do with it. Man. You guys are my witness. I was just here.
No.
What if that would have hit?
Somebody on the text line saying, I guess that means Goo's not coming in tomorrow on Thursday.
It is a Thursday.
Hey,
I love
what he laughing at.
I love Lucas. And he pounded it out. That was awesome.
I love your obsession with like the technical side of what just happened. I've never seen you try to get a take on the air more than what you just did right now.
Because I know
Goo's been eliminated.
Goo's over there in scared mode, and I know what happened.
Give me that passion on Kyle Shanahan, not the window for crying out loud. The window fell.
They got two windows.
I've never seen anything like it, though.
That was crazy.
Actually, we've got two windows and stuff here, and
it was heavy, dude. It's incredibly heavy. It's a very, very thick window.
And I kept saying, I ain't been hit yet.
You're fine. And the passion comes from the accuracy, because I know what's going on here. Like when Jung-Hoo Lee hit the outfield wall, I told you immediately, torn labrum. It's what I do.
Since when do we need accuracy in sports media?
That was scary,
Those are facts.
2024.
I'm a fact
Catch
spewing
up.
machine.
Just make stuff up. Just be like, the window fell. Why? Well, because the hook broke.
And I was spitting knowledge 2 nights ago when my lovely wife Supper woke up straight out of bed at 1:45 and said, "Oh, that was an earthquake." I said, "Honey, it was not an earthquake. It might have been an earthquake in your dream. We did not have an earthquake." And she insists, "That was an earthquake." So now I have to go to Twitter.
There's only one place to go.
So I go to Twitter, QuakeBot, USGS, and I'm looking, I'm scrolling, and the last earthquake was 6 hours earlier in Chile. And it was a 3.8.
Is everybody okay?
They all survived.
Okay.
I don't think that the 3.8 in Chile was the quake that you felt in your dream.
Maybe she's very sensitive. You don't know.
I'm quick with the facts, Mark.
I need closure. What made that come off?
Yeah, we're not going to know.
You want me to tell you?
Let's ask Dibs. He's going to tell you all about.
Is it Draymond coming through the window for me?
I'm going to say karma. That's what made it fall.
You know what it is, Goo? It's human error, because we've been in this building now for, 9 months? Roughly 9 months. And so what happened was when they installed... When they installed that window, they did not properly adhese it to the frame. So at a point where you go 9 months since we've been here, the adhesive has failed, and thus gravity took over. And the window fell.
I caught one on the back.
I'd rip someone, but my shower caddy has done the exact same thing 3 times in the last month and a half.
Is it suction cup?
Well, it is now. I went to Amazon and got the good stuff this time. It always happens on Sunday night during the national show. And it sounds just like that. It sounds like the house is coming down.
Who was your caddy?
Lord.
The worst.
Yeah, so anyway.
Nothing worse than the shower caddy falling down.
Well, there's a lot of stuff in there. And it lands on the porcelain, and good Lord, it sounds like, it sounds like World War III is starting.
No doubt.
Anyway.
Nobody likes to bend over and pick stuff up in the shower.
No.
That's the worst.
It's damp in there. I got shoes on.
Exactly.
It's terrible.
I got shoes
All right, what are we doing in here?
Hold on to that.
Standing in the shower with shoes on like a weirdo.
Yeah.
All right.
Guru, are you going to be able to?
I don't know.
Are you going to be able to pull through?
Yeah.
Dang. Well, I'll tell you what.
Dylan, I really
legit shook. He shook.
That was loud.
Yeah, all right.
I'm still coming from the airplane incident. This was kind of like
I'd have
that.
saved you, man. I'd have jumped. I'd have jumped right in front of that thing if it was coming for you.
I'll tell you, if the other window falls off, I'm going home. Just so you know.
We are out if the other window goes.
I'm out.
And by the way, whoever's outside is dead if that thing falls out.
Yeah. So, Steiny, we had 2 windows, and we're now down to 1. And where are we down to just 1 window, Steiny?
At 95.7, the game.
The game.
Too many us.
Totally.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. You going to be all right? We're going to be ready to focus? We're supposed to do a show. You good?
Oh, I'm fine.
I know you are.
I'm fine.
I know. I just wondered if you're ready.
Oh,
I know you
I'm
got a
ready.
lot going on over your right shoulder right now.
I'm ready. I mean, I'm locked in, and I saw it all happen, and I honestly thought that it was the window shade that just fell. Maybe the chain broke. You know, the shade was slightly rolled up. Maybe the shade fell down. But then I saw the window careen forward and hit our backdrop, and you rushed over to make sure that Goo was gonna pull through, and
he did.
And watching you describe how heavy that window is, it's a big window now. It's probably, I would say, 7 by 7 feet.
It's floppy too. It's floppy.
Go ahead and cut that.
It is. It's floppy. It's a weird apparatus. Who would have thought that the double pane windows here in the studio are floppy? But they are.
It's like the glass in hockey.
I'm gonna nickname that thing LeBron, man. It's floppy.
Luka too.
Yeah, well,
yeah. And I'm with Steiny on that.
Someone.
And it's the Draymond thing, and it's one of the things that drives me the most crazy about watching the NBA is Luka Doncic, and he is the best in the business now. There's James Harden, there's LeBron, and Trae Young is probably the fourth best at embellishment in the association. But watching Luka, every time anyone comes near him, he initiates and throws that Euro cranium back and just begs for the call. It's tough to watch.
It is tough to watch. Speaking of things that are tough to watch, tough to listen to, first off, hi, everybody. Willard and Dibs, thank you for being here. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're about to tell you throughout the show how you can walk out of here in less than 2 weeks with a signed Steph Curry jersey. That's going to be fun. You know, you mentioned Draymond, and a lot of people have controversial takes, unpopular opinions sometimes about Draymond Green. We thought we could spend some time today doing something fun based on that. Now, it was inspired by something that happened on this radio station early this morning. And I want to give a shout to our good friends, Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They make up the morning roast. And that's how I start my days. Taking the kids to school, might go for a run. Today, needed to do a smog check and went for a walk while they were taking care of the car.
Nice.
And I'm listening to Bonte and Joe. Okay?
Did you pass? You passed that check?
I did.
Big.
And so did they. I'm like, this is a good show. They've passed. Anyway, I'm listening, and I got to admit a weakness. A phone call comes in. Not to me, to Bonte and Joe. A phone call comes in right here on 95.7 The Game, and we love it when phone calls come on in. So you know what? You can fire away right now, 888-957-9570. I'm listening to the call, and I'm just trying to have a morning walk. I'm just trying to get in my zone, man. It's Wednesday. Let's have a good day. And then the caller says what the caller says, and I'm like, I'm starting to get upset. This is my shoulders are getting tight. Now, instead of letting it get me upset, like actually upset.
Yeah, I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
It was awesome. and so I started thinking, you know what? Maybe we should just, instead of letting other people's opinions like Stephen A. Smith and Draymond Green get each other all feathers ruffled, what if we took a different angle on it today? So we'll play for you in just a second what inspired this. But if you've got any controversial or unpopular Bay Area sports opinion about anything, today's the day. Fire it off. And instead of getting debate or shouted down or anything that normally happens in the world of sports debate, we will open our arms to you and we will just chuckle at your crazy, wild, controversial, unpopular opinion. You can share them right now, 888-957-9570. We have our own, but I want to play for you what inspired this, okay? Shout out to not just the Morning Roast, but a caller who calls them often, and we have heard him on all of our shows throughout the time here at the game. He is TC. TC in Sacramento. I'm driving over to the lovely Christie's house after the smog check, and I hear this today, and here it is.
Listen, the writing's on the wall. Players are fed up with Kyle, bro. Even McCaffrey. Man, you use me like a workhorse, and then you don't want to give me my money reconstructed. You want to tell people they got to either take this or they got to leave. Like, people are getting tired of Kyle, bro. Joe, Bonte, I try to tell y'all, I try to tell y'all about this dude, bro. Their locker room is fed up. It's only a couple guys maybe in that locker room. Debo may be one of them, and he might be the lone shark, bro. And maybe Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy hasn't seen the truth Kyle yet with him not embracing him. Seriously, bro.
I know, TC. I know you're serious. Seriously, bro. They all hate him.
Yeah, except for maybe Debo and maybe Brock because he hasn't seen it yet. He hasn't seen it yet. And I'm going to add Jawan Jennings to that list because he just signed a new contract today. He got $10.5 million guaranteed. So maybe Jawan is one who's not mad at Kyle.
TC, if you're still listening, my man, we are going to arrive at a place where we just chuckle. I'm not trying to change your opinion. You can have it. You are welcome to it. All opinions are welcome here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. All opinions are welcome here. I'm telling you, bro, they have had it with Kyle Shanahan. Christian McCaffrey is like, stop giving me the ball so much, Kyle.
Right.
I've had it with all of this football stuff that you're trying to make us do. That's enough of that.
Tired of all this winning. I'm tired of all these damn playoff games that I'm playing. I mean, all this January football is bringing me down, Kyle.
It made me laugh because I literally just heard Logan Ryan go on Colin Cowherd's show yesterday, and Colin's doing an interview with him, and he's really asking him to bring us inside the 49ers situation. Like, bring us inside. What's going on there? Sustainability, the guys, the money, the winning, but the losing in the Super Bowl, all this stuff. You want to know what Logan Ryan says about the Niner culture that's been built by this Kyle dude who everybody now hates? This is what Logan said.
Walked in on a Tuesday, typical NFL off day. You might have a handful of players in there on an off day. I mean, some guys get out the building because they're there 6 days a week. Maybe 10 guys there on off day, guys who need treatment, guys who are banged up. I say they probably had 30, 40 guys in the weight room working out, all the stars in there working out. I haven't seen anything like that since a couple of New England years was like that. Brady in there and everyone following suit. So Purdy was in there rolling out. Christian was in there squatting. Bosa. Everybody was in there, and I was going for a tryout. I was coming off the cruise, just trying to try out. And I did well enough. Like, you make the team? I said, I think so. And then like 2 weeks later, I'm starting. But I was in there with them every Tuesday as well. So I was like, man, I remember telling my parents and my wife, I'm like, this team's gonna be a special team.
Okay. That's the Niners culture, courtesy of a Niner.
Yeah, somebody who actually was in the locker room. Yeah.
On their off day, the highly paid bajillionaires with big names show up. They show up. Would that be possible if Kyle Shanahan was so hated and the locker room, I'm sorry, Dibbs, they have had it up to here.
Right.
They are fed up with all of this Shanahaning that's going on all over the place. So we're going to laugh it off. I've got a few of my own you're going to hate them takes, and we can do that.
Yeah, I got a couple myself.
I was just like, I don't know. What are we supposed to do with this? I'm telling you, man, they're done with him. They've had it.
They've had it. And, I would like to see what evidence would be there that would make you think that they've, quote, had it, because if you're a football player interested in winning, Kyle Shanahan's provided that, and he's not the only reason why they win, but he's a big part of why they win. And if you want to be a guy who's drafted and kept and paid, well, they've done that with everyone except for DeForest Buckner. And, pro football players want just a couple of things, Mark. They want to get paid and they want to win. Those are the two big ones. And if you're a 49er, you've gotten paid and you've had a chance to win. And you've won almost more than any other team outside of Kansas City over the last 5 years. There haven't been many other franchises who have done as well as the Niners. So I'm still waiting to see what evidence there is about the 49er players not liking Kyle Shanahan. It sounds to me a little bit like the same argument that people make about Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's a bum, and Steve Kerr hates young players, and Steve Kerr can't coach, and Steve Kerr's the reason why they lost last year, and all the rest of it. And, the players seem to like Steve Kerr, and the Niners seem to like Kyle Shanahan, so I don't know where that take comes from, but people do believe that.
Yeah, great. And by the way, this isn't even a whole narrative on Kyle Shanahan. If you don't like Kyle, you think he's a choke artist, good, fine, that's great. You can think whatever you want.
Can't win the big one, Mark.
But this one, okay, but that we hear. This one was a new one to me. I'm like, oh, they hate him. I'm like, that's interesting, because whether you think Kyle's got the right sauce in terms of play calling or not, the one thing I actually don't think, my opinion, that you can argue with is the culture. I don't think, for me, the evidence, you just detailed a lot of it. I don't know how you could argue with the culture.
Right.
Every single player who has approached free agency that was drafted there wants to stay there. They've all chosen to stay there. Others have chosen to join as well as free agents.
Richard Sherman being one of the more high-profile ones.
Everything we've ever heard is that, from a locker room standpoint, it is as on point of anything that has recently existed in the NFL. I'm not in there. I don't know. But that one got me because I was like, I have not heard anyone say anything or do anything, because what they say is what they say. But have we seen one act from anyone that suggests, it's really about to burst. This Niner culture and this locker room and this staff, it's really, really hot. The relationship between it and the players is a total mess.
You've heard some players who left be disgruntled about the way they were handled. Jimmy Ward would be one, where, he's gone on to play elsewhere and he's complained about how he was used and maybe not getting the fair shake that he wanted. Yep. But that's more the exception than it is the rule. And I think about Jawan Jennings, who just signed today with a new contract, and he didn't sign his tender, and yet the team made it clear that they wanted to keep him, so they worked on a deal, and he got an extra year on top of it. He's got $10 million guaranteed and $15.4 if he is able to play through both years and earn all his bonuses and all the rest of it. So there's a player who could have been disgruntled, could have gone out, and Debo before never really burned it down, and Brandon Ayuk now waiting for his extension. He's, showing you some indications that he's not thrilled with how the negotiations are going, but nobody's out there blasting away at the coach or the culture or the front office or the teammates. It all seems to be pretty well intact.
Let's have some fun with this. What is your hot, unpopular, controversial Bay Area sports take? Could be anything. Let's go to Joe in Seattle. Hey, Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys, lifelong Bay Area guy living now in Seattle. Here's my hot take, and this is a true fact. Take it to the bank. The Giants' 3 championship run was not a dynasty. It was 3 independent runs, because each subsequent year they never even made it to the playoffs. Who is the Hall of Famers on that team? If you go back in the Wayback Machine, you had Raleigh Fingers and Catfish Hunter and Reggie Jackson, superstar Hall of Famers. This team didn't have it. The superstar of this team was Bruce Bochy. And he's the only guy who's guaranteed to go to the Hall of Fame.
Buster's going to go. I'd bet every single thing I've got in the bank account, which is not enough, by the way, but I'd bet it all. Buster's going to the Hall of Fame, Joe. But I also don't know, why is that the marker? Why do you have to have Hall of Famers in order to be a dynasty?
Because they become legends then. And then also because he didn't even make it into the playoffs the following 3 subsequent years. Championship out. Championship out. championship out. That's not a dynasty.
Well, here's what, and okay, good, cool, unpopular take. I agree, unpopular. You know who didn't make the playoffs when he got hurt? Tom Brady. Tom Brady got hurt. Patriots didn't make the playoffs that year. Buster Posey got hurt. Giants didn't make the playoffs in 2011. I don't know. That's one. Okay, we can do plenty more on that. What is your unpopular, controversial take? And this could be anything Bay Area sports related. Dibs and I both have a few. We'll take your calls next, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Liberty Mutual. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Never heard of us?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Mama Bosa. Already looking forward to football season so we can have Mama Bosa back on.
For sure.
And hear how the menu has evolved as a $30+ million a year player.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's some new items.
I bet there are.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you heard his sound from OTAs, but they asked him about, hey, you don't usually come to these. And he said, well, it's kind of interrupting my training regimen a little bit. These are kind of like off days for me, but I'll get back to it when I get back home. It's like you're coming to OTAs and this is light work for you, Nick?
Your Bosa is like if Trump got stoned.
It's tremendous. Normally my workouts at home are tremendous.
It's incredible.
These indictments are erroneous. I feel like I'll be exonerated by the jury in New York.
I'm bummed to say what I'm about to say.
Then don't say it.
No, I have to.
You won't.
No, but it's not popular, and I hope I'm wrong.
Oh, this is your unpopular take?
I really hope I'm wrong. Like, I really, really hope I'm wrong.
Okay.
I am just not that bullish on the future of Jonathan Kuminga.
Please explain.
I don't think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be good. I don't think he's going to be great. I think anybody who thinks that that's like this untouchable future piece, somebody who you can build around, I don't see it. I don't see it in today's NBA. There's not a damn wing out there, not a one, who's a star who needs 4 seconds to line up his three-point shot. That's not, and by the way, I'm not trying to take a shot at the guy. He is who he is.
Well, if you took a shot at him, you'd need 4 seconds to take a shot at him. I had to get that in there.
I'd miss if I took a shot at him.
Yes.
No, listen, I want to make this very clear. He's already really good. He's already really good. This is more about that predictive projection that people have about, oh, don't give him up, because what if he turns into and then you fill in that blank? I don't think he's going to turn into fill in that blank. He's not. I don't think he's a superstar. I think he's a really, really good player. I think his athleticism is obviously off the charts. But if you look at players like that, who in their early 20s rely on athleticism over shot, it fizzles because that athleticism is not going to go into your 30s. That's not where it's going to go. You know what I mean? Remember Lob City with the Clippers?
Yeah.
They're filled with Kumingas. And a bunch of them.
Darius Miles.
Yeah. And Blake Griffin to a degree.
Oh, for sure, Blake Griffin. He was explosive.
And he was a phenomenal player. And Jonathan Kuminga already is, very, very good. But anybody who thinks he's the centerpiece to an NBA roster, like Steph's going to retire and then we got Kuminga. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that. I'm big time out on that. And God, I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Really want to be wrong.
Well, can he be a 2 on a team that goes to the conference finals? Like over the course of the next 1 to 2 years?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He's got to shoot the ball.
Right. Shoot the ball.
Schießt im Finster.
Totally.
Diehard fans will get that one.
Yes.
Shoot the ball. You have to be able to be consistent with an outside shot and your build-up, your release. Like what made Steph and Clay so damn special, they never stopped running, and when they got the ball, they could shoot it in a half a second. And Kuminga just doesn't have that. He's 22. Is he going to have time to develop something? He could, and then I will be wrong. And that would be amazing. I hope I'm wrong. But yeah, like I was there covering Darius Miles. Oh, 20-something young buck who can fly and could dunk with his chin. Yeah. You're going to have to develop something else.
Yeah, especially in this day and age.
Yeah.
Like back then, you could kind of get away with being a vertical spacer more than you can now, but you've got to be able to step out and not only shoot the 3, but shoot the mid-range and be able to create your own shot that doesn't involve you driving to the hoop. And the thing that makes me a little bit cautious about, latching myself to the Kuminga bandwagon is the fact that his 3-point percentage went down this year pretty dramatically from 37 last year to 32 this year, shooting basically the same number of 3-point shots. So he's not trending in the right direction as a shooter, and maybe he makes that leap this year. And, if he gets his big contract, maybe it gives him a little bit more confidence and he can become more of a shooter. But I don't think that that's necessarily a dangerously wrong take. And I'm more of that mindset than I am of the mindset that, hey, in 3 to 5 years, he's going to be the one on this team, and this team's going to be a 42-win team with him as your best player.
Well, and again, it's not a dangerous take. I don't think I'm like, my toes are not like out over the ledge on this take. I realize that. I just think it's unpopular because we all want Jonathan to be great, and he's very, very good. I just don't think he's ever going to be what we would call a star in the NBA. And again, I really, really hope that I'm wrong, but I think that jump shot, which did improve, is still nowhere near good enough. If you want to be a wing in today's NBA, I don't think you can be all that effective of one if you don't shoot the ball out there. Like really effectively. That's got to be a big time weapon, or at least a threat.
A threat.
It has to be a threat unless you can physically overwhelm people. Like I know that, there might be people right now. In fact, we do have a texter, 415, said, Giannis. What about Giannis? Well, Giannis is like physically overwhelming in a way that Jonathan is not.
He's 7 feet.
Correct. And so much bulkier and so many things that, like his build is completely different than what Jonathan Kuminga's is. There's things that he can do with his back to the basket that Jonathan can't. And again, he's 22. I'm not saying that development cannot happen. It already has. Like the jump he took from last year to this year was significant. But what I'm getting to is the Warriors have such a fantastically interesting offseason. I would not take Jonathan Kuminga off the table.
Right. It's interesting you say that.
I would not do that. I'm not saying I want to trade him.
Right.
But I wouldn't take him off the table.
Right.
At all.
And I don't think that the Warriors will take him off the table, especially if it leads to landing a big boy, which is where my take comes in, because I don't think if the Warriors don't add a big boy, and by a big boy I mean a player who either has been an all-star multiple times, Kevin Durant, or a guy who is an all-star in the making, Brandon Ingram, or even somebody like Lauri Markkanen, if the Warriors don't land a, quote, big boy, they're not going to win another playoff series. They won't win one this year. They won't win one next year. If you just roll back Steph and Dre, Clay or no Clay, doesn't even matter for this conversation, Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, Pods, and TJD, that collection, that core is not good enough to win even one playoff series.
Oof.
Not a series. I mean, you'll be, for me, if you bring this group back, let's say you sign Clay at whatever number and you replace Šarić and you bring in Lester Quinones and Guy Santos and the rest of the young guys, you're probably an 8 or a 9 seed and you're not good enough to win a series.
So you're loving what Colin Cowherd said.
What did he say?
He said this from the Herd just yesterday.
I think the Warriors are going to be a big player somewhere. I think we're concentrating on Philly and New York, and I understand that. It's just a much easier avenue to get to the conference finals and the finals. Like, there's no disputing that. But I think Golden State, full of smart people, Jason, looks at OKC, looks at Denver, looks at Dallas. It's like, come on, we're not even close. So I think teams like Golden State are like right now, we're all talking Klay Thompson, Chris Paul, what to do. I think they're going to take a huge swing. That's my get. Maybe it's Karl Anthony Towns.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I liked what he was saying until the end, and he's not wrong. It may be like, let me tell you this right now.
Yeah.
What's happening in this series that we're watching right now is absolutely putting Karl Anthony Towns back on the potential offseason table for teams in the NBA. We had heard that he might be on it, depending on how things went in the playoffs and when they beat Denver. Privately, you and I were like, well, Karl Anthony Towns not going anywhere.
Right.
Minnesota might win the championship. But to then get run away from, and maybe they'll rally, who knows, but to get run away from by Dallas and have it look like that where Carl was both poor and settling for outside jumpers that he doesn't seem to ever be hitting, yeah, that could absolutely put him back on the market because that's a really expensive roster, and they're going to have to try to figure out how to get better if they fall short.
$185 million on the books for next year for Minnesota, which puts them just a little bit shy of that dreaded second apron you don't want to be in.
Yep.
And then the year after that, they're at 197, assuming that Gobert opts in to his $46 million. You figure he would. The thing about Karl Anthony Towns is he is still owed 102, 159 plus a player opt at $61 million. So you still owe him $220 million if he so desires. So that takes you out of a lot of different things in the future. It would be Steph and Draymond and Karl Anthony Towns as your big three. And I'm not thrilled by that. I'm not sold on Karl Anthony Towns.
I hear you. Where my mind goes right now, it's less even about the specific names because there's a bunch of different ways that they could put this Lego piece together. But when you say like, oh gosh, are you going to make a financial commitment like that? Here's what I truly believe. I really believe the Warriors right now, when they're thinking about 3 or 4 years down the road, they don't care. And yes, they do.
Well, and to that point, though, would they rather have Karl Anthony Towns for 4 years or Jonathan Kuminga for 4 years?
I think that they would answer that question by saying which one will do a better job over the next 2 years. That's the one we'll take.
Sure. Like but even beyond that, I think for years 3 and 4, it would be Karl Anthony Towns, who is 28 right now.
Yeah, maybe. But I honestly think they are willing to put like being embarrassingly bad on the table 4 years from now if it means maximizing the next 2.
Yeah.
I think they're willing to make that trade. They don't want it to go that way. I'm sure they don't think it'll go that way, but they're willing to take that chance, is my guess, based on not just what I know, what we hear, but, what we see, all of it. Matthew in the city. And again, we're taking calls on what is your unpopular or controversial Bay Area sports take. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matthew in the city. Hey, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
And I've got a two-pronged little rant here. One is, this is going to be difficult. I think the Bay Area baseball stadiums are tough places to watch a baseball game between, where the Giants play and the A's at the Coliseum. Man, the majority of times I've been out to games, it's been rough. With the kids even, they want to go home after the third inning,
Why, Matthew? Why is, let's focus on the Giants. Oh, because it's cold?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, okay. All right. Let's, put that aside. You had more to say. I'd love to respond to that, but go ahead, Matthew.
The second part of that is the whole thing about territorial rights. I just think that's total nonsense, very un-American. And the fact that the Giants and baseball is all in on that, it blows my mind. I just think that's very un-American. And the whole idea of the A's not being allowed to go to the South Bay, I just think that's unacceptable. And I'll leave that. I'll leave you guys there.
I agree wholeheartedly with that, Matthew. And the fact that the A's never wanted to push back and take that as far as they could have to the courts, especially when the Giants were given that based on the threat of them leaving. So the A's gave them the territorial rights when they were threatening to leave to Tampa Bay, and for the Giants to weaponize that back the other way, I don't begrudge them for that from a business standpoint.
Correct.
But from a moral standpoint, that was pretty filthy, and I don't think that it would have stood up in court if they would have wanted to take it all the way to the final stages. But as we've learned from A's ownership, they were less interested in fighting for their right to the Bay Area as much as they were interested in getting every last dollar to go elsewhere.
Well, yeah, they haven't been interested in the right things in a long, long time.
Right.
And so, what are the backyard dealings that have led to Sacramento and Vegas and all of these other conversations, and we'll see how it plays out. None of it's the right stuff. And I know some of you out there are still mad at the city council in Oakland.
Sure.
And how do you lose 3 teams in 5 years and all this stuff?
Are there mistakes that were made at every level? Maybe, but I can assure you that the A's ownership has not had its head in the right place for a very, very long time. Should the Giants have done something from a moral standpoint? I could easily agree with you and argue yes. The funny thing is, where my mind goes, like, we never ask of that of our sports teams. Like, that's not...
We don't ask of that of each other.
Well... more so than our sports teams.
Right.
I mean, you and I had this conversation just last week. What is morally the right thing to do about Christian McCaffrey's contract?
Well, it's probably to give him a few extra shekels and, give him a little bit more money.
Hey, Christian.
He's earned it. You're the most important player on your team.
We've watched you play the last 2 years, and we've come up with this idea. You're amazeballs.
Right.
And we'd like to pay you way more money because you're worth that to our organization. They're not going to do that. Because that's not the way business works. It's very, very cutthroat.
Right.
And very rarely do businesses go, look, here's clearly the right thing for us financially, but let's do this over here, which will cost us millions, but it's morally the right thing to do. Yes, I'd love it if business worked that way. That's just not the reality of a capitalist
doesn't
society.
work that way.
That's just not the way it works.
I mean, on your drive home when you're commuting and you're waiting in line to get on the bridge or whatever, and you got people going down the right turn only lane and then knifing in at the last minute, and you think, oh, those people, and the people are thinking, well, I've got to go pick up my kid from soccer practice, so it's justified. We all justify our own morality at every turn, whether it's a pedestrian where you run the red light and you hold up a car because you're running late.
In a hurry. Yes.
Exactly. Whatever it is, we all have our own subjective morality, so I'm not saying that the Giants doing what they did was an absolute deal breaker from a moral standpoint. The right thing to do probably would have been go to San Jose A's. We have enough people here, and you did us a solid, so we'll do you a solid. But that's not the way million and billionaires work. They don't do that.
Can we respond to it's cold?
Yes, we can.
I would like to respond.
To
it's cold.
You know what's cold? Candlestick.
Candlestick.
This is not
You are
cold.
talking to people who grew up in an era where the most biting wind that any of us have ever experienced would show up even on the warmest of days. I could answer this about 5 different ways. First of all, we live in California.
Okay.
Good God.
Yep.
Good God. Even us candlestick kids, if you think we're cold, I don't know. What does April baseball feel like in Cleveland?
Yeah.
What does it feel like in Milwaukee?
Or the World Series in Colorado when it's snowing.
Thank you. And I knew my lady was going to be listening. I don't know why I knew. I just knew the second the second Matthew said that, I knew my phone was going to blip. And there's the lovely Christy. And I was exactly right because we went to the game last Friday night. The Friday when the Rockies were in town.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we went, and it was freaking cold out there. And by the second inning, she was talking about the pitch clock. Let's go. Come on, pitch clock. Let's get us out of here. She's like, get us out of here. And then, we're watching Giants baseball, and at that point, we didn't realize yet that the Giants were good. And remember, this is like they had beaten the Dodgers on a Wednesday. They're playing the Rockies on a Friday. And we're sitting there watching the Giants, and they were down 3-0 after 1 inning. And we're like, well, okay, so now it's cold and they're going to lose. And then the craziest thing started happening, and it hasn't stopped happening since. Giants players started swinging bats.
And hitting the ball.
And they would hit the ball. And the ball would go places. And people would run. And some of them would even come around and touch that plate-looking thing that's right there in the middle of the diamond that score runs.
Yeah.
And they rallied twice from 2 separate 3-run deficits, and they won a baseball game 10-5. And it went the length of old baseball games, Dibs. You remember back in the day when games would go 3 hours?
For sure.
It went 3 hours, and we stayed all the way until the end. We brought jackets, and we were okay. She wasn't really okay, but I was okay.
Right.
And I'm like, are we really that soft? We can't bring our kids outside in San Francisco.
Right.
Which, by the way, it's like 75 degrees as we speak.
Nice day today. Yeah. Not so cold.
We can't
we can't go. We can't take the kids to the game because it's cold. I don't know. Buy a beanie.
Yeah. Well,
you
it used
bought
to be
a beanie the other day for your kid.
at the zoo.
Put a beanie on.
It's cold. It's cold at the zoo on Saturday.
But did you go home?
No, we didn't have a jacket for the poor baby Mai.
But you bought a beanie.
Had no choice.
And did she have a good time?
Great time.
She had a great time.
Mom and Dad were a little chilly. I had a hood on too.
Are you okay?
I pulled through.
Are your cheeks rosy? They're always rosy.
Of the 3 people, the only one of us was not cold, and that was the 21-month-old who's running around in short sleeves and a beanie.
Well, kids don't
chasing
have-
after giraffes and zebras. She could care less about it being quote unquote cold. So yeah, we've gotten to a point where, and I remember the Candlestick days where you'd go to a game and I'd go with my father, Dwayne, the late great Dwayne Dibley, and you brought a blanket. And he didn't use the blanket because he's from Minnesota.
Well, you bought a blanket.
You brought it. Yeah. I'm buying no gosh darn blanket, Daniel. I told you. So you bring a blanket.
Yes.
And you bundle up, and it's the second inning, and the sun is still up, and it's 53 degrees with a 19-mile-an-hour breeze blowing off of Candlestick Point, and you're shivering, and you look over at your Minnesota father, and he's in short sleeves, and he's not even a goosebump on him. And yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you kids, Back in my day, all right, Dad, all right. Enough with the stories about walking to school uphill both ways in the snow, 5 miles. We get it. It was cold in Minnesota, in International Falls. I get that. We in California are a little bit soft. We're a soft people. And, I try not to be, but especially nowadays, Mark, I think we're softer than certainly our parents' generation.
Well, I
where
think
it was like
that's the way it works, right?
For sure.
Right?
For sure.
I mean, that's why people write books like, what was it called? The Greatest Generation?
Yeah.
Was that Brokaw or Dan Rather?
Sounds right. One of those
dudes
two.
wrote that.
Yeah. Peter Jennings, I don't know. One of those anchors.
One of those guys that just sat there and talked on our TV years ago. Greatest Generation. And I always looked at that title and I'm like, how do you get to decide that? Like,
right,
I mean, every generation thinks that they like the way things are in their generation.
It's all subjective. And you had this point earlier in the week when you talked about NBA players. You couldn't play in my day.
God.
And that's a little bit how people are. And I think about, my kids, not only my kids in their 20s, but my baby who's not even 2 yet. And I think about when she is my age, and, that'll be 53 years from now. That's going to be 2070. When she's in her 50s. And I probably won't be here, unfortunately, but I think about her in 2070, thinking about, her kids who will be, alive in the 2100s, and thinking about, you kids have no idea what it was like in the 2060s when I was an adult.
Well, with global warming, they'll be fine.
I hope so.
The average temperature at a Giants and A's game by then is going to be 82 degrees.
And I do think we need to change the imaging of global warming because it really is climate change. And I don't know if you've noticed, but it tends to rain like a lot more now than it ever used to.
Feels like it does.
Right. So it's not so much global warming, it's climate change. And come summertime,
that's interesting.
It'll be 115. But when it's not absolutely scorchingly hot, it just rains all the time. It's like Seattle South.
I mean, my kids who grew up in Southern California until 5 years ago, but
right.
I grew up here, and then we moved back here, and that's their perception. Just the last 5 years, and they're like, my God, it rains a lot here, and it's very, very cold in the morning. And I'm like, it wasn't this way when I was a kid, unless I'm just remembering incorrectly. I think you're right. It didn't rain nearly this much.
No, you got to March and it was like, okay, a couple of rainy days.
A couple of drizzles.
You get a nice April, May, June of a real spring. And then you got a summer, June, July, August, maybe into September. And then you actually had a little bit of fall.
I do remember that we did have to, like sometimes on school mornings, you had to bring that cup of water out to your car to pour the water on the windshield to melt that ice off. So that would happen, but not often.
Right.
Now it's every day.
No doubt.
Every day in the wintertime.
Yeah. What can you say?
Moved the kids to Antarctica. Didn't even know.
I've got another unpopular take that I'd like to roll out in the next segment, and it's going to be mostly unpopular with you.
Well, now that's quite a tease.
Yeah, well, it's what I do.
Not usually.
No, it's not, but... And I thought of it earlier, and I didn't share it on the thread. And I thought, as I was thinking of it, I was thinking, you know what? Mark's going to hate it.
Okay, no, I'm intrigued.
Okay, good.
I'm very intrigued. And you can share yours. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your unpopular or controversial Bay Area sports take. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And I'm going to see Dan Dibley's tease and add my own.
Oh.
Coming up next, we'll tell you how you can walk out of here in a couple of weeks with a signed jersey by Steph Curry. Okay? That's all coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's cheap 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures, lasting memories.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 888-957-9570. What do you got that normally you're like, I'm not going to call a radio show and say that because they'll make fun of me?
Yeah.
No, not today.
Amnesty International.
Not today.
You got a free take. And, you can have your take, and it can suck.
And eat it, too.
And we're not going to, thank you, it's a 3. And we're not going to rip you. We might have a little back and forth point, counterpoint.
Right.
And you did kind of rip the caller from this morning who said that.
I mean, I didn't know what to do with this.
The team is out on Shanahan.
Yeah, let me play. So this is what inspired.
You should play it again.
Inspired the conversation was a call from the Morning Roast.
And I just missed it. I went to the dry cleaner. I had to drop off 3 dress shirts because I had a pile of the dirty clothes. And one of those things that you don't often do. I don't wear a lot of dress shirts, but it's nice to have them clean in the closet for when you need it. And so I was actually in the car, and then I missed this call. And I heard the aftermath, and I was like, man, I want to know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it was just funny. And I think this is also the nature of sports fans, especially those of us who do this for a living. Like, I bet there are plenty of human beings on earth who would never be bothered one bit if they heard someone say something about sports with which they disagreed. They'd just be like, well, that's fine. That person thinks this, and I think that. But not us. We're in sports media, and so we carry this stuff around on our shoulders for days. I'll wake up in a cold sweat a month from now because of this take from TC in Sacramento on the Morning Roast.
Listen, the writing's on the wall. Players are fed up with Kyle, bro. Even McCaffrey. Man, you use me like a workhorse, and then you don't want to give me my money reconstructed. You want to tell people they got to either take this or they got to leave. Like, people are getting tired of Kyle, bro. Joe, Vontae, I try to tell y'all, I try to tell y'all about this dude, bro. Their locker room is fed up. It's only a couple guys maybe in that locker room. Debo may be one of them, and he might be the lone shark, bro. And maybe Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy hasn't seen the truth Kyle yet with him not embracing him. Seriously, bro.
I know, TC. I know you're serious. So when TC says that, which and I'm like, let's be whimsical. Fine. That's your opinion. I think it's one of the craziest things I've heard someone say on 95.7 The Game in a year. Like, I literally think it's that wild. But great. Fun. Woohoo.
Bro.
That's the writings on the wall they all hate. Kyle Shanahan, they are fed up, and that's the end of that. There, in my opinion, is literally not even a shred, not even one hair of evidence to suggest that anything that TC there said was true. But that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's the nature. Yeah. That's the nature of this whole thing.
Fandom, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's taken a little meditation to get me to this point. Let's just put it that way.
Well, and I think you're especially, and I don't want to say sensitive because I don't want to paint you as sensitive, but you do have a sensitivity when it comes to the criticism of Kyle Shanahan. And when people invoke Atlanta offensive coordinator.
But that's the wrong word. You're not wrong that I'm very, very firm about that.
Right.
But it's not sensitive.
I don't want to make you seem like when you heard that call, you had to go to the tissue box and dab the corner of your eyes.
I don't take any of it personally. I'm not Kyle.
It annoys you when people come down Kyle's road.
It's not just Kyle. Do you want to know where
But I want to drill down on the Kyle part of it.
Okay, go ahead.
But it's also, I mean, it's Farhan to an extent. It's Steve Kerr. It's people in their profession who have been successful and probably know more than all of us put together. That is something that it seems to kind of bugs you a little bit.
Well, it's not about what they know, because everybody who gets there in professional sports largely knows something, and we all know something. You know this. I know people are like, oh my God, you guys get to just like turn on a mic and talk sports for a living. Like, if you think that that's what goes into all of us having gotten here, my God, let's get a beer.
Right.
Like, that's not what this is. They're like, whatever your job is, if you've arrived at a certain place, you're really good at it. If you're in your 40s or your 50s and you did this for a career, good God, you know some things that the rest of the world doesn't know. So that respect to me is inherent. I do have, if you want to call it a sensitivity, an ear, a leaning. It's not just Kyle. It's less so Farhan because Farhan does have some, I think, very legit criticisms that sit there.
Yep.
Steve Kerr, less so. None of them are perfect. Who the hell's perfect? Why do we even have that conversation? Everybody makes mistakes. They all have. We do too. You do too.
Angel Hernandez.
Oh, my God. That's all he makes. But anyway, I think that in especially sports media and fandom today, we have become very, very immune to and accepting of undue criticism. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I do not like criticism is fine. Undue criticism is not. And here's what's even worse, the lack of acknowledgement of when things are done right. So let's use Farhan as an example.
Okay.
You don't have to like him. I get it. I know that most of you don't. And you've got your list of everything he's supposedly done wrong. But my God, you will not spend 2 seconds on all of the things he's done right. And I could give them to you right now, but I won't because you don't want to hear them.
Yeah, I've heard it before. Boring.
Not you.
Oh, sorry. You're talking
people don't want to hear that stuff.
Right.
And that to me is the definition of a closed mind and not some. I find it more enjoyable to speak to open mind.
Sure.
I try to be open-minded. There have been moments in my life where I'm not. I like to be called out on that. I want to be better. But I don't like when we look at these things, it's so easy to skew negative. It's easy to go to the criticism. It's sports. It's our anger. Let's get it out. Who the hell wants? No one's signing up to listen to the show that's like, we're called the Johnny Positive Show. No one wants to listen. I get it. But it bugs me. Like, good God, if you think, quote unquote, the writing's on the wall, they're fed up with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to say to you.
Well, that's a premise.
If you think he's a crappy coach, I have no clue. Your mind is so closed. I have no idea what to say to you about the topic.
Well, if you want to talk about writing on the wall, for me, you would need to explain what exactly is there from an evidential standpoint that would tell you that the writing is, quote, on the wall. Because I see free agents who sign to join Kyle Shanahan. I see drafted players who do well and re-sign with the Niners and Kyle Shanahan. I see a team that has been pretty darn successful under Kyle Shanahan. They've had a couple of clunker years, and a lot of times it's when they lost their quarterback. And, you know, the Trey Lance debacle, you can say they messed that up and they got lucky with Brock Purdy or whatever you want to say. But as far as, you know, players not wanting to play for Kyle Shanahan, I don't know if I've seen a lot of that evidence. And so, you know, and I know that phone call is what really spurred this topic, and it kind of leads me to my controversial statement.
Oh, that's right. You had something I wasn't going to like.
And I want to say it, and I want to get it out now, and we can go to the phones, and I see all you people lining up to join in on this conversation, but it's a phrase that you absolutely despise, and I'm going to hammer you with it again and again and again, because I think it's even more pertinent now than ever before.
I'm ready.
You got Debo, who is going to be in a spot where maybe they move on from him. If Ayuk gets paid and you have all these salaries and you've got players who at the end of this upcoming year, Christian McCaffrey maybe wants more money. Are they going to be able to keep Debo and Christian? Is Dre Greenlaw coming back? How's Hufanga's knee going to be? And all these other injuries. I think looking at this year, this is their last chance to win a Super Bowl, Mark. This year, you know what this is, Mark? And you're going to have to face up to it.
This isn't even going to
May 29th, this is so 2024.
This is not going to bother me at all. I can blow this off with ease.
Super Bowl or bust.
No,
if they don't win the Super Bowl this year, the Shanahan window is probably closing. Steve Young said it to you. He said it once, and he doubled down. He said it again.
He
said last year was their best chance to win it.
I agree.
And they missed it.
That doesn't mean it's Super Bowl or bust.
That's exactly what it means. Because after this year, Debo probably gone, and you're going to have a roster turnover as Brock Purdy starts to get paid. You're running out of time, Shanahan.
It's
He's starting to lose the locker room. It's Super Bowl or bust. You're welcome.
It's factually
You're
untrue.
welcome, TC.
It's factually untrue. You know that because for something to be a bust, it means that it's like that's it. It's over.
Well, they're going to bust it up.
No, they won't.
Super Bowl or bust this thing up.
Kyle Shanahan's getting fired?
No, but the roster is going to break apart.
That doesn't mean bust.
Seams.
That doesn't mean bust. You know who did that for years? The Patriots. It doesn't mean you can't win.
Well, it's because your quarterback played for $14 million a year. Right. Brock's not doing that.
Yeah, you have no idea what's going to happen next.
He's getting $50 million.
Yeah. And in today's NFL, you can do that and win. Like there's no evidence. Like to me, when you say you have to win this year or it's over, it literally means you have a franchise that's going to like. Do you want to know who had championship or bust a few years ago? More than a few years ago.
The Rams.
No, the Marlins. We talked about this yesterday. We are going the A's. And whenever they were good, because you knew what at the end of the year? When we get to the end of the year, we are no longer going to try. Good night, everybody. Want to thank you for coming. We are done trying. The Niners are never going to do that. They're never going to do that. So you have no idea if they're going to win this thing 4 years from now or 3 years from now. Like they're still.
Oh, they won't. I mean, this is their chance.
Steve said, and this is what I agree with, they have to win this year if you care about every individual on the team getting the ring. But they're not done. Is somebody or two people with big names not going to be there after this year? Yes. Will they still be good? I'd argue yes.
But I would argue probably not. And I will.
You think they're not going to be good
they're
after
not going to
this
be
year?
great. They'll be still competitive. And I'll give you Logan Ryan from the Colin Cowherd show, who weighed in on exactly, well, not exactly, but close enough for me to say exactly on just what we're talking about as far as the window.
I know what he said.
You won't.
From the window to the wall.
Back me up, Logan.
I think this is a window right now, and they're in it. And we know with great teams or trying to win championships or try to contend and get to that level year in year, that takes a toll. It's really hard. You're playing a lot more games than everyone else. You're practicing a full month longer than everyone else, and that adds up. And I think San Fran is right in it, and they know with the roster they have, when they pay Brock Purdy, and they will pay Brock Purdy, that they cannot keep everybody else. So I think that the foundation pieces of what we see, a Kittle, a Debo, a Trent, a Fred, a Bosa, a Hargrave. It's hard to keep all those pieces together for 5-10 years if you're not winning championships. So this is their window right now. They're in it. I think they're right in it. I think last year was a great opportunity. Obviously, we're sick about that. But I think this year, I think they're the team. I think this is their year.
I agree with everything he said.
The San Fran takes a little bit of the wind out of my sails.
It really does. Like you're going to listen to a guy who says San Fran about Bay Area sports,
especially having
been that guy know.
That one hurt a little bit, but I do agree with what he's saying about all the names. And you know, if you can continue to draft well and surround your $50 million quarterback with talent, if Ricky Pearsall turns out to be somebody, and Isaac Guerrero can replace McCaffrey when he decides he wants to go elsewhere, and Trent Williams when he retires, then yeah, maybe your window stays open. But I'm standing by it. It's Super Bowl or bust this year.
Yeah,
Super Bowl or they're going to bust this thing up.
We've done this to teams for years,
and we'll do it again.
And it's been proven incorrect. Like the Spurs had come to the end of their window like 8 times, and then they finally came to the end of their window. So if what you're arguing is that the Niners after this year won't be as good or as dominant or as complete, fine. Acknowledge.
They won't be a Super Bowl team. They might be a playoff
team. There's no
team.
way that you can say that. You don't even know who's on the roster.
And it's my
Well, that's fine.
And this is what we're doing. We're talking about, unpopular takes, and that's my unpopular take.
That's fine.
Yeah. And I think that when you get into the Brock Purdy $50 million era, you're going to be hard-pressed to surround him with enough talent to still be a preeminent team in your conference.
You thought that was going to get to my core, didn't you?
No, it's bugging you already. Because I'm going to Super Bowl or bust you between now and when they finally lose. Thank you.
Friday is less than 48 hours away before I need to come up with what's bugging me.
And that ain't it?
Your take's not even on the list.
Oh, right.
You didn't even make the multiple choice finals.
Wow.
I got a lot of things that are bugging me today.
Yeah. What's bugging me is something that I can't really bring to the air.
Why not?
Because it's a little personal.
Was it about the window?
No.
Okay.
No. Probably shouldn't mention it, but
personal.
Well, it's not that personal.
I don't ever want to get personal.
No.
But yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I promised everybody to tell them how they can get that Steph jersey.
Please do.
Want to tell everybody how we're going to get the Steph jersey?
How, Mark?
Well, we have an autographed Steph Curry jersey, and we're going to give it to you. One of you, someone, and we're going to do this next week, and we're going to do it all week. So starting Monday, June 3rd, make sure you are listening at 3 specific times of the day. Once in each show. 7:30 with the roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with us. For details on how you can win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. This all starts on Monday. 7:30 with the roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with us. For details on how you can win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Don't forget, Father's Day is coming. Are my kids listening? Hey, don't forget that Father's Day is coming. Great gift for your dad, your husband, any of the dads in your life, or anyone else for that matter. Steph Curry autographed jersey, and we're working on that every day throughout the week, next week on all the shows.
It's a big-time prize, and that's the kind of prize that would definitely check that box for anybody shopping for their father or their husband for Father's Day. And it's always one of my favorite days because it's the final round of the U.S. Open. So as a dad, dealing with the baby now and a couple older kids, and sometimes it's tough to really lock in on a major and watch 6 to 8 hours of golf coverage, on a weekend where you've got this and that and swim lessons, and you got to go to Mimi and Pop-Pop's house and all the rest of it. But on this Sunday, your boy's going to be couch bound.
You know what's funny? I plan on that every year, and it never happens.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell it is. Every single year, it's like, okay, U.S. Open. I ain't moving. And then I hear about the U.S. Open 8 hours later. I don't know what the hell happens.
Yeah.
It just it never goes the way I envision it.
Yeah.
Same thing as the 49ers' future.
Never goes the way you envision it.
Not going to go the way you envision it.
Well,
it's going to be way better than that.
Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully they get it done this year.
It's a good regime. They've got a lot of good people in place.
They do.
And I believe in them. You know what I mean? That's like saying, it's funny, like right now, the 49er future is sitting here center stage because we're talking about it. I mean, if I asked you, okay, hot shot, 3 years from now, take all 3 of the big 3 teams, and who are you going to argue has got the best shot to compete?
Over the next 3 years?
No, in 3 years.
Oh, 3 years from now.
3 years from now, Niners, Warriors, or Giants, go.
I would say the Giants. I put the Giants 1, the Niners 2. Yeah. The Giants have
That's a convenient take.
Not really.
I don't think you believe that at all.
Absolutely. I'm a Giants fan. And
it's not about being a fan.
I'm a Giants fan. Thank you, Grandy. The Warriors, I already said, it's like Saran, it's a wrap. And I think with or without you, Steph, shout out you too. I don't think that you are in a window. I don't think that you can get good enough within the next 3 years. So 3 years from now, Steph will be 39. Am I right? And he'll be either still here or in the last breath of his last contract, Draymond's last year, and Kuminga at 25. I don't think that this team, unless they do something dramatic, and they might, I don't think this team is a championship team again, and I'm okay with that. The 49ers, Brock Purdy will be making $50 million in 3 years, most likely. Maybe he's making $55 million. Trent's gone. Debo probably gone. Kittle probably gone at 33. You know, McCaffrey probably gone.
Like, you understand there will be other people who replace them. They don't have to play 7 on 11.
I get that.
Okay.
But are you going to find a tight end who's as good as George Kittle? Are you going to find a running back as good as McCaffrey?
Maybe not. But right now, like, they're sitting there with such this dominant core of players.
Right.
I'm not going to argue that core will somehow likely be lesser than, but I'd also argue that the 49ers 3 years from now will have some studs who are names we don't even know yet.
Perhaps, yeah.
Like, when do they not?
They've been good. They've done a nice job of replacing players who have aged out. And, you go from Willis and Bowman to Warner and Greenlaw. It's pretty damn good. I mean, you've done a nice job.
Think about left tackle.
Right.
We sat there for a year like, oh gosh,
Joe Staley.
What are they going to do about replacing Joe Staley? And then they made a move and no one's ever brought up Joe Staley ever again.
Yes. I think the safe play is the team that has a core that likely will be here 3 years from now, and that is the Giants. And if it's Ramos and Matos, if it's Webb and Harrison, if it's Doval, and heck, Yaz will probably be ARB 2 by then, and he'll still be here.
You know what I would argue based on the opinion you just shared? You don't really think Brock Purdy's that good.
Brock Purdy's good.
You don't really think he's that good. You think he's okay.
I do think he's good.
I don't think
what
you
does
think he's that
good mean?
Well, I would argue that if you really think that Brock Purdy if you think he's really good, then I would argue that you should be bullish on the next 10 years of 49er football, because that's how it works. If you've got a sustainable, really good top 10 quarterback, then you're a factor every year, one way or another. They're going to put the people around you. Like right now, similar situation to where the Niners might be next year is the Cincinnati Bengals. Right now, T. Higgins is it's teetering. Can he stay? Can they afford him? Franchise tag. Jamar Chase, along with him, did not show up to Bengals OTAs. They've got Mixon is now a Texan. They got to rework all this stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's like, so the Bengals are going to suck next year. Nope. They got Burrow. They're a factor. Period. You're going to find people to put around your quarterback. And the NFL, I would go into every year right now and say, okay, who's a factor? Well, Pat, Josh, Lamar, Joe. Let's add CJ in.
Justin.
Well, Justin, Brock, and people think maybe Jordan Love, Stafford. That's it. I just named your Super Bowl champ next year. That's one of them.
One of the 8.
One of them. I did. I said the name of whoever's going to win next year's Super Bowl.
And I wonder,
I don't know which one, but that's
in 3 years, if Brock is going to be in a position to still be one of those guys based on who he has around him.
But there you go. That's my point.
Right.
You think he's still dependent on what's around him as opposed to being the one who makes the team good just by his presence.
Everyone is dependent on those around him except for one guy.
We don't do that with the other guys.
We don't do that with the one guy. Josh Allen is a guy who's had people around him and he hasn't been able to get it done.
I would argue Justin Herbert has had wonderful people around him and hasn't even won a playoff game.
Exactly.
Yet we stick him on the list still.
Well, we stick him on the list because we all expect him to be as good as we expect him to be. And Brock is good. He's very good. But can he be very good when he has it's Ricky Pearsall and who as his receivers?
I mean,
maybe Ayuk is still there.
Again, I'd argue if you think he's really good, you're not worried about who's around him.
One guy is able to carry a lesser roster and win with him, and that is Patrick Mahomes. And Brock Purdy is not Patrick Mahomes.
No, he's clearly not.
Right.
Obviously, I mean, who's saying that? But again, if you're a great quarterback, all those other guys that I mentioned, nobody is like, well, let's see if we can, have a receiving core. No.
None of them have won a Super Bowl,
If you're a great quarterback, you make your receivers great. Do you really think the Green Bay Packers, great receiving core? They're all babies.
Yeah.
But they looked good last year. I wonder why. Because they had somebody performing at the quarterback position.
Great coaching. Great scheme, which is what, that's the one thing that Brock Purdy will have in 3 years. He's still going to have that laminated play sheet and a great head coach, a coordinator, a schemer.
Yeah, no, that's all fair. Okay, Steph Curry autographed jersey again starting next week, Monday the 3rd. Make sure you're listening at 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the early afternoon, and 4:30 in the late afternoon. With each of the 3 shows to make sure you get all the info on how you can win the Steph Curry autographed jersey, okay? So there's that, and then there's also this. Final pitch with FP. FP Santangelo is going to join us next because not only have the Giants not swept the Phils, they lose. This game is now over at Oracle Park. 6-1 is the final, but the Giants take 2 out of 3. You take that for sure, but there's a lot more to get into on this game if you don't know about it. There was an almost Bryce Harper brawl and an early yanking of Marco Luciano and questions about why. So we're going to get into all of that with FP Santangelo coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore.
Phillies take one of the 3 games, and they take the final game. So the Giants take 2 out of 3. That's always good news if you lose the first game of the series, but when you win the first 2, you're happy, but not that happy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Snaps a 6-game home winning streak for the San Francisco Giants to lose out there this afternoon against the Phillies. But Kipe's obviously not wrong. You would have taken 2 out of 3 in this if it were offered before the week started, no doubt about it. And in fact, I think we went into the week saying, hey, I'd take 3 and 3 if they can do that this week. Well, now you want to get greedy because that would mean you only get 1 against the Yankees this weekend. We'll see, but there's a lot to unpack in this game. I just found out, and let's welcome in our buddy FP, Final Pitch with FP. I just found out, literally Dibs just clued me in, that today, is it 9 years? 7 years.
7 years, yeah.
7-year anniversary of Hunter Strickland and Bryce Harper. And on the same mound and at the same plate, Kyle Harrison and Bryce Harper almost became a thing. Benches cleared, and everybody got into one another's face. FP, what was your reaction to all of it?
That Kyle Harrison was in 8th grade 7 years ago?
Wow.
There's a takeaway.
That's incredible.
That is, yeah.
Wow.
No, I did. I was broadcasting that game, and we went to break, and I said, Strickland, I think my partner, Bob Carpenter, said Strickland coming in and Bryce Harper leading off. And I said, there's history between those guys, like right before we went to commercial break. Because you remember, I think it was 14 playoffs when Bryce hit a home run into the Bay, and he was jogging around, and Strickland was chasing him around the bases, yelling at him, kind of like Madison Bumgarner used to do with some guys every now and then. So, yeah, that reminded me of it. And then the first pitch, and they went, and I said, there's history there. And, that was the end of Michael Morse's career. I'm sure you guys have been talking about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he got hit by Samardzija. But I didn't know it was to the day until Kipe and Krug said that. And all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, that was 7 years ago. Time flies. But, yeah, Kyle Harrison has trouble to lefties. He's got a thing going on, a little funk, where he's hit some lefties this year. I think he hit Freddie Freeman with the Dodgers. I'm trying to think of another big lefty that he knocked down, and it's kind of the arm side run on his fastball where I'm starting to wonder if he has a little phobia or a little hiccup there when he's facing a big left-hander that he tries to overthrow or something, because he's dotted a few of them, and today he sent a couple of messages to Bryce Harper. Those weren't intentional, and I think if you saw on the telecast or anybody saw on the telecast, you guys are working, that Bryce Harper and Matt Williams, who was his old manager in Washington, he said, my bad, that Bryce might have overreacted. But in Bryce's defense, it is the big leagues, and you do throw the ball over the plate, and he's been hit in the hand before. I think he missed a lot of time with the Phillies recently by getting hit in the hand. I forget, was it Blake Snell actually that hit him in the hand? I think Blake Snell hit Bryce Harper in the hand and broke his hand when Snell was with the Padres. So he's probably scared and reacted as such today. So that's one of those things Kyle's got to figure out, because he has been wild to lefties.
Yeah, and even beyond him being wild, it seemed like that next pitch was a bit of a message. You think that it was just more arm side, lack of command, as opposed to him trying to get back in the kitchen after Bryce Harper clearly took umbrage after the first pitch? And Mark and I were talking about it during the break, having watched it. It didn't even seem like that first one was that much of an up and in brushback pitch.
I forget what site it was on. I just saw it was MLB, and they showed it. And one of the comments in there said, you can't even pitch inside anymore. And it was Art Johnson 51. So Randy Johnson commented on Instagram that you can't even throw it inside anymore. And I think he was just, I don't know. I don't think the second one was a message. I do like Kyle Harrison's, I'm a closer, but I'm a starter mentality. I love that he just goes right after guys. But I don't think he has the stature yet as a major league player to throw at a Bryce Harper just because he pops off to him. That's down the road a little bit. And maybe you got some resume and you've been in the league for a while, and you're facing a guy that's been in the league in a while, and he looks at you wrong, and then you get pissed. But I think Kyle Harrison's, 22, 23? He doesn't have the resume or the credentials to be throwing at Bryce Harper on purpose. I think those both just got away.
Okay, I'm going to agree with you. However, I'm also going to, we got to spend a little bit more on Bryce's reaction. That's completely out of line. Did you read his lips? He yelled at him to throw the ball over the plate. It's like, no, dude, I'm trying to get you out. That ball was a little up and in. It brushed him off. He's able to scream at the 22-year-old pitcher and try to intimidate him just because he's Bryce and Kyle's got no recourse. I don't know, man. Bryce to me took that whole thing in a completely poor direction.
Well, he's a hothead, number one. You saw his reaction. Did you see what he did with his bat? You guys probably didn't see it. He was chopping wood.
Oh, yeah, we did.
He hit the hell out of the bat rack. And, that's emotion right there. It's the heat of the battle. I have no problem with Bryce Harper said. If he'd have charged the mound out of nowhere for that, then I would have had a big problem. But when you've been hit before, I mean, you're getting a hitter's take here, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've been hit before and you've missed significant time before, and it's the big leagues and you're supposed to throw the ball over the plate and you miss, even on accident, you'll hear guys used to scream when they threw at Giambi back in the day, like, you're messing with my ring. Meaning, that's my ticket to a World Series right there. So guys don't like to be thrown in when there could be an injury. So I think it was just a natural reaction on a guy that's been hurt. And I've said it. A lot of big leaguers would say, throw the ball over the effing plate. That's your take. That's your job. Throw it over you can pitch in, but when you start to go up around the head then all kinds of different chemicals get released in your brain, and you start to snap a little bit when it comes at your face.
Yeah, no doubt. I can't imagine how I would react after 95 brushes me back off the plate. Final pitch with FP here on 95.7 The Game. Beyond the incident, let's talk about Kyle Harrison, the pitcher, because looks to me, FP, like a lot of misses in the strike zone. He got tattered today a little bit, 12 hits allowed. Where do you have Kyle Harrison right now in his first real full season as a starter?
Sure, boy, I don't know. There's good and there's bad, right? And I think that's what you're going to get with a lot of these kids. You're going to get holy cow, look at this guy. He's a stud. He's going after him. His 93 plays like 95. He's not afraid to throw his fastball. He blew it by him. And then that same pitch goes off the wall, the next hitter. And I think we have to remember that the Phillies probably have the best, if not close to the best lineup in all of baseball right now. And the one coming into town on Friday is not too bad either. But in the Yankees. But, I like Kyle when he pitches. Sometimes he throws. And I think, there's going to be a time when he matures and realizes and his off speed is effective enough and he can land the slider and he can bounce the slider. The art of pitching is throwing strikes when you want to, but it's also throwing balls when you want to and making those balls look like strikes. And I think once he gets to that, where things start to slow down a little bit, and I love the macho. Be macho, bro. Go after him. Let's go. Here it is. Hit it. But then there has to be a certain time when you're like, I'm going to go first pitch change up and steal the strike right here. This guy's his front shoulder's leaking. I watched him in the on-deck circle. I was watching his swing. His front side's opening up. I think the slider plays here. Whatever the scouting report says, you get to a point where things slow down and you're reading swings real time. Greg Maddux, look at the on-deck hitter and watch his practice swings and see where he was looking for the ball while he was facing the guy on the mound. So you get to a point in your career where it becomes a chess game. You're reading swings real time. You know where your defense is playing. You know who's playing defense. You know who's on deck. You peek over and see what they're swinging, what they're thinking of. So I think once he starts to get a lot of innings and a lot of years, you're going to see Kyle Harrison, the pitcher. Right now, Kyle's young and he's going after guys like you would imagine, right? Like, let's go, let's do this, bro. Woof, woof, woof. And then he ran into that one. So I like his makeup. I like his makeup better than his stuff, and his stuff is pretty good.
FP Santangelo with us. Okay, FP, we need to take our listeners through what happened in the second inning with Marco Luciano. And we have some of the sound from NBC Sports Bay Area and the way Kruk and Kipe talked about it, but I want to hold that for a second. We'll play it for everybody. But the real quick synopsis, he's a little slow releasing a regular ground ball to short. The Philly player beat it out and made it an infield single. It was, who was the player? It was Stotts. Okay, so Stotts ends up beating it out and gets an infield single out of the whole thing. In the very next half inning, the Giants are up. Luciano's due up. He sits down in favor of Brett Wisely. There was speculation that he was being benched for taking too long to throw that ball. The Giants have said it was a hamstring injury, and he did talk to Dave Greshner and go down the tunnel. But start with what your reaction was to the play.
Well, you guys have heard me say it to you on the air and off the air about shortstop and reps and the internal clock and knowing who's fast and who's not, and having that natural Omar Vizquel in your body to know that, like, I'm taking too long or this guy can run a little bit. But there's also pre-pitch preparation as a shortstop at any level. So if there's young kids listening out there, you're not just like, the outs and the score and the runs. You're like, how deep am I playing right now and how fast is this guy? And if the ball's hit to me at a certain speed, do I need to hurry or can I take my time? Is it the catcher running and I get a 3-hopper and I can set myself and make a nice firm throw, 4 seams right on the money, hit him in the chest? Or is it a guy like Stott that's a plus runner from the left side and you need to get rid of it based on the speed of the ball? So these are all things that baseball players have. Like, it's in there, right? It's your internal clock. And from an early age, these are things that you went over in high school, in junior college, in college, in A-ball, in AA, and AAA, to just knowing your opponent, knowing the speed of the ball, the speed of the runner, and how much time I have. It's like, you guys have that, your clock when you go to break. You do this so much every day. You just know that I've been talking too long and I got to get to break. You don't need your producer to say that. You do this. You have so many reps, so many times that you just know. Or somebody says, I need a 2-minute spot out of you, and you don't even need a clock because by the time you get to like 1:48, you got to start wrapping it up because you've been doing this so long. All these things that you guys do over and over again with the clock, you have that same internal clock as an infielder, even an outfielder for that matter with a runner, but more so an infielder. So the things you're seeing with Luciano, I don't even want to say these are young mistakes. They're just I just don't know if he's a shortstop right now. And I think that's something that the Giants have to take a look at. Brett Wisely has done a great job. He's made some really nice plays on tricky hops that I don't think anybody can even see with the naked eye, the in-between hops, up the middle, throwing from the side. And the play to go to third last night, you can't teach that. Taking me third, the guy's right in front of me. There's an easy out. Those are things that just baseball players have with their instinct. And this is no knock on Marco Luciano because he's a wonderful human being and a great kid. I just think you have to wonder, is he a shortstop or not? And I think with what we're seeing right now, I mean, it's not for me to say. I'm just a dork broadcaster, but like, I played shortstop the majority of my life until I got to AA. That's the only position I know a little bit about, and I'm not seeing the actions, the quick feet, the soft glove, the instincts, and the clock. Now, all this said, I don't know if he hurt his hamstring on that play. So as an announcer and as an analyst, you always have to back up a little bit and say, well, did he tweak it on that play when he bent over? And then he was like, ouch, that hurts. And then threw it. So, yeah, I don't know, but I've seen these things a number of times. I think last year he forgot how many outs there were in a double play. And it's just like, maybe there's a lot of thinking going on out there and not enough reaction based on just like where he is at the position. And with the way the Giants are playing right now and how good they're playing and how much they're relying on their bullpen and their starting pitching, I think that's the position, guys. Besides catcher, shortstop's the position. If we're talking about, position players. And that's, like I've said on your show a number of times, the big league's a tough place to learn that position, especially.
Wouldn't you have seen signs of these things, red flags, so to speak, in the minor leagues as opposed to having them now appear in the big club?
Yeah. I mean, you would think, right?
Right.
But I don't know. I can't speak for that, Gibbs, because I wasn't there. And as a guy that just watches the Giants in San Francisco and not in Sacramento or the Flying Squirrels in Richmond or San Jose. And I don't know. And I don't know if it's been addressed, but it would seem like based on what we're seeing here, that it hasn't been, or they just thought that maybe the bright lights would up his intensity and concentration level, like Luis Matos. Luis Matos wasn't hitting well in AAA, but since he's gotten to the big leagues, it's like, oh, there's 40,000 people here. We're on TV. The bright lights and your concentration level goes up, your adrenaline level goes up. Your focus and realizing that it's all you have to do is play for a win and not my numbers. So your mindset changes when you get to the big leagues, and maybe Farhan was thinking, okay, well, yeah, we know about that, but his offense is so good and his bat plays that I just want to see him at the big league level just rake and hit bombs. I don't know.
FP, can you? I don't want to ask you to speculate. Can you eliminate something from the possibility list? Because when people saw that live, the benching of Marco Luciano, the immediate thought was the dugout didn't like how long he took releasing the ball. They're yanking him out of the game, almost like the way a basketball coach will pull someone for not playing hard defense. Is that something that Bob Melvin would do?
No, and I'll tell you why. At the highest level, you treat people like men, and you don't bench people for physical errors, and you don't bench a young kid for a brain fart, and that was probably a brain fart. The only way you would bench somebody for taking too long that's his age with his experience is if somebody came up to him and said, and this is pure speculation, I don't know what happened. I'm just saying, for instance, in general, somebody says you got to get rid of that, and he told them to go F themselves. That would be, or if Ronald Acuna Jr. He got benched by Brian Snitker for not running it out, but that was like the fifth time that the manager told him, like, dude, you got to run these balls out. So if things are addressed a number of times, that's when you'll bench a guy for a mental error. But if it's just a brain fart and it's just one thing, you never bench a kid for that. You don't even bench a veteran for that unless you've had meetings or called him to the office and say, look, get rid of the ball. You're taking too much time. And he's like, whatever. And he's got that. But that's not the case here. Like, Marco Luciano's a great kid. I've been around him. He's a breath of fresh air. He's a wonderful person. And just because it isn't working out at shortstop right now doesn't make him a bad person. It's just, you just kind of wonder if that's his position right now. And based on what I've seen, can he grow into it? Maybe, but it's just not happening right now.
Yeah, we'll stay tuned for the next piece of news to drop, if it's an IL stint or a word that the hamstring is going to be okay and he stays. But we know that up next is the New York Yankees. When you know the Yankees are coming town, FP, what does it make you think about in terms of this team visiting the Giants?
Well, Juan Soto, who I love the kid, and I hope he has a great series and the ball carries, but the Giants win. That's the ultimate scenario. That it's a nice warm series. The ball flies out. Juan Soto gets his hits and his home runs, and the Giants win. The reason I'm saying that is so he'll sign with the Giants next year. Yeah, we want him to have a good series, but just not so good that the Giants don't win. A nice, warm, 70-degree day. The ball's flying at Oracle. He's 3 for 4 with 2 homers, but the Giants win 6-5. Oh. And then Juan goes, I want to play here. Hey, Scott, I really like it here. I want to play here. So, yeah, that's my hope. And it's the Yankees, dude. It's the rock stars. It's the traveling band, and it's going to be nuts. There's going to be tons of Yankees fans here. But, the Phillies came in, took 2 out of 3 from them, and hopefully, hey, one at a time. Orange Friday, beat the Yankees, see what happens.
Okay, so you want the Giants to sign Juan Soto. So which is it of Jung-Hoo Lee, Luis Matos, and Elliot Ramos that you hate?
I don't hate anybody. I'm really fond of Juan.
Okay.
I think Juan, he's a great kid. He's everything that's good about baseball. He can hit. He can actually play defense a lot better than people give him credit for. He's just a baseball player that loves the game and has a flair for it. And he's got swagger. He's a little bit cocky, but he's the most humble dude off the field ever. So I was lucky enough to be around him from day one. And I'm biased here, but also I think he'd really look good in orange and black.
Yeah, I mean, I was just kidding. Of course, we would take Juan Soto. But all right, hey, we want to let everybody know you're going to come in and hang out for like a pretty good period of time on Friday as we get ready for this series over at Oracle Park.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
All three of us. It's going to be great. It's going to be like the handoff thingy, but three of us.
Yeah.
For a while.
Extended handoff thingy. Exactly right. That's what we're going to call it.
Yeah. The extended handoff thingy with FP. I'll look for the advertisement on the YouTube channel. It'll be great.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
That's where we get all our news, FP. That's correct. All right, buddy. Thanks for hopping in.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'll see you Friday.
All right, we'll see you in a couple of days. That is FP Santangelo. Also my guy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's our guy.
Who was there 7 years ago for the brawl that settled it all. And, man, Bryce Harper and Hunter Strickland, and you watch the video, and here comes Jeff Samardzija, former college football player.
Yes.
Could have played in the NFL, I believe, as a tight end.
Oh, there's no
could
have.
Out
Definitely.
of nowhere, trying to get a piece of Bryce Harper, but instead it's Michael Morse who just takes it right on the jaw.
Yeah.
He got blown up.
Which is crazy because Michael Morse is the largest human being
Big guy, right?
who's ever lived not named Shaq. That's
Right.
a true story.
Not named Sean Jelly.
True story. Sean Jelly.
6'11".
Oh, gosh.
But you think about that brawl 7 years ago today compared to the way it went today, where Harrison buzzes Harper once, then he hits him, he hits the bat, and Harper just calmly stands there, an exchange of ideas. The bench is clear, but they just all kind of mill around, as opposed to the violent fury that took place 7 years ago.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm really glad also that FP removed from possibility, at least in his opinion,
right,
that Bob Melvin yanked Marco Luciano for a bad play because it set everything on fire as it was happening. Our office was buzzing.
Yeah.
Social media was buzzing. Everybody clearly thought Marco Luciano took his time on throwing to first base and got yanked out of the game. And part of that is because of what he's done since he's been here. It's believable. They put him in at shortstop today, and you're like, ooh, Marco's going out at shortstop. Let's see what happens. They hit one ball to him. The guy beats it out because Marco kind of takes his time. Kruk and Kipe are critical of him. We'll have that for you in just minutes. And then suddenly he's gone. And there's no clearly evident injury. Now there's video in the dugout talking to Greshner, the trainer, and then he heads down the tunnel, which he wouldn't do, I wouldn't think, if he, obviously he's being pulled out of the game, but you don't usually just be like, fine, I'm out of here. So it made it look like there was some unrest.
Yes, but the trainer went after him as opposed to the famous Gabe Kapler. Was it Zach Littell? Where Littell kind of slammed the ball in his hand and he stalks off to the dugout, and Kapler immediately follows him and basically says, you and me in the tunnel right now.
Gabe called him
We're
down.
going to have a conversation.
Let's go to the tunnel.
That was that. This was different, where he and the trainer clearly went down there, and he didn't look too ginger, though, going down the steps.
No, but I'm glad that they removed that from possibility because, Dibs, I will tell you exactly what I said in that moment when we thought he'd been yanked for his play after 2 innings.
Yeah.
My immediate reaction was, if this is what you think of him, get him out of here.
Right.
You got this is embarrassing. If you are starting a baseball player and batting him second, and he makes a mistake, and that immediately is enough to pull him out of the game, and we're going to play this like the Frost soft team at high school, then get him out of here and send him down in the 5th inning.
Yeah.
Send him down because this is wrong. This is the wrong way to
absolutely.
It's the wrong position to put him in.
Yeah.
This is the wrong way to present it to his team and the fans and all of that.
And he had sat for 3 straight games. So you don't sit him for 3 and then, all right, you got one more chance, kid. And then that's it.
Right.
And that doesn't feel like a Bob Melvin move, so I'm glad FP dispelled that.
Right. But we want you to hear how this whole thing sounded on NBC Sports Barry in real time with Kruk and Kipe. So all of their comments on this coming up next. Your phone calls welcome. What do the Giants do with Marco Luciano? Maybe the injury just gave them the out they need. I don't know. But what do they do about Marco Luciano? We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season, which means exciting adventures, lasting memories, and finding out what true freedom feels like with great deals on your favorite Jeep brand vehicles. The Grand Cherokee is the most awarded SUV.
It's an infielder. That's a second baseman right there. And so he knows, like anybody who's played that position, you know what you get taught in Little League, which is you got to go through the scenario before every pitch, the full scenario. If the ball is hit to me, what am I going to do? What's the situation? Where are the runners? Who is the runner?
Right.
Who's the runner at the plate? You got to know all that stuff. And Marco on that play did not appear to know, and it did lead to an extra base runner. Now, here's what Bob Melvin said with regard to the hamstring injury.
Yeah, hamstring strain, first at bat running down the line. So day to day, I'm not sure how bad it is. We have the off day to figure it out.
Okay, so he says this happened as he was running down the line. He actually got on base in the first inning because of an error, little grounder to the right side of the infield, and an error was made by the pitcher. That got Luciano on, but he had to stretch it out a little bit and go hard, and he had a little bit of a hamstring injury, but he stayed in and went out to the field, and it wasn't until his next at-bat that they decided to take him out.
Right. Hamstring strain is what it gets chalked up to. And so obviously it wasn't so bad that he couldn't go out there in the field, but maybe after he goes out there in the field, that leads to him playing a little bit soft on that ground ball, lollygagging a little bit. Maybe he didn't have the explosion off that hamstring to get in and get the ball as fast as he would have liked. But whatever the reason was, by the time he got back to the dugout and then it was going to be his turn to bat, they had all determined that he wasn't going to be able to go.
Look, the whole thing is so interesting in terms of its timing. Like, this youth movement for the Giants has got to be one of the more fascinating ones I've ever seen. Because, imagine now, consider all the things that are going on at once. They finally come up, but they're not up here because the Giants chose for now to be the time. They came up out of necessity. All of these injuries are happening at once. But it coincides with the best baseball they've played in 2 years. Okay? Do you want to credit the young guys for that? At least in part. You have to. They've performed and they've also given life to everything that's going on, right? But here's the other piece. If you are intoxicated by the youthful energy that's now been injected onto the roster, you also see that the Giants have gone on a run that makes people realize this not only can, but quite frankly, with this pitching staff, this should be a playoff team. Therefore, it removes the idea of, gosh, let the kids hang out here, deal with their mistakes, because they're going to make them, and let's develop them, and then, poof, we'll be ready to go next year. Nope.
Yeah.
So that's the tough thing. And we'd love to take some calls on that. If you've got an opinion one way or the other, 888-957-9570. The Giants may have just gotten their out. He might be on the injured list tomorrow. But the real rub here is, do you want to ride with Luciano at short with all of the mistakes in the name of development, or do the Giants just simply not have time for that because that takes away from the idea of winning and they're clearly trying to win? That's the rub right now with this player.
I think it's easy. It's an easy call, and the answer is that you don't keep playing him in the majors. And I know he's doing great with the bat. He's hitting .375 in 10 games, and you are 7-3 in the 10 games that he's played, including today. And it's not just because of him, but since he and Matos and Ramos have been up here, your season has been turned around. Yet, you can't continue to put a guy out there at shortstop, as FP said to us last segment. That's maybe the second most important position defensively behind catcher. It's catcher, it's shortstop, maybe center fielder comes next, but your shortstop has got to be a guy who you can rely on to make the routine play, and ideally, he's a guy who can make the great play, which is what made the Brandon Crawford era so spectacular. He had a couple of good offensive years, but by and large, it was just a gold glove, 140 games a year guy. You put him out there, and you watched him make every routine play. You watched him make some spectacular plays, and you knew you were good at shortstop. Right now, with Luciano, you're nervous. You're biting your nails, and you're rubbing your hands together nervously on every single play, and you just can't have that especially when you're dealing with a ground ball pitcher as your ace.
Okay, Bob Melvin answered a direct question about the ground ball. We'll play it in a second, but I want to say this back to you first based on what you just said. Like, I'm with you. The Giants need to try to win. And if this guy is putting wins in danger because he's not ready to field ground balls correctly at the shortstop position in the major leagues, I'm sorry. The patience is not there, in my opinion, to let him figure that out at the major league level. So I'm out on that if it were to continue this way. I'm not saying send him down yet, but I am saying that I'd like the Giants to win this year, not develop. That's
right.
Easily is the higher priority. Where I do see this becoming a further conversation, though, in the weeks to come is this. The Giants have been on a heater hitting the ball, but maybe we haven't noticed that in the last 2 games they've scored 2 runs total. Scored 1 in 10 innings yesterday.
Big one.
Yeah, and it's also a cheapie. Like, can we take 10 seconds to realize they won that game by hitting 2 medium deep fly balls, and they lucked out that the guy that was at second base happens to run really well. That's how they won the game yesterday. So that doesn't even really count as a regular run. Normally it would not have been. And then today they grind one out in the 9th inning, 6-0 game, and Elliot Ramos hits like a fister pop-up that goes over the first baseman's head, and Wilmer Flores scores from second base, and you lose 6-1.
Big deal.
Well, here's the issue. It also coincides with Lamont Wade not being in the lineup. And so are the Giants going to, I would argue likely, start to regress a little bit offensively, because here comes the best pitching team in baseball. You don't have Lamont Wade. You're filling that gap somehow at first base. Do you want your heavier hitting shortstop in the lineup, because you're going to need to be able to grind out every run that you can? All I'm saying right now is if Wisely calms down a little bit with the bat, which is also likely, this could become a further conversation here in the next few weeks.
It could, but I think what you're looking at with Luciano defensively is more than just development. It's not that he's just a little rough around the edges. The mistakes he's making are really, really bad and glaring, and I don't think that you can sustain having him be out there making these mistakes. And also, think about his individual regression as a hitter. I mentioned he's hitting .375 in his 10 games. I don't think that he's going to keep hitting .375 over the long sample size. He's probably going to regress to where most younger hitters do, which is probably a .260, .270 hitter, which would still be really good as a younger hitter. But if that happens in concert with his shaky defense, then what are we really doing here as far as him being a plus player at shortstop?
Well, the thing that I think is so kind of alluring about Marco Luciano is it's not even just the batting average, it's the extra base hits. That's how you score in the major leagues, is, as they would call it, do damage. That's how you do damage, is you hit gap to gap, you rake down the line, you pop one over the fence every few days. Marco has that ability, and none of the other guys we're talking about at shortstop do. You're normally fine with that. You don't ask that of your shortstop, but now you're using first base is going to be some sort of a revolving door for at least the next 4 weeks. I know Wilmer has traditionally been a really good bat, and he gapped one today, but he has not been having a great year, and the Giants lineup has really been rolling the last couple of weeks, and that's not going to continue. They're not going to average 7.5 runs a game for the year.
Right.
So you need every extra base bat that you have in the lineup, and Marco is that. So if you could just get him to play passable defense, you would, in theory, want him in there.
Yes,
you just haven't been able to do that yet.
You're asking for passable defense, and I would argue that he's 4 or 5 notches below even passable defense.
I agree.
I agree. It's glaringly, embarrassingly obvious how bad he is defensively right now. And I'm not burying a 22-year-old. I'm not out here to try to bury a young player, but you're also trying to put a team on the field defensively that's competitive. And I think that what you're talking about is even more of an indicator for me that you have to do something else. So if your offense is going to regress, and they've scored 2 runs the last 2 games, a cheapie in the 10th, and a who cares one today in the 9th, well, then you need to have a defense that's going to have you have a better chance of winning a game 2-1 or 3-2 that to me makes the defensive part of this even more important than having a guy who could be an extra base threat. He has 2 doubles, 1 triple so far in 10 games. He has no home runs, and he's driven in 1 run. And I know some of that is circumstantial, but he's been mostly singles so far with the Major League club.
I mean, 3 extra base hits. He said 24 at bats.
Yep.
That's a lot. That's a pretty good
1 and
percentage.
8, pretty good.
Yeah, I'll take that.
But it's not like he's a big threat to hit home runs.
No, but
he
you
had
can
1
see
in
it.
AAA, and he doesn't have 1 this year in the big club.
In theory, he actually does have a home run bat. I don't know what's going on this year. And you know, the injuries, his career has been so stop-start in the minors.
Yeah.
But believe me, you know this. Marco can hit the ball a very long way. Marco's got the potential to be a very special bat. And that's why I go back to what I said the other day about how confusing it's been, because if this is kind of what they're getting at the shortstop position, it's a little bit wild that they haven't tried him in some other places before. All right, more from Bob Melvin. He was directly asked if the throw was lackadaisical, and the question was in there as well.
Marco's throw in the 3rd inning that allowed the infield hit, was that as simple as that, just too lackadaisical on the throw?
Not like just timing, just, didn't probably read the speed of the runner who runs really well.
Okay, yeah. I mean, look, Bob's going to protect his guy, but
right.
Like what he's saying there, that goes to what so many have been arguing, baseball instincts.
Right. And I think lackadaisical it's a synonym for lazy. And I don't think that Marco Luciano was lazy on the play. I just don't think that he was that aware of the speed of the runner. And so he didn't, make that play a little bit more quickly. And had he thought about who the runner was going to be, and had he had that, baseball wherewithal ahead of the play, like you were talking about, maybe he makes the play a little quicker. Also, we don't know if the hamstring was a factor in the, him playing that ball a little bit more slowly.
Yeah, that's a thought.
But we'll see if he goes on the IL. Then that would maybe indicate that the hamstring strain was worse than we would have thought.
Yeah, I mean, they called him day to day. Would they put him on the IL? I mean, shoot, if Ahmed's not ready, you might see Casey Schmidt come back up. You're going to need insurance, people who are able to play shortstop. Although Tyler Fitzgerald is up,
yep,
and he has that ability, as does Tyro Estrada in a pinch. And so, I don't know. I don't know, but the whole thing is it's a conversation that I don't think they want to have. Now, 925 throws this out. Why not DH Luciano? He's outplaying Soler right now. Soler is, I thought he was starting to show signs of life in the series against the Rockies. Obviously, he had the home run in New York as well. But gosh, you watch his at-bats today. He is still, and last night for that matter, he is still really searching. He is really searching. And to me, that guy, along with Conforto coming back, if he can pick up where he left off, if Soler could be who they thought he was going to be, then this whole lineup, it's completely different. Everything's different. Because as I've said, the Giants have played so much better. I still think this is a good baseball team, but what they're missing that all the other good teams seem to have is hitters you fear.
Yeah.
I just don't want, if I'm a pitcher going up against this lineup, I'm looking at it going, there's a lot of guys who could get a hit, a lot of guys I got to deal with, but it's not, I don't need to plan for groove a fastball to this guy because the Betts Shohei Freeman thing is about to come up. Where you're like, I'm terrified.
Right.
We do not want to get to that portion of the order. Even the Phillies with Bryce Harper and Real Muto and Castellanos and all that, the Giants don't have that. And the hope was that Chapman and Soler and Conforto would do that. And they largely have not been able to do that.
Consistently. I mean, they've each had little streaks. Chapman had that, 3 homers in 3 games streak, and Conforto early in the year had his little spurt where he was showcasing that power. Tyler Fitzgerald coming off being PCL Player of the Week because he showed that power down in Sacramento now. Can he bring that stick up here and produce? Right now, you're 20th in baseball entering play today in home runs as a team, and that's just not good enough. And You talk about the 107-win team. They were second in baseball, and I know that was the outlier because you had career years from Belt and Crawford, and Posey brought it, and we've run through the list of, 8, 9 guys who had double-digit home runs that year. It was the whole team that was providing the pop, and Solaire's not, and Conforto's hurt, and Chapman has been streaky, and so beyond that, you're right. When you face this team, you're not, really worried about one batter, let alone a stretch of 2 or 3 guys who can inflict that kind of damage.
Well, a timely home run is a game changer. Bryce Harper did it to the Giants twice in that 4-game series in Philadelphia. If you've got a bopper that comes up with runners on base, obviously that one swing can completely tilt a ball game, and it is what has the Giants' metrics for a while there up above 7 runs a game during their streak of good play because they had that for a second. Matt Chapman walks to the plate in Pittsburgh down 4 with 2 runs on, and you're like, he needs to homer right now for them to have a shot in the game. And he does. And go to New York, and the bases are loaded for Patrick Bailey, and you're down by 3, and you're like, kind of need you to hit the ball over the fence. And he does.
Yep.
And so, you need more of that, more consistent levels of that. And that's what they've had the last 2 weeks. That's why they're winning most of their games. But the last couple of years, they usually do not have that. And that's what they brought Jorge Soler in to do.
Right. And beyond that, and Dave Fleming had mentioned this before about the pitchers should be feeling a little bit of an embarrassment. And that's the problem, I think, because this team has become reliant on, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's been the case over this win streak, they've been reliant on outslugging the other team, where this team was constructed on pitching and defense, and we've all been drooling at the rotation. And Kyle Harrison today, another outing where he just and FP mentioned it, it's learning that it's okay to not throw a strike or start him off with a changeup or pitch a little bit backwards. I was saying that out there in the green room before we came on the air, the idea of pitching backwards and not just trying to pump your fastball in there because he's getting touched up pretty regularly, and the Phillies had him today.
I mean, he'd been on a good streak. They had won 7 straight games in which he was the starter. He hasn't dominated, but he had been consistently solid for a little while. Touched up today, look, that's a really, really good lineup, but you're also not wrong that I think that Kyle has now consistently gotten to the spot where he's like, okay, I'm a big league pitcher. We're not doing the up-down and the games that we played last year. So you're in the rotation, you're a big league pitcher. And what that means is you now need to probably find the next level of who you're going to be as a big leaguer. Because Kyle, throughout his entire minor league run, he was insanely dominant. Why? Because his fastball in the minor leagues is overwhelming. But it's not in the big leagues. It's still a very, very good fastball. But I don't know how much I believe in any of his other pitches being elite. And so he needs to now combine his elite fastball with what Kruk always talks about. And that is a guy changing from being a thrower to becoming a pitcher.
Yeah.
And so he'll get that. I have full confidence. Like the smarts of knowing the little intricacies of how to approach a pitcher or a hitter and how to set him up and how to like play to that book that you have on every hitter. He'll get there. But too often you see him go, hey man, I got this fastball and I'm going to lean on it. And Kyle Schwarber walks up to the plate today and is like, I got that.
Yeah.
I got a bat for your fastball.
I got 95.
Go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So, I think Kyle's going to be fine, but he's not a finished product yet either. We're sitting here talking about young guys. He's as young as any of them.
He's 22.
22 years old.
Exactly. And it's okay for him to go through some struggles because he is just 22. But the other side of that is you are relying on him to be one of your best pitchers because you don't have Robbie Ray yet. And Cobb isn't here. And Snell isn't Snell. So now you've got Webb. Hicks is going to pitch more innings than he ever has before, so I don't know how long you can think that you're going to ride Jordan Hicks. And so you look at Kyle Harrison right now and you think, you're our 2. We need you to pitch like a 2, and it's been a little up and down.
Yeah, that's interesting. You're our 2. I don't know if I'd put that. I mean, look.
Right now, I think he's the 2.
Well,
like when Kuminga had to be the Warriors 2, it's like Clay should be the 2 and Draymond should be the 2, but Clay is trying to find it, and Draymond can't control himself, so Jonathan, you're the 2.
Yeah. If I'm Kyle Harrison, I'm like, You paid that guy over there $31 million. He could be the 2. And again, I'm not saying Kyle
but he's
doesn't
not,
want it.
yeah.
No, he is. He just he's going to get there. Blake Snell's going to be fine.
But I'm just saying right now with his 10.42 ERA, he's not the 2.
I totally hear you. I just don't know in any given game if it matters if you're the 1, 2, 3, 4, or the 5. You got to go out there and
when it's your turn, exactly.
Try to win the baseball game.
I get it.
And the Giants have, I would like to think, a starter almost every night who's capable of doing that. Last night, they had no starter. They went bullpen game, and they threw a shutout of the Philadelphia Phillies for 10 innings. So, they've got the people.
Yeah.
In fact, we should have a conversation about some of these guys, even in the bullpen, because I've noticed, and kind of started with a tweet from Larry Krueger, I've noticed that people hate the Rogers twins. A lot of people are and this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday. Grandy, you're one of them. Maybe not hate. That's too strong of a word. But you're uncomfortable with guys with the last name Rogers being in high leverage situations late in games. A lot of Giants fans feel that way. So we can get into that. But coming up next, Bob Melvin was asked for his perspective on the Kyle Harrison, Bryce Harper showdown today. Kyle weighed in on it. Bryce weighed in on it. We've got comments from all of them coming up next. 888-957-9570, the number. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. Willard and Dibbs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much.
he doesn't want to leave. And I think plate umpire DJ Rayburn kind of walked out there. Hey, you see him. That's why he walked out there. Harper's barking at him. All right, well, that just accelerated the intensity of this at bat.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. There was a situation today. Kyle Harrison on a, I want to say it was a 1-2 pitch. It was a 1-2 pitch, and it was high and inside. Just a little up and in, just a little, just move it out the way. Bryce Harper turns and screams at him right away. Throw the ball over the plate.
There's a few other words in there, but that's a good radio
Throw
version.
The ball over the plate.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, hey, beard guy, you don't have to throw the ball over the plate. What, you want a cookie? You playing home run derby out here today? What a weird thing to say. It was not an inappropriate pitch.
It was not a intentional pitch, a purpose pitch, a head hunt. It was high and inside.
It was up and in.
Yeah.
A little up, not even at the head level, chest level.
You're close.
A little tight.
Right.
Fastball. Good fastball. Kyle Harrison's got one. Not a pitch that I would gather would have somebody scream at the pitcher. But he did. Did Kyle do the next thing on purpose? I doubt it. FP says he's got a problem throwing to left-handers right now. It's a little bit in his head. And I have this was a little league experience, not a major league experience, so this is probably a terrible comparison. But I do think if you get in your head as a pitcher, if you get in your head don't hit him. Don't throw it inside. Sometimes that's exactly where the next throw goes.
Right.
Because you're focused not on the catcher and home plate, you're focused on the hitter, and your body will go where your focus is. And so that next pitch, even upper and inner, to the point where it did look like it hit Bryce Harper. The slow-mo replay shows his hands come off the bat and the ball hit the bat. It hit the knob of the bat. So, strike two.
Yeah, it was 2-2.
It was already 2-2, so it was just a foul ball.
I thought that it hit his right hand, which was the hand closer to Harrison, and then it ricocheted and hit the bat. But we got to review it. And then not only do you not get to charge the mound, but you don't get first base.
You don't even get first base.
You get to come back into the batter's box, and we get to get you out. And for me, the second pitch was it felt more purposeful than the first one. It was higher and more in tight than the 1-2 pitch that he took umbrage with.
Bob Melvin on Harrison and Harper.
No perspective. I mean, balls were inside. He's not doing it on purpose. Just when he misses, typically it's on that side of the plate.
Well, and look, he's a lefty sidearm kind of right? He's got kind of a grip it and whip it type of a delivery. And so, yeah, I can see that. I will, the game did not call in that moment for anything purposeful.
No.
The Giants are losing. There's runners on base. It's Bryce flipping Harper, and nothing has happened previously in the series that would make the Giants want to throw at the Phillies' best player.
Right.
So,
the Giants have been hot. You're down 2-0, but you're looking to sweep Philadelphia. This is not the time for a purpose pitch. And if you're going to send a message to Bryce Harper, then you hit him. You throw one and you put one in his ribs if that's what you want to do. And I do think FP is right. And Bob Melvin, great sound you just played. Kyle Harrison's miss, and you can watch him throw both of these. He's fallen off a little bit, and he doesn't have that arm side command to lefties. And so his fastball zipping up there about 95 now. I think we'll tail on him, and it tailed. The second one was even more of a purpose pitch than the first one, I thought.
Here's what Harrison had to say about it after the game.
Yeah, to an extent. I maybe missed a little in, but I don't know. I'm trying to get him out, man. He's a good player, so got to put it in spots where he might not be happy.
Okay, so he was asked if he was surprised by Bryce's reaction. Yeah, a little bit. I was too. That first pitch called for him to just get back in the box. Get back in the box. It's 2-2. What's the problem here? Starts yelling at him.
Yeah. Throw the ball over the blanking plate.
Odd.
Especially when you say that, because, like you said, what are we doing here? Throw the ball over the plate? I'm looking for a strike here,
Right.
so that I can barrel you up and put one into the ocean.
If I'm a competitive pitcher, I'm like, I'm going to throw the ball where I damn well want.
Right.
Not at your head, but outside of that, you don't get a vote on where I throw the ball.
Right.
You're the hitter. I don't know if you played baseball before. Like, this ain't home run derby. You don't get to tell me where to put the ball. All right. Here's Bryce Harper on the incident.
You get in the face, man. It's not fun. So, that's about it.
You get hit in the face, man. It's not fun. You didn't get hit in the face. What are we doing here? I don't understand this entire thing. I have no idea what the hell happened today.
Well, what happened was Bryce Harper thought that Kyle Harrison was intentionally going up and in, and so he took umbrage at that fact, and the very next pitch, Kyle Harrison came even more up and even more in, and, Bryce Harper doesn't want to get hit in the face.
Right, but again, that first pitch did not call for that.
I agree with you.
Did Kyle throw the next one purposefully? I think probably not, but even if he did, I'm not a fan. You know me. I don't like to me, it's stupid. It's the most ridiculous bravado in sports of like, this is my plate, or you hit the ball hard last time you were up, so now I'm going to dot you.
Right.
I'm going to throw one at you. You know my least favorite Dan Dibley take in 3 years.
Oh, and they should do it again Friday. They should dot that fool. My take was that when Arson Judge said no thank you to the Giants, you got to come out and you dot him. Instead, here's a strike, Aaron. Why don't you go ahead and hit it over the fence? And he did. It's actually one of my better takes I've ever had.
This is my least favorite Dan Dibley. I'm not even going to say you're wrong. It's my least favorite Dan Dibley take.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what happened.
Let's throw at him. Let's throw at the free agent who decided to stay with the Yankees. So let's throw at him.
Right. Instead, let's just groove a fastball and show all the Giants fans what you're missing out on. He really hit it.
I wish Aaron had fouled it back toward the broadcasters, but no, he hit it over the fence.
Yep.
No.
Here comes the judge.
Oh, I miss him.
Are we going to get him on or not, Lucas? What's the deal? Why is this so hard to find a retired guy?
John Sterling you're talking about, yeah.
Is he coming on Friday or not?
Are you sure he's healthy enough to come on? Let's start there.
No, but can we call and ask? It's a phone call.
What did I do wrong?
He could do it from his bedroom.
Hopefully.
No, I don't know. Let's find out.
All right.
Where is he?
I don't know.
What did I see wrong?
Are you trying to find out?
Mm-hmm. First, I'm cutting Bryce Harper sound so you can play it on air, though.
I'm already mad at you today. I want you to know that. That's where this is coming from.
I'm mad at you.
Well, I'm mad at you for your Kuminga tweet. It's very, very lacking context.
It says it's your hottest take.
Yeah, and people are not seeing that part. You're seeing the
They
quote.
never do.
No. So the whole thing when earlier today we're doing what is your most unpopular take?
Right.
Is I sit here for 10 minutes explaining how I painfully hope that I'm wrong. And I think Kuminga is such a good player. But my unpopular opinion is that his outside shot does not lead me to believe that superstardom is in his future. I don't think that Jonathan Kuminga is a championship NBA one. Well, Lucas grabs all of the things I did say that sound very, very dismissive of Jonathan.
I'm just not that bullish on the future of Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think he's going to be great. I don't see it. I don't see it in today's NBA. I don't think he'll be a superstar.
Leaves out all the other stuff. And Lucas, I'm not saying I'd have done it any different. You Twittered perfectly.
Thank you.
And that's how you Twitter in 2024. And so here we go. I already know.
It's getting good traction.
No, Joe Shasky's going to throw a ball at me on Friday night because Shasky's never met someone under 25 that he doesn't think is going to be amazing and wants to give patience to. And he's going to see this quote and he's going to think, God, this Willard guy is just like Steve Kerr. He hates young people. And I'm like, that's not what I said. But thank you for
young people.
Thank you for twittering so perfectly in 2024, Lucas.
It was a great tweet.
Yeah, it was a good tweet.
I mean, he took what you said and tweeted it. That really is the epitome of his job as the producer.
Right.
Is to tweet out the content and get reaction. And immediately the first comment was, he's right. JK's future is either an energy role player like Aaron Gordon on a good team or 20 a game empty stats guy like Jeremy Grant. Then the next response, wrong. He already been more than that. Kuminga was second option like half of last year. His game has little similarities to Aaron Gordon. And then the other guy comes back at the other guy, and then the other guy comes back at the guy who went back at the other guy. What Lucas did is create additional content and create buzz on the internet.
Yeah.
Good job, Lucas.
At my expense.
Wah, call the ambulance.
It's well played. Maybe you should be careful what you say into these live mics.
Don't hit that thing too hard. It might fall off.
Seriously.
That's another thing.
We're on a little bit of a run here.
Game just tweeted out if anybody wants to go see what happened during
I got to see that.
The crossover, also known as the handoff thingy, if you're FP Santangelo, is right in the middle. And I believe I was the one talking when it happened.
The odds are.
That's crazy, right?
Man.
So Guru's right next to me, and we have these massive, you'd imagine this, we're up on the 10th floor of a large San Francisco downtown building. So there are very big double-pane strong windows here in the room. And one of them fell off right in the middle of the crossover.
Yeah.
Now, good thing they're double-paned. In this moment, one of them happens to be single-paned.
Yep.
Because one of them flew off, and it scared the bejesus out of all of us, especially Guru.
You want to hear what it sounded like?
Yes.
Here it is.
Walk outside and ask if Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. Whoa, holy crap. What the hell was that? Uh-oh, something's coming.
Yeah.
That actually came through on the air more than I thought it would.
I mean, that was a loud, thunderous clang of the window. And that's a heavy window now. And I mentioned before, it's 7 feet by 7 feet. It's a big window, and it is plexiglass or a plexiglass type window.
It's wobbly.
But that thing's heavy.
It's flop. Oh, holy crap. What the hell was that?
You with the holy crap
coming.
And I thought it
really shook me. No,
I thought it was just the blinds, but turned out it was the damn window.
I didn't know what it was. I thought like the tape, you know what I mean? I thought something had broken. Holy crap. What the hell was that?
I mean,
anyway, if you want to see video of that, it is on 95.7 The Game's Twitter feed,
right?
Also known as Lucas's burner account.
Just scroll past the hot take from Mark Willard, who wants Kuminga out immediately.
Yes, trade him. Trade him! Get him out of here. I can't stand Jonathan Kuminga. He hasn't turned 23 yet, and I hate people who haven't turned 23. Forget them. You know what we need in this town? We need more old athletes. That's what we need, Dibs.
Yeah.
Old people in tank tops sweating. That's what we need.
We need to pick up Chris Paul's $30 million guarantee that option.
Oh,
keep him around.
That's intoxicating. The idea of Chris Paul. I'd tack another year on.
Sure.
Forget next year. What are we doing the year after that?
Keep him when he's 40.
Let's go.
40-year-old point guard who says no. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, gosh. It really has become one of the weird pivot points of Bay Area sports. Youth. Think about it. It's become a real pivot point. The commitment or lack thereof to young players within your organization. All three teams that we talk about have dealt with this in one way, shape, or form just in the last 2 years. Steve Kerr gets accused of not playing young players, right? That happened all the time.
Yep.
And then Kuminga had to go to Shams in order to, tweet about it or whatever, and then he got a bunch of playing time. Meantime, Podziemski and TJD are all over the floor. Trey Lance, there's another one. Why can't we just see him play, Kyle? Gosh, let us see him play. All right, there was that controversy. And then we've been dealing with the Giants the whole time.
Play the kids.
Just call them up. It's not like you're any good. Call them up. Let them take all the ABs.
Yeah.
And we're still embroiled in this right now as we speak with Marco Luciano making errors seemingly on half the balls that are hit to him. And I do think that some of the fan base still would rather just ride it out. Like, let's see what he can do and deal with the bumps and the bruises that come with whatever he does when the ball is hit his way. Meantime, they're in second place and completely in a playoff chase. And I would imagine the organization's like, I would rather have someone at short who has a glove on his hand. And I don't mean to take a shot at the kid, but seriously, these are not like, oh, he's struggling defensively. This has been, I'd argue, what's the right word? I don't want to use embarrassing. This has been the most unsettling week I've ever watched a major leaguer have defensively, unless we're talking about one of the famous
Chuck Knobloch or Steve Sachs,
right, the yips that people have famously gone through that essentially ended their career.
Right.
I mean,
I'm trying to remember that pitcher who couldn't throw over to first base.
Well, there was
John Lester.
And then
John Lester. Thank you, Grandy.
Rick Ankiel. Rick Ankiel was this young hotshot pitcher for the Cardinals, and then all of a sudden it was like you didn't even know if the catcher would catch the ball.
Right.
I mean, he looked like, Bull Durham hitting the bull. Like the ball's going all over the place. And then they tried to bring him back a couple years later as a hitter.
And I'm trying to remember the catcher who could no longer throw the ball back to the mound without double pump fakes.
Who was that?
Yeah.
That was so weird. Yeah. People get mental out there.
For sure.
And
it
maybe
can be unsettling.
And maybe Marco is dealing with that too. I don't know. Maybe it is mental.
Well, and being 22 and being in that spot and that spotlight as a shortstop, and you make an error and you're aware of it and everyone's aware of it and the team knows, and you try to play your way through it, and the bat's been good, and then you get another chance and you make another error, and then you make an error that costs your team a ball game because you can't turn two, and then you make a feed to second base that prevents you from turning two in the same game that you don't win. And so these things definitely weigh on anyone's mind, let alone a 22-year-old who's trying to make it.
You want to hear more Bryce Harper?
Let's do more Bryce.
Bryce Harper, who had an up-and-in fastball today that was out of line, at least in his mind. These are real quick hitters, okay? He was asked if he cleared the air with Harrison after the game.
He didn't mean to. Sinkers in.
No, he didn't need to. Sinkers in. Sinkers?
Play it again.
Did you clear the air with Kyle Harrison?
He didn't mean to. Sinkers in.
Yeah, he didn't need to. Sinkers in.
I don't know what that means, sinkers in. Sink or swim?
Yeah, no.
Sinkers in?
No, like he was throwing sinkers and they were in. No problem.
Okay.
I don't think they were sinkers. They look like fastballs to me.
Right.
If they were sinkers, they didn't sink.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I don't really get that. But.
He also says apparently he actually wasn't that mad.
I wasn't really that mad. I just throw the ball over the plate.
Just throw the ball over the plate.
I wasn't that mad. Just throw the ball over the plate.
I don't think he was that mad. Like, he was mad with Hunter Strickland.
Yes, he didn't go. He didn't go.
Hunter Strickland threw at him on purpose.
Yes.
He knew he was going to, and when he did, it was on. Now I'm really mad, and now we are going to fight.
Well, the funny thing about that, for any Giants fan who remembers well.
7 years ago today.
7 years ago today, if you remember that well, if anybody should know about somebody throwing something and having it not go where you think it's going to go, it should be Bryce Harper. Because the worst pitch that's ever been thrown in the history of baseball is Bryce trying to throw his helmet at Hunter Strickland. Hunter's on the mound. Bryce winds up to throw his helmet at him, and the ball goes to the right. I'm sorry, the helmet goes to the right of first base.
Yeah, it flipped. I don't know if you've ever tried to throw a helmet at someone else's head.
I don't think that I have.
Yeah, because you're holding it by the bill, and you rear back to throw it, and it slips a little bit, and then you go forward, and it goes flying.
It did happen to me today at the dog park. I had the little chuck it.
Yeah.
And Penny decided to switch up which ball she wanted, which she never does. But she brought me one that had two different colors. It was red and yellow.
Okay.
I am not above picking up the slobber ball. Right. And so, I do have the chuck it now. And so it's a little smaller. So I put it in the chuck it, and I went to chuck it, and I cocked my arm back. And then as I brought it through, whoop, ball went backwards.
Oh.
I was like, whoa, that was like Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
With a helmet.
It's awkward.
It happens.
And I'm sure she still chased it, even though it was a bad throw.
No, because she gets it. She's a cherry picker. She gets started. She knows where I'm going to throw it.
Gotcha.
And she's gone. And then it went backwards. And so she stops and turns around and gives me the what for.
Right.
What the hell are you doing?
What the chuck, Dad?
Thank you.
What the absolute chuck are you doing?
I don't like this comment from Bryce Harper. I wasn't that mad.
He wasn't.
Just throw it over the plate.
Is that asking so much?
Yes. How about no?
I'm trying to hit the ball here. I'm not want to be worried about having this ball whiz near my face. How about you throw it over the plate, Kyle?
Lucas, what was the thing you said that was like the backdrop of all of this?
So there's some history here with Bryce Harper.
Well, obviously.
Well, not specifically with Kyle Harrison, but he's been hit by lefties multiple times, and every time he gets really mad about it because back in 2021, he got hit in the face, and this was before he had the flap protecting his face. I don't know if he broke anything. It hit him right in the nose, and then this actually happened 2 years ago when Blake Snell was a Padre. Blake Snell hit him in the face. Again, another lefty trying to throw in, came up and in on him, got hit, and it hit him on the hand. And as he was going out of the game, reeling in pain, he turns around and starts yelling at Blake Snell to effing throw the ball over the plate. And Blake said, I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to. And Harper's like, I know, but I'm still angry. So there's history here.
Okay. All right.
And I'm just looking at it.
The
Genesis Cabrera.
97-mile-an-hour fastball to
the face. Yeah. And he puts his hand up because he sees it's coming. He tries to block it with his hand.
Oh, wow. Then to break your hand.
Well, better than taking it straight to the cheek.
No doubt.
And the dude gets up and takes his base. I'm sorry. I immediately pen my retirement there, and I file a class action lawsuit against the pitcher, the sport, Genesis Cabrera, and Rawlings, the baseball maker. You're all getting sued. 97 to the face?
Look, it sounds awful. Dude. To the face!
Thank you. Totally.
It's awful, but wait a minute. What are we uncovering here?
He doesn't like to be hit in the face by lefties.
Is Bryce Harper, one of the best hitters in the game, afraid of the ball? What are we talking about here?
Oh. Right underneath the eye black.
Listen, I've got all the sympathy in the world. I get it. That sounds like a horrific experience. But you don't get to then go forward with the rest of your career with the idea that whoever you're facing, especially when they're left-handed, they now must throw the ball over the plate, or else you get to be mad. What are we talking about? This is a weird story.
I've been hit in the face, therefore you must throw me strikes.
No.
That's the way that works. Right in the face.
This is incredibly odd. Bryce Harper does not allow left-handers to throw inside. Good Lord, if I was a left-handed pitcher, I would do nothing but for the rest of his career. If this guy's got a thing in his head about it, I mean, first pitch, fastballs inside every time, every at-bat. I mean, they don't face him again this year until the NLCS. But anyway, they don't face him again this year, so I guess it becomes irrelevant now.
Well,
but I mean, what do we like?
He got hit in the head 2 weeks ago on a throw from the catcher back to the mound. He clearly has PTSD. Give the guy a break and throw him a strike. Is that too much to ask?
Totally.
Okay.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Much more to get into on this. 888-957-9570. Oh, and we got to do the Tyler Rogers, Larry Krueger, everybody's mad thing, too.
Yeah,
That's also coming up on Willard and Dibs.
I wasn't really that mad. I just throw the ball on the plate.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager.
HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hammered to deep left. And gone. And that's how this game gets started. Ramos back is starting to carry. And he leaps. And it's gone. So Castellanos now 3 for 3.
And 3 legs of the cycle.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
And there's a long drive to left by Castellanos, and this is going to be a home run. Some of you get the reference.
Right.
Some of you won't. It's Willard and Dibbs. A couple things. And for those of you who are just maybe hopping into your car and you've had a long day at work, hey, congrats. You've made it through hump day. But we want to update you on some wild things that happened out at Oracle Park today, including a benches clearing nothing. Although, who was it? Somebody started getting chest to chest. Was it Burrell? I think it
Matt
was
Williams, I believe.
I think actually it was Pat Burrell.
Pat Burrell and Christian Pache for the Phillies were kind of involved a little bit.
I love that.
Matt Williams came in and played peacekeeper at the end.
Matt Williams and Matt Chapman were actually the ones who were guarding Bryce Harper.
It's Bryce Harper's former manager.
Yeah, and they were like literally. It looked like Kuminga or Wiggs out on the wing, like trying to you're not going inside there. Like Matt, he had a mat on each side of him, and he's just sitting there talking. He's clearly frustrated, but they're like, you're not going to get our 22-year-old starter. Just chill, relax. And then Pat Burrell came in and got chest to chest with someone, which is fantastic. I love that the Giants hitting coach is such a dude. He's such a clubhouse dude. He's such a lifer, Pat Burrell. So anyway, there's all that. But just to back up a little bit, here's what happened. And the score's 2-0. Are we in the 4th inning? 5th inning? Where were we? 4th. Okay. Top of the 4th inning, Kyle Harrison's facing Bryce Harper, and there's a couple on and a couple out. And it's a 2-0 Phillies lead. And on a 1-1 pitch or a 1-2 pitch, Kyle Harrison throws one that's a little bit up and in. It's a little hot. A little up and in, definitely a ball. No problem with Bryce jumps out of the way, and he screams at him. Throw the bleeping ball over the plate, which is a weird response, I think, to what is also known in other circles of baseball as a ball.
Right.
Ball 2. Just ball 2.
And on a 1-2 count, which is what it was,
yes.
You don't need to, nor would I recommend throwing the ball over the plate.
To Bryce
You've
Harper.
got 1 to play with, if not 2 to play with. And yeah, you're not that accurate anyway. You're not having your best game. You're already down 2-0. So why would you throw it over the damn plate?
But after the scream, the next pitch is even higher and tighter.
Correct, yeah.
To the point where it appears that Bryce Harper has gotten hit. And here's something to throw into this conversation. The way Bryce was acting, and I know he says he wasn't that mad, I think if that ball does hit him, I think we've got a brawl today. I think if that ball gets his hand, because Bryce is clearly triggered by high and tight fastballs from left-handers, he's got PTSD.
For sure.
That's what he admitted today. He admitted that he's got PTSD. He said it right here.
You get hit in the face, man. It's not fun. So,
you get hit in the face, it's not fun. That is a reference to years ago in his career when he was hit in the face. And then hit high and tight by Blake Snell just a couple of years ago. So it's like, well, that's not Kyle Harrison's fault, but the ball comes higher and tighter. Bryce jumps out of the way. Slow-mo replay shows the ball actually hits the knob of his bat, not his hand, not any part of his body. After replay, that's simply just a foul ball. And a 2-2 count remains 2-2. 3 pitches later, Bryce Harper grounds out to short, inning over. And the Phillies continue to lead 2-0. But we had a situation for a few minutes. Benches cleared, bullpens cleared. Everybody had to talk it out a little bit. And it's interesting because while you and I can sit here as people and fully understand how terrifying 95-mile-an-hour fastballs that are high and tight are, I'd also argue that this entire experience today, this is totally on Bryce Harper. There did not need to be this kind of energy around it. A 1-2 pitch, a little high and in. Like, no big deal. But he made it one, and then it becomes a thing. But that's Bryce. That's Bryce. You know, the other side to this conversation in the history of Bryce Harper and the Giants, not just brawls that happened 7 years ago today with Hunter Strickland, Bryce is the one that got away. If you want to criticize Farhan Zaidi for the people he did not sign, this is the one. This is the one they should have gotten. This is the one who was willing to come. And this is the one who got a contract offer that you wouldn't match. And all he's done since then is play phenomenal baseball and be one of the most exciting players in the game. Bryce Harper should be the right fielder for the San Francisco Giants.
But Farhan didn't close or chose not to close or chose not to match the offer or do what it took to bring him in. So I don't know if that plays into the emotion of the moment. I don't think Kyle Harrison or any other Giant is thinking about Bryce Harper as the one that got away. It is an interesting backdrop, though, to see this happen and to see it happen on this field again, 7 years to the day from the last time when Bryce clearly was a lot more mad then. And it's interesting when you watch the replay of the incident. One thing that Bryce Harper never does is go to first base. He knows immediately that the ball hit his bat.
Yep.
He knows that he's not getting to first base. So you watch the whole thing, and I guess the benches did empty, and they slowly made their way out. Right. All the bullpen guys jogged together.
No aggression.
Which is always funny to me.
Well,
so
they clear because
the bullpens are going to clear, but they're not so mad that they're fighting each other on the way.
They just have to be ready in case somebody hits somebody.
Well, they have to be there to make sure that they were there for their guy.
Right.
So the bullpens kind of jogged together en masse. You know, one line of red, one line of orange and black, and they're making their way in just in case. And then we all stand around, and you even see some players like shaking hands. How you doing, old friend?
For sure.
There was only the one little dust up where somebody said something, and the Philly player bursts over, and now we've got a minor jaw-to-jaw, not even a confrontation, but through it all, Bryce Harper is standing 5 feet from home plate. As if he knows
he did.
It's a foul ball.
He
never even thought about going to first base.
I'm pretty sure, and I think this is Bryce's point, that when someone throws a baseball 95 miles an hour and it hits you, I'm pretty sure it hurts.
Ow!
Bryce never has.
Ow, that really hit me.
Not only does he not go to first, there is zero physical reaction to the ball making contact, supposedly, with him. You're right.
And it would be his hand or his wrist or his forearm.
Correct.
It clearly wasn't his head. We know that. And I thought that it hit him, and I was waiting for the bat to go down and for the helmet to fly, and let's go, let's dance. 22-year-old Kyle Harrison.
Well, let's
see how tough Danville really is.
I'm with you. I'm really glad that they're, he didn't get hit, because I do think that he would have charged Kyle Harrison, and you don't know what happens. I know everyone's like, yeah brawl. Right. Michael Morse never played baseball again. Like, I don't want Kyle Harrison and Bryce Harper in a fight on the mound for your entertainment. I want Kyle Harrison to be healthy. That's what I want. And here's the other thing. If he does get hit, you know who else I want healthy? Bryce Harper. He's good for the game. And the way that ball was going in on his hands, that easily could have broken his hand. Easily. And then Bryce is out for 2 months.
Yeah.
And, you don't want that. You don't want that. You may see this team again. You're not scheduled to, but you could. You could see this team again, and you don't need that situation looming over a playoff series if it were to happen.
Right, because then Philadelphia's feeling some kind of way about who they need to dot. And so now what, you're going to throw it Chapman, or are you going to go after Soler, or who are we going after?
That's
here
the good news.
for payback?
Good news for Giants fans is when the other team's like, we need to dot their best player. All right. Who is it?
Yeah. Well, it's,
boy.
Who are you going to pick? Depends on the day. Right now, you would probably go after Matos. Luis Matos is getting dotted.
You go to Luis Matos?
I mean, right now.
Patrick Bailey?
Yeah, perhaps. Bailey. I mean, you would want to go after somebody who probably wouldn't be a tough comeback if he's coming out to the mound to fight. I don't know if I'd want to go at Soler. He's a pretty big guy. He's a pretty big guy. I don't think I'd want him coming out to the mound. Jorge's a pretty big guy.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's not getting dotted.
No. No, I'm not throwing a baseball at Jorge flipping Soler.
Right.
No, I say Bailey from the standpoint of, as a Giants fan, if there's one player that I can put in bubble wrap and say don't get hurt the rest of the year, that's it. I think there's such a trickle down on both sides, offensively and defensively, if Bailey is out. Bailey, when he was missing a few weeks ago, I felt like you could really, really feel it and see it. I know that Steiny earlier today was kind of not taking issue, but he was eyebrows raised at my comment yesterday that I think Patrick Bailey's going to be a perennial all-star.
Yeah.
I really do. I think this is a multiple all-star career ahead, provided that Patrick Bailey stays healthy. I know there are other good catchers in the National League. One of them was on the other team today. JT Realmuto is a really, really good catcher. But Patrick Bailey should be on the all-star team this year. I absolutely believe that.
Yeah, the Giants might be in a spot where they get 2 All-Stars, maybe even a third, depending on how the rest of the first half goes.
I wonder who's on the list right now. I mean,
Bailey for sure. Well, I thought Lamont Wade would be, but now he's out for 4 weeks.
Right.
So
that's going to hurt his.
That's going to really hurt him because he was a guy fighting to even qualify. But if he qualified, he would have been the leader in on-base percentage in the National League.
Well, Bailey's also only got 107 at-bats, so this is going to have to build through the next period of time until the actual All-Star break. Yeah, but his numbers are certainly worthy. He's only got 4 home runs, but an OPS of 829, batting average is 299, and then the big leagues know what the big leagues know, and that is that they know that that's the best defensive catcher in the National League.
Right.
And that matters. And so I don't know that he's going to be voted as a starter, but he absolutely should be one of the other 2 all-star catchers if he's not voted in. I would argue that easily, provided that he stays healthy.
And I think the other guy you'd look at right now would be Logan Webb, and you look beyond the win-loss record and the fact that he's already thrown 72 innings and the ERA is 2.74.
For sure.
And, he's been fantastic. He's been their best pitcher. Apologies to Jordan Hicks, but Webb goes deeper into games, and if you're looking to take another Giant, I think you'd look at Logan Webb.
Yeah, and Doval. Doval is going to be in this conversation as well, as he was last year, and those are the guys that have the track record.
Yeah.
So you're right. That's probably the 3. Now that Wade is hurt, those are probably the 3 who are on the list. But anyway, circling back to what we were talking about, 888-957-9570, and the reaction can certainly be about the Harrison/Harper incident at Oracle Park today. It could also be about Marco Luciano with another sort of, as you would put it, I don't want to call it lazy, but it was a lacking awareness defensive play, and then he's pulled from the game. The Giants say it's a hamstring. Don't know what the situation is going forward there. But here's my takeaway as we can now take a breath on a Thursday with tomorrow being an off day, and then the Yankees come into town. Just take a breath for a second with an off day tomorrow and look at Giants baseball over the last 15 games. You got yourself a completely different animal. This is just a completely different animal. We've got not only a team that's winning baseball games, but has interesting players who people are excited to see. You're talking about a team that's now, like, they just went toe-to-toe with the team with the best record in the National League, and I thought held up very, very well and won 2 out of 3 ball games. I think that there is the thought that this starting rotation is getting healthier and will continue to. I think Blake Snell's probably going to look like Blake Snell here pretty soon. Alex Cobb will be back pretty soon. Okay, so what are you going to do there? But you're also seeing things like this. You see things like today, and I just think that they're the result of urgency. The Giants have they play baseball with urgency now. They play with a little bit of an edge, with a little bit of fire. Even seeing someone like Sean Jelly go through 2 shutout innings last night and then screaming and pumping his fist as he walks off the mound.
Pretty cool.
Like, that's what you want. That's what you want. And so I think we talk so much about the entertainment entity that this group is. You have a completely different, let's call it, piece of content. When you think about it that way, you have a completely different piece of content that reinvented itself in the last 2.5 weeks.
Out of necessity, but the fact that the reinvention has led to 10 wins in the last 12, and I'm going back to your rant when the Giants lost to the Dodgers 10-2 in Game 2 of that series, and the building was filled with blue. The Giants looked mostly lifeless. Keaton Wynn went out there and struggled, giving up the 5 runs. Randy Rodriguez, Nick Avila gave up 4 runs in mop-up duty. And you look at the names the Giants trotted out, and a lot of them aren't really here anymore. And I know Yaz is still there, but he didn't play today. Lamont Wade Jr. is hurt. Blake Sable not doing the catching right now. Casey Schmidt played shortstop that day. He's a 4A guy back in Sacramento doing well. And you look at the names that you have now with Matos and Luciano and Elliot Ramos and the excitement that this team is bringing. And yeah, it's easier to be more excited when they win 10-12, but it's the way that they're playing. And Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely, and you mentioned Sean Jelly and the excitement that he showed last night, and in a big spot, in a game that, you wanted to win. You want to win this series, and now the Yankees come in. You want to win 2 of the 3 if you can, and then you start to look at how many series wins you can stack after it felt like you couldn't win any series for a long time.
Well, no doubt. And actually, we knew that this was going to be a 2-week measuring stick all along. It's Philadelphia, then the Yankees, and then you're on the road for 3 in Arizona and 3 in Texas. Good to see you.
Yeah. They're not doing a ton this year.
No, but it's it's a talented baseball team. And it's on the road. And so the Giants have started this stretch off 2-1. And if they can hold that up over the next week and a half, then you've got a homestand against Houston and the Angels. And you really, the Cardinals come in after that. The Cubs come in. You should boogie a little bit in the month of June. If you're playing well, you're going to boogie. And the Giants could really start to separate themselves from the 500 record, I think.
You got 7 of 10 against the Cubs.
Yep. Well, Cubs are okay, but they've not been playing well.
Right. But you go at Chicago, and then you have them home for 4. So it's kind of a weird NL Central run. You got 10 straight against the Central.
Yep, exactly right. And there is, with all that said, there's one Giant I find right now who still remains quite a lightning rod. We'll get to that in a second. But first, Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. You're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Happy hump day. Just wanted to just say, look, as a Giants fan, I'm loving that we're actually seeing the young players finally getting to play. It's been, I don't know how long since we've been able to see so many prospects being able to come up and actually just show what we can finally do. It's just really amazing for me. And for me, I actually want to go to Giants games even more now to go see the prospects actually play. The last thing I will say is, I know there's been that video with Matt Chapman's pup. Can we just make him the new ball boy? Because the ball boys out there for the Giants are terrible. Can we just make him the ball boy, please?
Mike, you have a problem with the ball boys? Of all the problems,
dude, they're all like 70 years old. They're 70 years old, and just let them just go past them. The dog can get him way better than he can.
I know, but that's kind of the point. Like, that's the bit, Mike. They call them bald dudes and bald dudettes, and it's like old people down the line trying to not trip over themselves when the ball rolls their way. It's kind of funny, don't you think?
Willard, when you're slowing the game down like an extra 25 seconds just to go get a grounder in outfield,
Mike,
come on, man.
Why are
25 seconds.
Yeah, why are you in such a hurry, Mike? Can I tell you a quick story? Dibs knows this story already, but like years ago, fantasy draft, San Diego, gas lamp with all of my best friends in life from San Mateo High School. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the phone call. And in the fantasy draft, when people get really ticked off when someone's taking too long.
Right.
And then we weren't doing this online. We were doing it by hand. So there's no clock. Clock. There's no clock. And everyone's getting mad. Dude, why are you taking so long? Come on, make your pick. We're going to be here all night. And I'll never forget this. My good friend Mike Spencer stands up. He stands up Hey, he's the commissioner of the league. Where do all you need to be? You in some kind of a hurry? We're at the Tilted Kilt in the gas lamp.
Of course you are.
In San Diego right now.
Tilted Kilt.
You got somewhere you need to be? Well, no, Mike.
No,
actually,
Mike.
No, we don't. All right.
I just need a second baseman and another outfielder.
Relax and have another potato skin. Chill. Same thing about going to a ball game. Look, I love the pitch clock too, but come on. Like, there's too many fans like this at baseball games. It's like you get there and you're immediately trying to get home. Relax. Have a good time. It's okay if the ball dude misses the ball. It's funny.
Right. It's actually kind of quaint and kind of enjoyable. You know, you see him out there. There's Irv Smithston. He's 79. He and his wife, June, just celebrated their 59th wedding anniversary.
Kruk and Kipe are brilliant with the ball dudes and the ball dudettes.
Yeah.
They're brilliant.
And I would argue that baseball now moves too quickly. And we've had this conversation.
Sometimes.
2 years ago, actually 3 years ago, 2021, average time of game, 3 hours and 10, which was the longest in Major League history.
Yeah.
Then the next year was 3:03. Last year, 2 hours and 39.
Yep.
This year is 2 hours and 35. And you have to go back to, and I'm going all the way back to 1984.
Okay.
The last time that an average length of time for a baseball game was 2:35 or quicker.
That's wild.
That was my sophomore year in high school, Mark. 1984.
I was 9.
Yeah.
I love the young people.
Well, I got something about the young people, and that's coming up. I'm going to bury the young people.
Go ahead. We got nothing to do.
Today, I don't love the young people. I don't. And I'm sick of the young people. And I'm saying this on behalf of my lovely wife and the great staff at Ream Elementary, because today, score one for the old folks in the annual kickball game between the faculty and the fifth grade. And, you know, the fifth grade's always thinking like, we're going to get you this year, faculty.
Right.
And the faculty coming out a year older. It's the thing about fifth graders, Mark. The staff gets older, but the fifth graders, they stay the same age. Yes, they do.
Thank you, Matthew McConaughey.
And each year, the fifth graders, they're coming out thinking this is our year to get over on the staff. We'll score one for the Ream staff. Ream staff 13, fifth graders 3. It was an Audubon game today.
Oh, my God, they blew them out.
At Ream Elementary. So,
wait, does the fifth grade usually win?
No, they usually don't win, but they always think that they're going to win.
Okay. So you right now are victory lapping
for the Ream Elementary staff.
On a group of 11-year-olds because older people beat the 11-year-olds at sports.
At kickball.
Yeah.
And this group of older people, none of them are spending their time at recess playing, kicking the big soccer ball and running the bases. These are people who are educating tomorrow's leaders. And they got to come out in a one-off, stretch it out, try not to pull a hammy, and get over on a group of 10 and 11-year-olds.
I told you my sister is a middle school teacher, and they did one of these little deals like a year or two ago where it was like, you know, faculty pickleball or something like that.
No.
And let's all gather around and laugh and have fun and watch the faculty play the pickleball. Yeah. Broken wrist.
Oh no!
And like the hand is never going to be the same. It's never going to be the same. So
over a staff pickleball outing, man, I just if this station ever decides to put together one of these,
you wouldn't want the station to put together some sort of an athletic endeavor, would you?
I'm out. I'm so out.
No, you're in. You're in.
Oh, man.
You gonna be there, boy.
Anyway, score one for the old people. Ream staff 13, whippersnappers 3.
I love that you know that. That means that came to you in the form of a text message.
I asked my lovely wife, how did it go? Mm-hmm. And she gave me the score. And I said, you know what? That's worthy of a shout out. You shout out your son's cute little golf rounds. So I'm shouting out old people putting a beat down on fifth graders.
Did you just call my son's golf cute little?
I should have used adorable.
He's 6'4".
He's a monster. It's my former coworker now.
He's hitting the ball about 300 yards.
Yeah, he is. God, I wish I had his swing.
Anyway.
Effortless, the kid.
888-957-9570. You can weigh in after some unrest at the Giants game today. And speaking of unrest, this is a little quirky, but I want to throw it out to everybody and see how you feel. Does anyone have a problem with Tyler Rogers? Taylor, too, to a lesser degree. But does him pitching make you uncomfortable? Now, Grandy and I got into the thing about the Mets series over the weekend and Rogers coming in to close.
Right.
And Duvall, and should he have been available? Shouldn't he have been available? And again, my take was I have no issue with the way Bob Melvin has used Duvall. I like Tyler Rogers. I don't love him in the ninth. To me, closers have strikeout pitches. That's the way a closer has been born. If you look at the great closers, they often throw harder. They've got great swing and miss pitches. And Tyler pitches to contact a lot more, which is fine, but I don't want to do that in a 1 or a 2-run game in the ninth inning, especially in an era where you have to face 3 hitters. Because if someone gets on base, it puts a lot more stress on the defense. I'm not a fan of Tyler Rogers in the ninth, but I am a fan of Tyler Rogers.
Yeah. How did you feel about Sergio Romo when he was the closer?
Well, he was successful, so I felt good.
But similar kind of stuff as Tyler Rogers.
I'd argue that Sergio had more of an out pitch than Tyler does. You're right that he was soft throwing.
Yeah.
But his slider.
Funky.
Yeah, but his slider was insane.
Yeah.
Absolute insanity.
It broke about 9 feet.
The thing was right. Like you could fit a person in the space that his slider broke. So, but look, if it works, use it. With Tyler, it largely hasn't. His ERA is like 2 runs higher in the ninth than it is in the eighth.
Yeah. I was running down the splits yesterday.
But Tyler's career has been, wait for it, really good. Like really good. This is a sub-3 career ERA reliever. He's very, very good, and he's been very reliable. But for some reason, I find him to often be a lightning rod in conversations with Giants fans. And I'd love to know, do some of you feel that way? I get it on Twitter every day. Rogers DFA. I'm like, really? Like, that's where you are with Tyler Rogers?
That Frisbee guy.
The Frisbee guy.
Yeah.
As your
father-in-law,
your dad-in-law does not like Tyler. The Frisbee guy.
Yeah. Why are we going to that Frisbee guy?
What's up with that?
I think it's because of what you're saying. His stuff is not overpowering. And I was just looking at the numbers compared to Sergio Romo. For Sergio's career, 9.8 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Okay.
Tyler Rogers, 6.7 strikeouts per 9 innings.
There you go.
So not nearly the kind of wipeout stuff. And you talked about the wipeout slider. Well, Tyler Rogers, his pitches when he's on, he's a very uncomfortable at bat. Throwing it from 6 inches off the ground, his ball seems to rise, and he can command the bottom of the zone. But when he gets up around belt level, that thing becomes an absolute restaurant quality meatball.
I think his ball actually does rise. I know that there are like scientists who have been like, oh, the rising fastball, it cannot exist. You cannot make a ball rise coming off of a mound. Like, you can't do it. It's an illusion. But I largely think they must be talking about people who throw overhand. Like, where he throws the ball from.
Right.
I'm like, right? It can rise, right? If you're throwing it underhanded, it can rise.
I think so.
I can throw a ball underhanded and it goes up in the air, even off of a mound. I can do that. I can't do that overhanded.
Well, the idea of it rising.
If I lean all the way back, I could throw it overhand up in the air.
Well, the idea of it rising means you throw it on a certain trajectory, a certain plane, and then the ball goes up from that trajectory. And he's throwing it from 6 inches off the ground. So the very nature of his release point would tell you that the ball kind of has to go up.
I think so.
But I don't know if it goes up because he's throwing it in an upward motion, or if he's throwing it straight and at times the ball does rise. That's neither here nor there. The point of this for me is what's frustrating about him is when he misses and that ball does rise to waist level, it's about 77 miles an hour, and that thing is a cookie when he misses. His misses tend to be like meatballs.
See, I think his misses tend to be like a foot off of the plate. Like you know what I mean? It's such a frisbee that the ball flies. Like he classically, was it Kruk or Kipe who said, one of these days someone is going to swing at a Tyler Rogers pitch and get hit by the ball. You're going to swing at it and then get hit by the ball. And then it happened. It happened 2 weeks ago. I forget who the player was. Do you remember, Grandy? Someone swung at a Tyler Rogers pitch and it hit him, which, by the way, is a strike.
Yep.
So,
how many walks he's issued this year?
I bet it's less than 5.
It's 1.
Yeah.
And it was intentional. So as much as you're talking about when he misses like a foot wide of the zone,
like
his accuracy is incredible. He might be 2 pinpoint.
When I'm watching a reliever, to me, that's a characteristic I look for. That's what ticks me off. Walks. Don't come into this game and it's 3-2 and you're out here walking people and just issuing free runs to get back in the game. You can't do that as a reliever, and he flat out never does. Pitches to contact, too much for the 9th.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I'll take Tyler Rogers on my team all the time. Now, what's up, Lucas?
It was a young guy for the Padres. His name was Graham Pauley, who struck out on an 0-2 pitch that hit him in the face, actually.
In the face!
In the face.
All right, so
that's the definition of ignominy.
8:34 last night. Okay? Larry Krueger on Twitter. My one complaint with Melvin is his use of Tyler Rogers in the late innings. Why? He's a long man / mop-up man. Nothing more. Hashtag SF Giants. Now that's why I got that's where I got my pneumococcals up.
Oh, boy.
Because I'm like, wait a minute, Larry. And I did. I just tweeted back at him and I said, 2.99 career ERA. Love you, Larry. And I've gotten no response at this hour from Larry. None. A lot of listeners, a lot of tweeters out there. Majority of them actually, not understanding exactly where Larry's coming from. To me, there's such a middle ground to what you're saying. When you say late innings, I have an issue with that. I have no problem if you say Tyler Rogers, I do not want him in the 9th inning or extra innings. Okay, I understand where you're coming from. If you don't want him in the 7th or the 8th, well, then you don't like good relievers. And to call him a long man / mop-up man, that's somebody that you send down. That's somebody who you DFA. That's somebody who you don't care about. The long man / mop-up man, like I want Tyler to come in when we're down 8-2 in the 9th inning. And so I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like I get the whole I don't want Tyler in high leverage, but I don't get why it feels like there are some Giants fans out there who really struggle with Tyler. And by the way, you know who I think catches strays because of this is Taylor. It's like they're the twins.
Right.
And Taylor's had some good moments, but some bad moments. And so I hear a lot of people who've kind of had it with the Rogers twins. And I think that's a little bit dismissive.
Yeah, and I think if you just look at how he's been used, he's not a long man. He's only thrown more than 26 pitches 24 times in his entire big league career. 290 times he throws between 1 and 25 pitches. So he's a one-inning guy. And it's interesting, Mark, because in the 7th inning, the ERA is 3.86. In the 9th inning, his ERA is 4.69. But in the 8th inning, 2.29. So maybe it's the 8th inning, he gets a chance to maybe get against the bottom of the order more often because it's the 8th, and the 9th inning lineups tend to rotate back around to the meat of the order. Maybe it's the pressure of being in there for the save situation. I don't know, but to me, he's your classic 8th inning guy. And the other thing that's a little bit maddening that the numbers would tell you, he's got reverse splits. As a right-hand pitcher, he's tougher on lefties than he is on righties.
Yeah, because that ball runs in on their hands at an alarming rate. Yeah.
The Frisbee.
Yeah. The Frisbee.
The Frisbee runs in on the lefties. So
Taylor, by the way, his ERA is 2.91 this year and has given up fewer hits than innings. Tyler's given up 29 in 27, but Taylor
catching strays, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, Ks per 9 innings. Taylor's got 10.8.
Yeah, he's been mostly good.
Been very, very good. I'd actually rather see him in the 9th inning than Tyler.
And I think that you kind of touched on why fans get so frustrated by Tyler Rogers, and it's the fact that his stuff is not overpowering. Like you look at Randy Rodriguez, and even when he's a little erratic, like today he gave up a couple of runs, but he's throwing 98, 99, might even be touching 100, and it's like, well, if he's on, you can't hit him. But with Rogers, when he misses and he gets, belted deep or extra base hits, you get frustrated because, I could hit that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, what people tend to say.
Do you know, would this surprise you? Fun fact. Just looking at numbers here. Ks per 9 innings. There are 3 pitchers on the Giants who have a higher K per 9 innings than Camilo Doval. 3.
Wow.
3.
I was going to answer Camilo Doval.
No.
So
3 have a higher
Number 3
K per 9 innings than Camilo Doval's 11.5. There are 2 at 11.6 and 1 at 11.8. Would you like to venture a guess?
Not without the appropriate accoutrement.
Okay. Well, how about some accoutrement, Mark? Grandy?
With a C?
There it is.
Da, 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 da.
All right. Who are the 3 pitchers who have a higher K per 9 innings on the Giants than Camilo Doval?
I mean, boy, higher than Doval?
Higher than Doval.
I mean, my first thought would be a guy who's been the wickedly talented.
Nice.
Jordan Hicks. He's been awesome. That's awesome.
Jordan Hicks, 7.4.
Oh, boy, this bit's not going great. How about Snelly Cat? Blake Snell.
Blake Snell.
That's awesome.
It's a good guess, though. 11.4.
I'm angry, Mark.
Just south of Camilo's 11.5. 11.4.
I don't know.
2 strikes, and all of the answers remain on the board.
Jeez. Any help? Here, let me go to the YouTube page.
Why don't you try a reliever? Try a reliever, not a starter.
There's that Walker guy who pitches pretty well.
Ryan Walker, number 1 on the team, 11.8.
Opens up YouTube and gets
all of the guesses from the listeners.
No help.
You're such a cheater.
I'm looking for help here.
You're such a cheater.
Must have a Walker to be a ball dude in SF. Oh, that's I don't know. Randy Rodriguez, the aforementioned double R's.
There you go.
Okay.
11.6.
Okay.
It all comes down to this.
It comes down to this. 2 strikes. 1 answer remains on the board. What do you say the Willard family is ready to steal?
I mean, it's probably a trick question like Tyler Fitzgerald, position player, although I don't think
you lose.
Yeah.
It is not Tyler Fitzgerald.
It's not Logan Webb. All he does is throw ground outs. I don't know, Mark.
So throw out a name.
Sean Jelly. You can put it on the board.
No, Sean Jelly is 8.9 and an incorrect answer. Correct answer is Eric Miller, the opener from the other
him. He's got the question. Stop dinging him.
Eric Miller at 11.6 is the other answer. And by the way, that's my point, Bob, in terms of when Camilo's not ready or available for a 9th inning, don't go to Tyler Rogers.
Thank you.
You got 3 other dudes here who have swing and miss stuff. I get Eric Miller walks a few too many, although so does Camilo. But to me, that was Ryan Walker's 9th. And they used him in the 8th.
Yeah.
They should have used somebody else in the 8th. I'd have even been fine if you just flip-flop him.
Exactly.
Tyler in the 8th, Walker in the 9th.
And as I mentioned, Tyler Rogers is very good for his career in the 8th. He's Mr. 8th inning.
Sure is.
Bob.
All right.
Sorry, that was too personal for Bob Melvin. I love Bob.
Much more on the Steph Curry signed jersey. And if you want to hear some really funny audio of Guru almost getting hit by a window.
Oh, my God.
You might want to stay tuned for all of that because all of it is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The noise shook me.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
If Harper runs hard, he might make it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got a lot that's going on here in our final 10 minutes. And I'm not even talking about trying to pressure Grandy into putting us into the best of on 95.7 The Game. Like, that's coming too. But
yeah, you can't pressure me.
Oh, yeah, we can. Oh, gosh.
I mean,
you have no idea.
Final pitch with FP was gold. Better than anything other than what we're going to play here coming up. Maybe that leads off the best of.
Maybe.
Window gate.
That was a memorable moment.
I've never been in a room where a window has fallen off.
I don't think I have either. I've broken a window.
Who hasn't?
Yeah. I don't.
I actually, quick aside, I broke a window when my son Quest was 3 and Keon was 1. We were playing soccer. Mom had left town for the weekend. Next thing you know, I go boop, kick the ball over everyone's head. Poof, window broken. So now I'm out there, trying to hold one kid and sweep up glass from the neighbor's driveway before they get home, and then you got to put up the piece of cardboard in the broken window, and it was the whole thing.
I was just being a dumb college kid on the front lawn of our apartment and thought it'd be fun to start hitting golf balls.
There you go.
I just thought we were chipping, and I caught a flyer. Next thing you know, I was at the neighbor's house.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You got a Titleist 3 in there? Play where it lies.
Mind if I play through?
Totally.
Anyway.
Oh, my God.
Oh, so ridiculous. So, speaking of memorable moments, we think it'd be pretty memorable to you if you win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. So, we're letting you know that all next week, you're going to have your opportunity to get in the hopper to win this thing every day on every show all week long. So, it starts Monday. That's June 3rd. Make sure you're listening at these slots. First of all, just listen the whole time. But anyway, make sure you listen during these slots. 7:30 with the morning roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goo, 4:30 with us. At each of those times, every day, you get the details on how you can win your way in to the Steph Curry autographed jersey hopper. It'll be a great gift for Father's Day, the dad, the husband, whoever in your life. Or keep it for yourself, or, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to do.
Obviously, that's up to you.
Pretty easy to do, too. You listen to the station, and then you get qualified, and you win. It's just that easy.
It's easy as that.
Now, easier than a 3 hopper to short.
Stop it.
What happened?
Stop it. Leave him alone. He's a kid.
He's a 4 hopper. He's just a baby.
He's a little.
I get it.
He's just a little baby.
Hopefully his hammy's okay. No word yet.
No word yet.
Maybe emergency Pandia tomorrow.
Marco Luciano did. He left with a hammy, and he is day to day.
Yep.
Aren't we all? Okay. Speaking of day to day, Lucas just reminded me of something that's happening tomorrow, and I am beyond excited. And I'm actually a little ticked off that I forgot to mention this every single segment today. But let's start now, and then I'm going to tweet about it, and then we're going to talk about it at the start of the show tomorrow, and then in the middle of the show, and every segment in between, and then right in the middle of the show, it will actually happen. You want to know what that is? You want to know who's going to be on this show tomorrow? Right here in this windowless studio of 95.7 The Game? Now, he's just calling, but on the show tomorrow is the great, and I mean great, Bill Burr. 4:00 tomorrow, Bill Burr, for my money, he is a top 5 comedian out there right now. Plus, if you've seen his stuff, is a huge sports fan. Like a huge sports fan. Now, he's a New York dude, so I'm pretty sure, we should check with him. He might be a Yankee fan. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But,
he's in town.
He's a Boston guy. I'm almost positive he's a Red Sox fan.
Boston guy? I thought for sure he's a New York Giants fan.
No, he's a Patriots fan.
Bill Burr?
Yes. Maybe I should have done this off air.
He's from
Are you
Canton,
sure?
Massachusetts.
Okay,
Yes.
I've heard him talk football before, and I didn't think he was Patriots, but I'll take the L on that one. That's fine. Whatever.
He got his bachelor's from Emerson College in Boston.
I mean, he sounds like a Boston guy.
Yeah.
So I must be completely wrong, which is fine. That's fine.
He lives in L.A. So
I thought right. Yeah, he's a Rams
that
fan.
was crazy. Bill Burr was at the game.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
Bill is coming on at 4 o'clock tomorrow. He is coming to town. He's going to be at the Greek really, really soon. I guess not this weekend, but next. Is that right, Lucas? Not this weekend, but next?
June 8th at the Greek.
June 8th at the Greek.